The invasion of myriad races has commenced. The revival of spiritual energy has begun, and the era of beast taming unfolds on Blue Star. Chu Chen, a once regarded waste, has been reborn into his youth, forging a pact with a unique mechanical divine beast, while the impoverished tinker with mechas, and the affluent engage with divine beasts. Have you ever laid eyes upon a mechanical divine beast? Your divine beast may be a holy creature, endowed with formidable flesh and blood. But I beg your pardon me, mechanical beast possesses a thickness that is simply extraordinary. Chapter 1. The Rebirth and Anomaly. In a state of bewilderment, Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, only to be astounded by the scene before him. He found himself standing amidst a chaotic expanse, where a towering tree loomed in the distance, its form flickering in and out of existence within the chaos. Where am I? Chu Chen scanned his surroundings, unable to discern anything beyond a vast, white void of nothingness. He could not comprehend how he had arrived at such a place. What on earth is this location? Wasn't I exploring the Illusion Sea Secret Realm? Just as he began to reminisce about his venture into the Illusion Sea Secret Realm, an influx of memories surged into his mind. His regiment, led by the captain, had received orders to enter the Illusion Sea Secret Realm in search of the chaotic divine tree. Upon entering the secret realm, they were divided into dozens of small teams for their search. After several fruitless days, his team was then split into pairs for further investigation. It was at that moment of fleeting luck that he stumbled upon the legendary chaotic divine tree. Yet as he reveled in his fortune, a sudden sharp pain pierced through his back. Struggling to turn around, he was met with the visage of a once familiar face, now appearing disturbingly strange and sinister. It was his comrade in arms and dearest friend, Qian Sheng. Why? Chu Chen fixed his gaze on Qian Sheng, his eyes burning with inquiry. Haha, since you wish to know, allow me to enlighten you. I am sent by your brother, Chu Chao, who finds your existence as a waste intolerable. Had it not been for my time in the army, you would have perished long ago. Yet, fate has conspired to place you here, exploring this secret realm alongside me. It seems the heavens themselves conspire against your survival. Blame your ill fortune. Qian Sheng's chilling and derisive laughter echoed in his ears. Am I dead? Chu Chen murmured, his gaze fixated on the towering tree before him. He had not realized he had already approached the giant tree. Upon raising his head, he observed that the tree bore no leaves, only a bare trunk and branches, and astonishingly, its surface was covered in metallic rust, as if forged from metal itself. Though its shape resembled the chaotic divine tree, he had discovered the unmistakable metallic allure was entirely different from that of the divine tree. When he gently touched it, the surface felt as cold and unyielding as metal, lacking the tactile warmth of a living entity. Yet, in that very moment of contact, an array of information flooded his consciousness. Chaotic divine tree. Status. Residual, severely weakened, unknown mutation. Characteristics. Capable of resurrecting all living beings to restore the chaotic divine tree. One must consume substances rich in spiritual energy. The chaotic divine tree. This truly is the chaotic divine tree. A shudder coursed through Chu Chen as the space around him rapidly spun and shifted. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a room that felt hauntingly familiar. As Chu Chen stood in stunned silence, a gentle voice, tinged with surprise, reached his ears. That you're awake? Turning towards the sound, he beheld a slender figure at the door, her face partially obscured by a veil, holding a basin from which steam rose. Chu Chen nodded dazedly, attempting to rise. A soft hiss escaped him due to the pain. Do not move. Your injuries have yet to heal. The woman swiftly placed the basin on the table and hurried to his side, gently assisting him back down. Only then did Chu Chen realize he was bare-chested, his torso swathed in white bandages. This woman was all too familiar to him. She was his wife, Zheng Xian. The scene before him was achingly reminiscent. It was the moment he awoke after being forcibly brought to the Zheng family as a result of his parents' actions, following the extraction of his core at the age of 18. His own parents had orchestrated all this for the sake of his prodigious brother, Chu Chao, to procure resources for his growth. Was he not their flesh and blood? Was it simply because his talents paled in comparison to his brother's that he was regarded as a waste? Why must they treat him with such cruelty? A tempest of resentment and fury surged within Chu Chen. Am I reliving my life after death? Must I endure the torment of revisiting my past, even in death? He murmured, a hint of melancholy lacing his words. What nonsense are you spouting? Though your injuries are severe, you have been unconscious for 3 days and nights. Yet here you are, alive." As she gently cleaned his face, her voice carried a note of reproach. "I'm not dead?" Chu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, but of course not. "If you were dead, how could you feel pain? You must also sense the warmth as I wipe your face, yes?" She replied, exasperation evident in her tone. Filled with exhilaration, Chu Chen delved into his consciousness. And indeed, he saw the towering form of the chaotic divine tree standing within his mental space. This was no dream, he had been reborn. "Thank you, XNR," he said, a wave of emotion washing over him as he instinctively grasped Zheng Xian's hand, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Startled, Zheng Xian's body trembled at his touch, akin to a startled rabbit. She instinctively withdrew her hand slightly, yet Chu Chen's hold remained steadfast. "Wait, how does he know my name?" He had been unconscious since his arrival, and she was veiled, rarely venturing outside. There was no reason for him to recognize her. A flurry of questions raced through Zheng Xian's mind, increasing her curiosity toward this man who was her husband in name. Her eyes, partially revealed beyond the veil, sparkled with intrigue as she discreetly studied him. The moment she did, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Her husband's features were chiseled, his brows sharp as swords, his eyes swirling with the depths of the cosmos, his nose prominent, and his lips, though pale from blood loss, bore an alluring smirk that exuded unwavering tenacity. What a remarkably handsome face. In truth, she had been too focused on caring for Chu Chen to notice his appearance previously. Moreover, she was acutely aware of her own circumstances. No one in the world could possibly be as unattractive as she felt herself to be. Her care for Chu Chen stemmed not only from her inherently kind nature, but also from a profound sense of shared suffering. Shunned by her father and the Zheng family due to her unappealing appearance, she often found herself the target of disdainful glances, even from the household servants who would mock her. This unfortunate reality was the reason she resided in the most secluded corner of the Zheng family estate. Through hushed conversations among the servants, she gleaned insights into Chu Chen's background. Thus, for the husband arranged by her estranged father, whom she had never met, she tended to him with meticulous attention. In that moment, Zheng Xian's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Chen remained blissfully immersed in the unparalleled joy of his miraculous revival. Chapter 2. The Chaotic Divine Tree. Although my rebirth came slightly later this time, and I had my crystal core extracted, I possessed the Chaotic Divine Tree. Just moments ago, during my consciousness exploration, I discovered that the space housing the Chaotic Divine Tree forms its own world. From the outside, it appears as a transparent diamond-shaped crystal, within which a human silhouette flickers in and out of view. That is the crystal core, a crystal core unique to Beast Tamers. However, this crystal core, akin to the Chaotic Divine Tree, emanates a metallic luster. All of this must be the result of the immense power of the Chaotic Divine Tree. According to legend, the Chaotic Divine Tree can resurrect the dead and possesses unfathomable might. Recalling the various legends about the Chaotic Divine Tree, excitement and satisfaction filled Chu Chen's eyes. In my past life, you regarded me as worthless, mocked me, humiliated me, even trampled me into the mud. In this life, I will ensure that all of you understand that I am not someone you can trample upon. Like the great rocks soaring with the wind, I shall rise to 90,000 miles. Haha. In this moment of exhilaration, Chu Chen laughed maniacally, his eyes glinting with a palpable hatred. The fierce aura irradiating from him instilling a sense of fear in Zheng Xian, who stood nearby. What is wrong with you? Zheng Xian stammered. Upon hearing her inquiry, Chu Chen realized his loss of composure, his expression shifting as he donned a gentle smile. Xian, I'm perfectly fine. I just danced with death and managed to snatch back a life, so I got a bit carried away. Please don't mind. Zheng Xian, observing Chu Chen's demeanor, nodded gently. As long as you're okay. It's time to change your bandages. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it. Carefully. Zheng Xian helped Chu Chen sit up and meticulously began to unwrap the tightly bound bandages around his chest, her movements gentle, fearful of causing him any pain. In a short while, her forehead was beaded with fine sweat. Chu Chen witnessed this and felt a warmth rise within him. This woman before him is his wife. Even after he has been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, looked down upon and humiliated by all, she still stands by his side without complaint, tending to him. Her dedication is merely a result of her parents' decision in their marriage contract. The small room fell into an unusual silence. After a long while, Zheng Xian finally exhaled a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "Your wound has healed considerably, much faster than what Dr. Ka mentioned. However, you still need to rest carefully to avoid tearing the wound and affecting its healing. Chu Chen nodded with a smile. Zheng Xian assisted him back down gently. You continue to rest. I will go to the kitchen and get you something to eat. All right, Chu Chen replied with a smile. Watching Zheng Xian's departing figure, he let out a long sigh. This woman is far too kind, yet her beauty is fleeting. The red spots on her face are not birthmarks, but rather a sign of lupus erythematosus, a terminal illness that will manifest in a year, leading to her demise. Such a kind-hearted woman, and she is my wife. Since I have been reborn, I must not allow her to repeat the tragic course of fate. To achieve this, I must rely on my own strength. Only with strength can I wield the power to change everything. Chu Chen clenched his fists tightly, a tattoo resembling a bracelet clearly visible on his left wrist. At that moment, he noticed the tattoo and curiously raised his left hand to examine it closely. To his astonishment, the tattoo resembled the crystal core bracelet perfectly. The only difference was that the tattoo bore a sturdy tree engraved upon it. A sudden realization struck Chu Chen's mind as he pieced everything together. The reason the chaotic divine tree underwent a mutation must be due to the moment I absorbed it into the crystal core bracelet. When I was ambushed and met my demise, the chaotic divine tree merged with the crystal core bracelet, safeguarding my soul and allowing me to return to the past, thus granting me a second chance at life. Reflecting on the information he received about the chaotic divine tree in the realm of consciousness, a plan gradually took shape in Chu Chen's mind. Here, drink some chicken soup. Zheng Xian entered, carrying a large thermos. She poured a bowl of the soup and placed it aside, then carefully assisted Chu Chen to sit up, holding the bowl of chicken soup in one hand. She spoon-fed him with the other. After Chu Chen finished the soup, Zheng Xian was about to help him lie back down when he tightly grasped her hands. Surprised, Zheng Xian looked up to see Chu Chen gazing intently at her, causing her heart to race like a startled deer. The face hidden behind her veil flushed crimson. She quickly lowered her eyes, unable to meet Chu Chen's gaze. Xianer, I have something I need your help with, Chu Chen spoke softly. Zheng Xian obediently nodded, responding in a voice barely above a whisper. Xianer, I urgently need some money. Could you lend it to me? All right. Without questioning what Chu Chen required the money for or how much he needed, Zheng Xian immediately stood up, took out her phone, and transferred the funds to him. Chu Chen glanced at the transaction notification, a total of 578 silver dragon coins and 833 copper dragon coins. He realized this was all of Zheng Xian's savings, and he was momentarily too moved to speak. This is all I have. If it's not enough, I'll borrow a bit more from someone. Zheng Xian said anxiously when she noticed Chu Chen's silence after checking the transaction. Chu Chen felt a warmth in his heart and smiled gently. This is more than sufficient. Xianer, please find me a set of clothes. I need to step out for a while. Zheng Xian immediately protested. No, you're still injured. You can't move around recklessly. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Besides, I need to go out for something very important, Chu Chen replied, his tone soothing. However, Zheng Xian still seemed hesitant to voice her concerns. Rest assured, I know how to take care of myself, and I'll be back quickly, Chu Chen said, gently pulling her hand. Zheng Xian furrowed her brow, as if making a significant decision, and finally sighed. Then, I'll accompany you. All right. Chu Chen did not refuse, but readily agreed. Zheng Xian retrieved a shirt from the wardrobe, carefully helped Chu Chen put it on, and steadied him as he stood up, meticulously adjusting his attire until she was satisfied, then slowly guided him toward the door. Chu Chen observed every detail of her actions, a smile illuminating his face. For this woman who willingly sacrifices everything for him, he resolved to take good care of her. The two left the house without alerting anyone. They hailed a taxi at the entrance, and Chu Chen instructed the driver of their destination, heading straight for the western part of the city. Chapter 3. This is a bit different from the legend. The Yingxian Bridge in the Qingyang district of Jin City is the largest beast tamer trading market in the city. Here, aside from various spirit beasts and their corpses and crystal cores, there are also numerous weapons and equipment for beast tamers, and even some treasures. Whether one can strike gold here often depends on luck and discernment. Saturdays and Sundays are the busiest times, with not only merchants with storefronts, but also many beast tamers setting up stalls to trade. Today is Sunday, and as Chu Chen walks hand in hand with Zheng Xian into this bustling market, they are quickly engulfed by the crowd. In his previous life, after Zheng Xian's passing, he was expelled from the Zheng family and spent a considerable amount of time here, making a living through buying and selling. Thus, he was thoroughly familiar with this place and well-versed in the intricacies of its transactions. Especially after becoming a beastmaster, he has become acutely aware of the value of numerous resources. He can discern what is valuable and how much it is worth with just a glance, estimating the price with remarkable accuracy. Upon entering the marketplace, Chu Chen moved with the grace of a fish returning to the water. He navigated through the various stalls, continuously surveying the array of items on display, stopping to inquire about the prices of those that caught his eye. When he encountered a low price or negotiated a reasonable one, he would promptly make the purchase, executing each action fluidly and without hesitation. After thoroughly exploring the market stalls, Chu Chen had spent all the money provided by Zhang Xian. Just as Zhang Xian began to worry about how they would return, Chu Chen unexpectedly led her to the front of a 3-story building, where the golden character's treasure pavilion gleamed brilliantly under the evening sun. Outside the store, a massive display screen incessantly played an introduction to the treasure pavilion, showcasing some of the treasures within. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, Zhang Xian, who seldom ventured outside, was filled with wonder at the sight before her. The hall was lined with rows of transparent display cases, illuminated by beams of light that danced upon the treasures within. Beneath the display cases were screens detailing the descriptions and prices of the items. While Zhang Xian curiously examined everything in the hall, Chu Chen walked in with the familiarity of returning home. A salesperson approached them for a brief inquiry and then guided them to an office on the 2nd floor via the elevator. An elderly man with glasses and a balding head scrutinized the two before gesturing for them to take a seat. Without further ado, Chu Chen laid out the items he had just purchased before the old man, who meticulously examined each one before stating a figure. Chu Chen nodded in agreement, then received a paper slip stamped with the old man's seal before following the salesperson to the financial office. Soon, 700 silver dragon coins were credited to his account. Chu Chen then took Zhang Xian back to the stall area, where he continued to make frenzied purchases. In just over 2 short hours, through a series of transactions, he managed to triple his initial capital. Now, Chu Chen held 1 gold coin and 800 silver coins. His series of actions left Zhang Xian beside him in astonishment. Being led by Chu Chen, she appeared dazed, as if lost in a dream. At the treasure pavilion, she bought a space ring for 100 silver coins. Chu Chen returned to the stall area to acquire numerous spirit beasts, corpses of fierce beasts, crystals, and some damaged weapons and equipment. By the end, he had only 600 silver coins left, which he transferred to Zhang Xian. However, she gently declined, saying, "You keep this money. I have no immediate use for it. I will ask you for it when I need it." Hearing this, Chu Chen said nothing further, merely nodding and canceling the transfer. At this moment, his sole focus was on enhancing his strength. The money was indeed more useful in his hands than in Zhang Xian's. He decided to purchase a few more spirit beast corpses and crystals, leaving him with only a handful of copper dragon coins, just enough for a taxi ride home. Upon returning home, Chu Chen eagerly submerged his consciousness into the crystal space. He placed a windstorm wolf spirit beast corpse and a beast core beneath the chaotic divine tree, filled with anticipation for the revival of the spirit beast. The tree, its rusted trunk shimmering with a hint of green fluorescence, enveloped the corpse and core in a swift embrace of light, forming 2 luminous cocoons in the blink of an eye. The cocoons then began to shrink at a visible rate. Watching this transformation unfold, Chu Chen's heart raced with excitement. He tossed everything from his space ring, spirit beast corpses, crystals, and weaponry directly beneath the chaotic divine tree in the crystal space. He was on the brink of becoming a beastmaster. Furthermore, he anticipated that once the other spirit beasts were revived and the weapons repaired for sale, he would amass a considerable fortune, alleviating any financial concerns regarding his training and nurturing of spirit beasts. However, after a moment, the cocoons enveloping the spirit beast corpses, crystals, and weapons gradually shrank to the size of pigeon eggs and ceased to change, standing quietly beneath the chaotic divine tree. The luminescence on the cocoons began to fade, ultimately disappearing, leaving only the white eggs behind. Chu Chen gazed at the eggs in astonishment. What is this situation? Why is it different from what was described in legends? Wasn't it said that the chaotic divine tree could revive the dead and repair any damage to weapons? Why are there only these eggs? Could they be spirit beasts? Suppressing the unease and panic within him, he took a moment to calm himself and carefully sensed the current state of the chaotic divine tree, noticing subtle changes. The previously rusted trunk now exhibited a faint glimmer, and the once imperceptible life force within had experienced slight growth. At that moment, a surge of information flooded into Chu Chen's mind. Divine tree spores, derivatives produced by the chaotic divine tree after absorbing spirit-infused objects. The host can freely merge the spores to promote their development until they hatch. Upon reading this information in his mind, Chu Chen's spirits were instantly lifted. He focused his thoughts on merging the spores, and in a matter of moments, only one spore remained beneath the chaotic divine tree. This spore, now the size of an ostrich egg, shimmered with colors, and he could distinctly sense a powerful life force developing within. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Zhang Xian remained by Chu Chen's side, attending to him with utmost care as he rapidly recovered from his injuries. Their relationship deepened during this period. Although Zhang Xin's daily routine consisted of simple tasks like bathing him, changing his dressings, and bringing him meals, to Chu Chen, these gestures were more than sufficient. In his 2 lifetimes, he felt immense gratitude toward his steadfast wife, who remained by his side without fail. Chapter 4. Hatching a Monster. During the few days since entering the Zhang family, Chu Chen had not stepped out of the room apart from the time he accompanied Zhang Xin to the welcome immortal bridge on the day he awoke. Zhang Xin resided in the most remote courtyard of the Zhang family, without even a single servant around her, forcing her to handle everything herself. Consequently, no one in the Zhang family was aware of Chu Chen's awakening. Every time he found a moment, he would delve into the crystal space to observe the changes in the chaotic divine tree and the spore. The tree had not undergone significant transformations, still displaying only a few faint glimmers. Meanwhile, the spore had grown to the size of an ostrich egg, its radiant surface shimmering even more brilliantly. The life force emanating from the spore became increasingly potent, and upon careful listening, he could even faintly hear a rhythmic heartbeat within, akin to a drumbeat. This spore was indeed mysterious. Watching it grow day by day, he eagerly anticipated the moment it would break free from its shell. He wondered what it would turn out to be. As if responding to Chu Chen's musings, the heartbeat within the spore intensified. Even the colorful shell began to emit faint cracking sounds, reminiscent of an eggshell on the verge of breaking. A nearly imperceptible crack appeared on the surface of the luminous cocoon. Suddenly, a blinding red light shot forth from the fissure, slicing through the cocoon like a dazzling red sword. In that instant, the once radiant cocoon appeared dim in comparison to the red light. Chu Chen had never anticipated that a single utterance of his would provoke such a vehement reaction, compelling the little creature to break free from its shell. With bated breath, Chu Chen gazed at the spore, fearful of missing even the slightest moment. Crack! The luminous cocoon shattered, its fragments cascading like starlight to the ground, where they were absorbed by the roots of the chaos divine tree, merging into radiant points of light within its trunk. As the dazzling red glow dissipated, Chu Chen was left awestruck by the tiny being that had emerged before him, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for an extended period. This little creature was extraordinarily unique. How could one even begin to describe this newly hatched entity? In terms of appearance, it resembled a newborn puppy, measuring only about 10 centimeters in length. Yet, this puppy was enveloped in a lustrous, metallic-hued black carapace. The most fitting moniker to encapsulate its essence would be Mecha Puppy. At that moment, the Mecha Puppy blinked its adorable, large eyes, playfully sticking out its tongue and tilting its head to scrutinize Chu Chen, occasionally wagging its obsidian tail. What kind of strange creature had hatched? Could this possibly be my first beast companion? A wave of trepidation washed over Chu Chen. However, he soon found himself engulfed in immense delight. Bronze Tier 5. It had just hatched as a Bronze Tier 5. Without a shred of hesitation, Chu Chen immediately initiated a mental connection with the Mecha Puppy using the crystal core. Drawing on his past experience with contracted spiritual beasts, he successfully established a soul bond with the Mecha Puppy in a matter of moments. The instant the soul contract was forged, Chu Chen felt the familiar sensation of an intimate connection with his beast companion coursing through him once more. Goodness, this Mecha Puppy possessed the innate skills of Gale Force, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, and Rock Shield. These 3 extraordinary abilities were the innate skills of the Wind Wolf, Blood Tiger, and Mountain Turtle. Precisely the 3 spiritual beasts whose corpses and crystal cores he had previously cast into the crystal core space. Chu Chen, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly exited the crystal core space and summoned the Mecha Puppy forth. A warm current surged through his body, an experience unlike anything he had encountered in his previous life. Akin to the comforting embrace of a winter sun. He could distinctly sense that with this warmth flowing into him, every facet of his being, including his soul, was flourishing. His hearing and perception of the external world were heightened. Even the muscles around the scabbed wound on his chest seemed to begin moving, hastening the healing process. Chu Chen understood that this was the genuine power feedback of a true beast master, a privilege unattainable by those mere pretenders who relied on crystal core armlets to command their beasts. You look rather peculiar. I shall call you Agua. Chu Chen chuckled as he gently ruffled the Mecha Puppy's head. Agua seemed to comprehend his words, joyfully wagging its tail and nuzzling Chu Chen's palm with its small head. Chu Chen gazed at Agua with affectionate indulgence. Despite the smooth, hard metallic texture, it was not cold but rather emanated a pleasantly warm sensation. This revelation astonished Chu Chen profoundly. Just as he was playfully teasing Agua, a cacophony of heated arguments erupted from outside the house. "Bring that useless Chu Chen out," cried an unfamiliar male voice, grating and harsh. "Second brother, he is gravely injured and has only just awakened. Please, don't." Zhang Xian's voice was filled with agitation, tinged with a sob. Humph. Get out of my way. You still defend that waste. Zheng Jiang's voice echoed with ire. The Chu family has gone too far. Our Zheng family sincerely sought to ally with the Chu family, yet they sent us a half-dead waste and even threatened us to provide the promised dowry. Zheng Jiang's voice boomed, his anger palpable even through the walls. Since I am married to him, he is my husband. I cannot allow you to harm him. Zheng Xian's tone shifted to one of unwavering determination, devoid of tears. Our Zheng family has become the laughingstock of Jincheng. Even taking him out draws mockery. The Chu family has bullied us to this extent, and our status as the premier family of Jincheng is precariously hanging by a thread, all because of that waste inside. If I do not teach him a lesson today, my resentment will remain unquenched. Zheng Jiang's rhetoric grew increasingly vehement. Chu Chen, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, fully grasped the sequence of events. Witnessing history unfold once more, he could only shake his head in resignation. How ironic that the scene from my past life has repeated itself after my rebirth. However, the current me is certainly not the same useless individual. With trouble knocking at his door, he could no longer pretend to be oblivious. Chu Chen rose and stepped outside, just in time to see Zheng Xian, her petite frame, blocking the entrance against her brother Zheng Jiang. Second brother, you cannot go in. Get out of my way. Zheng Jiang's words faltered as he caught sight of Chu Chen emerging through the door, his hand poised to strike Zheng Xian, now suspended midair. Zheng Jiang's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on Chu Chen. You are that useless Chu Chen. It is because of you that our Zheng family has endured such humiliation, becoming the laughingstock of all Jincheng. I will make you pay. As he spoke, Zheng Jiang raised his hand to strike Zheng Xian, moving menacingly toward Chu Chen. Chapter 5. A vicious beatdown of Zheng Jiang. A cold glimmer flashed in Chu Chen's eyes, yet he remained silent. Second brother. No. Zheng Xian raised her hands, desperately blocking the doorway. As Zheng Jiang's hand descended toward Zheng Xian's face, she held her head high, unafraid. Just then, Zheng Xian felt a powerful arm wrap around her, drawing her into an embrace, while Zheng Jiang's outstretched hand was seized and rendered immobile. With a simple push, Zheng Jiang was sent sprawling to the ground. Zheng Xian looked up, her gaze meeting Chu Chen's sharply defined features, softened by a gentle smile at the corners of his eyes. Her heart raced involuntarily, momentarily lost in the moment. But as reality crashed back in, she recalled her brother's intent to trouble Chu Chen, and her anxiety surged. She urgently attempted to break free from his grasp. Yet, Chu Chen would not allow her to endure punishment on his behalf. He tightened his embrace around her and softly instructed, "Xer, stay back." With a tender kiss on her forehead, he released her and positioned her safely behind him. In that moment, Chu Chen's figure, though not towering, appeared to Zheng Xian as monumental as a mountain. You waste dare to retaliate? Watch me crush you. Zheng Jiang, astonished that Chu Chen would dare to resist, scrambled to his feet, seething with rage. Though Zheng Jiang was a notorious scion of privilege, he was still a genuine beast master, his physical prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary person. In his eyes, Chu Chen was no more than a failure, unworthy even of being considered human. He believed that his earlier fall was merely due to carelessness. Thus, he refrained from summoning his beast and charged at Chu Chen with a fist raised. Yet, to his astonishment, as he lunged forward, he was once again sent flying backward, landing hard on the ground. Zheng Jiang stared incredulously at Chu Chen, bewildered. He had scarcely registered how Chu Chen had struck. All he felt was a searing pain in his abdomen from an unseen force propelling him backward uncontrollably. Wasn't he the waste of the Chu family? Wasn't he on the verge of death from his injuries? How could he possess such formidable strength? Zheng Xian is my woman. How dare you strike her? Chu Chen cast a cold gaze upon Zheng Jiang, who had fallen to the ground. Zheng Jiang, gritting his teeth, rose to his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood, and venomously declared, "Waste. Just now, I was careless. Who do you think you are? The talented Chu Chao from the Chu family? You are merely a discarded waste of the Chu clan, trash. Just wait until I kill you. Battle Tiger, arise." With Zheng Jiang's incantation, a hulking beast adorned with crimson and black stripes, measuring over 2 meters in length, materialized before Chu Chen. The battle tiger bared its fangs, its gory maw exhaling a putrid stench, while its scarlet eyes fixated on Chu Chen, radiating a bloodthirsty glimmer. "Brother, no!" Zheng Xian exclaimed in alarm. Zheng Jiang, ignoring the figure of Zheng Xian who stood protectively behind Chu Chen, wore a mocking smile. "Waste. Do you see this? This is my summoned beast. A bronze tier 5 battle tiger. Are you frightened? Ha! Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps I will consider sparing your wretched life." At that moment, a guai burst forth from the room, defiantly positioning itself before Chu Chen and emitting a low growl toward the battle tiger. "Ha! Waste. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Do you think your little toy can contend with my battle tiger? Zheng Jiang looked at Chu Chen with an expression of utter disbelief. Chu Chen paid no heed to Zheng Jiang's derision. Rather, he was genuinely curious about the combat prowess Guai could unleash. Suddenly, Zheng Jiang's expression darkened as he asked sharply, Zheng Xian, did you buy this mech for him? Zheng Xian, seeing Guai for the first time, was momentarily at a loss for words. Zheng Jiang, sensing her hesitation, grew even angrier. You truly are a good daughter of the Zheng family. You would go so far as to indulge this waste. Turning back to Chu Chen, Zheng Jiang seethed. You truly have some ability, deceiving my ugly sister in just a few days. If this continues, you might even sell her, and she would count the money for you. Prepare to die, waste. With that, Zheng Jiang pointed at Chu Chen and commanded, Battle Tiger, tear him apart. The Battle Tiger roared furiously and sprang toward Chu Chen, completely disregarding Guai standing in its path. Sensing the threat to Chu Chen's safety, Guai, without waiting for a command, exerted its claws and lunged at the Battle Tiger, which was dozens of times larger than itself. Bang! Roar! The Battle Tiger was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the once mighty Battle Tiger lay gasping for breath, its chest a gruesome mess, blood pooling around it. Meanwhile, the seemingly insignificant Guai stood triumphantly atop the Battle Tiger's massive head. Zheng Jiang felt as if his mind had shattered. The scene before him utterly overturned his expectations. What was happening? How could his bronze tier 5 Battle Tiger be defeated in a single blow by a mere toy mech? Moreover, it appeared that this mech dog could take the Battle Tiger's life at any moment. You. Surprised, are you? You should have anticipated such a result before you sought trouble with me and attempted to strike at my woman. Chu Chen regarded the astonished Zheng family, his tone devoid of any emotion. Release my Battle Tiger. Zheng Jiang barked, his face pale with fear. You think I will simply release it upon your command? You must be dreaming. Chu Chen's voice was frigid. What do you want? Zheng Jiang shouted defiantly. This is the Zheng family. If it weren't for the fact that this is the Zheng family, and you are XNR's elder brother, you would already be a corpse along with your beast. Zheng Jiang's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering, but he still tried to sound tough. I don't believe a waste like you would dare to touch me. If you harm me, my father and brother will not let you off. You truly are a stubborn fool. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Guai, kill it. Stop. Chu Chen, please spare my beast. As Chu Chen ordered the death of the Battle Tiger, Zheng Jiang panicked and begged for mercy. This beast had cost his father a fortune to contract, and crucially, he was merely an entry-level beastmaster with only one beast space. If the Battle Tiger were killed, he would lose his beast space unless he could advance to an intermediate beastmaster, a feat far beyond his mediocre talents. Come here and apologize to Zheng Xian. Chu Chen commanded Guai to halt, his gaze icy as he turned to the Zheng family. Zheng Jiang displayed a pained expression, finding it hard to accept the notion of apologizing to his exceedingly detested, ugly sister. What? You refuse? Chu Chen's voice was frigid, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. At that moment, Zheng Jiang dared not gamble on whether Chu Chen would indeed kill him and his beast. After all, they had but one life. Death meant the end of everything. No. I apologize. I will apologize right now. Zheng Jiang, genuinely frightened, hurriedly exclaimed. Zheng Xian, brother is sorry. Please plead for me, so that Chu Chen spares me. Zheng Jiang, at this moment, cast aside all notions of pride. Chu Chen, spare him. He is still my brother. And this is the Zheng family. We must continue living here. If this escalates too far, it will lead to trouble. Zheng Xian interceded on behalf of Zheng Jiang. Upon hearing Zheng Xian's words, Chu Chen glanced at Zheng Jiang. I may consider sparing you, but my Guai was injured while saving me, and you must compensate for its medical expenses. Your beast is injured? You can't see it is currently standing on the Battle Tiger's head, looking quite pleased? How can you lie with your eyes wide open? Zheng Jiang was exasperated, rolling his eyes, yet he dared not retort for fear of inciting Chu Chen's wrath. How much? Chu Chen extended a single finger. 1 gold dragon coin. Zheng Jiang ventured, having gauged that the price for an ordinary mech beast ranged between 2 to 5 gold dragon coins. Offering 1 gold dragon coin was already quite generous. Chu Chen shook his finger. No, it is 100 gold dragon coins. What the hell? Why don't you go rob a bank? I have nothing. Just kill the Battle Tiger. Zheng Jiang snapped in frustration. Have you thought this through? Chu Chen asked monotonously. Chu Chen, to be honest, I usually spend lavishly and have little savings. Right now, I have less than 5 gold dragon coins in total. I can max out at 10 gold dragon coins. If you find that acceptable, I will find a way to gather the rest. Chu Chen regarded Zheng Jiang, recalling from his previous life's knowledge that Zheng Jiang indeed belonged to the type who spent whatever he had. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Fine. I will wait here. You will pay before I return your beast. Zheng Jiang glanced at the Battle Tiger, barely clinging to life. and anxiously began contacting his circle of friends to borrow money. When several friends inquired about his sudden need for so much cash, Zheng Jiang fumbled through his explanations. Too embarrassed to admit that he was being forced to pay up by the wasteful son-in-law, he couldn't defeat. After a while of scrambling, Zheng Jiang managed to gather 10 gold dragon coins and promptly transferred them to Chu Chen. In turn, Chu Chen swiftly returned Guai to its core space and released the battle tiger. Zheng Jiang watched the battle tiger, now on the brink of death, with a heart full of anguish and hastily stored it away in his core space. After sustaining such a grievous wound, it would take the battle tiger at least 10 days to recover. Zheng Jiang shot a venomous glare at Chu Chen, gritting his teeth as he spat out, "You, Chu. Just wait." Having said that, he swiftly fled the scene. Zhang Xian, witnessing this, was filled with concern as she gazed at Chu Chen and said, "Chu Chen, you should leave the Zheng family as soon as possible. You have injured Zheng Jiang and his beast and even forced him to compensate you. I know his temperament. He will undoubtedly find a way to retaliate against you. Moreover, the Zheng family blames you for the schemes of the Chu family, considering you the primary culprit, and they will not let you off easily." Chu Chen gently reassured her, "Do not worry, everything will be fine. I have heard that there is a rule in the Zheng family. Elders cannot casually take action against juniors. As long as the elders do not intervene, I am not afraid of my peers." Zhang Xian was somewhat astonished that Chu Chen was aware of this family rule, but his nonchalant demeanor only heightened her anxiety. "Chu Chen, you cannot think like that. Zheng Jiang ranks second among his peers in strength within the Zheng family. My older brother, Zheng Hai, is the strongest of this generation. You are no match for him. It will be too late once he returns." "Zheng Hai? What is his strength now?" Chu Chen was aware of Zheng Hai, knowing he was a student at Wudu University, but he had no knowledge of Zheng Hai's current prowess. In his previous life, he had never crossed paths with this top talent of the Zheng family's younger generation. After being soundly beaten by Zheng Jiang, it was only through Zheng Xian's desperate pleas that he managed to survive. Such a failure would naturally fail to pique Zheng Hai's interest. "My brother is now a third-year student at Wudu University, and his beast has reached the level of bronze 9 stars. During this holiday, he took on a mission to hunt spirit beasts, seeking an opportunity for his beast to break through to silver rank. A few days ago, I overheard my father speaking to him on the phone. He mentioned that he would be back in 10 days. Chu Chen furrowed his brows, murmuring, 10 days? After a moment of contemplation, he broke into a smile. "No need to worry. I have a plan. I will be going out frequently during this time, and you just need to cover for me." Zhang Xian was deeply concerned, yet she nodded in agreement. Although she was unaware of Chu Chen's plan to deal with the situation, she chose to support him, especially since he had so decisively protected her today, an act she had never experienced before. However, she was acutely aware that with Chu Chen's mech dog, even having demonstrated the ability to defeat Zheng Jiang's beast, he stood no chance against her brother's bronze 9 stars beast. The impoverished play with mechs, while the affluent command beasts. She understood that the highest combat capability of a mech could only be equivalent to a bronze 6-tier beast. The strength of a mech was fixed. Even the most advanced mech would meet its demise against a higher-tier beast. In Zheng Xian's eyes, Chu Chen's mech dog could defeat Zheng Jiang's beast solely due to the latter's insufficient rank. For the next week, Chu Chen led a calm and fulfilling life. Aside from his unwavering daily visits to the Yingzhan Bridge for shopping, he spent time with Zheng Xian in her small courtyard. During this week, Guai had grown significantly larger, evolving from a mere puppy into a youthful dog by continuously absorbing new spores. Its level had reached bronze 9 stars. However, after attaining this level, Guai could no longer elevate its rank through further spore absorption, but its strength continued to improve. Chu Chen recognized that they had hit a bottleneck. Guai needed to solidify its foundation to break through to silver rank, so he remained unhurried. After suffering a setback, Zheng Jiang had not shown his face again, and it seemed the entire Zheng family was unaware of his defeat by Chu Chen. Chu Chen suspected that Zheng Jiang was too embarrassed to publicize the incident. This suited him just fine, allowing him to enjoy a tranquil existence without disturbance. Today, as usual, after having breakfast prepared by Zhang Xian herself, Chu Chen set out under her cover and headed straight for the Yingzhan Bridge. The taxi driver, a loquacious middle-aged man, struck up a conversation as soon as Chu Chen got into the car. Chu Chen replied with casual engagement. "Little brother, did you know? A sensational event has occurred in Jin City." The taxi driver paused mid-sentence, clearly relishing the suspense. "What event?" Chu Chen inquired, playing along. "The unparalleled genius beast master of the Chu family, Chu Chao, has been admitted early to the prestigious Modu University, ranked among the top 3 in the nation. You see, Chu Chao is only 16 years old. The esteemed Professor Chen from Modu University's Beastmaster Academy personally came to Jin City to recruit him. I can't fathom what kind of virtue the Chu family accumulated in their previous life to produce such a child." the driver exclaimed. Chu Chen scoffed inwardly, thinking, whether they accumulated virtue in their past life is unknown, but the sins and vile deeds they have committed in this life are far from few. I heard that today. Jin City No. 1 High School, where Chu Chao studies, is holding a commendation ceremony, and Professor Chen from Mecha University will be attending to deliver a speech, officially announcing the focused cultivation of Chu Chao. It seems the Chu family will soon soar in Jin City, and their title as the foremost family may soon change hands. The driver continued, oblivious to Chu Chen's lack of response. What time is it today? Chu Chen asked. At 10 a.m. this morning. Driver, please take me to Jin City No. 1 High School, Chu Chen decided, wishing to see the event for himself. Sure thing, little brother. I see you are a clever one. By going to curry favor with the Chu family now, you might just be able to latch onto Chu Chao's coattails in the future and make your fortune, the driver remarked with an understanding expression. Chu Chen smiled wryly, remaining silent, and inwardly mocked himself. Curry favor with the Chu family? My relationship with them is anything but ordinary. Jin City No. 1 High School, the finest institution in Jin City, was festooned with red banners celebrating Chu Chao's special admission to Mecha University. Naturally, there were also banners promoting the school's educational quality and admission rates. The campus was teeming with people, predominantly parents eager to witness the event. In this fiercely competitive era, educational pressures were especially pronounced. Whether affluent or humble, families flocked here early to hear the wise words of Professor Chen from Mecha University, with the wealthy particularly hoping to establish connections for their children's future education. After all, in a small city like Jin City, it was rare for a prominent figure like Professor Chen to visit. Everyone cherished this rare opportunity. Zheng Tai-sun, the decision-maker of the Zheng family and chairman of the Zheng Group, had arrived early. Although the Zheng family was the foremost clan in Jin City and the Zheng Group wielded significant power, they dared not act arrogantly in front of Professor Chen from the renowned Mecha University. The names of Beatty and Modu were not mere titles. While ordinary people might only recognize Professor Chen as a teacher from Mecha University, Zheng Tai-sun was aware of the formidable backing of Professor Chen. The Li Mao Group, one of the largest private conglomerates in the Dragon Kingdom, holds a pivotal position in the business world. Despite the Zheng Group's illustrious standing in Jin City, it paled in comparison to a giant like the Li Mao Group. He had no opportunity to establish ties with them. The fact that Chu Chao was personally recruited by Professor Chen indicated that Chu Chao had already caught the eye of the Li Mao Group, marking him for cultivation. This was the fundamental reason for the Zheng family's reluctant submission. They were not intimidated by Chu Chao's talent or Mecha University, but rather by the powerful Li Mao Group orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Seizing an opportunity, Zheng Tai-sun presented an array of precious materials to ingratiate himself with Professor Chen. Professor Chen accepted with delight, thoroughly impressed by Zheng Tai-sun's performance, showering him with praise. In this era where beast tamers are held in high esteem, strength is the foundation of all. Every beast tamer aspires to enhance their own power. Professor Chen, astute as he is, understands how to leverage his position to reap benefits that further elevate his capabilities. While there may be countless professors like him at Magic City University, outside, particularly in smaller cities such as Jincheng, he stands as the very embodiment of the university, a figure of lofty stature whom even the wealthiest must court. As the formal ceremony commenced, the principal of Jincheng No. 1 High School delivered a rather insipid opening speech, and then it was Professor Chen's turn to speak. With a theatrical flourish, he extolled the virtues of Jincheng No. 1 High School and the Chu family for nurturing a student like Chu Chao, while also extolling the prowess of Magic City University and predicting the heights to which Chu Chao could ascend under his guidance. Upon hearing Professor Chen assert that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chu Chao could become a master beast tamer, a fierce competitive spirit ignited within Chu Chen. In his past life, he had been regarded as a worthless individual, but now, reborn with a core and a chaos divine tree, he was confident in his superiority over Chu Chao. After Professor Chen concluded his remarks, Chu Chen cast a lingering glance at the arrogant Chu Chao seated on the podium, alongside his parents, before departing without a backward glance. At this moment, enhancing his own strength was paramount. Although he earned some money at the Xianxiao Bridge, the Chaos Divine Tree and Agua were like insatiable voids, consuming every last coin he possessed. The 10 gold dragon coins lost to Zhengjiang had nearly been spent. After spending most of the day at the Xianxiao Bridge, he returned home with several spirit beast corpses, cores, and a few pieces of equipment. Upon arriving home, he noticed Zheng Xian was absent. She would usually be waiting for him. Chu Chen felt a twinge of curiosity, but dismissed it. He returned to his room and promptly offered the spirit beast corpses to the Chaos Divine Tree, anticipating the absorption would yield spores to enhance Agua, striving to elevate its level to silver grade before Zheng Hai's return. After merging several spores, Agua's ebony armor deepened in hue, gleaming with a metallic sheen, yet its level remained at bronze 9. Chu Chen had grown accustomed to this. At that moment, he faintly heard cries for help from outside. Help! Recognizing Zhang Xian's voice, he dashed out of his room, heading straight for Zhang Xian's chamber. There, he witnessed a gaunt man in his 50s pressing down on Zhang Xian, tearing at her clothing, while she squirmed beneath him, desperately calling for aid. Get off! Chu Chen charged forward, delivering a kick to the man. The assailant, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of someone willing to intervene, was struck squarely and sent sprawling. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Zhang Xian's eyes welled with tears of relief as she disregarded her torn clothing and threw herself into his arms, sobbing, "Chu Chen, save me." Embracing her, he gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right, I'm here." "You are that worthless Chu Chen," the man spat, brushing off the dust from his face with a scowl. Chu Chen paid him no heed, instead carefully lifting Zhang Xian and placing her on a nearby chair, draping his coat over her shoulders. "Wait here for me. I'll deal with him first. Be careful, he is Duanjiu, a mid-level beast tamer specially hired by the Zhang family to tutor their children," Zhang Xian warned. Upon hearing this, Duanjiu let out a derisive laugh. "Huh? You think you can take me on, you worthless fool? If it weren't for Zhang Xian begging me to spare your life, I wouldn't have bothered coming here. Today, I'll see just how much you're worth." Without allowing him to finish, Chu Chen swung a punch at the man. Chapter 8. The Wrathful Demise of Duanjiu. The force behind this furious strike was indeed extraordinary. As his fist flew forth, the air itself hissed. Duanjiu regarded Chu Chen with disdain, casually raising his hand to block. To him, Chu Chen, a mere shell of a man stripped of his core, was no different from an ordinary person. As a mid-level beast tamer, defeating him would be child's play. Thus, he refrained from summoning his own beast. However, a shocking turn of events unfolded. When Duanjiu's palm met Chu Chen's fist, a resounding thud echoed as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall, his wrist tingling with numbness. In disbelief, he examined his tingling hand and lifted his gaze to Chu Chen, a flicker of astonishment now mingling with his expression. "What? How can your physical strength be so formidable?" Ignoring Duanjiu's astonishment, Chu Chen continued to unleash his fists. "Humph, you've concealed your true strength well, but this ends now. Prepare to witness my might." Duanjiu's earlier arrogance faded as he regarded Chu Chen with newfound seriousness. Having tasted defeat, he now grasped Chu Chen's current prowess, which was roughly equivalent to that of a novice beast tamer. This was a fundamental disparity compared to his mid-level status. Though he had only recently entered the mid-level ranks at level 21, he was confident that his raw power could easily overwhelm Chu Chen. Duanjiu propelled himself forward like a cannonball, aware that despite being struck back by Chu Chen's earlier blow, he had sustained little damage, indicating that his opponent was formidable. Now, having gained some understanding of the physical strength of mid-level beast tamers, Chu Chen resolved to unleash his full power, colliding once more with the man. The disparity in their realms was vast, yet they exchanged blows with surprising parity, leaving Duanjiu astounded. After all, he was a legitimate mid-level beast tamer. No ordinary individual could contend with him. Yet this so-called worthless boy was managing to hold his ground. Was the world changing? Or had he simply grown old? Duanjiu began to question his own existence. As they continued to exchange blows, the two engaged in a fierce back and forth, neither gaining the upper hand. This unnerved Duanjiu, who had already exerted himself to the fullest. The power Chu Chen displayed was terrifying, should he grow stronger. The grudge forged today would surely lead to Duanjiu's demise in the future. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Duanjiu hesitated no longer. After trading one last punch with Chu Chen, he retreated, creating distance between them. His eyes glimmered with a mix of light and darkness as he coldly declared, "Humph. You've indeed surprised me. But no matter how robust your physique, without being a beast tamer, you cannot comprehend the true strength of one. Today, I shall demonstrate what it means to wield the power of a beast tamer. Swallow the heavens, arise." As his words fell, a toad the size of a table materialized before him, its yellow and black mottled skin covered in a multitude of grotesque warts exuding a viscous, white secretion, a sight utterly repulsive. Without needing to guess, it was evident that this was a highly toxic creature. As the toad emerged, it croaked loudly, its eyes reflecting a disdainful human-like expression before its scarlet tongue darted toward Chu Chen. The foul stench assailed Chu Chen, nearly making him retch. "Chu Chen, be careful," exclaimed Zhang Xian beside him. "That is the five-poison frog, a silver-tier beast of Duanjiu." Chu Chen was acutely aware that he could not hope to contend with the formidable amphibian before him using only his own strength. As Duanjiu summoned the creature, he also called forth his minion, a guai. Upon seeing a guai, Duanjiu erupted into a fit of derisive laughter. "Ha ha, you think a mere mech dog can withstand my devourer?" Chu Chen retorted with a cold chuckle. "Oh, You brandish the term waste so easily. Yet who is truly the waste here, the one who lost a hand to me? Seeking death, Duanjiu bellowed, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust as he commanded, Devourer. Destroy that mech dog immediately and capture this worthless brat. I want him to suffer in life and death. The frog's long tongue, initially coiling towards Chu Chen, suddenly redirected towards Aguai. The viscous slime dripping from its tongue corroded the floor, creating gaping holes that belched smoke. As Aguai emerged, it was met with the sight of the crimson tongue lunging towards it. Without a moment's hesitation, it swung its steel claws at the appendage with such swiftness that even the intermediate beast master, Duanjiu, could barely perceive it. In an instant, a dark flash passed, followed by the frog's agonizing cry. Croak! With a splat, half of its tongue fell to the ground, writhing and eroding the floor into a deep trench. This was a testament to the frog's quick reflexes. Had it not reacted in time, it would have lost its entire tongue. Before Duanjiu could recover from his shock, Aguai pounced upon the frog with the ferocity of a descending tiger. The frog, having suffered a grievous blow, no longer dared to underestimate Aguai. It leapt aside, narrowly evading the attack, and retaliated by spewing a stream of green slime at Aguai. As the viscous liquid hurtled towards Aguai, it anticipated the attack and accelerated once more, leaving behind a shadowy afterimage as it lunged at the frog again. Aguai unleashed its innate skill, Gale Force. At such close range, even the frog could not react in time. With a fierce determination, it opened its mouth wide, attempting to swallow Aguai whole. Aguai, undaunted, shot forth like a cannonball into the frog's maw. Ha ha ha, I told you, you know nothing of the might of a beast master. Attempting to use a mere toy mech dog to contend with me is folly. Now that it has been consumed by Devourer, everything is over, Duanjiu jeered triumphantly. Suddenly, Duanjiu's body seized violently, as if struck by lightning, and his laughter abruptly ceased, blood spattering from his mouth. His entire demeanor sagged, for he was all too familiar with this sensation. It was the backlash from the death of his beast. He gazed incredulously at the frog, where a dark, clawed hand emerged from above, clutching a silvery, translucent beast core. Duanjiu, now frenzied, grasped his hair in desperation, shouting hoarsely, impossible. How could this be? As a mid-level beast master, he had once possessed two beasts, but after losing one, he had succumbed to despair, accepting Zhang's family's invitation to become a tutor. Now, with his only remaining beast dead, his power as a beast master diminished, leaving him with nothing unless he could advance to a higher tier. But had he been capable of such a breakthrough, he would not have found himself in this position. You just declared it was all over? I never imagined your abilities were lacking, yet your prophecy was quite accurate, Chu Chen remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Duanjiu's anger surged, and he spat another mouthful of blood, his vitality waning further. Before he could react, a dark figure flashed past, a claw glinting with a chilling light poised just a centimeter from his chest. An icy dread coursed through him, drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he felt the proximity of death, his face contorted with fear. Wait, don't kill me. Duanjiu's voice trembled, laced with desperation. It was Zhengjiang who commanded me to do this. Zhengjiang? He instructed you to act like this? Chu Chen inquired, brow furrowing. Yes, this morning, Zheng Xian came to me, asking me to intervene during Zheng Hai's attempt to kill you. I was reluctant, but she offered me 10 gold dragon coins. So I reluctantly agreed. Later, I accidentally ran into Zhengjiang and mentioned it, hoping he would persuade Zheng Hai. But instead, he urged me to violate Zheng Xian, to humiliate, and take revenge on you. He offered me irresistible benefits, Duanjiu blurted out in a panic, fearing the lethal claw lingering at his chest. Unbeknownst to him, he had unknowingly divulged the animosity between Zhengjiang and Chu Chen. In his misguided attempt to curry favor with Zhengjiang, he had hoped to avoid conflict while pocketing the gold. Upon hearing that Zheng Xian had sought him out for Chu Chen's sake, Zhengjiang's rage had ignited, leading him to hatch a nefarious plan. Zheng Xian's complexion turned ashen as sorrow washed over her. She could not fathom that her own brother, Zhengjiang, would act so callously toward her. Chu Chen had initially believed Duanjiu's actions were impulsive, but now he realized that Zheng Xian's plight stemmed from her brother's treachery. Had he not heard her cries for help, the consequences would have been dire. With a grim expression, Chu Chen fixed his gaze on Duanjiu, who now trembled, his spirit faltering as he pleaded, Chu Chen, I've revealed the truth. Please spare my life. I will be your loyal dog, obeying your every command. In that moment, Duanjiu exhibited none of the dignity expected of a beast master, resembling instead a wretched creature begging for mercy. With a calm, unwavering gaze, Chu Chen replied, Had you merely sought to confront me, perhaps I would have spared you. But to lay your hands upon my woman is an unforgivable transgression, and thus, you must meet your end. As the words left his lips, a sickening sound echoed. A Guai's claw emerged, clutching a still-beating heart. Duanjio stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest, then at the pulsating organ in a Guai's grasp, his eyes widening in shock as he gasped, "You." He could utter no more, collapsing lifelessly into a pool of blood. Chu Chen cast a glance at the fallen Duanjio before turning to Zheng Xian, gently patting her back. "It's over." Zheng Xian appeared dazed, her pallor indicating the extent of her shock. Yet beyond the terror, she was consumed by the revelation of her brother's cold-heartedness. Though she had endured bullying due to her appearance, she never imagined her own brother would betray her so profoundly. Chu Chen understood Zheng Xian's turmoil, for his own experiences were not dissimilar, though as a man, he concealed his emotions beneath a stoic facade. Thoughts of his parents and Chu Chao rekindled his hatred. This vendetta must be avenged. He removed the spatial ring from Duanjio's body and disposed of the corpse in the space, using it as fertilizer for the chaotic divine tree. After meticulously cleaning the room, everything returned to its original state. Duanjio vanished as if he had never existed. At this moment, Zheng Xian regained her composure, her face etched with concern. "What should we do? If you have killed Duanjio, what if his family discovers his absence and investigates?" Before Zheng Xian could finish her sentence, Chu Chen gently patted her back. "Rest assured, nothing will happen. Duanjio engaged in such activities here, and he would certainly not want anyone to know. The only one aware of this is Zheng Jiang, and he would never divulge such information willingly." Hearing Chu Chen's words, Zheng Xian felt her anxious heart settle considerably. She was unaware of when it had begun, but she had grown accustomed to relying on Chu Chen, believing implicitly in everything he said without reason. After comforting Zheng Xian for a while, and noticing her mood had calmed significantly, Chu Chen returned to his room to inspect the spoils from Duanjio's storage ring. To his delight, he discovered that Duanjio's wealth was unexpectedly substantial. In addition to various nurturing liquids for beast training, the ring contained a staggering 23 golden dragon coins. Furthermore, there were several hundred silver dragon coins and some scattered copper dragon coins. This unexpected windfall caused Chu Chen's previously depleted purse to swell once more. Yet, this incident served as a reminder that his approach to robbery lacked professionalism. Fortunately, he had encountered this old rascal who preferred cash over mobile payments. Otherwise, he might have missed out on such a significant sum of money. In the future, when faced with such fortuitous opportunities, he must ensure to extract all the savings before resorting to violence. With Duanjio's fortune, Chu Chen indulged in a shopping spree over the next 2 days. And on the third day, a Guai ascended to the silver tier. Moreover, Chu Chen discovered that a Guai was an exceptionally disciplined beast, diligently honing its skills within the beast space each day, which brought him immense satisfaction. As for Duanjio's disappearance, aside from Zheng Jiang, no one in the Zheng family had noticed anything amiss in the past 2 days. Zheng Jiang had visited Duanjio's place several times, eager to learn the outcome. But he had yet to see Duanjio make an appearance. This left him with a sense of foreboding, yet he couldn't disclose anything. For the deeds he had instigated Duanjio to undertake were hardly commendable. He believed that with Duanjio's intermediate beastmaster skills, coupled with his silver-tier beast, few in the Zheng family could defeat him. Thus, although the Zheng family felt an undercurrent of unease, they remained largely untroubled. On the very day a Guai advanced to silver, Zheng Hai returned after completing his mission, and his beast also successfully broke through to the silver tier. At the age of 21, Zheng Hai's beast had already reached silver, and he himself had attained 19 stars, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He was poised to advance to an intermediate beastmaster within a year. Such talent was not only rare in the Zheng family, but also among the elite in Jin City. The Zheng family regarded him as a pivotal figure for their future. At this time, nearly all influential members of the Zheng family gathered in the hall, surrounding Zheng Hai with inquiries. Zheng Hai responded to everyone with polite smiles, exhibiting neither arrogance nor pride, embodying humility and courtesy. "I heard that Chu Chao was specially recruited by Professor Chen from Magic City University?" Zheng Hai seized the opportunity to voice his concern. Before Chu Chao's emergence, he had been Jin City's foremost prodigy, basking in adoration wherever he went. However, Chu Chao's arrival altered everything, igniting within him a desire to surpass Chu Chao through hard work and reclaim the glory that was once his. Days prior, Jin City No. 1 high school had held a commendation ceremony. Zheng Taisen's expression darkened as he replied. He was acutely aware of his son's sentiments. Yet faced with Chu Chao's demonstrated talent, he could not deny that his eldest son fell short in that regard. After all, he would not have consented to the marriage alliance with the Chu family otherwise. "Have the arrangements for my marriage to the fourth sister been finalized?" Zheng Hai continued to inquire. As the presumed successor of the Zheng family, he was privy to significant family decisions, and thus he knew about the impending alliance with the Chu family. Sigh. Zheng Taisun sighed deeply, his expression grim, observing the somber faces of everyone in the hall. Zheng Hai sensed that something was amiss, and his expression darkened as he asked, "What has happened? Did the Chu family back out of the alliance?" The individuals in the hall exchanged glances, and ultimately, Zheng Tai's son recounted the events to Zheng Hai. Upon learning that the Chu family had sent the unawakened waste, Chu Chen, and that he had arrived in a half-dead state, Zheng Hai was instantly consumed with rage, exclaiming, "The Chu family is being excessively arrogant. I shall seek an explanation from them." The Zheng family members hastily restrained the furious Zheng Hai, with Zheng Taisen sternly admonishing him, "Zheng Hai, do not act impulsively. The current Chu family is not one we can afford to provoke." Nearby, Zheng Jiang, sensing Zheng Hai's fury, quickly stepped forward to echo, "Indeed, brother. We must consider the bigger picture. The Chu family is beyond our reach at present. However, all of this is due to that waste, Chu Chen. Now that he has married into our Zheng family, he is one of us. While we cannot confront the Chu family, we can certainly vent our frustrations on Chu Chen." The others, hearing this, recognized it as a feasible plan and voiced their agreement with Zheng Jiang's suggestion. They believed that if Zheng Hai were to vent his anger by striking Chu Chen, it would serve a purpose, even if only slightly. Zheng Hai, being acknowledged as the next leader of the Zheng family, was undoubtedly a standout among his peers in terms of intelligence and strength. After his father intervened, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Now that everyone was offering him an exit, he opted to take it. "Where is that waste from the Chu family? Take me to him." Zheng Jiang, delighted at the prospect of his brother confronting Chu Chen, eagerly stepped forward and grasped Zheng Hai's arm, saying, "Brother, I will lead the way." The two brothers hurried toward the courtyard where Chu Chen resided. En route, Zheng Jiang embellished the tale of how he had sought justice from Chu Chen for the Zheng family's humiliation, only to be injured by him. However, he refrained from sharing the truth, instead claiming that Chu Chen had ambushed him with a high-grade mecha dog purchased using deceit against their sister, Zheng Xian. Initially, Zheng Hai had only intended to strike Chu Chen to relieve his frustration. But upon hearing Zheng Jiang's account, his resentment toward Chu Chen, the source of his family's humiliation, intensified, and he resolved to eliminate him. A waste from the Chu family. Does he think he can run rampant in my Zheng family, just because his brother is Chu Chao? I'll make him pay. Zheng Jiang, upon hearing Zheng Hai's words, secretly displayed a cruel smile. That day, Chu Chen received an acceptance letter from the Beast Master Academy of Yizhou University and was quite excitedly browsing for more information about the university online. In his previous life, having been rendered a waste due to the extraction of his core, he had never had the opportunity to attend university. Now, having been granted a second chance, he was determined not to miss this opportunity for education. Just as he immersed himself in online research, an abrasive voice pierced the air. "Waste, get out here. My brother is back, and you better come and bow down to confess." Chu Chen furrowed his brow, realizing trouble had once again come knocking. He rose and made his way to the courtyard. As he stepped outside, he noticed Zheng Xian anxiously rushing to the courtyard entrance, her expression filled with tension. "Brother, you're back? Please, don't. Get out of the way. You traitor. Are you going to hinder my brother because of that waste?" Before Zheng Xian could finish her plea, Zheng Jiang scolded her imperiously. Beside Zheng Jiang stood a man of striking countenance. With arched brows and piercing eyes, none other than Zheng Hai. At a distance, several young individuals trailed behind them, all of whom were the progeny of the Zheng family. They were well aware that Zheng Hai was the heir apparent and typically regarded him with reverence. Today, however, upon Zheng Hai's return, these young scions of the Zheng family remained dutifully at home, refraining from indulging in any frivolities. Upon hearing that Zheng Hai had come to confront Chu Chen, they naturally followed suit. Zheng Xian, chastised, felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, her eyes reddening as she prepared to speak. Suddenly, a warm sensation enveloped her small hand. She realized it was Chu Chen holding her hand, a wave of sweetness surging within her. It seemed that the last encounter had not sufficiently intimidated him, and he was once again barking defiantly. Chu Chen clasped Zheng Xian's hand, shielding her behind him, and cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Jiang. The latter was immediately incensed, his visage reddening like a ripe liver. "You, how dare you speak to me in such a manner, Chu Chen?" Zheng Hai, who had initially appeared haughty, was taken aback by Chu Chen's calm demeanor, as if they were all inconsequential. Wasn't this the same boy who had been rendered a waste after losing his crystal core? How could he still exude such confidence? After scrutinizing Chu Chen from head to toe, Zheng Hai's lips parted, and with a tone devoid of warmth, he inquired, "You are Chu Chen, and you are Zheng Hai? Scoundrel, how dare you address my elder brother in such a manner?" Zheng Jiang bellowed from the sidelines. "Brother, eliminate him without further ado. There is no need for idle chatter." The Zheng family's younger generation echoed Zheng Jiang's sentiments, eager for blood. However, Zheng Hai raised his hand, silencing the ruckus. He regarded Chu Chen with a newfound appreciation, noting his audacity to meet his gaze without flinching. Particularly, the instinctive act of shielding his sister behind him had endeared Chu Chen to Zheng Hai, who, though indifferent to his sister, recognized the potential utility of having a resolute individual under his command. Indeed, I am Zheng Hai. Since you have been inducted into the Zheng family, you are now one of us, and as such, you must serve the family. You are aware of the humiliation the Chu family has inflicted upon us, and as a fellow victim, it is imperative that we retaliate to reclaim our honor. Here is the proposition. Tomorrow, I will summon the media, and you will kneel and apologize on behalf of the Chu family. Afterward, you may live peacefully with my sister, and no one will trouble you. What say you? Chapter 11. Zheng Hai's invitation to a life-or-death duel. Brother, that is unacceptable. Zheng Jiang interjected hastily, desperate to halt the proceedings. He envisioned Zheng Hai vanquishing Chu Chen to avenge his own humiliation. Now, with Zheng Hai's clear offer to spare Chu Chen if he complied, Zheng Jiang was unwilling to accept such an outcome. Zheng Hai disregarded Zheng Jiang's protests, smiling as he turned his attention back to Chu Chen, exuding an air of confidence. In his estimation, the terms he had laid before Chu Chen left him with no grounds for refusal. Apologize by kneeling? You must be jesting, Chu Chen retorted, his tone devoid of mercy. Though Zheng Hai appeared genteel and composed, the demand he made was insidious, intending to use Chu Chen's submission to disgrace the Chu family. Not a chance. Humph. No one has dared to speak to me so brazenly. Do you think that just because you have wed my sister, I would hesitate to end your life? Zheng Hai's expression darkened, his voice chillingly cold. Brother, this insolent fool dares to defy you. Do not waste words. Simply eliminate him. Zheng Jiang stoked the flames of conflict. Brother, please. Zheng Xin, sensing Zheng Hai's fury, stepped forward to shield Chu Chen, disregarding her own safety. Xiner, stand back. He cannot harm me, Chu Chen assured her warmly, gently guiding her behind him with a smile. Huh. I never anticipated your audacity. It appears I must show you the folly of your ways. Otherwise, you will not comprehend who you are addressing. Zheng Hai's expression turned grave, evidently enraged. Before his words had fully dissipated, Zheng Hai unleashed a palm strike aimed squarely at Chu Chen's face, intending to slap him. The motion appeared effortless, lacking any force. Yet a piercing chill surged toward Chu Chen's visage. No one anticipated Zheng Hai's abrupt assault, which bore no warning. Even those not facing the strike felt the ambient temperature plummet significantly. The onlookers were astounded. Everyone knew that Zheng Hai commanded a frost giant lizard, granting him ice abilities. Yet none had expected that after merely 6 months apart, his powers would have surged to such formidable heights, indicating he had ascended to at least a 15-star level. Although the Zheng family's signs were not particularly powerful, they possessed a basic understanding of such matters. A triumphant smile crept across Zheng Jiang's face. He was certain that Chu Chen, having failed to summon his mech dog in response to Zheng Hai's sudden attack, would be incapable of withstanding it. However, to everyone's astonishment, just as Zheng Hai's palm neared Chu Chen's face, the latter also executed a casual palm strike, their hands colliding midair. Boom. A tempestuous gust of energy erupted between their palms, a tangible shockwave dispersing outward, sending the clothing of those nearby fluttering wildly. The crowd gasped in disbelief, particularly Zheng Jiang, who struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene. He was acutely aware of his brother's prowess. Zheng Hai was on the verge of breaking through to an intermediate Beastmaster level. A casual strike from him was not something a mere 5-star novice Beastmaster could withstand. Yet, astonishingly, Chu Chen not only withstood it, but matched Zheng Hai blow for blow. This revelation left Zheng Jiang utterly flabbergasted. He recalled that during their last encounter, Chu Chen's abilities had been comparable to his own 5-star Beastmaster level, only slightly stronger at best. Intriguing. You have concealed your true strength remarkably well. It seems I underestimated you. I had thought you a mere waste after losing your crystal core. Yet here you are, defying expectations. If I'm not mistaken, you are indeed a Beastmaster, are you not? Zheng Hai remarked, surveying Chu Chen with newfound interest. Although he had not unleashed his full strength in that last strike, it was certainly beyond the capability of an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation to repel. Seeing that Chu Chen remained silent, Zheng Hai smiled condescendingly. I know not what fortunate turn of events has befallen you, or what methods you employed to regain your crystal core and ascend to such power in such a brief span. Regardless, you have done well for yourself. I am willing to offer you another opportunity. If you consent to kneel and apologize to the media on behalf of the Chu family, we will consider the past grievances settled. You may then follow my lead, and no one from the Zheng family will trouble you. Initially intrigued by Chu Chen's character, Zheng Hai now found himself admiring his strength. He envisioned the potential benefits of having such a capable individual as his subordinate, allowing him to delegate tasks without needing to intervene personally. Dream on, Chu Chen reiterated, unwavering in his resolve. A flicker of sternness flashed in Zheng Hai's eyes as he spoke coldly. Very well, since you possess such tenacity, I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourself. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., at the Jincheng Arena, you and I shall settle this matter of life and death. I will invite all media from Jincheng to witness the event. Of course, should you change your mind before then, you are welcome to seek me out. My terms remain unchanged. With a disdainful smirk, Zheng Hai tilted his head, fixating his gaze on Chu Chen. Fine, tomorrow afternoon, Chu Chen replied, unwavering and calm, meeting Zheng Hai's gaze without fear. Excellent. I appreciate your spirit. Zheng Hai exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he departed. Zheng Jiang, witnessing the scene, reveled in secret delight. Zheng Hai's intent to engage in a life-and-death battle with this waste was precisely what he had hoped for. You're doomed. Maintain your defiance. Do not beg for mercy. He cackled, expelling his feelings of glee before hastening to catch up with Zheng Hai. The others regarded Chu Chen with expressions of mockery, some even emitting derisive laughter. As they followed Zheng Hai out, the courtyard fell silent, leaving only Chu Chen and Zheng Xian. Chu Chen, Zheng Xian fretted, her brow furrowed as she contemplated how to dissuade him, yet the words eluded her. Having spent time with him, she was all too aware of his character. There was no chance he would acquiesce to her brother's demands. Noticing Zheng Xian's troubled expression, Chu Chen offered a gentle smile. Xianer, do not worry, I shall be fine. But, Zheng Xian began, only to be interrupted by Chu Chen, who said, Xian, this ruckus has made me quite hungry. I realize I have yet to have dinner. Understanding his intentional diversion, Zheng Xian could only nod helplessly and head to the kitchen to fetch their meal. Reflecting on their time together, she recognized that Chu Chen often followed through on his words. If he claimed he would be unharmed, then he likely would be. This thought eased some of her anxiety. Chapter 12. The Chu family's reaction upon returning to the hall. Zheng Hai informed his father, Zheng Tai's son, about his impending life-and-death battle with Chu Chen. Initially, Zheng Tai's son was perplexed. Zheng Hai then elucidated his motives, and upon hearing the plan, Zheng Tai's son raised an eyebrow, pleased as he clapped Zheng Hai on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Ah, the son of Zheng Tai's son indeed. This plan is splendid. The Chu family believes they can humiliate us with that waste. Chu Chen, tomorrow, I shall ensure that all of Jincheng witnesses him kneeling in submission before my son. Even if the Chu family seeks to hold us accountable thereafter, we can simply claim it was Chu Chen's personal folly. Zheng Tai's son promptly made a call. Hello. Contact all media and disseminate the news of the life-and-death battle between Zheng Hai and Chu Chen. I want everyone in Jincheng to be aware of this. I expect to see the arena filled to capacity tomorrow. Tomorrow, I, Zheng Hai, shall vindicate the honor of the Zheng family. The Zheng family's influence in Jincheng was unparalleled, and within moments, the news had spread to all major media outlets. Television, radio, the internet, and even advertisements on buses and LED screens in shopping centers buzzed with the announcement. Within just a few hours, the entire city was abuzz with discussions of the impending showdown between Zheng Hai and the waste Chu Chen. Naturally, this news reached the Chu family, prompting a gathering of their key decision-makers in the hall to strategize their response. What an insolent wretch. How dare he, a mere waste, challenge a genius from the Zheng family to a fight to the death? This is a blatant mockery that brings shame upon the Chu family. Chu Chen's father, Chu Zisun, cursed loudly, venting his fury. As the head of the Chu family, he was surrounded by many relatives, and he feared losing his position as chairman if this debacle tarnished his reputation. His siblings were all too eager to usurp his role. This accursed wretch seeks to drag us down with him. Chu's mother, Zhou Yongmei, chimed in, her words dripping with scorn. They seemed utterly unconcerned that Chu Chen was their own flesh and blood, hurling insults that were particularly harsh. Brother, he is your son. As the leader of our family, you must devise a plan to resolve this issue. Otherwise, it will bring disgrace upon the Chu family. Chu Lao'er interjected sarcastically. Others nodded in agreement. With a dark glare towards his younger brother, Chu Zisun responded gravely, I will handle it. You need not worry. Shortly thereafter, a statement penned by Chu Zisun, declaring the severance of father-son ties, was released by the Chu family and picked up by major media outlets. This further stirred the already boiling discussions regarding the life-and-death battle between Zheng Hai and Chu Chen, inciting a frenzy among the populace. Crowds eagerly gossiped about the latest scandal, propelling the anticipation to a fever pitch. Tickets for the arena were quickly sold out, with scalpers inflating the price of the cheapest tickets from 1 copper dragon coin to 80. Securing a ticket had become a near impossibility. Seeing the soaring interest in the battle, the arena seized the opportunity to launch a betting campaign centered around the confrontation. The betting options were outrageous, lacking any choices for defeat or victory. Bets ranged from Zheng Hai kills in under a minute to Zheng Hai kills in 2 minutes, and Zheng Hai kills in 3 minutes. The highest odds for betting on Zheng Hai to secure a swift victory came in at 100, one for a kill in under a minute. As for Chu Chen, there was only one option, to survive for 30 minutes without dying, with odds of 1/3000. The odds reflected the general consensus, even among arena officials, that Chu Chen would not survive this bout. The betting campaign ignited a wave of excitement among gamblers, setting new records for betting sales at the Jincheng Arena. Most bets were placed on how quickly Zheng Hai would defeat Chu Chen, with only a handful of small bets on Chu Chen's survival, placed by those hoping for a long shot. The following day, Jincheng basked in splendid weather, bright and sunny. By 2 p.m., crowds began to converge on the Jincheng Arena, situated in the bustling high-tech zone of southern Jincheng. This area was known for its thriving businesses and vibrant commercial districts. The imminent life-and-death battle drew nearly the entire city towards the arena, resulting in significant traffic congestion, prompting the local police to dispatch numerous officers to direct traffic. The arena itself resembled an enormous inverted bowl, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. Each attendee would don special glasses, ensuring that every seat in the arena provided a clear view of the competitors' every move. Meanwhile, the VIP boxes were stocked with a variety of exquisite snacks and fine beverages. Outside the arena, a colossal 3D screen had been erected in the plaza for those unable to purchase tickets or afford entry, allowing the masses to witness the event. By around 3 p.m., the plaza was overflowing with eager onlookers, with many who arrived late resorting to climbing trees along the roadside for a better view, all anxiously awaiting the commencement of the match. Groups of spectators gathered in clusters, animatedly discussing the upcoming life-and-death battle. The bustling atmosphere in Jincheng has not been felt in many years. Indeed, the commotion stirred by the Zheng and Chu families is quite significant. I find it perplexing that the incompetent Chu Chen, who is married into the Zheng family, would dare to challenge Zheng Hai, one of Jincheng's most renowned talents. Surely, he must be contemplating his own demise. You fail to grasp the intricacies at play here. The underlying currents are deeply convoluted. In essence, it is a tale of familial vendettas, understood by those who are in the know, while the uninitiated would remain oblivious to its depths. Inside the competition center, ticket holders gradually take their seats, entering in an orderly fashion without the need to secure their places like those outside. However, as the hour of the life-and-death battle approaches, the audience has filled every seat. Zheng Hai has arrived ahead of time, currently seated in the lounge, watching the arena's proceedings on a screen. The lounge is populated by several young members of the Zheng family, while their elders leisurely sip tea and engage in conversation within the VIP box, awaiting the commencement of the battle. On the other side, Chu Chen's lounge accommodates only him and Zheng Xian. Though Zheng Xian is overwhelmed with anxiety, she maintains a facade of calm, unwilling to let her concerns affect Chu Chen. In her heart, she has resolved that should Chu Chen falter, she would rush forward to plead with her brother for mercy. If he intends to harm Chu Chen, she would willingly face the same fate. Meanwhile, the principal figure, Chu Chen, appears utterly relaxed, exuding an air of composure. Even before the clock strikes 4, the host has begun to warm up the crowd. Upon hearing the host introduce him, Zheng Hai strides confidently out of the lounge, waving to the audience as he passes through the corridor, embodying an aura of nonchalance. His entrance elicits a wave of cheers, many from elegantly dressed women who see him as the quintessential heir of a prestigious family. To be associated with Zheng Hai would mean stepping into a life of luxury and privilege. These women brandish support banners, chanting, "Go husband, you're the best." When it comes time for Chu Chen to make his entrance, however, the atmosphere shifts dramatically, filled with jeers and insults. "Get lost, useless son-in-law. You leech die?" The insults are as harsh as they come. Chu Chen remains unfazed, calmly walking to the center of the ring to stand opposite Zheng Hai. The ring and its transparent dome are crafted from special materials capable of withstanding the full might of platinum-tier beast tamers, ensuring the safety of the audience. Typically, beast tamers command their creatures from below the ring, but due to the nature of this life-and-death battle, both combatants stand atop the platform. Chapter 13, The Life-and-Death Battle. All eyes are fixed on the two figures on the stage. After the host introduces them, he excitedly announces, "The life-and-death battle is about to commence. For those who have yet to place their bets, hurry, as wagering will close once the match begins." He then turns to the large screen, beginning the countdown. In a VIP box, a petite, charming young woman, seemingly in her late teens, frantically swipes on her phone, ultimately placing a bet of 1,000 golden dragon coins on Chu Chen enduring for 30 minutes. She mutters to herself, "There's no option for him to win, otherwise I could have made a bit more." As the host concludes the countdown and steps off the stage, two semicircular transparent domes rise on either side of the ring, isolating it from the outside world. Zheng Hai maintains his poised demeanor, hands behind his back, tilting his head slightly as he glances at Chu Chen, asking, "Have you made up your mind? Kneel and apologize to my Zheng family on behalf of the Chu family, and my offer from yesterday remains valid." Chu Chen smiles slightly and shakes his head gently. "I have stated before that I am myself, and the Chu family is the Chu family. To kneel and apologize? You must be dreaming." Their exchange is clearly transmitted through the communication devices, leaving the audience astounded by Chu Chen's audacity to speak thus to Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai's brow furrows, his lips twitching in disbelief. How dare this worthless Chu Chen mock him in front of so many? "It seems you want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Let me see just how much worth you have, Chu family's waste." His voice is frigid, unmistakably enraged. With a cold laugh, Chu Chen retorts, "Stop dragging the Chu family into this. I am who I am, and I have no ties to them. And as for the Chu family, what are they worth? And you, Zheng Hai, what do you amount to? You think you can make me kneel and beg for mercy? Take a good look in the mirror. Do you really think you're worthy?" His words resonate throughout the arena, leaving the audience in shock and disbelief. Silence envelopes the competition center, as even the plaza outside becomes eerily quiet. Everyone is momentarily frozen, their mouths agape, as if the play button had been paused. Is this truly a waste of space? How does he have the audacity to speak in such a manner? Could he genuinely be seeking his own demise? Moments later, some begin to understand, realizing there may be no other reasonable explanation. As the crowd awakens from their stupor, curses erupt from all corners, transforming the competition center into a cacophony of chaos. Members of both the Zheng and Chu families wear expressions of profound displeasure, each wishing to personally ascend the stage and silence Chu Chen. Zheng Hai's eyes glint with cold fury. If looks could kill, Chu Chen would have perished countless times. "Very well. You have guts. I shall see if your backbone is as resilient as your tongue." As his words fade, he summons his beast, the frost lizard. Upon its arrival, the temperature in the arena plummets. The lizard, a formidable 5 to 6 meters long, resembles a glacier, exuding an aura of chill as it coils protectively before Zheng Hai. Its scarlet tongue flicks in and out, releasing clouds of frosty mist that lower the surrounding air temperature even further. "Now summon your beast. Do not say I have not given you a chance." Without hesitation, Chu Chen calls forth his creature, Agua. Although Agua has also achieved silver tier status, its size pales in comparison to the frost lizard. Upon witnessing Agua, Zheng Hai's expression twists into one of contempt. "Are you trying to amuse me? I asked you to summon your beast, not to present me with a toy mech dog." Chu Chen simply replies, "Are we going to fight, or will you continue to prattle? Good. If you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, Zheng Hai commands the frost lizard to attack. The creature unleashes a basketball-sized ice sphere, hurtling towards Agua with astonishing speed. Zheng Hai aims to shatter Chu Chen's confidence with overwhelming power, intending to reduce him to a groveling state beneath his feet. The distance between the frost lizard and Agua spans several dozen meters, yet the ice sphere's velocity is remarkable, swiftly closing the gap. True to his reputation as Jinsheng's most distinguished talent, Zheng Hai demonstrates extraordinary prowess right from the outset. Chu Chen, unwilling to linger idly, promptly instructs Agua to counterattack. Agua leaps forward boldly, undeterred by the incoming ice sphere. As the ice sphere was about to collide with Agua, he suddenly swung his claws with great force, his talons glinting with a cold, dark gleam, carving arcs of inky shadows through the air, as if the very atmosphere was being cleaved apart, emitting a sizzling sound of rupture. In an instant, the basketball-sized ice sphere was sliced into countless tiny fragments, which were swept away by the swirling winds, dissipating into the vastness of the world. The giant lizard's initial assault, wielding its innate skill, was effortlessly neutralized by Agua. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zheng Hai's eyes. While he had anticipated that Chu Chen might withstand the attack, he had not expected it would be so nonchalantly dismissed. Nevertheless, being well-versed and seasoned, he managed to maintain his composure despite his surprise. He promptly commanded the giant lizard to launch another offensive. The clash resumed between the giant lizard and Agua, with both sides exchanging blows. After several exchanges, it was evident that the giant lizard was being suppressed, with multiple deep gashes inflicted by Agua's claws. Dark blue blood stained the ground, its vitality markedly diminished compared to before. Zheng Hai, no longer the picture of calmness he had been earlier, wore a tense expression, his demeanor tinged with anxiety. How could this be? How could his mech dog be so powerful? Wasn't it said that mech beasts were only equivalent to the strength of a bronze tier beast master at the 6th level? Why was his mech dog able to dominate his silver tier beast? The spectators in the stands were equally astonished, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief as they watched the battle unfold. Am I seeing things? Is this mech dog really that formidable? If the mech dog is this powerful, why bother raising a beast at all? Just buy a mech dog instead. It would be far more advantageous. The Zheng and Chu families wore grim expressions, their faces contorting as if they had tasted something foul. Where on earth did this waste manage to acquire such a powerful mech dog? At this moment, an elderly man with hair as white as snow in the Zheng family's VIP box frowned and remarked, "There is something unusual about that mech dog. I sense a pulse of life and a wave of soul energy emanating from it." Simultaneously, several other VIP boxes echoed with quiet exclamations, indicating that others had also perceived this anomaly. "Are you saying that Chu Chen's mech dog is alive?" Zheng Tai's son asked incredulously. The elder, named Zheng Hong Fa, a high-ranking beast master of the 59th star, and Zheng Tai-sen's father, nodded. "Indeed, my senses do not deceive me. That is a true beast." Chapter 14. The outburst that risks their future. As the onlookers were still reeling from the revelation, the giant lizard suffered another grievous blow, a deep, bone-exposing wound appearing on its right foreleg. The giant lizard staggered, its massive form collapsing to the side. Zheng Hai was now drenched in sweat, his breath erratic. Commanding the giant lizard was taking a heavy toll on his mental fortitude. What he had initially perceived as an easy victory against a mere waste had turned into a significant setback, a reality that his pride could hardly accept. Zheng Hai bellowed, "Chu Chen, you force my hand." He then produced a crimson pill and tossed it to the giant lizard to consume. In an instant, the giant lizard's eyes turned crimson, its aura surging dramatically, its body swelling as though inflated like a balloon. The audience observed this scene with clarity, erupting into discussions. What kind of potion did he just give the giant lizard? Is it permissible to take drugs during battle? This is a life-and-death fight. As long as no specific methods were agreed upon, it's not considered a violation. I've heard that using drugs to forcibly enhance strength can result in side effects. It seems the young master of the Zheng family has been driven to desperation. Who would have thought that this waste from the Chu family was hiding such depths? Zheng Hai, appearing almost deranged, laughed maniacally. "Chu Chen, you forced my hand. My beast has consumed the bloodfire pill to unleash its potential. Its strength is now at the silver tier 3rd level. Prepare to meet your doom." Ha! After consuming the bloodfire pill, the giant lizard became even more ferocious. Its speed and strength significantly amplified, its attacks more relentless. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted, with Aguai being sent flying by the giant lizard's assaults. The Zheng family members, witnessing the reversal of fortunes, found their expressions easing. As long as Zheng Hai could defeat Chu Chen, even if it wasn't a clean victory, it would still allow the Zheng family to reclaim some dignity. However, it wasn't long before Zheng Hai and the onlookers from the Zheng family found their expressions darkening once again. They observed that although Chu Chen's mech dog was occasionally knocked aside, it would quickly rebound and re-engage the giant lizard, showing no signs of weakening. Zheng Hai's apprehension grew. He had thought that with the giant lizard's enhancement from the bloodfire pill, it would surely overpower the mech dog, forcing Chu Chen to kneel in submission. Yet, to his dismay, the mech dog continued to grow more tenacious with each passing moment. This cannot continue. If this drags on, once the effects of the bloodfire pill wear off, the giant lizard will be left in a state of weakness. At that point, it wouldn't be a matter of whether he could defeat Chu Chen, but rather how Chu Chen would choose to deal with him. Clenching his teeth, Zheng Hai tapped his wristband and shouted, "Activate Divine Beast Armament." The wristband emitted a silvery light that enveloped his body, and then he was absorbed into the giant lizard's massive head. The giant lizard trembled, its eyes reflecting a newfound spark of humanity. "Ah, you truly are invested. You've even resorted to using the spirit energy wristband." Upon witnessing this scene, a grave expression finally crossed Chu Chen's face. He was well aware of the capabilities of the spirit energy wristband. In his previous life, as a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom resisting the myriad clans, he had possessed one himself. This wristband was a product of the latest technological advancements of the Dragon Kingdom, designed to allow complete integration between a beast master and their beast, enhancing their combat effectiveness to a level far superior to relying solely on the beast's instincts, achieving a synergy of 1-1-2. However, each use required the consumption of spirit energy stones, which were exceptionally rare and costly, priced at 100 gold dragon coins each. The giant lizard sported a grin that bore an unsettling quality, its human-like smile juxtaposed with its fearsome visage. It spoke in a human tongue. "The fact that you've compelled me to utilize the Divine Beast Armament is an achievement in itself. Rest assured, I shall not end your life. Instead, I will trample you underfoot, allowing you to experience the depths of despair, forcing you to crawl and beg for mercy." The giant lizard let out a thunderous roar, shaking its massive form, its thick tail sweeping across the arena with an unmatched ferocity aimed at Aguai. Unfazed, Aguai leaped towards the giant lizard. Zheng Hai, observing the imminent collision through the giant lizard's perspective, understood Aguai's intent. With a flick of its long tail, it deftly evaded Ogwai's claws, delivering a powerful strike that sent Ogwai flying. The metallic plates on Ogwai's body shattered under the impact. Seeing this, Chu Chen realized that Zheng Hai was now at his wit's end. As long as he persevered, victory would undoubtedly be his. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Ogwai's condition. Although a few of Ogwai's plates had been shattered, the damage was minimal, merely superficial, akin to a minor scrape. However, Chu Chen did not wish for Ogwai to suffer needlessly, so he commanded Ogwai to unleash its bloodthirsty frenzy, continuing the struggle against the giant lizard. Ogwai's obsidian form glowed with a crimson hue, its speed and aura surging once more. The battlefield dynamics shifted once again, with the once dominant giant lizard now finding itself on the back foot. Ogwai capitalized on its diminutive yet agile physique, constantly maneuvering around the colossal lizard, occasionally delivering swift slashes or bites. Displaying a remarkable audacity, Ogwai faced the giant lizard's attacks with little trepidation, relying on its physical resilience to withstand unavoidable strikes. The sole threat it needed to be wary of was the lizard's freezing assault, which, while not inflicting tangible harm, would impede Ogwai's speed. Half an hour had swiftly elapsed since the giant lizard consumed the crimson blood pill, and the effects had dissipated. The creature's formidable aura waned significantly, its movements becoming sluggish. Despite Zheng Hai's relentless efforts, he remained incapable of controlling the giant lizard's body to perform the actions he desired. It was akin to a person utterly fatigued, struggling even to wiggle a finger. Zheng Hai found himself in a state of helplessness, acutely aware of his defeat, which felt utterly devastating. The pride that once resided in his heart had been replaced by despondency. Observing the giant lizard's diminishing vigor, Chu Chen, adhering to the principle of strike while the iron is hot, commanded Ogwai to unleash a full frontal assault. After enduring an extended bout of battle, his mental fortitude was nearly depleted, sustained only by an indomitable will. Ogwai, facing the now sluggish giant lizard, frenetically slashed with its razor-sharp claws and bit ferociously, leaving deep gashes across the lizard's massive form. Moments later, the giant lizard succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to maintain its divine beast state. As Zheng Hai was enveloped in a sphere of light, reappearing once more in the arena, he collapsed onto the ground, his head drooping in defeat. His mental energy had been utterly exhausted, rendering him incapable of even standing. Upon witnessing Zheng Hai's reappearance, Zheng Tai's son, filled with urgency, rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of punches upon Zheng Hai's head, each blow raining down like a torrential downpour. Zheng Hai's head bobbed back and forth like a rattle. Zheng Tai's son, perceiving his son's condition, was consumed by anxiety. He regretted having heeded Zheng Hai's counsel the previous day, allowing him to engage in this life-and-death battle against Chu Chen. Now, Zheng Hai was being mercilessly pummeled by the so-called waste of the Chu family, utterly defenseless. And it seemed that the Zheng family had become the laughingstock of Jin City. Who is the waste now? Who do you wish to see dead? Who shall kneel? With each punch Chu Chen delivered, he roared with fury, intent on expelling every ounce of pent-up rage within him. Chapter 15, Shockwaves across the city. The spectators present were left utterly astounded by the unfolding spectacle, collectively gasping in disbelief. Shock, petrification, stiffness. Chu Chen was terrifying. This reckless demeanor instilled a profound understanding in everyone that this individual was not to be trifled with lightly. Zheng Tai's son, seeing his son unconscious, could no longer concern himself with anything else. He leaped from the VIP box and swiftly approached the arena, urging the staff to lower the protective barrier. As the foremost family of Jin City, the staff recognized him immediately and hastily complied. Zheng Tai's son dashed onto the arena, and just as Chu Chen was about to unleash another strike upon Zheng Hai's head, he intervened, pushing Chu Chen aside and cradling Zheng Hai in his arms. Enough. We are all family. The victor is clear, and there is no need for further violence, Zheng Taisun declared, attempting to salvage a modicum of dignity in front of the audience while providing an excuse for his intervention. Chu Chen, already nearing his limits, was propelled backward by Zheng Taisun's shove, hurtling several meters and involuntarily spitting blood. However, in the presence of so many witnesses, Zheng Taisun refrained from overstepping, merely pushing him away without exerting his full strength. Otherwise, given his status as a high-ranking beastmaster, Chu Chen would have been incapable of withstanding even a fraction of his might. With a cold snort, Chu Chen remained silent, his gaze piercing as he regarded Zheng Tai's senator. Had the roles been reversed, would Zheng Tai's son have intervened in such a manner? The answer was painfully obvious. Yet, exhausted and acutely aware of his inferiority to Zheng Tai's son, he could only endure. Zheng Taisun paid no heed to Chu Chen's reaction. His singular focus was on hastily escorting his son away for medical attention. The Zheng family had already suffered immense humiliation today, And he could not afford to lose Zheng Hai, the family's brightest talent of the younger generation. He hurriedly bore Zheng Hai away, ensuring to infuse him with a surge of spiritual energy to help him return his beast. Once Zheng Tai's son departed with his elder son, Zheng Xian hurriedly ascended the arena to check on Chu Chen. Are you all right? Where are you hurt? Chu Chen shook his head, signaling that he was unscathed. With Zheng Xian's assistance, he left the arena. As Chu Chen vanished from sight, the spectators finally emerged from their stupor. No one could have anticipated, nor dared to imagine such an outcome. The so-called waste of the Chu family, Chu Chen, had triumphed over Zheng Hai, one of Jin City's few prodigies. Had Zheng Tai's son not intervened, Zheng Hai might have been beaten to death by Chu Chen. All had forgotten their wagers, their earlier confidence in Zheng Hai's victory now overshadowed by a sense of loss. After a while, some began to recollect their bets, and the majority lamented their misjudgment, feeling as though they had missed out on a fortune. The few who had dared to place a wager on Chu Chen were not overly elated. Rather, they wore expressions of regret, wishing they had bet more. Only the woman in the VIP box beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Chu Chen and Zheng Xian did not return directly to the Zheng family, but instead made a stop at the Yingzhan Bridge. Prior to the match, Chu Chen had placed a bet in Zheng Xian's name, wagering the last of his gold and silver dragon coins on his survival for 30 minutes. Having just collected his winnings, he was now quite wealthy and felt compelled to indulge in some lavish spending. After sweeping the market clean of spirit beast corpses, crystal nuclei, and equipment, he returned to Zheng Xian's small courtyard at the Zheng family, thoroughly satisfied. Upon arriving home, Chu Chen eagerly retreated to his room, diving into the divine tree space, where he deposited the purchased spirit beast corpses and other materials beneath the divine tree. The battle had severely drained both him and Aguai, and they now required replenishment. As the spiritual energy from the materials was absorbed by the divine tree, its trunk glowed with increasing luminescence, and some strands, resembling ribbons, floated toward Chu Chen, enveloping him and rapidly restoring his mental energy. The once exhausted Chu Chen soon found himself revitalized, guiding the newly formed spores beneath the divine tree to merge with Aguai. Aguai's stamina swiftly returned, its power rising rapidly until it reached the pinnacle of Silver Tier 1. Chu Chen could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his mental energy, his initial 10-star status as a junior beast master elevated to 11 stars. The pivotal members of the Chu family convened in the hall. Many among them had not witnessed the life and death battle between Chu Chen and Zheng Hai, as they had deemed it a mere spectacle. How could a beast master without a crystal nucleus contend against one wielding a silver-tier beast? Yet, those who had attended the duel returned with the astonishing news of Chu Chen's victory, leaving the prominent figures of the Chu family in a state of disbelief. How could this be? That little wretch was supposed to be a waste. Without a crystal nucleus, how could he possibly contend with Zheng Hai? Chu Zisun exclaimed, incredulous. Elder brother, I cannot fathom it either. However, the little wretch indeed possesses a beast and has defeated Zheng Hai. Both I and fifth sister witnessed it with our own eyes, Chu Lao Er affirmed, resolutely. Beside him, Chu Wumei nodded repeatedly. Chu Zixuan furrowed his brow into a tight knot, his countenance dark and forbidding. While for others, witnessing their son transform from a mere wastrel into an unparalleled genius would be a cause for immense joy. For Chu Zixuan, it was a source of relentless distress. Since the awakening of his youngest son, he had devoted all his attention to the prodigious child, believing that only the youngest was truly his son. To further this cause, he would not hesitate to sacrifice Chu Chen, his eldest. The decision to extract Chu Chen's crystal core, to betroth him to the Zheng family, and to sever their father-son relationship were all orders he had personally issued. He was acutely aware that after such actions, Chu Chen would never forgive him. Could it be that the little wretch has acquired some treasure, enabling him not only to regenerate his crystal core, but also to rapidly enhance his strength? Chu Laodi interjected. Treasure? A glint of insight flashed in Chu Zixuan's eyes as he began to ponder the possibilities. In the grand hall of the Zheng family, a congregation of individuals gathered, all wearing grim expressions, the atmosphere as oppressive as a storm cloud. At the head of the table, Zheng Hongfa glanced at the recently arrived Zheng Taisin and inquired, "How is Zheng Hai's condition?" "Father, Zheng Hai's injuries are not too severe. It is merely an overexertion of his mental energy. With some rest, he will recover. However, his beast companion has sustained serious injuries, and given that he consumed the Qi Shui Dan, it may take months for a proper recovery," Zheng Taisin replied. Zheng Hongfa nodded, casting a glance at the assembly below. "That is a relief. Zheng Hai is the most talented of our generation, making significant strides at Wudu University. His future is bright and holds great promise for our clan. Ensure he is well cared for. We cannot afford any mistakes." Zheng Taisin nodded in agreement. "Father, what shall we do about Chu Chen?" That wretch dared to injure Zheng Hai. He deserves punishment. Zheng Tyson seethed through clenched teeth. Chu Chen is rather intriguing. Even I find him somewhat inscrutable. Keep a watchful eye on him, but do not let him perceive your surveillance. Is that understood? Zheng Hongfa instructed, tapping his fingers pensively on the table. Father, are you suggesting we simply let him be? Zheng Tyson expressed his dissatisfaction. Patience, we shall observe for now. Chapter 16, Visitors from the Chu family. The following morning, as Chu Chen finished his morning ablutions, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. The cadence indicated multiple individuals. He furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that the Zheng family had lost their composure? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Zheng Xian, who had returned with breakfast, accompanied by two women in their 40s, each carrying a thermos. His initial wariness eased considerably. Seeing Chu Chen, Zheng Xian smiled and called out, Chu Chen, you're awake. Come and have breakfast. No sooner had she spoken than the two women deftly arranged the contents of the thermoses upon the dining table. Noticing the confusion in Chu Chen's eyes, Zheng Xian introduced them with a smile. These two are Auntie Zhang and Auntie Zhu, sent by my father to look after our meals. Chu Chen glanced at the two women and offered Zheng Xian a subtle smile. He was well aware of the dual purpose behind the Zheng family's decision to send them, a gesture of goodwill coupled with surveillance. After defeating Zheng Hai in the arena yesterday, he had considered the two potential courses of action the Zheng family might take, either to exact revenge or to extend an olive branch, as he was, after all, affiliated with them. It seemed the Zheng family had chosen the more rational path and opted for the latter. This was advantageous. It allowed him to retain his ultimate trump card. He had refrained from using this card even when Zheng Hai had summoned his divine beast for combat. Having lived another life, he understood that certain hidden strengths should only be deployed when faced with life and death crises, for they were the key to survival. As he enjoyed breakfast with Zheng Xian, Auntie Zhang and Auntie Zhu busied themselves tidying up the room. Chu Chen paid no mind, feigning ignorance of their ulterior motives. For all his secrets were securely concealed, leaving no trace behind. Sir, there is a visitor from the Chu family who wishes to see you. A security guard from the Zheng family approached him. Habitually, he almost addressed Chu Chen by his name, but recalled the captain's instructions earlier that morning to refer to him as Sir in the future. A visitor from the Chu family? Chu Chen pondered. Could it be that they regretted their earlier actions upon witnessing his sudden rise in strength? Yes, sir. Would you like to meet him? The guard asked cautiously. Please, bring him in, Chu Chen replied calmly. Understood. The guard acknowledged and quickly departed. Zheng Xian regarded Chu Chen with a puzzled expression, unsure as to why he would wish to see someone from the Chu family, given the profound hurt they had inflicted upon him. However, she refrained from voicing her curiosity. Before long, the guard returned, escorting the visitor from the Chu family into the courtyard. Upon seeing the visitor, a cold smile crept across Chu Chen's lips. The individual was Su He, the family steward of the Chu clan, a man known for his arrogance and disdainful attitude. During Chu Chen's time within the Chu family, Su He had frequently conspired against him. As Su He entered the living room, he immediately spotted Chu Chen seated at the head of the table. Although Chu Chen's appearance had not changed, the aura he exuded was markedly different from before. Young Master Chen, I trust you are in good health? Su He bowed and fawned. A servile smile plastered across his face. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a fleeting glance at Su He. He was all too familiar with this kind of sycophantic demeanor. It was how Su He had always behaved whenever he encountered his younger brother. State your business directly. Do not pretend you are here out of concern for my well-being, Chu Chen remarked with evident sarcasm. Su He felt a surge of indignation at the blatant mockery, but dared not defy the chairman's orders, despite the bitterness churning within him. After offering perfunctory greetings to Chu Chen's maternal relatives, he maintained his obsequious posture and stated, Young Master Chen, I come at the behest of the chairman and madam. They are quite concerned for your welfare and wish to ascertain the severity of your injuries. Truly, the sun must have risen from the west for them to express concern for me. Concern for the extraction of my crystal core? Concern for sending me to the Zheng family as a son-in-law? Concern for severing our father-son bond? Chu Chen scoffed coldly. Young Master Chen. The chairman and madam have their reasons. They are your parents, after all. Blood is thicker than water. How can there be lingering grudges within a family? Su He stammered awkwardly in an attempt to justify their actions. I have no such parents, nor do I claim such family ties. From the moment they extracted my crystal core and sent me to the Zheng family as a son-in-law, I severed all ties with the Chu family. Relay my words back to them. You may leave now, Chu Chen stated, his gaze as frigid as steel, fixating on Su He with piercing intensity. Su He, feeling the chill of Chu Chen's glare, opened his mouth to respond, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Unable to bear the intensity of Chu Chen's stare, he averted his gaze and retreated in defeat. Upon returning to the Chu family, Suhi hurriedly made his way to the study to report to Chu Zixuan, recanting the details of his meeting with Chu Chen. Chairman, these were young Master Chen's exact words. I mentioned that you and Madam had sent me to check on him. Yet I didn't even have the chance to suggest he return home before he ordered me to leave. He showed me no respect at all. Suhi lamented, embellishing the tale with exaggerated grievances. Upon hearing Suhi's account, Chu Zixuan was incensed, slamming his palm against the armrest of his chair, splintering the wood in his fury. This wretch has truly lost all sense of propriety. Has he been granted too much leniency? Dear, please calm down, a voice interjected, soothingly. This wretched creature is so defiant. We cannot possibly spare him. His ability to conquer Zhenghai undoubtedly harbors a secret, which we must reclaim and present to Chao Heir, for it will surely aid in his growth and ultimately elevate the Zheng family to greatness. Zhou Yongmei suggested from the side. I am aware, Chu Zixuan replied, suppressing his inner fury as he turned to Zhou Yongmei. I sent Suhi to summon that wretched creature back precisely for this purpose. But what if that wretched creature refuses to return? Zhou Yongmei inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. I shall personally seek him out for a conversation, Chu Zixuan asserted. Chairman, I shall accompany you, Suhi promptly interjected, eager to ingratiate himself. After breakfast, Chu Chen prepared to depart for Yingzhan Bridge when Zheng Xian expressed her desire to join him, asking him to wait a moment. Chu Chen readily agreed. Seeing his compliance, Zheng Xian joyfully retreated to her room to groom and adorn herself. Although she often concealed her face with a veil, what girl does not cherish beauty? Her attire and hairstyle warranted careful attention. Once Zheng Xian completed her preparations, the two stepped out of the courtyard, ready to leave, when they were suddenly met with a furious roar at the gate. Get out of my way. As Chu Chen's father, I come to see him. And you dare obstruct me? What audacity you security guards of the Zheng family possess. Chapter 17. Chu Zixuan personally visits. Hearing that familiar voice, Chu Chen scoffed. How swift he arrives. Zheng Xian's expression shifted slightly, her worry evident. Shall we exit through the back door? There's no need, Chu Chen reassured her gently. I wish to see what tricks he intends to play. With that, he took Zheng Xian's hand and continued toward the gate. Who dares to make a commotion at my Zheng family? A robust voice resounded. Zheng Taisen, come out. I am Chu Zixuan. Behold, this is your Zheng family's security. I am here to see my son, yet they dare to obstruct my entry. Chu Zixuan bellowed upon hearing Zheng Taisen's voice. Ah, it is Chairman Chu. You could have at least given me a heads up before your arrival. The staff have not encountered you before. Do not take offense. Zheng Taisen approached the gate with a broad smile. Hearing the exchange from the entrance, Chu Chen halted his steps. Initially intent on confronting his father, he decided to observe the situation, curious about how the Zheng family truly regarded him. Zheng Taisen, I am here to see my son. Where is he? Summon him to meet me. Chu Zixuan demanded with an air of superiority. Why would you come to my Zheng family to search for your son? There are no members of the Chu family here, Zheng Taisen replied, his tone equally disdainful. What do you mean, Zheng Taisen? Is not Chu Chen a son-in-law residing within your Zheng family? Where else would he be? My steward just encountered him at your residence. Chu Zixuan retorted, his anger palpable. Zheng Taisen chuckled. Oh, you mean Chu Chen? Indeed, he is my son-in-law and is currently at my Zheng family. But what business is it of yours? What business? Zheng Taisen, do you truly think I am unaware? He is my son. Chu Zixuan was nearly apoplectic with rage. Chairman Chu, if my memory serves me correctly, you recently announced the severance of your father-son relationship with Chu Chen. Why the sudden desire to reclaim him now? Zheng Taisen teased. Zheng Taisen, do not overstep your bounds. My son, Chu Chao, has joined the Liao Cat group. Do you wish to make enemies of the Chu family? Chu Zixuan threatened, his face flushed with indignation. At this, Zheng Taisen's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. Chairman Chu, what nonsense are you spouting? Why would I wish to oppose the Chu family? Then be wise and summon Chu Chen at once, for I have matters to discuss with him. Chu Zixuan insisted, his impatience evident. Zheng Taisen, irritated by Chu Zixuan's haughty demeanor, begrudgingly refrained from further provocation. Though he harbored resentment toward Chu Chen for injuring Zhenghai, he found greater disdain for Chu Zixuan. He relished the opportunity to see Chu Zixuan humbled, yet he was cautious not to overstep and risk hostility. Weighing his options, Zheng Taisen maintained a calm demeanor, stating, Chu Zixuan, I only engage with you in this manner out of respect for the Liao Cat Group and Magic City University. Do not push your luck. My Zheng family is not to be trifled with. If you wish to see Chu Chen, I have no objections. But whether he wishes to see you is beyond my control. You may inquire if he is willing to meet with Chairman Chu. Zheng Taisen's words were skillfully chosen, demonstrating respect for both the Liao Cat Group and Magic City, while simultaneously preserving his family's dignity and placing the decision of the meeting squarely in Chu Chen's hands. Thus, even if Chu Zixuan wished to vent his frustration, it would have to be directed at Chu Chen, sparing Zheng Tyson from the fallout. Upon hearing Zheng Tyson's words, Chu Zixuan found no fault and could only contain his anger as he awaited the outcome. Chu Chen, having overheard Zheng Tyson's remarks, chuckled softly and shook his head. He had initially believed the Zheng family had decided to support him and bring him into their fold, only to realize that Zheng Tyson's appearance was merely to vex his father. It appeared that his displayed worth had yet to garner the Zheng family's serious attention. Or perhaps they deemed him unworthy of risking a confrontation with the Chu family. However, Chu Chen was unsurprised with his dual lives. He understood the nature of such prominent families. Everything revolved around self-interest. Turning to the anxious Zheng Xian beside him, he offered a gentle smile. Let us go see what game he intends to play. Zheng Xian nodded in agreement. Taking her hand, Chu Chen strode confidently toward the gate. Just a few steps in, they were intercepted by a security guard inquiring about him. Before the guard could speak, Chu Chen instructed, "Let us proceed. I have heard enough." Upon reaching the gate, Chu Chen remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon his father, the man who regarded him as worthless, who had sought to exploit his core and traded him to the Zheng family as if he were livestock. Though his expression remained unchanged, an entirely different aura emanated from him, marking a fundamental transformation. It was akin to a girl, once plagued by insecurity and scorned as an ugly duckling, suddenly appearing before her classmates brimming with confidence. While her appearance had not altered, her newfound presence was enough to command attention. At that moment, Chu Chen's demeanor struck Chu Zixuan and his entourage in a similar fashion. Chu Zixuan momentarily faltered, only to quickly feel his authority as a father challenged and humiliated. How dare this son, whom he deemed a failure, disregard him upon his arrival and regard him with such disdain? Was that the attitude of a son toward his father? Chu Zixuan nearly erupted in rage, but, recalling the purpose of his visit, suppressed his fury, took a deep breath, and attempted to adopt a semblance of paternal affection. Inquiring gently, "How is your injury?" Chu Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor, devoid of sorrow or joy, and responded nonchalantly, "Very well." Chu Zixuan, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded hesitantly before speaking. "I have heard that you have restored your status as a beast master?" Chu Chen scoffed coldly. "What do you think?" At that moment, Chu Chen stood inside the gates of the Zheng family, while Chu Zixuan and his companions remained on the steps outside. One was looking down from a position of superiority, while the others gazed up in deference. The distance between them was marked by several steps, creating a stark contrast. The scene and atmosphere were undeniably peculiar. Chapter 18. The reactions of the Chu and Zheng families. Seeing his previously deemed worthless son exhibit such an attitude, Chu Zixuan felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet he restrained himself for the sake of his prodigious son. "So, you truly have recovered. Come, return with me to the Chu family. I wish to celebrate your achievement." "Huh, you wish to celebrate for me?" Chu Chen could not suppress a cold laugh. "Indeed, you are my son, since you have reclaimed your status as a beast master. It is only natural for me to celebrate you," Chu Zixuan replied, his expression unwavering. "Ha, that is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. You, who personally excavated my core and destroyed the foundation of my becoming a beast master, now wish to celebrate my restoration. I am sorry, but I have no connection to you, and I do not require your celebration." Chu Chen was genuinely amused by Chu Zixuan's shamelessness. "In the end, do you think I would be foolish enough to return to the Chu family and allow you to dig out my core again? Young master, the chairman is acting for the sake of the family. You know your brother is the true genius. It was necessary for the Chu family," Suhi interjected, seizing the moment to defend Chu Zixuan. "Who gave you the right to speak here, you mere servant?" Chu Chen retorted sharply, his figure flashing before Suhi, and he thrust his palm forward, striking Suhi's chest directly. Uft! Suhi was sent flying, spewing blood midair, landing on the ground in disbelief. By the time everyone realized what had transpired, Chu Chen had already returned to his previous position as if he had never moved. "Beast, you dare to act violently before me." Chu Zixuan, humiliated by Chu Chen's brazen outburst in front of so many, pondered how to handle the situation when the steward, Su Chao, timely stepped in to offer assistance. Just as he was silently praising Su Chao's timing, Chu Chen suddenly lashed out at Su Chao, sending him flying with a single palm strike. No longer concealing his inner fury, he scolded sternly, "Well, you audacious beast, how dare you defy me so? Since you refuse to acknowledge me as your father, I shall no longer be courteous. Hand over the treasures that aided your recovery, and I shall let you go. Otherwise..." Otherwise what? Chu Chen's eyes glared coldly at Chu Zixuan. "Humph, we shall take our leave." Chu Zixuan shot a fierce glare at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He spat the words through gritted teeth before turning to depart. Upon returning to the Chu family, a furious Chu Zixuan smashed various items in a fit of rage, cursing Chu Chen incessantly as he did so. Nearby, Zhou Yongmei, who had previously inquired with Su He and learned of the events, empathized deeply with her husband's fury. Once Chu Zixuan had vented his wrath and shattered everything within reach, Zhou Yongmei cautiously approached, suggesting, "Darling, perhaps we should inform Chauer of this matter and see how he decides." Now that Chauer is a member of the Linxiao group, regarded highly by its upper echelons and a direct disciple of Professor Chun, we could have him bring a few people to capture that little beast and extract the treasures through interrogation. I do not believe he would refuse to yield them. Chu Zixuan's eyes lit up at her words, considering the plan to be splendid. Given that Chu Chen had now married into the Zheng family, it would indeed be inappropriate for him to directly confront Chu Chen in disregard of the Zheng family's dignity. However, if members of the Linxiao group were to intervene, even Zheng Taisen would dare not obstruct them. Meanwhile, in the Zheng family's hall, Zheng Hongfa occupied the main seat. With the prominent members of the Zheng family seated on either side, Zheng Taisen recounted the events that had transpired. Some individuals displayed expressions of joy, while others wore frowns. "Haha, it is delightful to see Chu Zixuan in such a predicament. It is truly gratifying," exclaimed one individual with a beaming smile. Others with similar expressions nodded in agreement. Witnessing Chu Zixuan's misfortune provided a much-needed release for the humiliation they had long borne. Do not rejoice too soon. While it is satisfying to see Chu Zixuan suffer, must we truly offend the Chu family for the sake of Chu Chen? Chu Chao has now entered the talent cultivation program of the Linxiao group, which is not an entity our Zheng family can contend with, cautioned another with a worried expression. Just as tensions began to rise among the factions, Zheng Hongfa spoke up from his seat. "Silence. What kind of decorum is this? How can you behave this way over such a trivial matter? What will you do when serious issues arise? You lack composure." Among those present were some of his brothers and several nephews. Yet Zheng Hongfa's reprimand caused all to lower their heads in shame. The respect he commanded in the Zheng family stemmed from the fact that it was through his efforts that the family had attained its current standing. Had it not been for his decisive actions, the Zheng family would have long since declined. Zheng Hongfa surveyed the room, pausing momentarily before stating, "The talent and temperament displayed by this Chu Chen are commendable. Given time, he may indeed become something of note. As I have previously mentioned, let us continue to observe. As for the Chu family, we need only avoid giving them any leverage, for the Linxiao group would not arbitrarily target our Zheng family over a mere Chu Chao." Zheng Hongfa's words set the tone for how the Zheng family would approach Chu Chen. In truth, Zheng Hongfa had additional thoughts unvoiced. When Chu Chen had been brought to them, he had discreetly examined Chu Chen's condition and confirmed that his core had indeed been excavated. The previous day's victory over Zheng Hai had astonished him and piqued his curiosity about Chu Chen. He had even entertained the notion that it might be a ruse by the Chu family, with Chu Chen acting as an undercover agent within the Zheng family. Therefore, during the commotion instigated by Chu Zixuan, he had been keenly observing every action and minute expression, confident that he would not be deceived. Thus, he dismissed the theory that Chu Chen was an undercover agent sent by the Chu family. However, he remained puzzled as to how Chu Chen had managed to regenerate his core and reclaim his status as a beast master after its removal. His observations had not revealed any abnormalities in Chu Chen. As for the treasures Chu Zixuan had mentioned, he had speculated upon them, yet found no clues on Chu Chen. The thought of capturing Chu Chen and subjecting him to severe interrogation to extract secrets had crossed his mind. But upon reflecting on the spirit and determination Chu Chen had exhibited, he realized that coercion would be futile. This was the fundamental reason he had ordered continued surveillance. Chapter 19. A game of wits between father and son. Naturally, Chu Chen was oblivious to the reactions of both the Chu and Zheng families. Time passed swiftly, and a week slipped by. During this week, no one from the Chu family had appeared, nor had the Zheng family caused any further trouble. With Aunt Zhang and Aunt Zhu managing the household and attending to his and Zheng Xian's daily needs, life had become considerably easier for them. Each day, aside from his unwavering routine of scouring for opportunities at the Yingxian Bridge, Chu Chen spent his time at home with Zheng Xian, feigning cultivation. This pretense of cultivation was a habit he had developed while residing in the Zheng family, serving to conceal his true secrets. With the substantial windfall gained from betting at the competitive center, Chu Chen no longer needed to count his pennies as he once did. Each day, he could procure an abundance of spirit beast corpses, crystal cores, and various pieces of equipment. After a week of resource accumulation, to his astonishment, a luminous green bud began to sprout from the bare trunk of the chaotic divine tree. With the emergence of this bud, Chu Chen distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his mental prowess. Although his cultivation level had only risen by 1 star, reaching 12 stars. Based on his understanding of beast tamers, his current strength was hardly inferior to that of the most elite beginner beast tamers. Moreover, the improvement in Aguai was even more pronounced. Aguai had ascended to the 5th tier of silver, boasting an astonishing defense due to its mechanized armor. Even a 9th-tier silver beast tamer would find it challenging to penetrate its defenses. Chu Chen estimated that with his current capabilities, he was virtually invincible within his tier. Even when faced with intermediate beast tamers, unless he encountered an anomaly possessing 2 silver-tier beasts, he stood a fighting chance. Even if he could not overcome his adversary, he would have ample means to ensure his own safety. In the event of confronting an intermediate beast tamer with 2 silver-tier beasts, while victory was improbable, escaping would certainly be within his reach. In a secluded courtyard belonging to the Zheng family, Zheng Hongfa and his son Zheng Tyson sat across from each other in a small pavilion, engaged in a game of chess. Father, this Chu Chen fellow has been diligently scouring the market at the Immortal Bridge every day, and his eye for valuable items is quite commendable. He manages to resell various acquisitions at the treasure pavilion for a profit, and then returns with spirit beast corpses, crystal cores, and equipment. Afterward, he merely chats with Xiner, occasionally strolls through the garden, and spends the remainder of his time in seclusion, cultivating. Aside from the peculiar procurement of damaged equipment, his activities seem no different from ours in terms of cultivation, Zheng Tyson remarked. Do you suppose that treasure of his is somehow linked to him? Zheng Tyson placed a piece on the board as he spoke. Zheng Tyson shared the same suspicion as Chu Zixuan, both believing that Chu Chen must have acquired some extraordinary artifact that enabled him to regenerate his crystal core and reclaim his status as a beast tamer, while also accelerating his cultivation and the growth of his beasts. After all, how could a once-defunct individual, stripped of his crystal core, suddenly become powerful? Zheng Hongfa contemplated the board for a moment before placing a piece, speaking slowly. His beast is a mechanized dog, correct? Zheng Tyson nodded, unsure of why his father posed the question. I have been observing him discreetly. Each time he returns from outside and enters his room to cultivate, everything appears quite normal, devoid of any suspicious behavior. As for his acquisition of the damaged equipment, it likely serves a similar purpose as the spirit beast corpses and crystal cores, enhancing the strength of his mechanized dog. While I am uncertain how he manages this, there remains much we do not know in this world. The mere existence of his mechanized dog as a beast is rather peculiar. Wouldn't you agree? Zheng Hongfa, a high-ranking beast tamer on the cusp of advancing to a special tier, possessed an immense mental strength that, if he so desired, could easily envelop the entirety of the Zheng estate. Thus, utilizing his mental prowess to investigate Chu Chen without his knowledge was a trivial matter. Zheng Tyson, holding a chess piece, looked at his father in astonishment and asked, Father, are you suggesting? From the current situation, it appears that this young man has not relied on any external artifacts for his cultivation, implying that he does not possess any items that would aid in his training. Could it be that he is purely relying on his innate talent? This seems improbable. After all, when he was brought here, you personally verified that he had indeed lost his crystal core and was rendered a waste. In less than a month, he has not only regenerated his crystal core, but also elevated his beast to the silver tier. He must be at least a 10-star beginner beast tamer, a rate of progress that likely even surpasses that of Chu Chao. Wouldn't you agree? Zheng Tyson exclaimed, incredulously. Zheng Hongfa paused, furrowing his brow as he sighed. I too am curious about this. However, I have noticed that each time he finishes cultivating, his mental energy shows considerable improvement, indicating he possesses exceptional qualifications as a beast tamer. After a moment of thought, he placed another piece and continued. As for why the Chu family has labeled him a waste all these years, I believe there are 2 possibilities. One is that Chu Chen awakened later than his brother Chu Chao, who awakened at 14, creating a significant disparity and leading the Chu family to regard him as inconsequential. The other possibility is that Chu Chen has been concealing his talent all along, never revealing his true capabilities. Zheng Tyson slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, Father, your conjecture is likely spot on. It could very well be a combination of both factors. Chu Chao awakened at 14 and was viewed as a once-in-a-century genius. In contrast, Chu Chen must have awakened much later, which led to his lack of recognition within the Chu family. All the attention and resources have been lavished upon Chu Chao. The fact that Chu Zixuan would resort to selling Chu Chen's crystal core for monetary gain and subsequently send him to our Zheng family for resources underscores the lowly status Chu Chen holds within the Chu family. This has compelled him to tread carefully, afraid to reveal his talents for fear of retribution from Chu Chao. Zheng Hongfa regarded his son with a hint of admiration, nodding. Your analysis is astute. The truth is likely as you have surmised. Considering the talent Chu Chen has exhibited thus far, it is at least above that of higher. We should treat him better, allowing him to feel at home in our Zheng family, as it would ultimately benefit us. I understand, Father, Zheng Tyson replied. Having grasped the essence of the matter, his previously furrowed brow now relaxed. Although the incident involving Chu Chen injuring his son left him with lingering resentment, He recognized the necessity of reevaluating his stance toward Chu Chen from the perspective of the family. This was an essential quality for him as the leader of the Zheng family. This very quality was the fundamental reason why Zheng Hongfa had stood against the majority to support Zheng Taisen in becoming the head of the Zheng family. For a family to endure, the leader's vision and generosity are indispensable. Only such a leader can attract talent, garner loyalty, and utilize their abilities effectively. Zheng Taisen placed a piece on the chessboard, a hint of pride evident in his tone as he declared, "Checkmate." Haha, you are defeated. Zheng Hongfa swiftly placed a piece on the board, his expression one of exhilaration. Zheng Taisen looked at the board. A moment later, a sheepish smile crept onto his face. "Father, your skill in chess grows increasingly formidable. Life is like chess. One must see the bigger picture to play well," Zheng Hongfa remarked, his words laden with meaning. "I am humbled to learn from you," Zheng Taisen replied respectfully. Chapter 20. The Conspiracy of the Zheng Brothers' Elder Brother. How is your health recovering? Zheng Jiang entered the courtyard of Zhenghai, finding him seated cross-legged in the garden. "Second brother, come, sit down. My health is fully restored." Zhenghai smiled faintly in response. "Elder brother, what of your ice dragon, frost giant lizard, as named by Zhenghai? Has it recovered?" Zheng Jiang inquired with concern. Upon hearing this, Zhenghai's expression darkened, and he spoke in a grave tone. "The ice dragon's wounds have healed, but to regain its former strength, it will require an ample supply of precious medicinal herbs. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, it will take at least 3 months. Ah, elder brother, that Chu Chen truly strikes with malice. The last time he attacked me, he left my Titan Tiger in a severely injured state, and it has yet to fully recover. Now, he has dealt such damage to your ice dragon. He may have taken his liberties with me, but to assault you so mercilessly, especially in front of so many witnesses, is a disgrace. You are the future leader of our Zheng family, while he is merely a son-in-law. His actions are an affront to you and to our family. He is still just a beginner beast tamer. When he becomes an advanced or even a special tier beast tamer, will he disregard our grandfather and demand that our entire family grovel before him? Only regretting my lack of strength, otherwise, I would have sought him out for vengeance much sooner, to restore honor for my elder brother and the Zheng family." Zheng Jiang, with a face full of frustration, pounded his chest and stamped his feet, casting furtive glances at Zhenghai's reaction. Upon hearing this, Zhenghai's countenance darkened further, his eyes radiating a palpable killing intent as he enunciated each word deliberately. "I have now reached the pinnacle of a junior beast master. Once I break through to the intermediate level, I will, at any cost, contract a formidable beast and swiftly cultivate it to the silver tier. I shall seek to avenge myself upon Chu Chen." "Elder brother, knowing you harbor such thoughts reassures me," Zheng Jiang said, seemingly quite excited as he clenched his fists. However, he quickly shifted his tone. "But elder brother, with such sentiments, we can only allow that brat to run rampant for the time being. I cannot swallow this humiliation. Can you? What else can we do? Grandfather has decreed that the elders of the family must not take action against him. Currently, I am not his match. And neither are you. It would be disingenuous to say Zhenghai did not harbor hatred for Chu Chen or wish to exact revenge. A once great prodigy reduced to being beaten by a worthless son-in-law is something anyone would find intolerable. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations, and the elders were forbidden from intervening. Elder brother, though we may not be his opponents, it does not mean there are no others who could challenge him." Zheng Jiang revealed a mischievous grin. "Next week marks grandfather's 80th birthday. Not only will people from Jincheng come to celebrate, but families from Huayin, such as the Zhang and Wang clans, will also send representatives. Just yesterday, Zhang Yang and Wang Wei were still discussing it with me. They are definitely coming. We can instigate a rift between Chu Chen and them." Upon hearing the names Zhang Yang and Wang Wei, Zhenghai's eyes sparkled with interest. Huayin, Huayong, and Jincheng are all part of Yizhou province, named after the Huafeng mountain that separates them. The Zhang family in Huayin and the Wang family in Huayong are both leading powers in the area, holding a status comparable to that of the Zheng family in Jincheng. The families have numerous business collaborations. Thus, whenever any family experiences an event, the others invariably send representatives. Naturally, the younger generations of these families maintain connections due to their similar backgrounds, fostering shared interests and topics of conversation. Unbeknownst to Chu Chen, he remained oblivious to the machinations of the Zheng brothers, continuing with his daily routine of scavenging at the Yingzhan Bridge, spending time with Zheng Xian at home, and adhering to his training regimen. During this period, he was not disturbed, and with a stroke of good fortune, he found himself enjoying a rare moment of ease since his rebirth. Nevertheless, he did not let his guard down, remaining vigilant and pushing himself to enhance his strength. He was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. In comparison to the conflict with Zheng Jiang and Zhenghai, those were mere childish play, insignificant when weighed against the impending threats. After having breakfast with Zheng Xian, just as Chu Chen was about to leave, he was called back by her. Chu Chen, wait. He halted, turning to face Zheng Xian. With her eyes cast down shyly, she said, in 2 days, it will be grandfather's 80th birthday, and I would like you to accompany me. Chu Chen was taken aback by the coincidence. Indeed, in 2 days, it would be Zheng Xian's grandfather's birthday. Although he had not seen Zheng Xian's grandfather since marrying into the Zheng family, he had heard numerous tales about him. It was he who had turned the declining fortunes of the Zheng family around, solidifying their status as the foremost family in Jincheng. Not only was he the premier beast master of the Zheng family, but he was also regarded as Jincheng's greatest beast master, a living legend in the city. Now that Chu Chen had joined the Zheng family, he was considered one of them, and given the evident overtures from the Zheng family toward him, along with his relationship with Zheng Xian, it would be both reasonable and respectful for him to attend. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. All right, let us choose a gift together. Hearing Chu Chen's enthusiastic agreement and his suggestion to go gift shopping together brought a smile to Zheng Xian's face. Although she still wore a veil, Chu Chen could discern the joy radiating from her eyes. From Zheng Xian's perspective, she was deeply anxious about whether Chu Chen would agree, especially since Zheng Jiang and Zheng Hai had previously provoked him into battle. Despite Chu Chen's victories, she feared that such conflicts might create a rift between him and the Zheng family. Have you thought about what to buy? Chu Chen asked as they sat in the car. Now, Chu Chen had his own chauffeur arranged by Zheng Taisen, and the driver was Lu Danning, the security guard who had previously stopped Chu Zixuan. There was no need for secrecy about such matters, so Chu Chen asked openly in front of Lu Danning. Zheng Xian shook her head. No, I have never been invited to grandfather's birthday before. This is the first time I have received such a notice. Zheng Taisen, fearing embarrassment due to Zheng Xian's appearance, had previously kept her from attending any family gatherings involving outsiders. Yet, as a member of the Zheng family, she longed for acceptance from her kin. Thus, being invited to her grandfather's birthday celebration was of great significance to her. Then let us visit the Jujia Pavilion to pick out a longevity elixir as a gift for your grandfather. All right. Zheng Xian nodded obediently. Having been marginalized by her family due to her appearance since childhood and often ridiculed at school, she rarely ventured outside. Consequently, her knowledge of the outside world was limited. The prospect of selecting a gift for her grandfather's birthday had her quite distressed, but with Chu Chen taking the lead, she was immensely satisfied. As they sat in the car, she unconsciously leaned closer to Chu Chen. He could feel her subtle movement, but chose not to react. Chu Chen felt genuinely grateful to Zheng Xian. Whether in his past life or the present, she had been unwaveringly supportive and loyal. To bring joy to Zheng Xian was a source of happiness for him, and he was willing to invest in that. Chapter 21, An Unexpected Discovery of New Wealth. Yingzhan Bridge, Jujia Pavilion. A place Chu Chen frequented nearly every day. The sales associates here were thoroughly familiar with him, especially since his victory over Zheng Hai had elevated him to an idol for many young people. Among them was Xiao Chong, a devoted admirer who greeted him with a broad smile. Brother Chen, what treasure have you unearthed today? Knowing that Chu Chen always sold items he had procured from the market, Xiao Chong habitually inquired. Chu Chen, holding Zheng Xian's hand, smiled in response. Today, I have come to purchase something. Oh my, it seems the sun has risen in the west. You actually have a day to shop at Jujia Pavilion? Xiao Chong teased. Being familiar with Chu Chen, he knew there was no pretense about him and often joked around. Hey, are you mocking me? Just wait until I report you to Manager Li and have him dock your pay. Chu Chen pretended to frown in annoyance. Ah, Brother Chen, please don't. I must tell you, Manager Li just transferred to another store. The new Manager Tang is quite strict. If you complain about me, I might be in serious trouble. Xiao Chong hurriedly whispered to Chu Chen. All right, look at you acting all timid. Come on, lead me to select a gift for an elder's birthday. Chu Chen chuckled. Sure thing, Brother Chen. May I ask what kind of elder you're buying for and their age? Xiao Chong, being a professional in sales, was keen to know. My wife's grandfather, turning 80. Chu Chen stated plainly. At this moment, Xiao Chong also noticed the veiled Zheng Xian following Chu Chen into the store. He had some suspicions, but still gently asked, Brother Chen, may I ask who this is? This is my wife. Xiao Chong beamed brightly, addressing Zheng Xian. Hello, sister-in-law. Zheng Xian was taken aback to be addressed in such a manner for the first time, feeling a blend of shyness and delight, unsure of how to respond. Habitually, she glanced towards Chu Chen for guidance. Chu Chen, smiling, gently patted her hand and introduced, This is Xiao Chong, a sales representative from the Treasure Pavilion. Hello, Xiao Chong. Zheng Xian greeted softly. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'm quite familiar with Brother Chen, and I will surely select a gift that will delight your grandfather. Xiao Chong assured confidently. All right then, I leave it to you. Zheng Xian replied with a smile. Xiao Chong led the two to the innermost counter in the hall where spiritual herbs were sold and began his introduction. Brother Chun, sister-in-law. Gifting a Lingxua ginseng for your grandfather's birthday would be splendid. This Lingxua ginseng has the ability to nourish blood and invigorate qi. Consuming it can extend one's lifespan, making it an ideal gift for the elderly. This is the only millennium-old Lingxua ginseng we have in our store, and presenting it to your grandfather will undoubtedly bring him immense joy. The millennium-old Lingxua ginseng was encased in a specially designed transparent box that maintained constant temperature and humidity. Nestled within a glass display, its pristine white appearance hinting at its extraordinary nature. Xiao Chang's eloquence struck a chord with Zhang Xian, who felt thoroughly satisfied with his recommendation but still turned to Chu Chen, seeking his counsel. Chu Chen noticed Zhang Xian's expression and understood her approval of Xiao Chang's suggestion. Truth be told, he also found the millennium-old Lingxua ginseng to be quite suitable. How much is this Lingxua ginseng? He inquired. 500 gold dragon coins, Xiao Chang replied with a smile. What? 500 gold dragon coins? Zhang Xian gasped in shock, her breath hitching. Currently, she only possessed 600 silver dragon coins, which she had previously entrusted to Chu Chen, who later returned it to her as a rounded sum. At this price, her funds would only suffice to purchase a mere ginseng root. Chu Chen furrowed his brow at this revelation. Had it been a few days prior, he could have afforded such an expense, but now his finances had been considerably depleted, with merely 30 gold dragon coins remaining, an insurmountable gap. For a moment, he found himself in a quandary. Zhang Xian cast a reluctant glance at the Lingxua ginseng, but didn't he wish for Chu Chen to feel burdened, so she suggested. Chu Chen, let us look at other options. This millennium-old Lingxua ginseng is too expensive. Brother Chun, sister-in-law, perhaps you might consider this century-old Lingxua ginseng instead. It's much more affordable at only 20 gold dragon coins, Xiao Chang interjected, noticing their apparent financial constraints while gesturing towards a row of century-old Lingxua ginseng. These century-old ginsengs appeared nearly indistinguishable in size from the millennium-old variant, yet their overall color was notably duller. Chu Chen could see Zhang Xian's fondness for the millennium-old Lingxua ginseng and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, Xiao Chang, I recall you also sell spiritual beast cubs. Do you accept them as part of the transaction? Spiritual beast cubs? Xiao Chang looked at Chu Chen with surprise, then smiled. Of course. Our treasure pavilion has experts who specialize in assessing the value of spiritual beast cubs, and the prices are absolutely fair. Do you happen to have a spiritual beast cub? If you do, a single cub can easily fetch over 100 gold dragon coins. Very well, Xiao Chang. Please hold on to the millennium-old Lingxua ginseng for me while I retrieve the spiritual beast cub, Chu Chen instructed, nodding at Xiao Chang, then hastily exited the treasure pavilion. Zhang Xian gazed in astonishment at Chu Chen's retreating figure, having spent considerable time with him. Apart from Guai, she had never seen him with any other spiritual beast. Though perplexed, she felt a surge of emotion at the thought of Chu Chen willingly parting with a spiritual beast cub, vowing silently to cherish him for life. However, upon reflecting on her own appearance, she felt a wave of inadequacy, grappling with feelings of unworthiness in his presence. Before long, Chu Chen returned hastily. Let us go? Xiao Chang, take me to the appraiser. Both Xiao Chang and Zhang Xian were taken aback by his swift return, momentarily stunned. Yet Xiao Chang, being accustomed to interactions, quickly led them to the back courtyard of the treasure pavilion. Upon entering a room in the courtyard, they found an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, leisurely sipping tea while wearing glasses. This is Master Huang from our treasure pavilion, responsible for the appraisal and evaluation of spiritual beast cubs, Xiao Chang introduced succinctly. Master Zhao. The appraiser had yet to acknowledge them since their arrival, remaining aloof and silent, clearly exuding an air of arrogance. Such individuals are common in the world, often prideful due to their talents in a specific field, looking down upon others. Chu Chen nodded, not concerned with Master Zhao's demeanor, and directly produced a wind wolf spiritual beast cub, placing it on the appraisal table before him. Master Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes lit up at the sight of the wind wolf cub. He sprang up, circling the table, adjusting his glasses as he examined the cub with meticulous attention. The more he scrutinized, the more exhilarated he became, his white beard trembling with excitement. Excellent, excellent. This wind wolf cub is simply magnificent. At such a young age, it has already awakened the innate skill of gale force. Master Zhao transformed before their eyes, shedding his previous arrogance, now circling the wind wolf cub with childlike enthusiasm. Gently stroking its fur as if he were a lifelong bachelor beholding a beautiful bride, his eyes gleaming with delight. We at the treasure pavilion will offer 2,000 gold dragon coins for this wind wolf cub, Master Zhao proclaimed, his gaze still fixated on the cub, brimming with excitement. Knowing the treasure pavilion's pricing was always reasonable, Chu Chen did not haggle and readily accepted the offer. Zhang Xian. Witnessing Chu Chen sacrifice such a precious spiritual beast cub merely to procure a birthday gift for her grandfather felt profoundly moved but also reluctant about Chu Chen's considerable sacrifice. She tugged at his hand, whispering, "Chu Chen, perhaps we should reconsider. You should keep the spiritual beast." Chu Chen smiled gently, ruffling her hair as he replied softly, "We cannot forego this. Your grandfather's 80th birthday deserves a fitting gift, does it not? Besides, I am still quite a ways from advancing to an intermediate beastmaster." Tears glistened in Zhang Xian's eyes as she realized that Chu Chen's actions were motivated solely by her well-being. Overwhelmed, she found herself at a loss for words, merely managing a soft, choked agreement. Seeing Chu Chen's resolve, Master Zhao promptly instructed Xiao Chong to take him to the finance department to collect the funds. This procedure was familiar to Chu Chen, who followed Xiao Chong without further ado to retrieve the money. Chapter 22. The Lingxue Ginseng Acquisition Turmoil. The trio soon returned to the main hall, heading directly to the herbal counter. A few individuals were already gathered there, with another sales representative named Xiao Qian attending to them. Xiao Chong approached her and whispered, "Please retrieve that millennium-old Lingxue Ginseng for Brother Chen." "Certainly, Xiao Chong. Just remember to treat us later," Xiao Qian replied with a smile. Before Xiao Chong could respond, a voice emerged from the man standing at the counter. "Hold on. Why didn't you show me that millennium-old Lingxue Ginseng earlier?" Having been focused on instructing Xiao Chong to fetch the ginseng, Chu Chen had overlooked the man beside him. Upon hearing his words, he lifted his gaze, noticing a man in his 20s clad in designer attire, flanked by a few individuals who appeared to be bodyguards. One of whom was an elderly gentleman exuding a restrained aura. Xiao Qian, caught off guard by the man's sudden inquiry, became flustered. She had only recently joined the treasure pavilion and was encountering such a situation for the first time, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Upon witnessing the commotion, Xiao Chong hurriedly stepped forward with a beaming smile, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Esteemed sir, this Millennium Snow Spirit Ginseng has already been reserved by this customer. He has merely stepped to the back to attend to other matters, which is why the ginseng has not yet been presented. Perhaps you might consider these alternatives. This one here is a 500-year-old Snow Spirit Ginseng, which is also quite effective." The young man, however, wore a displeased expression and retorted, "You claim he made a reservation. But do you have any proof?" Xiao Chong was taken aback by such a troublesome customer and could only awkwardly force a smile. "Sir, you jest. This customer has been in the store handling other matters. It was merely a brief interval, and thus there is no proof to present." "Then he has not made a payment. Since he has not paid, I am equally entitled to purchase this Snow Spirit Ginseng. If you do not present it for my inspection, do you look down upon me, the Zhang family of Huayin?" The young man seemed to have found ample justification for his demands, raising his voice considerably. "But this customer has already decided to make a purchase," Xiao Chong stammered, feeling overwhelmed by such obstinacy. With a cold scoff, the young man turned his gaze over Chu Chen, scrutinizing his attire, which was nothing more than cheap, makeshift clothing. A look of disdain crossed his face. He had encountered many such impoverished souls before, and he believed that a slight show of aggression would suffice to compel them to yield the Snow Spirit Ginseng. "I shall take this Snow Spirit Ginseng. You may choose something else," he commanded, as if stating the most natural of facts. "No," Chu Chen replied, his tone calm, yet resolute. Taking the transparent box containing the Snow Spirit Ginseng from Xiao Chong's hands, he swiftly completed the transaction via scan. Then, turning to grasp Zhang Xian's hand, he prepared to leave. The young man was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a forthright rejection from Chu Chen, who displayed no hint of hesitation. This blatant dismissal inflicted an unprecedented humiliation upon him. His expression darkened as he coldly barked, "Halt! Do you know who I am? How dare you refuse me like this? Did you not just proclaim yourself as a member of the Zhang family of Huayin? So what?" Chu Chen retorted, gazing coolly at the young man who obstructed his path. "Very well. You possess some audacity. Knowing I am from the Zhang family of Huayin, you still dare to speak to me in such a manner. Consider this well. Wealth may buy you comforts, but it cannot guarantee your life." The young man's words were a blatant threat. "Esteemed sir, this is the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. I kindly ask you to choose your words with caution," Xiao Chong interjected, his demeanor shifting dramatically from jovial to stern. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion had established its presence across the vast lands of the realm for a reason. It was not a venue where anyone could misbehave with impunity. "I merely sought to caution him to tread carefully," the young man thought to himself, cognizant of the pavilion's formidable influence and the rules preventing violence within its walls. He merely aimed to coerce Chu Chen into submission through intimidation. Noticing that Chu Chen remained silent, the young man assumed he had succeeded in frightening him. And with a sneer, he taunted, "You may inquire around outside. No one dares to defy the things I, Zhang Yang, desire. Today, I am in a good mood and shall grant you another chance." If you are sensible, you will willingly hand over the snow spirit ginseng to me, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, well, Zhongyang, the sole heir of the Zhang family from Huayin? I never expected him to come to Jincheng. Murmured voices began circulating among those present, some recognizing the name. I hear he is the foremost young talent of Huayin City, and his beast seems to have reached the 6th tier of silver. The commotion naturally drew the attention of many patrons within the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Hearing Zhang Yang's name, Chu Chen's expression darkened. In his previous life, he might have recoiled in fear, but now, are you finished? If you are, then step aside. Chu Chen's voice was icy and unwavering. You dare speak to me in such a tone? You court death. Zhang Yang fumed. As the sole heir of the Zhang family, he was accustomed to deference and respect, both at home and elsewhere. He had never been insulted so brazenly before. Anger surged within him, and he lashed out without a second thought, throwing a punch directly at Chu Chen's face, completely disregarding his father's warning not to engage in violence within the pavilion. In terms of strength, he was at the pinnacle of a novice beast master, akin to Zhenghai, but his beast was a 6th-tier silver beast, superior to Zhenghai's by a considerable margin. Moreover, his beast, the giant strength ancient ape, was renowned for its physical prowess, enhanced by the beast's power. His own strength far exceeded that of Zhenghai. The punch, executed with sudden ferocity, was exceptionally swift, compressing the air around it and generating a sonic boom. Chu Chen's expression darkened as he countered with a punch of his own. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, causing Zhang Yang to involuntarily stagger back several steps. Had it not been for the bodyguard behind him who caught him, he would have surely fallen. Struggling to regain his footing, Zhang Yang's face flushed, and his breath came in heavy gasps. It was clear that he had suffered significant damage from their encounter. In stark contrast, Chu Chen remained unperturbed, his stance unwavering, and his expression devoid of any change. It was noteworthy that Zhang Yang had struck first, and Chu Chen had merely responded defensively. Logically, Zhang Yang should have held the upper hand, yet he was the one who had faltered. What did this indicate? It signified that Chu Chen's prowess surpassed that of Zhang Yang. Witnessing this scene, all present were struck with astonishment. Stop! How dare you? Who is so brazen as to attack within my Gathering Treasure Pavilion? A commanding voice boomed, resonating throughout the establishment. A tall figure swiftly descended from the second floor, positioning himself between Chu Chen and Zhang Yang. The middle-aged man exuded an undeniable aura of authority, startling everyone in attendance. Even the elderly companion following Zhang Yang displayed a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Chu Chen, standing closest to the middle-aged man, felt the weight of his imposing presence most acutely. The man's aura was only slightly less formidable than that of Zheng Tyson, who had rushed to save Zhenghai during a previous confrontation. Chu Chen was aware of Zheng Tyson's prowess, being at the pinnacle of an intermediate beastmaster. This man before him was undoubtedly at least a 30-star intermediate beastmaster. Zhang Yang, sensing the man's formidable strength, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He had acted impulsively, disregarding the pavilion's regulations, and now the gravity of his actions dawned upon him, causing beads of cold sweat to form. The man surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on Xiao Chong, and with a stern expression, inquired, "What transpired here?" "Manager Tang, this customer intended to purchase the snow spirit ginseng, but another customer attempted to forcibly take it, leading to a confrontation." Xiao Chong recounted the events succinctly. As soon as he finished, Zhang Yang interjected hastily, "Manager Tang, it was he who first insulted me, prompting my impulsive reaction. I did not intend to disregard the rules of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. I care not for your reasons. Anyone who resorts to violence within my Gathering Treasure Pavilion shall face the consequences according to our rules. Each of you shall sever an arm." The man's voice was frigid, carrying an undeniable authority. "Manager Tang, I am a member of the Zhang family of Huayin. My grandfather is Zhang Rinshan. I beseech you to show leniency this once." Considering my grandfather's reputation, Zhang Yang pleaded, sensing the gravity of the situation. The man furrowed his brow, initially contemplating the opportunity to assert his authority, having just arrived at his post. However, he never anticipated that the troublemaker would be a member of the Zhang family. He was reluctant to offend the Zhang family, as he was merely an employee and wished to avoid creating enemies through his job. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "Given your youth and impulsiveness, you shall pay a fine of 100 golden dragon coins as compensation for the disruption to my pavilion's business, and we shall consider this matter settled. Let this be a warning for the future." Zhang Yang's face brightened at this leniency, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Manager Tang. I will pay. I will pay." Manager Tang turned his head to glance at Chu Chen. Much like Zhang Yang, he deduced from Chu Chen's inexpensive attire that he lacked any significant background. This presented an excellent opportunity to assert his authority. "Are you not going to take action to cripple yourself? Must I intervene personally?" "Manager Tang, This matter does not concern this customer. It was that customer who instigated the trouble. This customer was merely acting in self-defense. Xiao Chong hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, setting aside his acquaintance with Chu Chen. He could not remain indifferent from a standpoint of justice. Am I the manager, or are you? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? Manager Tang turned with a stern expression, glaring at Xiao Chong. Manager Tang, we are from the Zheng family. We did not intend to cause a disturbance at the treasure pavilion. Please show some leniency. We are willing to compensate for the damages with 100 golden dragon coins. Zhang Xian pleaded anxiously as she stepped forward. Manager Tang's brow furrowed deeper. How could this happen? He had merely intended to intimidate and set an example. Yet he found himself confronted by individuals with notable backgrounds. After scrutinizing Zhang Xian, he noticed her veil. Suddenly, his expression brightened as he recalled the rumors of an exceedingly unattractive daughter from the Zheng family who always concealed her face. If he were not mistaken, the woman before him was indeed the infamous third miss of the Zheng family. Thus, the young man tightly grasping her hand was evidently the useless son-in-law sent by the Chu family for a marriage alliance with the Zheng family. He typically paid little attention to external news, often engrossed in his own cultivation, which limited his knowledge of Chu Chen to the fact that he was merely the worthless son-in-law sent by the Chu family. This understanding had arisen only because he had prepared in advance for his transfer to Jincheng to ensure a smooth transition. Now that he comprehended Chu Chen's identity, he felt no reservations. He had no desire to offend the Zhang family or the Zheng family, but Chu Chen, the useless son-in-law, was the perfect target to establish his authority. With a cold smile, he declared, Miss Zhang, you may leave without any compensation. However, this individual dares to cause a ruckus in my treasure pavilion. If I do not impose severe punishment, then in the future, anyone may dare to create disturbances here. Manager Tang spoke with a tone of righteousness, as though he were upholding the law and maintaining the reputation of the treasure pavilion. Chu Chen's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he regarded Manager Tang. This man's actions were nothing more than an attempt to assert dominance over someone he perceived as lacking in influence. Should he dare to strike, Chu Chen had no qualms about revealing his trump card to surprise him. Manager Tang, why can't my husband be treated equally? He is also a member of the Zheng family. You cannot show such bias. Zhang Xian protested indignantly. Merely a son-in-law. Aside from you, I doubt anyone in the Zheng family considers him one of their own, Manager Tang sneered. To dare to cause trouble in my treasure pavilion is to face the consequences. Noticing that Chu Chen had yet to take any action, Manager Tang understood that he must take matters into his own hands. Without hesitation, he summoned a surge of energy, preparing to incapacitate Chu Chen's arm. Chu Chen's face darkened, his eyes fixed coldly on Manager Tang. Should Manager Tang make a move, he would not hesitate to employ his hidden strength to deliver a substantial surprise. Beside them, Zhang Yang wore a smug expression, eagerly anticipating the sight of Chu Chen's misfortune as he awaited the forthcoming punishment. Stop! A cool, feminine voice rang out. Manager Tang frowned, barking, Who goes there? Upon seeing the newcomer, a girl of 17 or 18 whom he did not recognize, his anger flared. Just as he was about to unleash it, he noticed the elderly man accompanying her. Manager Tang's pupils dilated, his aura instantly deflating. He quickly donned a humble smile, striding forward with exaggerated respect. Elder Gao, what brings you here? You didn't inform me beforehand, or I would have come to greet you. Elder Gao was well known to him. The president of the treasure pavilion in the Izhou district, overseeing all branches of the pavilion in Izhou. What is the meaning of this? Elder Gao inquired with a stern expression, ignoring Manager Tang's attempts at flattery. Elder Gao, it's just a minor issue. There's no need for you to concern yourself. Manager Tang said with a forced smile. Please, go upstairs and enjoy some tea. I will join you shortly. You are going to handle it? By indiscriminately severing this young man's arm, I presume? I heard everything you said about handling it. Elder Gao's voice thundered, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Elder Gao, please, I understand my error. Grant me another chance. Manager Tang stuttered in panic upon realizing he had been dismissed. As Elder Gao continued to ignore him, Manager Tang fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. He had worked hard to attain his current position at the treasure pavilion. Being dismissed would leave him with nothing. Those expelled from the pavilion would find it exceedingly difficult to secure work in the industry again. Despite his desperate pleas, Elder Gao remained unyielding. Eventually, Manager Tang appeared utterly defeated, his spirit crushed as he vacated the premises in a daze. Chu Chen turned his attention to the girl and Elder Gao. He recognized neither of them, but speculated from their earlier exchange that Elder Gao was affiliated with the treasure pavilion. He surmised they had not intervened on his behalf intentionally, but had merely witnessed the unfolding events and acted to uphold the pavilion's reputation. Nonetheless, even though they were not there specifically to assist him, They had indeed resolved his immediate predicament, preventing him from having to reveal his hidden strengths. Thus, Chu Chen offered a slight smile and a word of thanks to the girl and Elder Gao. The girl returned his smile radiantly, saying, "You thank me with just a single word? Is there no other show of gratitude?" Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond to her. Just then, the girl burst into laughter. "I was just teasing you. You took it seriously. What a dull fellow you are." Chu Chen blinked, his face slightly flushed. Haha, you actually turned red. I won't tease you anymore. I'm Wanziki. From now on, no one will bother you at the treasure pavilion, she said with a mischievous grin before turning and walking toward the back courtyard. Elder Gao smiled at Chu Chen. "Young man, you are quite impressive. I am Gao Hansheng. You may call me Elder Gao. I hope to see you often at the treasure pavilion." He then approached Xiao Chong, saying, "Lu Xiao Chong, is it? You have done well. From this moment on, you are the manager of this store. Work hard, and the treasure pavilion will not shortchange you." With that, Elder Gao followed Wanziki into the back courtyard. Chapter 24. The fool was actually myself? Xiao Chong was left in a state of shock at the unexpected fortune that had befallen him, feeling as though he were living in a dream. Chu Chen smiled and approached, saying, "Congratulations on your promotion, Xiao Chong." Xiao Chong, a mix of excitement and bashfulness, scratched his head and grinned in response. "We should be going." Chu Chen called to Xiao Chong, taking Zheng Xin's hand as they departed. Zhang Yang, observing from the side, struggled to process everything that had just transpired. The plot twist had been too swift. He had been anticipating Chu Chen's downfall, only to discover that not only was Chu Chen unharmed, but he had also captured Elder Gao's favor. Meanwhile, he himself had been forced to pay 100 golden dragon coins in compensation. The fool was indeed himself. Zhang Yang cast a cold glare at Chu Chen's retreating figure and barked at the bodyguard behind him. "Let us go." Upon returning to the Zheng family estate, Chu Chen went directly to his room to resume his cultivation, discarding the materials he had purchased today, including the corpse of the spirit beast, into the chaos divine tree. In his mind, he repeatedly pondered why Wanziki and Elder Gao had extended their goodwill toward him. However, no matter how he contemplated, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Chu Chen resolutely chose to cast aside his thoughts and instead devoted himself to the intricate task of merging the spores with the aberration. The events of the day had illuminated the inadequacies of his own strength. Since his rebirth, the trajectory of his life had diverged significantly from that of his previous existence. Many matters had slipped beyond his grasp. Without a solid backing, he found himself reliant solely on his own capabilities. Strength was the only assurance for his survival. The unexpected discovery that he could generate spirit beast offspring through the fusion of spores for sale had alleviated his financial woes. With the security of wealth, he could expedite the enhancement of his own power. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the principle that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. He resolved to regulate the frequency of producing spirit beast offspring to avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. After all, as a novice beastmaster, capturing spirit beast younglings was no trivial task. If he were to frequently sell them, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the birthday celebration of Zheng Hongfa. The Zheng family was adorned with festive decorations, buzzing with excitement. Guests arrived in a continuous stream to extend their congratulations. The Zheng family laid out a lavish banquet to entertain the relatives and friends attending the celebration, with tables laden with various delicacies and fine wines. Zheng Hongfa occupied the main seat at the head table, clad in a grand red robe, surrounded by renowned dignitaries. He engaged in lively conversation with these old friends, bursts of hearty laughter erupting from their table. Clearly, he was in high spirits that day. This generation had largely stepped down from their roles as family leaders, passing the reins of family management to the next generation. They were now considerably more at ease, free from mundane worries, allowing them to mingle freely. In the past, gathering together had not been so effortless when they were in charge. Before long, the formal proceedings of the birthday banquet commenced, starting with the guests presenting their gifts. The Zhang family from Huayin presented a jade statue from Songshan, while the Wang family from Huayang gifted a pair of longevity scepters. The Yujia family from Fuchuan offered a prized white tiger skin. The host read aloud the congratulatory gifts presented by the guests. Zheng Hongfa, seated in the Grand Master's chair, graciously accepted each gift with a smile of gratitude. Following the guests, it was the turn of the family descendants to present their offerings. Leading the charge were Zheng Taitzin and his cousins, who approached respectfully to present their gifts, each more valuable than the last. Zheng Hongfa accepted them all with a smile. And soon it was the turn of the grandchildren to offer their tributes. First to step forward was Zheng Hai, Zheng Hongfa's eldest legitimate grandson, who was being groomed as the next family leader. His appearance was both fitting and attention-grabbing. "Grandfather, this is a red luminous pearl that I fortuitously obtained during my last training. I present it to you." Wishing you blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. Zheng Hai approached Zheng Hongfa, holding a delicate wooden box aloft with both hands. Zheng Hongfa, beaming, took the box and opened it, revealing a dazzling red pearl that captivated the audience. He laughed heartily and patted Zheng Hai's shoulder, saying, "You've shown thoughtfulness, my dear Haier. Grandfather is very pleased." Next, Zheng Jiang stepped forward, respectfully presenting his own gift. "Grandfather, I have prepared something for you as well. This is a 500-year-old spirit snow ginseng, which can replenish blood and enhance vitality, prolonging life." The crowd gasped at the mention of the 500-year-old spirit snow ginseng, recognizing its substantial value. "Not long ago, my father fell ill, and I spent 20 gold dragon coins to acquire one." Murmurs of admiration rippled through the guests. "Oh, the second son of the Zheng family truly possesses a heart of filial piety." Zheng Hongfa accepted the spirit snow ginseng, smiling and stroking his beard. "Indeed. You've shown thoughtfulness, my boy. Grandfather is very satisfied." Zheng Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, surprised that her second brother had also chosen the spirit snow ginseng. Chu Chen tightened his grip on her hand, offering her a reassuring glance that conveyed her need not to feel anxious. Zheng Jiang exchanged a knowing smile with Zheng Hai, as they had conspired to humiliate Chu Chen, aware that Zheng Xian's monthly allowance was meager and that Chu Chen, being a son-in-law, was even poorer. They intended to seize this opportunity to ridicule him, leaving him in a state of embarrassment. To achieve this, Zheng Jiang not only exhausted his own allowance, but also beseeched his mother for additional funds to afford the 500-year-old spirit snow ginseng. "Sister, brother-in-law, my second brother and I have already presented our gifts to grandfather. Now it is your turn," Zheng Hai initiated. "Yes, sister, brother-in-law. Especially you, brother-in-law. This is your first time celebrating grandfather's birthday as part of our family, so your gift must not be lacking." Zheng Jiang seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "Oh, second brother. Our brother-in-law hails from a prestigious family. Surely, he understands such etiquette. You need not fret." Indeed, your elder brother is right." They bantered, their taunts evident in their expressions. The guests, catching wind of the brothers' jests, turned their attention toward Chu Chen and Zheng Xian. With a slight smirk, Chu Chen led Zheng Xian forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Grandfather, this is a gift prepared by Chu Chen for you, wishing you a joyful birthday filled with blessings and longevity." Zheng Xian presented a crystal box containing a 1,000-year-old snow spirit ginseng to Zheng Hongfa. Upon seeing the rare ginseng, Zheng Hongfa's eyes widened in surprise. He cast a deep glance at Zheng Xian and Chu Chen before finally resting his gaze on Chu Chen, bursting into laughter. "Ha! Truly, my granddaughter and grandson-in-law have outdone themselves with this 1,000-year-old spirit snow ginseng. I am most pleased." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. "What? A 1,000-year-old spirit snow ginseng? Such a rarity. It must be worth at least 200 or 300 gold dragon coins. Brother, you know not what you speak. I once saw a 1,000-year-old spirit snow ginseng at the treasure pavilion. And do you know how much it was priced at? How much? 500 gold dragon coins." The guests erupted into a flurry of murmurs, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Zheng Hai and Zheng Jiang felt their faces flush with embarrassment, wishing desperately to vanish from sight. Their plan to humiliate Chu Chen had backfired spectacularly, leaving them the true jesters. Chapter 25. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zheng Jiang shouted in a fit of indignation. How could a mere son-in-law possibly possess such wealth? This spirit snow ginseng must be a fake. His outburst silenced the previously bustling hall. As guests turned to gaze at Chu Chen and the others, Zhang Yang, seated among the guests, observed the scene with a resigned shake of his head. Recognizing that Zheng Jiang had encountered a formidable opponent, he had personally witnessed Chu Chen purchasing the 1,000-year-old spirit snow ginseng, which had led to a prior conflict. However, he had refrained from mentioning it out of embarrassment during previous gatherings with Zheng Hai and Zheng Jiang. Zheng Hongfa, noticing Zheng Jiang's outburst, felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. This was his birthday celebration, and his grandson's loud outburst was an embarrassment. Zheng Hongfa's demeanor darkened as he reprimanded. "Zheng Jiang, what madness is this? Do you think your grandfather cannot discern between real and fake? Grandfather, it's not that. I just fear you might be deceived by this rascal Chu Chen," Zheng Jiang stammered, sensing the ire of his grandfather. A spirited elder who had been seated beside Zheng Hongfa approached with a smile, interjecting to diffuse the tension. "Old Zheng, there's no need to get angry. Zheng Jiang, this young lad, is simply expressing his filial piety. Allow me to examine this Lingxua ginseng to ascertain its authenticity." "Very well, Lao Huang. Please take a look so that this insolent boy may be disheartened," Zheng Hongfa conceded, seeing the opportunity to step down gracefully. Lao Huang took the millennium-old Lingxua ginseng, scrutinizing it meticulously, and a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. This is indeed a genuine Lingxua ginseng, and it is a remarkable one, 80 years old. What do you have to say now, you insolent boy? Zheng Hongfa admonished with a stern expression. Grandfather, Zheng Jiang stammered, daunted by the unexpected demand to apologize to this son-in-law. Just then, Zheng Taisen sensed the shift in atmosphere and promptly approached, delivering a sharp slap to Zheng Jiang's face, exclaiming, "Did you not hear your grandfather instruct you to apologize?" Zheng Jiang was taken aback. His grandfather was compelling him to apologize to his son-in-law. Even his usually doting father was demanding he apologize and had just struck him. Overwhelmed with feelings of grievance, anger, and resentment, he faltered when confronted with his father's severe gaze. Reluctantly, he walked up to Chu Chen and muttered resentfully, "I'm sorry, brother-in-law." "What was that? I didn't quite catch it." Chu Chen tilted his head, feigning innocence. Zheng Jiang felt a surge of indignation, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. As he glared icily at Chu Chen, after a brief moment, he bellowed, "I apologize, brother-in-law." "Oh, it's quite all right. I forgive you," Chu Chen replied magnanimously, dismissively waving his hand, seemingly unfazed by Zheng Jiang's murderous glare. He understood that if one sought to humiliate him publicly, they should be prepared for a return of humiliation. "All right, everyone, please return to your seats," Zheng Tai-san urged, eager to avoid any further embarrassment for the Zheng family. As Chu Chen and the others settled back down, a melodious voice rang out from outside the hall. "Grandfather, Yuera has returned to celebrate your birthday." No sooner had the words left her lips than a beautiful young girl, clad in a JK uniform, bounded into the room. She was Zheng Taisen's youngest daughter, Zheng Yu, who had just turned 16. Despite her youth, she already stood around 1.7 meters tall, with long, fair legs that were particularly accentuated by her short skirt. Her tall figure and exquisitely delicate face embodied the legendary nine-headed stature. "You little rascal, your grandfather's birthday is upon us, and you choose now to return?" Zheng Tai's son feigned sternness, though his tone was laced with affection. "Dad, you have no idea the struggles I've faced to make it back in time for the feast. And yet you scold me." Zheng Yu pouted, her expression one of mock indignation. Her adorable demeanor elicited hearty laughter from Zheng Hongfa, who beamed benevolently. "Very well. My dear granddaughter, you've worked hard." Zheng Yu leaped into Zheng Hongfa's embrace, pouting defiantly at Zheng Tai's son, her charming antics prompting exclamations of delight. Zhang Yang, smitten with Zheng Xian, had come primarily to pay his respects to Zheng Hongfa. The altercation with Chu Chen at the gathering earlier had occurred because he wished to leave a favorable impression on the Zheng family by preparing a valuable gift. "Grandfather, where are my sister and the others? I heard Dad has brought home a son-in-law for my sister. Is he handsome?" Zheng Yu bombarded with questions in rapid succession. Zheng Hongfa playfully flicked her forehead, feigning displeasure. "You little girl, you claim to return for my birthday, yet within moments, your true intentions are revealed." "Not at all. I genuinely returned to celebrate with you. I was merely curious about what my brother-in-law looks like." Zheng Yu quickly defended herself. "Very well, go on. Your sister is over there." Zheng Hongfa gestured toward the table where Chu Chen and Zheng Xian were seated. Zheng Yu pecked a kiss on Zheng Hongfa's cheek and then bounced over to where Chu Chen and Zheng Xian were seated. "Sister, I'm back," she greeted enthusiastically, plopping down beside Zheng Xian. "This must be my brother-in-law, right?" Zheng Xian nodded with a smile. Among the Zheng family, only Zheng Yu felt comfortable enough to approach her without prejudice due to her appearance. Zheng Yu's maternal grandfather was a professor at Izhou University, and her mother was a teacher at Izhou High School. To ensure she received a superior education, she had always accompanied her mother to study in the provincial capital, Tiandu, only returning to Jincheng during the summer and winter breaks. Most of her time in the Zheng family was spent with Zheng Xian. "Hi, brother-in-law." Zheng Yu greeted Chu Chen with a warm smile. Chu Chen replied with a friendly nod. "Sister, I didn't realize my brother-in-law is such a handsome guy. You're quite lucky," Zheng Yu teased, whispering to Zheng Xian. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xian's face flushed crimson, and she shyly shot Zheng Yu an admonishing glance. Zhang Yang, witnessing Zheng Yu sitting beside Chu Chen and exchanging laughter, felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Jealousy transformed his fair complexion into a shade of green. His eyes fixed with a chilling glare upon Chu Chen. His expression did not go unnoticed by Zhang Hai and his brother, who were seated nearby. Zhang Yang had previously confided his desire to pursue Zheng Yu to them, and his current demeanor made it abundantly clear that he was seething with jealousy. Understanding the opportunity at hand, Zhang Hai and his brother exchanged knowing glances. They were aware that by provoking Zhang Yang, they could incite him to confront Chu Chen, and given Zhang Yang's temperament, a confrontation was inevitable. "Young Master Yang, my sister has arrived. Shall I accompany you to greet her?" Zheng Jiang inquired. Zhang Yang's expression softened slightly at the suggestion, and he nodded. "That would be appreciated." "Just a small gesture," young Master Yang. Zheng Jiang replied with a smile. Zheng Hai then stood, addressing his companions. Wei Xiao, Kuan Xiao, Jun Xiao, why don't we all head over to join my sister's table? It's always more lively with young people gathered together. The others, including Wang Wei, Xian Kuan, and Xin Jun, nodded in agreement. Thus, the Zheng Hai brothers led the group toward Chu Chen's table. Third sister, little sister, allow me to introduce you to these gentlemen. This is Zhang Yang, the esteemed heir of the Zhang family from Huayin. And this is Wang Wei, the distinguished heir of the Wang family from Huaiyang. Zheng Jiang introduced each of them to Zheng Xian and Zheng Yu in turn. All present were members of prominent families, their status is esteemed. Zheng Jiang then introduced Zheng Xian and Zheng Yu to Zhang Yang and the others. When it was time to introduce Chu Chen, Zheng Jiang deliberately raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, since some of you arrived late and missed our presentation of gifts for grandfather's birthday, you may not be acquainted with this gentleman. Allow me to formally introduce my brother-in-law, Chu Chen, the son-in-law of the Zheng family. Even without his introduction, the attendees could surmise Chu Chen's identity. Given his intimate demeanor with Zheng Xian, Zheng Jiang's intent was clear, to humiliate Chu Chen. After all, being a son-in-law was not a dignified title. Chu Chen shot a cold glance at Zheng Jiang, choosing not to engage. A palpable awkwardness enveloped the room as the atmosphere shifted. Wang Wei and the others recognized Zheng Jiang's intention to belittle Chu Chen. Some had witnessed the earlier incident involving the gifts, while others who had arrived later were perplexed at Zheng Jiang's audacity to stir trouble at his grandfather's birthday celebration. At that moment, Zheng Hai, with an amused smile, chimed in, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not underestimate my brother-in-law, Chu Chen. Although he is a son-in-law by marriage, his strength is formidable. Even I have fallen to him in battle." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the Zheng family as son-in-law was so powerful that even Zheng Hai, the future heir of the Zheng family, was no match for him? Hai Xiao, you must be joking. We understand your intent to bolster your brother-in-law's reputation in front of us, but such jesting is a bit excessive, Zhang Yang retorted with a sneer. I have heard of his background. He is the brother of Chu Chao, a discarded husk after having his core extracted. A waste, not even a beast master. How could he possibly be your rival? Zhang Yang, already harboring resentment for having lost to Chu Chen in a prior dispute at the Treasure Pavilion, felt his anger flare upon witnessing his beloved conversing joyfully with Chu Chen. Unable to suppress his fury, he openly mocked Chu Chen, his gaze bearing not only a taunting challenge, but also a veiled menace. Zheng Hai and Zheng Jiang observed Zhang Yang's expression, almost unable to contain their glee over the unfolding scheme. Indeed, Yang Xiao, I speak nothing but the truth. I am truly not his opponent, Zheng Hai said, spreading his hands in resignation. Then, with a solemn expression, he declared, moreover, I dare say that none among us here can rival him. Zheng Hai's words were as firm as if he possessed unwavering faith in Chu Chen's prowess. This assertion instantly incited discontent among the young scions of various families. It was an affront, an unabashed humiliation, to assert that they could not best this son-in-law. Who could tolerate such a slight? Humph, I refuse to believe it. I, Chen Jun, the distinguished heir of the Chen family, cannot be outmatched by a mere son-in-law. Chen Jun cast a disdainful glance at Chu Chen. Indeed, I share your disbelief. Zhang Yang is correct. I have also heard that Chu Chao's brother is a waste. A being not even worthy of being a beast master cannot possibly be our adversary, Wang Wei echoed in agreement. Exactly. If he were truly so formidable that even Hai Xiao is no match for him, why would the Chu family send him to be a son-in-law? Zhang Yang scoffed. His remarks echoed the sentiments of the crowd. Which family would send their genius to another as a son-in-law? Surely, one would have to be mad to entertain such a notion. The crowd engaged in a cacophony of derision aimed at Chu Chen, with Zhang Yang leading the charge. His demeanor practically screamed, "Come and challenge me, you waste." Zheng Xian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his two elder brothers would target Chu Chen so openly during their grandfather's birthday celebration, creating such a multitude of adversaries for him. He contemplated rising to defend Chu Chen, but was firmly pressed back into his seat by Chu Chen's hand. Chu Chen offered Zheng Xian a reassuring smile and a nod, signaling her to remain at ease. He then rose, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the crowd, and with a calm smile declared, "You speak truly. I have indeed been called a waste before. However, it appears that none of you are my match. How then should I refer to you? Perhaps as wastes? Audacious, arrogant, utterly insolent." These scions of esteemed families had never before faced such humiliation, particularly not at the hands of a universally acknowledged waste of a son-in-law. The crowd erupted in outrage. Chu Chen, do you dare to contest with me? You waste. Do you think we are extending you a courtesy? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will not know your own name. Come, step outside. Allow me to impart some wisdom on you about being a person. Gentlemen, please, please. Today is my grandfather's birthday. My brother-in-law has a bit of a stubborn temperament. Do not take it to heart. We are all brothers here. Let us not mar the harmony. Zheng Hai and Zheng Jiang pleaded anxiously from the sidelines. Yet, the barely concealed mirth in their eyes betrayed their true feelings. They could scarcely contain their laughter. The very idea of inviting Zheng Xian and Chu Chen to the birthday banquet was a scheme devised by the two brothers, intended to publicly humiliate Chu Chen. Their initial plan during the gift-giving segment had flopped, resulting in Chu Chen turning the tables on them. Now, witnessing their second plan unfolding successfully, their hearts swelled with joy. You, Chu Chen, are you not quite the fighter? We shall arrange for you to face a multitude of adversaries, to see if you truly possess the prowess of a three-headed, six-armed deity. Zheng Hai was keenly aware that neither Zhang Yang nor Wang Wei were to be underestimated. And then there was Qian Kuan, an intermediate beast master, whose strength surpassed that of the rest of them. Even if Chu Chen were powerful enough to defeat Zhang Yang and Wang Wei, he would hardly stand a chance against Qian Kuan. The commotion naturally drew the attention of those nearby, and the guests in the hall turned their gazes towards Chu Chen's table. Zheng Tyson, noticing the disturbance, strode over swiftly, his face composed, glancing at the crowd with a furrowed brow as he inquired, Zheng Hai, what is the commotion about? Father, it's nothing. I was merely introducing Chu Chen to everyone, mentioning his impressive strength, stating that even I am no match for him. They do not believe it, and wish to spar with him to see if he is truly as formidable as claimed, Zheng Hai quickly explained. Such gatherings were, after all, meant for families to exchange pleasantries and allow the younger generation to engage in friendly competition. Thus, upon hearing Zheng Hai's words, the guests in the hall became intrigued. Haha, since these young ones wish to engage in mutual sparring, why not set up a platform for them to compete? It would be a splendid addition to our dear old brother Zheng's birthday celebration, and we old-timers can enjoy the spectacle, suggested Qian Kuan's grandfather, who was seated with Zheng Hongfa. The relationships among these families were marked by both cooperation and rivalry, making the nurturing of young talent particularly significant. Among the younger generation, Qian Kuan was slightly older and possessed the greatest strength, hence his grandfather felt emboldened to make the suggestion. Indeed, old Qian's proposal is excellent, I second it. Yes, let us witness the clash of youth, allowing us old fellows to relish the talents of the next generation. Zheng Hongfa, fully aware of the intentions behind the proposal, chuckled in agreement. Very well, since everyone is so inclined, let it be as you wish. Tyson, arrange for the platform to be set up. Zheng Tyson promptly acquiesced, making arrangements to initiate the platform. In the square before the Zheng family hall, slabs of marble flooring began to retract, forming a circular arena within moments. The platform was slightly lower than the surrounding floor to facilitate viewing. Constructed from special materials, this arena was designed for family members to engage in friendly duels, akin to those in competitive centers, and upon the entry of their beast masters, the protective barrier would be activated, allowing combat to commence. However, this family arena was smaller and lacked spectator seating. Chu Chen was more than willing to accept the challenge presented by the crowd. Their provocations had already begun to wear on his patience, and he had restrained himself out of respect for Zheng Hongfa's birthday. Now that the Zheng family had made their intentions clear, he had no qualms about using his strength to demonstrate to those who mocked him as a wasteful son-in-law who truly was the real waste. Son-in-law, I shall be the first to challenge you, to determine if you are truly as formidable as Hai Xiao claims. Chen Jun stepped forth, the first to issue a challenge to Chu Chen, casting a scornful glance at him. Upon hearing his mockery, a chorus of laughter erupted from those around, laden with derision, as many regarded Chu Chen, the son-in-law, with contempt. This birthday banquet for Zheng Hongfa gathered predominantly the elite families from various cities, and their understanding of Chu Chen was limited to that of the Chu family's waist and the Zheng family's son-in-law. Chu Chen silently stepped forward, standing on the arena, and inquired, how do you wish to engage in battle? Haha, son-in-law. Remember, my name is Chen Jun. I have no desire to bully you, so there is no need for beast summoning. Let us just fight directly. Should you fail, kneel and plead for mercy, and I shall show you some leniency. Chen Jun jeered, simultaneously introducing himself, relishing the opportunity to flaunt his prowess in such an arena. Very well, for that remark, I shall only require you to kneel. Sparing you from serious injury, Chu Chen replied coolly, as if merely stating a fact. His words were met with a wave of hisses and caused Chen Jun's expression to darken, his eyes betraying a hint of concealed ferocity. With a calm demeanor, Chu Chen ascended the arena without any ostentatious gestures. In contrast, Chen Jun nimbly leaped onto the stage with a flourish. The disparity between them was evident, prompting many to applaud Chen Jun, who clearly appeared far superior to the son-in-law. Observers noted his agility, indicating a cultivation level of at least 16 stars. A remarkable genius has emerged from the Chen family. I recall he is not yet 20 years old. Brother Chun, you are indeed fortunate to have such a formidable grandson. Someone complimented Chun Jun's grandfather. The elder beamed with pride, though he humbly replied, "Oh, he still pales in comparison to true geniuses. Defeating a wasteful son-in-law is hardly impressive." Remarkably, before the contest had even commenced, he had already deemed a victory over Chu Chen as inconsequential. Zheng Hongfa, overhearing, nearly choked on his drink. Bemused by the elder's obliviousness to the concept of shame, he silently hoped that Chu Chen would not be too harsh, for it would render the situation exceedingly awkward for the old man. Without further ado, Chen Jun unleashed a ferocious punch aimed at Chu Chen, irritated by his earlier remarks. Initially, he intended to showcase his superiority before the crowd, but he had not anticipated that Chu Chen could outshine him. Chen Jun's punch was delivered without reservation, demonstrating the full extent of his 16-star beast mastery, the air around his fist warping under the force of its speed. In the blink of an eye, his fist was mere inches from Chu Chen's nose. Yet, Chu Chen remained completely still, not even assuming a defensive posture, as if he were yet to register the impending strike. The onlookers were astonished, wondering if the Zheng family's son-in-law had been rendered speechless by fear. Laughter erupted as they jested. What dignity can a son-in-law possess? If he desired respect, he wouldn't have taken on that role. However, in the next heartbeat, all present were struck dumb, as if their voices had been stolen. They gaped, wide-eyed and mouths agape in disbelief, as they witnessed the moment Chen Jun's fist was about to collide with Chu Chen's face. In that crucial instant, Chu Chen moved. Leaning back slightly, he executed a swift kick that struck Chen Jun's calf with precision. Caught off guard, Chen Jun found himself uncontrollably kneeling before Chu Chen. His mind was blank. He could not fathom how Chu Chen had executed such a kick. Attempting to rise, he was gripped by terror as he realized he had lost all sensation in his calf, as though it had vanished entirely. Chen Jun's face turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Chen Jun's grandfather, who had been so proud moments ago, now felt the sting of humiliation, his face reddening. Zheng Hongfa, sensing the awkwardness, attempted to mitigate the situation. "Old Chen, your grandson was merely careless. Victory and defeat are common in battle. Do not take it to heart." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of whispers, astonished at Chu Chen's unexpected prowess. "I promised I would show mercy, merely ensuring you kneel," Chu Chen stated calmly, maintaining his usual composure. Chapter 28. A similar move suffices. "You." Chen Jun knelt, glaring up at Chu Chen with a face full of shame and anger. Chu Chen regarded him coolly, devoid of emotion. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to continue this fight? Be forewarned, should you choose to press on. I shall not hold back." At those words, Chen Jun's face flushed with indignation, and he finally regained a modicum of feeling in his calf. Yet he remained unable to move. He stammered, I concede." His reluctant admission of defeat elicited astonishment from the spectators, who had not anticipated such an outcome. As Chen Jun struggled to his feet and staggered off the arena, Chu Chen turned his gaze to the noble youths who had previously derided him, stating simply, "Next." The elite youths, seeing this, fell silent, as though the previous bravado had never been theirs. Though they held themselves in high regard, they were not foolish. They recognized their own abilities in comparison to Chen Jun's, with most being of similar caliber, if not inferior. With Chen Jun having been so effortlessly bested, they had no desire to subject themselves to the same humiliation. "I shall take my turn." At that moment, Zhang Yang stepped forward, confident in his capabilities. He was aware of Chu Chen's formidable physique, having suffered a setback just days prior. While he was surprised by Chu Chen's ability to bring Chen Jun to his knees, he remained unfazed, believing that if he summoned his beast, Chu Chen, lacking such a capability, would stand no chance against him. Additionally, Zhang Yang felt he surpassed Chen Jun considerably, thus he stepped forth. "It is Zhang Yang of the Zhang family. I have heard he possesses the peak cultivation of a junior beastmaster. Merely a step away from becoming an intermediate beastmaster. I wonder what the outcome will be," a guest familiar with Zhang Yang's reputation remarked. However, no one dared to predict his victory, given the shocking display by Chu Chen moments ago. Zhang Yang advanced slowly, pausing at the edge of the arena. "Last time at the gathering of treasures, I let you gain the upper hand due to my carelessness. This time, fortune will not favor you. Summon your beast, for I wish to determine our standings." Without waiting for Chu Chen to respond, Zhang Yang summoned his beast, a fierce boar with long, sharp horns. This creature, known for its tough hide and swift speed, wielded its horn like a dagger, excelling in both offense and defense. This horn boar is already at the silver 7th tier. Zhang Yang truly lives up to his family's reputation as a genius, someone exclaimed, acknowledging the Zhang family's wealth and resources that allowed such prowess. Witnessing this, Chu Chen understood Zhang Yang's intention. a subtle smile gracing his lips as he calmly descended from the arena to summon Aguai. As Aguai ascended the stage, his peculiar appearance immediately sparked a wave of mockery. "Ha! Is this son-in-law here to entertain us? Does he truly believe that this mechanical toy dog can contend with the unicorn dagger pig? I have heard that he has had his crystal core extracted, thus losing his qualification to become a beast master. It seems to be true. Otherwise, he would not be summoning a mere mechanical dog." The outcome of this battle appears utterly predictable. Alas, if Chen Jun had not been overly arrogant and had summoned his beast for combat directly, the result would likely have been entirely different. Zhang Yang listened to the surrounding guest discussions, his lips involuntarily curling into a smug smile. "Once my beast enters the fray, it becomes utterly ferocious. If you wish to spare your mechanical dog from being torn to shreds, remember to kneel and beg for mercy early on." Chu Chen, maintaining his calm demeanor, spoke with a dispassionate tone. "You can concede now, or else I fear you won't even have the time to plead for mercy. That pig of yours shall suffer grievous injuries. The only reason it would be grievous is that I have no intention of killing it." Chu Chen's placid tone belied the overwhelming authority of his words. Ferocity, utterly ferocious. Zhang Yang's expression darkened, revealing a cruel countenance. "Blade, tear it apart," he commanded, naming his beast, the unicorn dagger pig, Blade. A crimson glow enveloped Blade, its body swelling to more than double its size, charging at Aguai like a heavily laden truck racing forward. The over 2-meter-long Aguai appeared diminutive in its presence. "Aguai, just don't kill it," Chu Chen instructed softly as Blade bore down on Aguai. Aguai sprang into action. The crowd witnessed a pitch-black streak of light slicing through the air, as if the very fabric of space had been torn apart, followed by a spray of crimson blood that soared high into the air. A piercing squeal from the pig erupted, grating on the ears of all present. Zhang Yang's unicorn dagger pig was left with a massive gash from its neck to its abdomen, intestines spilling forth onto the ground. It lay there, gasping for breath, on the brink of death. Shock, petrification, stiffness. The scene fell into an eerie silence, with all onlookers rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. "You still have time to concede," Chu Chen said coolly, his gaze unfaltering. Zhang Yang's face was a mask of disbelief. He could not fathom how his blade could be so thoroughly defeated by a mere mechanical dog, and so completely. It was an outright massacre. He had clearly heard Chu Chen's command, and thus understood that the mechanical dog had shown restraint. Otherwise, Blade would have already become a lifeless corpse. Zhang Yang's face was ashen, his body trembling with intense fury. To bow down and concede to this son-in-law was beyond his capabilities. However, his grandfather, who had been seated beside Zheng Hongfa, could no longer contain himself. In a swift motion, he appeared beside Zhang Yang, glancing at Chu Chen and murmuring, "We have lost this battle." As he spoke, he scooped up the nearly lifeless Blade and the dazed Zhang Yang, vanishing from sight. This unicorn dagger pig had cost the Zhang family an immense fortune to cultivate to the 7th tier of silver. And with Zhang Yang being the most gifted of his generation, the death of his beast here would spell his own doom. Such a loss was intolerable for them. This prompted him to abandon his dignity and status, personally intervening to rescue Zhang Yang's beast. At that moment, the gazes of all present shifted towards Chu Chen. The initial disdain and contempt evaporated, replaced by a palpable sense of wariness. "Is there anyone else willing to battle?" Chu Chen surveyed the wealthy young heirs who had previously provoked him, his voice still calm. "I will," a deep voice resonated. Qian Kuan slowly emerged from the crowd, approaching the stage with a stern expression directed at Chu Chen. Qian Kuan was the eldest and most powerful among the young heirs, now a mid-level beast master. What many did not know was that he possessed both a 1st-tier silver beast and a 9th-tier silver beast as a mid-level beast master. "You are formidable. I admit I underestimated you earlier. None of the family scions present can rival you. You are a worthy opponent," Qian Kuan stated with a grave tone. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned 2 beasts, a 1st-tier silver 2-headed golden eagle and a 9th-tier silver ironback bear. The appearance of these 2 beasts elicited gasps of astonishment. "Wow, one is a 9th-tier silver, and the other a 1st-tier silver. Qian Kuan is incredibly strong." Indeed, and his 2 beasts complement each other perfectly, one focused on defense and the other on offense. It is a classic combination. Chu Chen met Qian Kuan's gaze with unwavering determination. "You are not weak either. Let us engage in a full-throttle battle. I wish to witness the extent of your strength. I will not hold back." Qian Kuan's voice, once deep, now carried a sharper edge, resonating with intensity. He leapt onto the stage, intending to fight alongside his beasts against Chu Chen with all his might. Without hesitation, Chu Chen ascended the stage as well. The 2 men and their beasts faced each other, the atmosphere thickening with tension as both prepared for battle. The audience held their breath, eyes fixed on the tableau before them, the arena enveloped in silence. With a swift motion, Qian Kun commanded his two beasts. One dashed across the ground while the other took to the skies, both charging toward Aguai. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful roar, his aura surging to its zenith, clearly showcasing the prowess of a mid-level beast master. He hurled a punch at Chu Chen, the air swirling in a vortex from the force of his strike. Chu Chen gently patted Aguai's head, murmuring, "Aguai, let us fight side by side with all our might, and see the true strength of a mid-level beast master." Aguai turned to look at Chu Chen, emitting a deep growl filled with a metallic resonance that harmonized perfectly with its mechanical form. Kill! Chu Chen and Aguai both surged forward, confronting their respective opponents. The collision of their fists echoed with a thunderous explosion, a visible shockwave emanating from the point of impact. In this straightforward exchange of blows, they measured each other's physical prowess. After the initial strike, both warriors discerned a hint of gravity in each other's eyes. Clearly, the strength they had just witnessed astonished them both. When it came to sheer physical might, Qian Kun was without a doubt the most formidable opponent Chu Chen had encountered. Even the mid-level beast master Duanjiu, whom Chu Chen had previously vanquished, paled in comparison. The shock within Qian Kun's heart rivaled that of Chu Chen. He had faced numerous adversaries on his journey, yet he had never encountered a peer whose physical prowess could match his own. Chu Chen was the first to stand toe-to-toe with him, demonstrating no inferiority. Moreover, Chu Chen was merely a novice beast master, lagging behind by an entire tier. It was crucial to understand that the elevation between each major tier represented a qualitative leap. The chasm between novice and mid-level beast masters was akin to an insurmountable divide, not something to be crossed with ease. Though both were internally astounded, their movements did not falter in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over a dozen blows. The fists of the two combatants wielded immense power and moved with astonishing speed. Most of the onlookers could only perceive a flurry of afterimages and hear the deafening sounds of air being ruptured, unable to discern the details of the fierce confrontation. Only those of considerable cultivation could grasp the perilous exchanges occurring between the two in mere moments. Meanwhile, Aguai, relying on his almost monstrous defensive prowess, held his ground against the twin-headed golden eagle and the iron-backed bear without faltering. However, he too found it challenging to subdue the twin-headed eagle and the iron-backed bear in such a short span. After all, the iron-backed bear was renowned for its formidable defense, and while the twin-headed eagle lacked in defensive strength, it excelled in agility and aerial mobility, making it difficult for Aguai to strike. The battle unfolded in an incredulous stalemate. Moments later, after blocking a powerful punch from Chu Chen, Qian Kun strategically retreated, creating space between them. His eyes were grave, brimming with martial fervor. "Haha, you're rather impressive. Your beast, that peculiar mechanized dog, is quite troublesome. It has been a long time since I encountered an adversary capable of matching me. How exhilarating. However, this is where it ends. With your background, you surely cannot afford a spirit energy ring. Allow me to conclude this battle." With a commanding shout, Qian Kun activated the spirit energy ring on his left wrist. Instantly, his body was enveloped in radiant light, becoming increasingly ethereal before vanishing into the iron-backed bear's form. The bear paused momentarily, its visage adopting a human-like expression as it swatted away Aguai's assault and turned its gaze towards Chu Chen. In that instant, as Chu Chen met the bear's penetrating stare, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. This was an instinct born from his past life's harrowing experiences during the invasion of myriad races, where he fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood to survive. The iron-backed bear let out a thunderous roar, propelling itself with great force, causing the specially designed arena to tremble beneath its weight. The bear's mountain-like form leaped into the air, swiftly positioning itself above Chu Chen. Its massive paw descended with the force of a landslide. Chu Chen understood that he could not withstand such a blow. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a side roll, narrowly evading the devastating impact. Nevertheless, the gust generated by the bear's paw left a thin, bloody gash across his cheek. Feeling the sting of the wound, Chu Chen's gaze remained fixated on the iron-backed bear. Meanwhile, Zheng Xian, who had been observing the battle, felt her heart leap to her throat upon witnessing Chu Chen's injury. Her brows furrowed in concern, reflecting her anxious demeanor. Beside her, Zheng Yu, however, looked on with eyes brimming with intrigue, revealing an inexplicable significance as she regarded Chu Chen. "Yield. Without a spirit energy ring, you cannot activate the Divine Beast armor. In this state, you are no match for me," the iron-backed bear intoned in a deep, resonant voice, Qian Kun's voice. Chu Chen, gazing at Qian Kun, now clad in Divine Beast armor, was filled with unyielding resolve. In a swift motion, he harnessed the power of the wind, enhancing his speed. Utilizing his agility, he evaded his opponent's attacks. He understood that relying solely on his offensive capabilities would not harm Qian Kun, who commanded the iron-backed bear in its armored state. His only hope of victory lay in Aguai defeating the twin-headed golden eagle, allowing them to jointly confront the bear, or perhaps stalling until the energy of the spirit energy ring was depleted, thus dispelling the divine beast armor. Chapter 30. Zheng Yu's Assistance. Qian Kuan, naturally aware of Chu Chen's intentions, felt no fear, as he still possessed 2 spirit energy stones and was not overly concerned about exhausting them. Moreover, he was confident that he could resolve the conflict before the energy of the spirit energy ring was entirely spent. With a sweep of his paw, he tore through the air, unleashing terrifying gusts. Despite Chu Chen pushing his speed to the utmost, he could not completely evade the onslaught, only managing to shield vital areas to prevent severe injury. In mere moments, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, with Qian Kuan relentlessly attacking while Chu Chen desperately dodged. Chu Chen bore over 10 wounds, the blood staining his shirt, a shirt that Zheng Xian had specifically purchased for him to avoid ridicule at his grandfather's banquet. On the other side, Aguai had unleashed his true fire, yet he was hindered by the twin-headed golden eagle that circled above, never granting him the chance to retaliate. Seeing Chu Chen injured, Aguai, eager to protect his master, disregarded the eagle's assault and charged at the iron-backed bear, positioning himself behind Chu Chen. The twin-headed golden eagle, cunning as ever, abandoned Aguai and dove towards Chu Chen, its claws poised to strike at his back. Should it land a solid hit, Chu Chen would at least suffer broken ribs. Although Chu Chen was formidable, and his beast equally strong, without the spirit energy ring to activate the divine beast armor, he ultimately faced the deficiency of financial means and was now grievously wounded. Yet, it would be a disservice to say that money alone dictated power. Otherwise, why would nations invest in the development of spirit energy rings, technological marvels that significantly amplify the combat prowess of beast tamers? Qian Kuan's activation of the divine beast armor represented his true, strongest form. Alas, it was a pity for Chu Chen. Had he not been the son-in-law of the Zheng family, but instead one of their own, with the strength and talent he had already displayed, acquiring a spirit energy ring would have been effortless, and he would not have found himself in such dire straits. The spectators murmured among themselves, and unbeknownst to them, many had shifted their perceptions of Chu Chen, from initial disdain to a sense of sympathy. This was the transformative power of strength. The prowess Chu Chen exhibited had earned their respect. Zheng Hai and Zheng Jiang could hardly contain their excitement, feeling a thrill akin to impending vengeance upon seeing Chu Chen bloodied. Qian Kuan, go! Deliver a decisive blow. Do not grant him a moment of respite. The brothers silently cheered for Qian Kuan. At that moment, Zheng Xian grasped Zheng Yu's hand tightly, anxiety and concern causing her grip to tighten. Zheng Yu felt the pressure in her palm, but bore no resentment towards Zheng Xian. Instead, her curiosity about Chu Chen intensified, witnessing him in such a bloodied state. She too felt a pang of worry for him. Qian Kuan swatted away Aguai's charge, observing as Chu Chen narrowly dodged the eagle's talon. Calmly, he declared, in this state, you are no match for me. The outcome is already certain. Continuing will only result in further injury. Surrender. To force me to employ the divine beast armor is already a feat worthy of pride. Qian Kuan assessed the situation with clarity, recognizing that Chu Chen lacked a spirit energy ring and could not activate the divine beast armor. Thus, Chu Chen would naturally be no match for him in his armored state. Hearing this, Chu Chen smiled faintly and replied, how can we know the outcome without trying? Qian Kuan fixed his gaze on Chu Chen, a newfound admiration gleaming in his eyes. Well, I appreciate your courage and tenacity. Let us continue the battle. With that, Qian Kuan swung his paw towards Aguai, while the eagle dove once more towards Chu Chen, attempting to cut off his retreat and execute a pincer attack alongside Qian Kuan. Aguai was again sent flying by Qian Kuan's mighty paw, its protective scales scattering across the ground. Having activated the divine beast armor, Qian Kuan's control over the iron-backed bear had elevated its strength beyond that of a silver tier, reaching a level comparable to that of a gold tier, making even Aguai's extraordinary defenses unable to withstand the assault, leaving it wounded. Yet it bravely lunged once more towards Qian Kuan, determined to use its own body to safeguard Chu Chen's safety. Chu Chen narrowly evaded the sharp claws of the golden eagle, only to see Aguai now battered and bruised. He realized that if this continued, he would surely face defeat. To secure victory, it seemed he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. Just as Chu Chen hesitated over whether to deploy his secret weapon in this battle, Zheng Yu's voice rang out. Humph, this is utterly unfair. Brother-in-law, here, take my psychic energy bracelet. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Zheng Yu tossed a psychic energy bracelet towards Chu Chen. He swiftly reached out, caught the bracelet, and effortlessly donned it on his left wrist. With practiced ease, he tapped the screen of the bracelet. Divine beast armament. Chu Chen uttered a low command. His body was enveloped in the radiant light emitted by the bracelet, transporting him into Aguai's mental realm. Huh, master, how did you get into my mind? Upon entering, he was greeted by a somewhat juvenile metallic voice. Aguai, I have activated Divine Beast armament. From now on, I will control your body. Let us work in harmony to secure victory in this contest. Chu Chen instructed Aguai. Understood, master, Aguai replied without the slightest hesitation. With that, Chu Chen completely commandeered Aguai's body, and the novel perspective and strength invigorated him. Qian Kuan, upon witnessing Chu Chen also activate Divine Beast armament, felt a flicker of seriousness in his eyes, quickly replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. He was inherently a combative individual, and now, faced with an equally matched adversary, his latent energy surged forth. His entire aura intensified once more. The ironback bear's muscles swelled, its size increasing dramatically. Come on, Chu Chen, let us engage in a fierce battle. At this moment, Qian Kuan set aside his earlier disdain for Chu Chen, now regarding him as a worthy opponent. All right, let us fight, Chu Chen exclaimed, feeling the tumultuous power coursing through him. The bear and the mechanized dog charged fiercely at one another, while above them, the double-headed golden eagle circled, poised for a surprise attack. With the activation of Divine Beast armament, Aguai, under Chu Chen's control, became exceedingly agile. Previously relying on animal instincts in battle, its combat skills underwent a dramatic transformation under Chu Chen's guidance. Just as they were about to collide with Qian Kuan, Chu Chen twisted his body at an incredible angle, gliding past Qian Kuan while leaving a long, deep gash with his dark claws. A decisive blow. Qian Kuan furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had sustained injury since activating Divine Beast armament. Although this wound would not significantly affect him, the psychological shock was immense. Chu Chen was indeed formidable. Had he activated Divine Beast armament from the beginning, the outcome might have been unpredictable. However, that was merely a hypothetical situation. Even with Chu Chen now wielding Divine Beast armament, Qian Kuan remained confident that victory would ultimately be his. Setting aside the fact that both Chu Chen and his mechanized dog had sustained considerable injuries, Qian Kuan believed he could easily outlast them by exhausting Chu Chen's resources. Chapter 31. The Power of Divine Beast Armament. Zheng Hai and Zheng Jiang watched as Chu Chen teetered on the brink of defeat, nearly unable to contain their glee. Yet, Zheng Yu's intervention to aid Chu Chen thwarted their plans. Seeing Chu Chen activate Divine Beast armament, the two shot a resentful glance at Zheng Yu. Mentally cursing her fiercely, the battle between Chu Chen and Qian Kuan raged on, with both sides exchanging blows. The intensity far surpassed what one would expect at this level, enthralling the onlookers, including experts like Zheng Hongfa. Observing the prowess displayed by both combatants, sentiments were mixed among the spectators. The Qian family patriarch was undoubtedly pleased, while families like the Zhangs and Chins wore troubled expressions. Their young heirs paled in comparison to Qian Kuan and Chu Chen. Zheng Hongfa maintained a neutral demeanor, concealing his true thoughts. After all, Chu Chen's unique status left the Zheng family uncertain on how to treat him. Experts could discern that the battle was no longer dominantly controlled by Qian Kuan. However, the less experienced family heirs lacked such insight, firmly believing Qian Kuan would secure an easy victory. Their irritation towards Chu Chen, stoked by his previous affront to Qian Kuan, only intensified as they witnessed Qian Kuan's aggressive retaliation. They shouted encouragements from the sidelines. Young Master Kuan, don't hold back. Defeat that son-in-law. Young Master Kuan, go for it. We're waiting to celebrate with you. Son-in-law, you'd best surrender while you can. Zheng Hai and Zheng Jiang, mingling among these heirs, struggled to contain their excitement and refrained from joining the chorus, but their expressions betrayed their thoughts. Hearing their derision, Chu Chen slightly turned his head, his gaze icy as it swept across their faces, as if to etch their mockery into his memory. Those caught in his stare recoiled, shrinking back in fear, their eyes darting away, unable to meet his gaze. The taunts abruptly ceased. With a cold smile, Chu Chen turned back to Qian Kuan and calmly said, "Continue." Qian Kuan was momentarily taken aback by the murderous aura emanating from Chu Chen. Such an aura was not typical of someone his age. It resembled that of a seasoned warrior who had survived countless battles amidst blood and carnage. Experts like Zheng Hongfa sensed this formidable aura and exchanged incredulous glances. Unperturbed by the thoughts of others, Chu Chen was solely focused on defeating Qian Kuan within the limited time afforded by his Divine Beast armament. Harnessing the power of the gale, he pushed his speed to its utmost limits. With the bloodthirsty rampage quietly in motion, his strength surged to unprecedented heights. Qian Kuan saw a dark shadow hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, leaving him no time for other actions. He instinctively raised his arm to block. To his surprise, this block met no resistance, feeling as though he had swung his arm against a lump of dough, soft and yielding, causing him no harm. Yet, Just as he began to wonder about this anomaly, he witnessed a scene that filled him with dread. Chu Chen, utilizing the force of Qian Kuan's block, soared into the air, hurtling directly towards the circling golden eagle. The eagle, taken aback by Chu Chen's audacity, found itself on the receiving end of his assault. Caught unprepared, it suffered a direct hit as Chu Chen's claws struck one of its heads. Known for its lack of defensive capabilities, the eagle's left head drooped under the impact, causing its body to twist and spiral downward. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Chen mounted the creature, relentlessly raking his claws across its form, inflicting horrific wounds. Blood cascaded down like a torrential downpour, creating a veritable rain of crimson in the air. This sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. Qian Kuan, thrown off balance, dashed toward the plummeting eagle and Chu Chen, heedless of the danger. Observing this, a glimmer sparked in Chu Chen's eyes, and a slight smile graced his lips. This was precisely the outcome he had anticipated, the moment he had awaited. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, abandoning all restraint. With the dual enhancements of Bloodthirsty Rampage and Gale Force, his speed reached its zenith. A shadow as dark as night flashed by, resembling a bolt of black lightning cleaving through a clear sky, instantly draining the world of its color. The area where Qian Kuan stood was engulfed in darkness, shrouded in an ominous veil. He managed to catch the plummeting golden eagle, yet a searing pain radiated from his back, causing his heart to race. Soon after, he felt his strength dissipating rapidly. He was acutely aware that this was a symptom of excessive blood loss. He yearned to evade, but before he could react, his vulnerable areas, his waist and abdomen, were struck repeatedly, grotesque wounds gushing forth crimson blood. He had no time to replace the energy stone in his spirit energy ring, and its energy was swiftly depleted. Devoid of energy support, even the Divine Beast armament could not be sustained. Qian Kuan was unceremoniously ejected from the Ironback Bear's spiritual realm, crashing to the ground, his complexion pale, coughing up blood. Both the Ironback Bear and the two-headed golden eagle were gravely injured, and he was forced out due to the sudden exhaustion of his spirit energy ring, suffering a backlash. In that instant, he and his summoned beast lost all capacity to resist. If Chu Chen intended to kill him, he would have no means to retaliate. However, Chu Chen refrained from striking. Instead, he silently deactivated the Divine Beast armament, regarding Qian Kuan with a calm demeanor. Qian Kuan coughed up another mouthful of blood, his gaze towards Chu Chen filled with complex emotions as he murmured, "I lost?" Chu Chen responded coolly, "Indeed, you have lost." As Qian Kuan looked at Chu Chen, a semblance of understanding crossed his features, and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he weakly declared, "I lost. Chu Chen, you are truly formidable. I wholeheartedly concede defeat to you." No sooner had he uttered these words than darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed, unconscious. Silence reigned around them. Shock, petrification, stiffness. Everyone was rendered speechless by the scene before them. Chu Chen had unleashed such formidable power, vanquishing Qian Kuan, who was a whole realm above him and possessed 2 silver-tier summoned beasts. Moreover, the battle concluded so decisively. It was utterly astonishing. Was he truly a waste of talent? If he was a waste, then what did that make everyone else present? Doubt began to cloud their minds. Chu Chen had entirely overturned their perceptions of the strength of beast tamers. The elder of the Qian family could no longer contain his emotions. In an instant, he teleported to the arena, seizing the controller from a member of the Zheng family who was managing the protective barrier, and opened it. Rushing onto the stage to tend to Qian Kuan, he wished to express his fury, but recalling that had Chu Chen aimed to take Qian Kuan's life, even he would not have had time to intervene, he swallowed his anger, teleporting away with Qian Kuan in his arms. Chapter 32, An Unexpected Visitor. Chu Chen, drenched in blood, stood proudly in the center of the arena, resembling a war deity. With a cold gaze, he scanned the faces of the young disciples from various families. Bellowing, "Who else dares to challenge me?" Those who met his gaze trembled, lowering their heads in silence, unable to meet his eyes. It was absurd. If even Qian Kuan could not withstand Chu Chen, who would dare to confront him? Such an act would be akin to courting death. Wouldn't it be akin to offering one's face for Chu Chen to strike? At this moment, feigning indifference and prioritizing one's safety was the wisest course of action. Zheng Tyson observed the scene and realized it was time to conclude the event. He stepped forward and announced with conviction, "The sparring session among the youth from various families has come to an end. Distinguished guests, please return to the hall and continue your revelry." Upon hearing Zheng Tyson's words, the young disciples of various families seized the opportunity like a lifeline, hastily making their way back to the hall. The guests, too, began to return to their seats in small groups. In that moment, the title of the foremost young person in attendance was indelibly etched in the minds of all the guests. Zheng Xian's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of spilling over, as she gazed at the figure of Chu Chen, who, though not particularly robust, in fact, somewhat slender, stood upright with unwavering resolve. The emotions of excitement and joy, coupled with an undeniable concern and affection, converged into a single cry. Chu Chen, are you all right? Let me see your injuries. Without a second thought, Zheng Xian rushed onto the stage to check on Chu Chen's wounds. Zheng Yu, equally excited, followed her onto the stage. Her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you were amazing." Chu Chen offered Zheng Xian a warm, radiant smile, nodding gently as he reassured her, "I am fine. Do not worry." He then turned to Zheng Yu, saying, "Thank you, Zheng Yu. Had it not been for your lending me the spirit energy ring, I would not have been able to defeat him." He returned the spirit energy ring to Zheng Yu. "Brother-in-law, you are being modest. I am just delighted to help." Zheng Yu beamed as she accepted the ring. "Zheng Yu, please assist Chu Chen back to recover," Zheng Xian said, her heart aching at the sight of Chu Chen's numerous wounds, disregarding everything else. "Of course, sister," Zheng Yu replied, extending her hand to support Chu Chen. The two sisters flanked Chu Chen as they made their way toward Zheng Xian's courtyard. As the trio returned to the courtyard, a security guard arrived, accompanied by an elderly man. Third miss. The chairman has summoned Elder Jiang to treat your husband." The elder was known to both Zheng Xian and Zheng Yu. He was the renowned physician, Elder Jiang. Upon hearing this, the two sisters hurriedly greeted him, "Elder Jiang." Elder Jiang waved his hand, saying, "No need for formality. Quickly assist him inside. I will tend to his wounds." Zheng Xian, with exuberance, repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Jiang. Thank you." Once inside, Elder Jiang meticulously cut away Chu Chen's tattered and blood-soaked garments to examine his injuries. He found that Chu Chen was severely wounded and had lost a significant amount of blood, but fortunately, no bones or internal organs were damaged. With proper treatment, the wounds would heal. After his examination, Elder Jiang addressed the concerned sisters nearby. Zheng Xian's heart settled at his words, and she exhaled deeply. Elder Jiang summoned his spirit beast, a palm-sized angelic butterfly. This angelic butterfly was a support-type spirit beast, lacking in offensive and defensive capabilities, its sole ability being to heal. It could mend the wounds of both summoned beasts and humans alike. The angelic butterfly fluttered its wings above Chu Chen, showering soft, luminous specks of light that cascaded gently onto his wounds with each beat of its wings, sinking into the lacerations. Miraculously, Chu Chen's injuries began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. In no time, all his wounds had healed, leaving no trace of scars behind. "All done," Elder Jiang declared as he returned the angelic butterfly to its spiritual realm. "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Both Chu Chen and Zheng Xian replied in unison. "No need to thank me. I was invited by Chairman Zheng to treat you." Elder Jiang demurred. "I shall not linger here. I have to return to my festivities." With that, Elder Jiang stepped outside, and Zheng Xian hurriedly followed him to see him off. After escorting Elder Jiang out of the courtyard, Zheng Xian rushed back to Chu Chen's side. Chu Chen had already risen and changed into a clean outfit. Upon seeing Zheng Xian return, he smiled gently and said, "Let us go. Your grandfather's birthday celebration is underway, and it would not do to delay any longer." Zheng Xian's heart melted at Chu Chen's concern for her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Meanwhile, in the hall, an oppressive atmosphere loomed. Zheng Hongfa and the other elderly gentlemen wore expressions of discomfort, their forced smiles betraying their unease. After all, their own direct descendant, a prodigy, had just been defeated by a son-in-law from the Zheng family. This would surely become a source of ridicule. The expressions on Zheng Hai and his entourage of elite young masters grew increasingly grim, each silently drowning their sorrows in drink. As the earlier events had been utterly embarrassing, many cast glances of reproach and dissatisfaction towards Zheng Hai and Zheng Jiang, believing that the root cause of this humiliating outcome lay with the two brothers. Had they not incited everyone to challenge Chu Chen, such a disgraceful scene would not have unfolded. Zheng Hai and Zheng Jiang could only force a bitter smile in their defense. They had never anticipated that their meticulously crafted plan would culminate in such a disastrous result. Was this not akin to shooting themselves in the foot? Their intent to humiliate Chu Chen had inadvertently bred discontent among their fellow direct descendants. This would undoubtedly prove detrimental to the brothers standing in this circle in the future. As for the other guests, upon seeing the prominent Zheng Hongfa and his table of dignitaries fall into silence, they too dared not utter a word. Just as the three of them entered the hall and had yet to take their seats, they heard the security guard at the entrance announce, "Son-in-law, there is someone at the door looking for you." "Looking for me?" Chu Chen replied, somewhat taken aback. "Yes, the visitor claims to be Gao Hansheng from the Zhubioch." The security guard answered with precision. Ever since Zheng Taisun had briefed the head of security earlier, the Zheng family's guards had adopted a much more respectful demeanor towards Chu Chen. Moreover, After his recent victory against numerous prodigies, the guards felt a genuine respect towards him. Hence they spoke to him with honorifics. What? Gao Hanqing. Isn't he the general manager of the Jubioj in Ijo? A guest exclaimed. Ah, it's him. He is here to see Chu Chen? Do they know each other? Speculations erupted among the guests in the hall. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hongfa immediately turned to Zheng Tyson and instructed, Tyson, you and Chu Chen should go greet Elder Gao. We must not lose our decorum in the presence of such an esteemed guest. Without hesitation, Zheng Tyson stepped forward to accompany Chu Chen to the entrance to welcome Elder Gao. Many guests rose and followed suit, eager to pay their respects. After all, he was the general manager of Jubioj, a colossal entity. While some may not fully grasp the significance of his position, the core members of the elite families present understood that the Jubioj was a force to be reckoned with. One word from Elder Gao could obliterate their so-called prestigious families in various cities, a statement that was far from an exaggeration. Although the Jubioj may not boast the notoriety of conglomerates like the Li Cat or the Big Goose, and tends to operate under the radar, it is undeniable that its branches are spread across the entire nation, even reaching smaller cities like Jincheng. Furthermore, the Jubioj specializes in products related to beast masters, underscoring the formidable influence behind it. Elder Gao, please come in. I am Zheng Tyson. I did not expect your esteemed presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Zheng Tyson said, lowering himself significantly as he hurried down the steps to greet the elder. I want to be entering. Elder Gao casually declined Zheng Tyson's invitation, turning to Chu Chen to explain his purpose. Young friend Chu Chen, I am returning to Tiandu today. Do remember to visit the Jubioj when you have the chance. Seeing the elder's solemn demeanor, Chu Chen, though uncertain of the reason for such treatment, understood basic etiquette. He stepped forward and slightly bowed, saying, Yes, Elder Gao. I will certainly visit you at the Jubioj in Tiandu one day. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Elder Gao smiled and prepared to depart. Observing this, the guests wasted no time and hurriedly approached Elder Gao to pay their respects. Elder Gao, I am from the Zhang family of Huang. It is truly a stroke of fortune to meet you. Should you visit Huang in the future, please do inform my Zhang family, and we shall welcome you wholeheartedly. Elder Gao, I am from the Wang family of Huayang. Elder Gao, I am. Each person wore a beaming smile, their sycophantic intentions unmistakable. Many of the younger members of these prominent families were bewildered, unable to comprehend why their usually aloof and imposing elders transformed into fawning admirers in the presence of Elder Gao. This psychological dissonance was momentarily overwhelming for them. However, these signs were not without perception. Despite their inner turmoil, none dared to voice dissent. Elder Gao waved casually at the crowd as he climbed into his vehicle and departed. The onlookers gazed after him, their faces filled with reverence. Chu Chen, how do you know Elder Gao? Zheng Tyson turned to inquire. At this question, all the guests who had come to greet Elder Gao focused their attention on Chu Chen, their eyes gleaming with curiosity as if they were beholding a rare treasure. Under such scrutiny, Chu Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. I met him while purchasing a Lingxua ginseng at the Jubioj, he responded nonchalantly. While this was indeed the truth, the elderly figures present found it hard to believe. Who was Gao Hanqing? Surely, he was not someone that a mere young man could become acquainted with simply by buying a ginseng. If one could make such connections through a mere purchase, they could have bought out all the ginseng themselves. Nevertheless, Chu Chen's response went unchallenged. The guests assumed he was merely withholding the full story. After all, Gao Hanqing had referred to him as young friend and had taken the time to bid him farewell, indicating a relationship that was far from ordinary. In the eyes of the guests, Chu Chen had taken on an extraordinary stature. They speculated about his true identity. Zheng Tyson also believed that Chu Chen had not been forthcoming, yet in front of so many guests, he refrained from pressing further. He chuckled slightly and suggested, Since Elder Gao has departed, let us not linger at the entrance any longer. Let us return to our drinks. He gently patted Chu Chen on the back, wearing a fatherly smile. Such an expression left Chu Chen feeling somewhat taken aback. However, Chu Chen said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After all, Zheng Tyson had extended a gesture of goodwill. For the sake of making his future stay with Zheng Xian in the Zheng family more comfortable, he could not completely disregard the kindness being shown, nor could he keep others at arm's length. Upon returning to the hall, Zheng Xian spotted Chu Chen walking alongside her father, who bore a smile. The weight in her heart lifted. She had been worried that someone from the Jubioj was there to cause trouble for Chu Chen. Zheng Yu, on the other hand, observed Chu Chen with curiosity. Once Chu Chen was seated, Zheng Yu beamed at him and asked, Brother-in-law, how do you know Elder Gao? Having lived in Tiandu for an extended period, she was naturally familiar with Gao Hanqing's name, but even her mother had never met the elder, let alone herself. Therefore, hearing that he had come specifically to see Chu Chen piqued her curiosity to the point where she could not restrain her inquiries. In her eyes, This brother-in-law seemed extraordinary, powerful, and connected to such a prominent figure. I met him while buying something, Chu Chen replied honestly, feeling there was no need for concealment. Zheng Yu rolled her eyes, clearly incredulous. Turning her head, with a pitiful gaze directed at Zheng Xin, she complained, "Sister, look at what brother-in-law is doing." Zheng Xin affectionately ruffled Zheng Yu's hair, smiling gently. The birthday banquet continued, and unlike the previous subdued atmosphere, at this moment, members from various prominent families eagerly approached Zheng Hongfa to toast him, their words laden with flattery. This greatly pleased Zheng Hongfa, whose joy was evident on his beaming face. What surprised Chu Chen was that these distinguished individuals from various families, after toasting Zheng Hongfa and Zheng Tyson, all came to his table to raise their glasses in his honor. However, having lived 2 lives, Chu Chen was acutely aware of their true intentions. They were merely drawn to his displayed prowess and the connection he had with the esteemed Elder Gao, prompting them to seek his favor. Chu Chen responded to their overtures with a charming smile, neither appearing flattered nor aloof. His demeanor was perfectly balanced. Zheng Xin observed Chu Chen from the side, her eyes brimming with admiration and infatuation. Finally, after the banquet concluded, Chu Chen, almost in a flight, took Zheng Xin back to their little courtyard. The guests had departed, leaving the spacious hall occupied only by Zheng Hongfa, Zheng Tyson, and other core members of the Zheng family. Zheng Hongfa declared, "You have all witnessed Chu Chen's performance today. From now on, he shall be regarded as a core disciple of the Zheng family, to be nurtured on par with Zheng Hai, Zheng Jiang, and the others, treated with equal respect." Chapter 34. Chu Chao emerges from seclusion. Father. But he, Zheng Hongfa's third son, Zheng Taiching, displayed a worried expression. "Are you suggesting that he is not of the Zheng bloodline? Are you concerned he may not align himself with our family's interests?" Zheng Hongfa's piercing gaze fixed on his son. Zheng Taiching nodded. "To have a horse run, one must provide it with fodder. If we do not treat him well, how can we expect his loyalty to the Zheng family?" Zheng Hongfa replied patiently. "Moreover, in half a month, the triannual spirit energy mine competition will commence. Initially, I held little hope, but with Chu Chen's presence, I now harbor some expectations. I have decided that Chu Chen will represent the Zheng family in the contest, and I shall personally accompany him." "Father, isn't that too risky? Will Chu Chen truly give his all for the Zheng family?" Zheng Taiching questioned again. Third, in this regard, you still fall short compared to your elder brother." Zheng Hongfa reproached his son with a hint of disappointment, shaking his head. "Considering the current strengths of the younger generation from various families, if we were to send Zheng Hai, what do you think our chances of victory would be?" Zheng Taiching, blushing, shook his head, reluctantly admitting the evident gap between Zheng Hai and Qian Kuan. Even if Zheng Hai were to fortuitously break through to an intermediate beast master level during this period, he would still be unable to cultivate a second beast to the silver tier in such a short time, leaving us without any realistic prospects against Qian Kuan. Seeing that Zheng Taiching had fallen silent, Zheng Hongfa continued, "To have Chu Chen represent our family in the competition, not only is he powerful, but I also wish to observe his performance. If he dedicates himself fully to the Zheng family, we will spare no effort in nurturing him. Should he hold back, then we shall maintain equal training conditions with the other disciples." Zheng Tyson contemplated briefly and grasped his father's intentions. Given Chu Chen's demonstrated strength and potential, alongside his mysterious connection with Elder Gao from the Treasure Pavilion, he had already become worthy of the Zheng family's attention. If he could be of service to the Zheng family, it would be ideal. If not, they must not offend him, at the very least maintaining a favorable relationship. Thus, regardless of how Chu Chen's future unfolds, he would not stand as an adversary to the Zheng family. In the bustling metropolis of Modu, within a towering skyscraper brimming with technological marvels in Lujiazui, a door slid open automatically, and a young man stepped out. The boy, vibrant and youthful, wore a proud smile on his slightly immature face. This young man was Chu Chen's brother, Chu Chao, the unparalleled genius of the Chu family. This was the headquarters of the Lizard Cat Group, where the floors from 50 to 80 were dedicated to training rooms for the group's members. Each training room was equipped with a small spirit gathering array, allowing practitioners to enhance their skills more rapidly and assist their beasts in growth. After Professor Chen brought Chu Chao to Magic City University to complete his enrollment procedures, he was taken here and signed a contract to become a member of the Lizard Cat Group. Subsequently, he secluded himself for training, emerging only today after breaking through to the intermediate Beastmaster level. "Chu Chao, you have broken through?" A young man in a perfectly tailored suit respectfully inquired at the door. Chu Chao nodded with a smile, his gaze never once meeting the young man's eyes. "Congratulations. Chu Chao, you truly live up to the genius selected by our Lizard Cat Group. Your talent is indeed extraordinary," the young man exclaimed, beaming with flattery. Chu Chao emitted a sound from his nostrils, showing no change in his demeanor due to the man's compliments. Oh, by the way, Chu Xiao, during your seclusion, your family made several calls, stating they needed to speak with you. They asked that you return their call once you emerged. Understood, Chu Xiao replied coolly. The young man quickly retrieved Chu Xiao's phone and handed it to him with both hands. Chu Xiao accepted the phone and returned to his luxurious suite to call his father. My good son, you have finally emerged from seclusion. How has your training progressed? On the screen, Chu Zixuan and Zhou Yongmei appeared, their faces alight with excitement, their eyes filled with concern. Chu Xiao responded with a smile, his tone laced with pride. I have just broken through to the intermediate Beastmaster level. Haha, my good son is truly remarkable. I knew my son would achieve great things. Chu Zixuan and Zhou Yongmei exclaimed in unison, their joy evident. Mom and Dad, I heard you were looking for me? Has something happened at home? Upon hearing Chu Xiao's inquiry, the couple's expressions immediately soured. My good son, this matter is truly embarrassing to discuss. That little wretch. Chu Chen. The couple exchanged words, recounting how Chu Chen not only restored his status as a beast master with astonishing speed, but also defeated Zheng Hai, and subsequently, when they went to the Zheng family to demand treasures from Chu Chen, they were met with humiliation. The couple spoke through gritted teeth, as if they had suffered a significant grievance. Chu Xiao, upon hearing this, revealed a playful smile. It seems that Waste has indeed acquired some treasure. Otherwise, how could he have restored his status as a beast master without the crystal core? A treasure that can regenerate a crystal core is quite intriguing. Such a treasure is wasted on that Waste. Only I am worthy to possess it. While saying this, Chu Xiao paid no heed to his parents' expressions or feelings, as he was captivated by the treasure they spoke of. Yes, my good son, since school hasn't started yet, if you don't return for a visit, with your current status in the lizard cat group, you could go find that little wretch Chu Chen to demand the treasure. I doubt the Zheng family would dare to obstruct you. Chu Zixuan and his wife urged eagerly. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, No, I have just broken through to the intermediate beast master level, and Professor Chen has promised to take me to capture a powerful spirit beast cub as my beast. I cannot be absent. Then, I will arrange for someone to make a trip to Jincheng, and when the time comes, they can approach the Zheng family to bring Chu Chen back home, after which you can devise a way to have him surrender the treasure. Chu Xiao's eyes twinkled as he devised a strategy. As a key talent being cultivated by the lizard cat group, he held a significant position within the organization, making it easy for him to find someone to assist him, especially those interns about to graduate from the lizard cat group, who were eager for an opportunity to ingratiate themselves with him. Yes, that works as well, with representatives from the Tanuki group stepping forward. The Zheng family would undoubtedly refrain from obstructing their intentions, and they might even voluntarily hand over Chu Chen. The couple exchanged delighted glances and agreed. All right, it's settled then. I will arrange for someone to contact him. Chu Xiao, wearing a look of triumph, concluded the call and stepped outside, seeking out the young man from earlier. He conveyed the necessity of a trip to Jincheng to the youth, requesting his assistance. The young man eagerly accepted, even bubbling with excitement. As he was nearing graduation next year, failure to secure a position at the Tanuki group would mean returning to his small hometown. A prospect utterly unacceptable to someone who had experienced the splendor of the Magic City. With opportunity now before him, he realized that by aligning himself with Chu Xiao, he could remain with the Tanuki group as an official member. Chapter 35. The visit of Zheng Tyson early in the morning, just as Chu Chen completed his morning routine. He heard Zheng Xian's somewhat astonished voice. Dad, what brings you here? Since the passing of her mother, her father had not set foot in this modest courtyard. His unexpected appearance today left Zheng Xian feeling both surprised and disconcerted. Ahem, I came to see you and Chu Chen. Is he still not up? Zheng Tai's, casting a glance at his daughter, feigned a cough, feeling somewhat awkward. He usually rises around this time. Zheng Xian, perceptive as ever, discerned her father's true purpose for visiting was to see Chu Chen. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, though she quickly masked it with her usual demeanor. Upon overhearing their exchange, Chu Chen deduced that Zheng Tai's had come to speak with him and did not wish to prolong the wait. He opened the door and stepped outside. Good morning, Chairman. Ahem, good morning, Chu Chen. Please, sit down. There's no need to be so formal. Zheng Tai's, led by Zheng Xian, settled into the courtyard pavilion, inviting Chu Chen to join them. Chu Chen complied, remaining silent as he awaited Zheng Tai's words. How are your injuries from yesterday's match? Have you fully recovered? Zheng Tai's inquired with genuine concern. Thank you, Chairman. Thanks to Elder Zhang's treatment yesterday, I am completely healed. Chu Chen expressed his gratitude. Good to hear. Such injuries cannot be taken lightly. If not properly healed, they may hinder your future cultivation, Zheng Tai's affirmed. And Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Zheng Tai's scrutinized Chu Chen, sensing an air of inscrutability about him. Clearing his throat, he continued, Yesterday, the old master made an announcement. As my son-in-law, you are now a part of the Zheng family. Henceforth, your monthly allowance will be on par with that of Zheng Hai and the others. Any previous amounts not dispersed will be compensated in full. Zhang Xian looked on with delight as she gazed at Chu Chen. Although Chu Chen was not particularly surprised by the Zheng family's treatment of him, he felt compelled to reciprocate their goodwill. With a subtle smile, he replied, "Thank you, elder." "Thank you, chairman. We are all family. There is no need for such formality." Zheng Taiz waved his hand dismissively, then adopted a serious demeanor. "I have come to discuss an important matter with you. Please, go ahead, chairman. In half a month, our Zheng family will engage in a competition for the mining rights of a spirit energy mine against several major families from neighboring cities. According to our previous agreements, the competition occurs every 3 years, with each family sending forth their youth under the age of 25 to compete. The victorious family will secure the mining rights for 3 years. The old master wishes for you to represent the Zheng family in this contest. Will you accept?" Zheng Taiz conveyed his intentions in one breath. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Chen agreed. Excellent. Chu Chen, you truly embody the qualities of a commendable son-in-law of the Zheng family, displaying great responsibility." Zheng Taiz exclaimed with joy. "I have other matters to attend to and will not linger here. Xiner, please take good care of Chu Chen. If he requires anything, just inform the butler." With that, Zheng Taiz rose and made his way out. Both Zheng Xian and Chu Chen stood to see him off. After bidding farewell to Zheng Taiz, Chu Chen enjoyed a breakfast before departing for the Yingjian Bridge. In light of his recent encounter with Qian Kun, where he nearly resorted to life-preserving measures, he felt acutely aware of his insufficient strength. With the competition for mining rights looming in just half a month, the urgency to enhance his abilities became ever more pronounced. As the fortnight flew by, Chu Chen expended his savings and the allowances provided by the Zheng family, ultimately elevating his cultivation to 15 stars, while Aguai advanced to silver tier 6. Thanks to the presence of the chaotic divine tree, Chu Chen did not require the extensive time investment in refining and absorbing spirit energy that other beast masters typically endured. As long as he had sufficient resources, he faced virtually no bottlenecks. However, through his research during this period, he discovered that the resources required for him to advance by even a single star were tenfold compared to those needed by other beast masters. Although his strength far exceeded that of his contemporaries, the financial burden remained significant for a beast master starting from scratch. Income solely from buying and selling was inadequate to sustain his rapid ascent in power. Selling spirit beast offspring promised quick profits, yet he was wary of frequently offering them for sale. After all, this scarce resource was something even many major factions struggled to manage. The likelihood of spirit beasts being born from natural animal offspring was low. Even when 2 spirit beasts bred, the chances of producing another spirit beast remained slim. Breeding farms dedicated to spirit beasts could only achieve reproduction between similar species, yielding a mere quarter of their offspring as spirit beasts. While this may appear favorable, the reproductive capabilities of spirit beasts were limited, typically resulting in only 1 offspring per litter. Consequently, many times after investing considerable time in cultivation, the outcome would merely be a common wild animal. If Chu Chen were to sell spirit beast offspring in large quantities, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Despite the seemingly favorable treatment from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, should they discover his ability to produce spirit beast offspring, they would likely seek to control him, turning him into a mere tool for their production needs. Thus, having endured the painful lesson of betrayal and demise in his past life, Chu Chen viewed human nature with acute clarity. For the sake of his own safety, he would never take unnecessary risks. Having lost once, he could not afford to lose again. Zheng Hongfa waited in the hall early in the morning. Upon seeing Chu Chen arrive, he greeted him with a hearty smile. "Chu Chen, you're here. Let us set off." Following Zheng Hongfa and his 2 younger brothers, Chu Chen boarded Zheng Hongfa's private vehicle, embarking on their journey. Their destination lay in the neighboring Jinshan County, which is bordered by Jincheng, Huayin, Hiku, Linxiong, Nanjian, and Jiazhou, surrounded by mountains. The economic development of Jinshan County was rather stagnant, and the local family powers paled in comparison to those of cities like Jincheng. Originally, the leading family in the county, the He family, had unexpectedly discovered a spirit energy stone mine, yet the details of their find had somehow leaked, drawing the attention of the major families from the surrounding 6 cities. This spirit energy stone was the sole energy source for spirit energy rings, its value comparable to that of spirit beast offspring. Naturally, these families would not let the opportunity slip by. Subsequently, they banded together to force the He family to relinquish the mine. Faced with the overwhelming might of these formidable families, the He family had no choice but to acquiesce. The saying, "a common man bears the weight of a jewel," rang true. Had these families not wished to avoid a major uproar, the He family would likely have faced annihilation. Thereafter, the spirit energy stone mine came under the joint control of the 8 major families. The 8 prominent families. In a bid to meticulously control the spiritual energy stone mine, and to prevent any internal strife from providing an opportunity for rival families to intervene, established a defensive alliance. They decided to contend for the rights to mine the spiritual energy stones through martial contests. This practice has endured to this day, with the Zheng family securing the mining rights the least number of times. This is an inevitable circumstance, as the Zheng family is acknowledged as the weakest among the 8 families. Having the chance to partake in this endeavor was merely a stroke of fortune, as they fortuitously caught wind of the news. Moreover, all parties were reluctant to cause a commotion that might attract the attention of other factions. Chapter 36. The Battle for the Spiritual Energy Stone Mine. As the car exited Jincheng City and entered Jinshan County, it soon found itself in the mountainous terrain, with winding roads. After more than 2 hours of travel, the vehicle arrived at a valley. Hidden among the trees stood a towering wall, densely covered with iron mesh. And emblazoned on the wall beside the gate in bold red paint were the words, "Restricted area, no trespassing. Entering without permission is at your own risk." Upon seeing this, Chu Chen realized they had reached their destination. Zheng Hongfa exited the vehicle and proceeded to authenticate his identity at a screen beside the gate. Once verified, the gate slowly swung open, allowing the vehicle to enter. After driving a short distance within, the car finally came to a halt in a parking lot that had been cleared in a nearby open space, which was already occupied by several luxury vehicles, indicating that their owners were of no ordinary status. Not far off, several pavilions had gathered individuals from other prominent families hailing from different cities. Chu Chen glanced around and recognized a few familiar faces, including Zhang Yang from the Zhang family of Huayin and his grandfather, along with several other Zhang family members who had attended Zheng Hongfa's birthday banquet. Zheng Hongfa amiably greeted the leaders of those families. Chu Chen, unfamiliar with the other families present, had received introductions from Zheng Hongfa during the journey, allowing him to match names with faces as he heard the greetings exchanged. Zhang Yang's gaze met Chu Chen's with a complex expression, and upon noticing Chu Chen looking back, he averted his eyes. Shortly after, Qian Kuan arrived with his grandfather, leading to another round of pleasantries. In stark contrast to Zhang Yang, Qian Kuan proactively approached Chu Chen to exchange greetings, which took Chu Chen by surprise. Nevertheless, Chu Chen reciprocated Qian Kuan's friendliness with enthusiasm. "Isn't there another family? Which one is it? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Chu Chen inquired casually as he conversed with Qian Kuan, feeling their relationship strengthen. "The last family is the Sun family from Nanjing. They have secured the mining rights for 3 consecutive terms now and are the strongest among the 8 families. I heard they are sending Sun Yaotian, who is currently studying at Yangqing University. Sun Yaotian is also a mid-level beastmaster. In the past, we were evenly matched, but to be honest, I have no chance of winning against him now. If you encounter him later, be cautious," Qian Kuan whispered, sharing his knowledge with Chu Chen. "Thank you for the insight." "Kun Xiao," Chu Chen expressed, his perception of Qian Kuan significantly improving. Yangqing University, while not as prestigious as the universities in the capital or in Magic City, consistently ranks among the top 10 elite institutions in Longhua. Moreover, Yangqing is renowned for its manufacturing industry, with the university leading the nation in the fields of beastmasters and beastmaster weaponry. While they were conversing, a sudden eagle's cry echoed through the air, and a massive ice-blue eagle swooped down, its wingspan exceeding 100 meters, creating a gust that bent the trees atop the mountain. Chu Chen's pupils constricted. This was indeed a platinum-level ice eagle. Such creatures are found only in the frigid northern wastelands, and they do not inhabit Longhua. The ice eagle landed gracefully, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. An elderly man, accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals, leaped down from the eagle's back. "Ha ha ha. My apologies for the delay, esteemed guests, and thank you for your patience." The elderly man greeted with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. Brother Sun, you finally made it." Others responded jovially. Zheng Hongfa, too, joined in, smiling as he spoke. "Old Sun, you've monopolized this mine for 3 terms. It's high time you let us brothers have a turn. Ha ha ha. As long as you have the capability, feel free to take it." The elder from the Sun family replied nonchalantly, with his kin displaying an air of arrogance that irked the other families, their expressions turning sour. The Sun family was already formidable, and 9 years of exclusive mining rights had significantly widened the gap between their strength and that of the other 7 families. Take Sun Yaotian, for instance. His strength was once comparable to Qian Kuan's. Initially, his abilities and talents would not have secured him a place at Yangqing University. But due to the family's mining fortune and strategic financial maneuvering, he was admitted. Over the past few years, he had left Qian Kuan far behind, with even the proud Qian Kuan acknowledging that he was no match for him. Such is the allure of wealth. Noticing the expressions of those present, The elder from the Sun family smiled lightly and declared, "All right, now that everyone is here, let us not dilly-dally and commence the competition." According to tradition, the host of the triannual mining competition is the family that held the rights in the previous term, and the elder from the Sun family assumed this role without contest. As per the rules, each family must send forth a representative under the age of 25. They would draw lots to determine their opponents, competing in pairs, with the victors advancing to the next round. Another draw would then decide the final match between the last two standing, ultimately determining the family that would possess the mining rights for the next 3 years. Zheng Hongfa had already briefed Chu Chen on these rules during their journey, so he felt no surprise at the proceedings. After the elder from the Sun family concluded his formal announcements, he surveyed the crowd and smiled. "Family representatives, please step forward to draw lots." The young heirs from each family began to emerge from their respective groups. Chu Chen noticed Zheng Hongfa nodding at him, signaling him to step forward. He returned a slight nod and proceeded. As Chu Chen and the others approached the elder from the Sun family, they began to announce their names. Zhang Yang, Lu Xing, He Jejia, Chu Chen. "Hey, old Zheng, what's going on here? Why did you send a kid named Chu to represent you?" Someone asked, puzzled. "Indeed, have you forgotten our rules? Only family members are allowed to compete. What does bringing in an outsider count as? Are you so afraid of losing after all these years? Or is the Zheng family running out of heirs?" At this remark, laughter erupted throughout the venue, with leaders from other families joining in the mockery. "Old Zheng, if that's the case, you might as well withdraw from the competition altogether. After all, you haven't won even once in all these years." "Exactly, old Zheng. I must say, this is quite embarrassing for you." Upon hearing the ridicule, Zheng Hongfa erupted in anger, bellowing, "What are you all cackling about? I am well aware of the rules, and I don't need your reminders. As for Chu Chen, he is indeed a member of the Zheng family. He is my son-in-law. Does that not count as being from the Zheng family?" "Son-in-law?" Another round of laughter ensued. The Zheng family has truly fallen on hard times, sending a son-in-law to compete. Ha ha ha. The scions standing alongside Chu Chen regarded him with disdainful gazes, their faces adorned with scornful and contemptuous smiles. Chu Chen maintained an unruffled demeanor, seemingly unaffected by their derision, yet internally he catalogued their contemptuous expressions. Let them revel in their arrogance for now. Soon enough, I shall bring them to tears. Chapter 37, Instant Defeat. "Oh dear, old Zheng, if I were in your shoes, I would prefer to forfeit this contest rather than send a son-in-law to compete. We simply cannot afford such embarrassment." The elder members of the various families were adept at verbal sparring, each one more cutting than the last. However, the Zhang and Qian families refrained from mocking, fully aware of Chu Chen's formidable prowess. Zheng Hongfa's face flushed with indignation, clearly incensed. With a thunderous roar, he exclaimed, "Enough of your prattling. Are we competing or not?" The rules stipulated that any family member under the age of May 25th represent their clan. Chu Chen is my Zheng family's son-in-law. Naturally, he belongs to us. As for who we send into battle, that is not for you to dictate. The elder from the Sun family, noticing Zheng Hongfa's rising fury, sought to defuse the tension, saying, "Everyone, please settle down. According to the rules, Zheng family's actions are indeed valid. Let us proceed with the drawing." With the Sun elder's words, the crowd quieted, for their purpose here was to vie for the rights to the extraction of the spiritual energy stone mine. Mocking Zheng Hongfa was merely a source of amusement. The elder held a bamboo tube containing 8 identical bamboo sticks. 8 competitors, 7 men and 1 woman, stepped forward and turned to draw a stick. The bottoms of the sticks were painted in 4 distinct colors. Those drawing sticks of the same color would form a pair. Chu Chen drew a red stick, and his opponent was a robust young man with dark skin named Li Gang, hailing from the Li family of Jiazhou. As Chu Chen turned to look at Li Gang, he found Li Gang returning his gaze, an expression of disdain mingled with excitement in his eyes. The first match pits Li Gang of the Jiazhou Li family against Chu Chen of the Jinsheng Zheng family, announced the elder from the Sun family, surveying the bamboo sticks in the hands of the contestants. According to the rules, Chu Chen and Li Gang, having drawn red, were set to face off first, followed by pairs of contestants drawing yellow, blue, and green sticks respectively. I am truly fortunate. I get to face this son-in-law. Victory is assured." Li Gang laughed heartily, surveying the other contestants with an air of arrogance. He then strode confidently towards the makeshift arena, which was merely a delineated patch of barren land amidst the surrounding hills. Such desolate areas were abundant in this region, where the spiritual energy stone mine lay buried deep within the mountains. To safeguard the precious resources, the 8 great families had established extensive defenses around the mine. Thus they were unconcerned that such contests would damage the mining facilities. Chu Chen paid no heed to Li Gang's mockery and calmly approached the arena, summoning his companion, a guai. Upon its appearance, a guai joyfully wagged its tail. nuzzling against Chu Chen's palm with affectionate exuberance. Master, is there another battle? Who is the opponent? Aguai seemed nearly frantic with anticipation. Ever since the last summoning of the Divine Beast, a mental link had formed between Chu Chen and Aguai. Aguai's thoughts manifested directly in Chu Chen's mind, allowing him to command it with mere thoughts, bypassing the need for verbal commands that were once necessary. This ability, typically reserved for advanced beast tamers, had been bestowed upon Chu Chen even though he had yet to reach the intermediate level. Though it may not appear to confer any immediate advantage, the hidden benefits were immense. Imagine two beast tamers directing their beasts in combat. One must relay commands verbally, while the other can convey thoughts instantaneously. The efficiency between the two is markedly different. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. A single moment's delay can alter the outcome entirely. This ability was one of Chu Chen's concealed trump cards. Upon seeing Chu Chen summon a mechanized dog, Li Gang's disdain deepened, his grin widening as he laughed uproariously. Ha! Son-in-law, you truly amuse me. What on earth is that? Li Gang bent over with laughter, gesturing at Aguai and addressing the onlookers. Look, this son-in-law has summoned a mechanical dog. How dare he bring such a pathetic toy to this arena? Ha ha ha. I cannot contain my amusement. The crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Some doubled over in mirth, pointing fingers at Chu Chen with expressions of contempt mingled with the thrill of witnessing a farcical performance. Chu Chen coldly retorted, Are you going to fight or not? If not, simply concede. Ha ha. Did you all hear that? This son-in-law dares to suggest I surrender. Has he lost his mind? Li Gang laughed until tears streamed down his face, shaking with mirth. Very well, I shall show this son-in-law the true might of a beast tamer, lest he remain blissfully unaware of his own limitations. With that, Li Gang summoned his beast, a mountain-shaking ape, its body cloaked in rich reddish-brown fur and its arms bulging with muscle, akin to tree trunks. Upon its arrival, the ape struck its chest with its fists, producing a thunderous sound. It was evidently a beast of silver-tier peak strength. As both competitors summoned their beasts, the elder from the Sun family announced, Let the match begin. Chu Chen glanced at the mountain-shaking ape and communicated with Aguai in his mind. Aguai, our opponent is that red-haired monkey over there. That thing. Merely a copycat, Aguai scoffed. Son-in-law, do not say I haven't warned you. I am about to strike. You still have time to surrender and save your toy. Li Gang taunted. Enough of this noise. Chu Chen replied sternly. Li Gang's expression darkened, and he bellowed, Taishan, charge. Deliver a crushing blow. Upon receiving the command, the mountain-shaking ape pounded its fists against its chest with a roar, charging towards Aguai with astonishing speed, kicking up clouds of dust as it raced forward. Many in the crowd gasped in astonishment, their breaths caught in their throats. The mountain-shaking ape indeed lived up to its reputation, exuding a palpable pressure even at the silver level. Since the advent of beast tamers among humankind, countless generations have meticulously ranked various spiritual and ferocious beasts based on their species' traits and abilities. The stronger and more potential a beast possesses, the higher its ranking. The mountain-shaking ape ranked among the top 100 spiritual beasts, making its strength formidable. Many spectators envisioned the scene of the mountain-shaking ape smashing Chu Chen's mechanized dog to smithereens, and some even began to feel pity for him. However, the subsequent events left them utterly stunned. As the mountain-shaking ape charged with unmatched ferocity, Aguai also sprang into action. Just as the distance between them dwindled to less than a meter, Aguai suddenly vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it had already positioned itself behind the mountain-shaking ape. A blood-soaked heart pulsated ominously within the right claw. Shock, petrification, stiffness. Even Zhang Yang and Qian Kuan, who had witnessed Chu Chen's prowess, were not exempt from this reaction. Many stood with mouths agape, taking an eternity to comprehend the scene before them. The spectacle was utterly terrifying, far exceeding anyone's expectations. Even Zhang Yang and Qian Kuan had not anticipated such a swift conclusion. Stop. Chapter 38. The Mysterious Sun, Yao Tian. I concede. I concede. I implore you, cease at once. Have your beast exchange the heart of my Taishan. Li Gang, witnessing the colossal form of his beast, the Taishan, crashed to the ground, felt its life force rapidly ebbing away. Terror consumed him, and disregarding all else, he hastily begged for mercy. The bond between a beast master and their beast is sacred. Should the beast perish, the master would suffer a backlash, and most crucially, they would lose a beast space permanently, an unbearable loss for any beast master. Thus, in ordinary contests, lethal force is rarely employed, as the repercussions are too grave to endure. With a cold smile, the order was given for Aguai to deliver the heart of the mountain-shaking ape to Li Gang, before he withdrew his beast into its space and strode away toward the gazebo where the Zheng family resided. The first round concluded. Victory for the Zheng family of Jincheng. The elder of the Sun family was taken aback. The match had ended before it had truly begun. He had barely returned to the Sun family's gazebo, his tea still untouched. With triumphant spirits, the Zheng family members beamed, having endured humiliation and ridicule moments prior, now reveling in their victory. Zheng Hongfa laughed heartily, oldly. What say you? Did you not look down upon my Zheng family and my son-in-law? How do you find the outcome now? Who is lost, I wonder? Ha! The elder of the Li family felt his face flush with shame, trembling with rage, yet left speechless. He could only sit sulking in silence. The other members of the Li family mirrored his sentiment, their faces burning with embarrassment. The arrogance they had displayed moments ago was now replaced by profound disgrace. Observing the crestfallen expressions of the Li family, the Zheng family erupted in laughter, releasing the pent-up frustration from earlier mockery. The other 6 prominent families, particularly the competitors, no longer wore expressions of disdain or ridicule. Instead, a gravity replaced their previous levity. Their reactions were profoundly unexpected. They knew of Li Gang's strength, and the prowess of the mountain-shaking ape was universally acknowledged. They mused that had they faced Li Gang, even in victory, they could not have achieved such a swift and decisive triumph. At this moment, within the gazebos of the other families, hushed discussions ensued. What manner of beast is that? It appears to be a mechanized dog, yet the power it exhibits is beyond that of any mechanized creature. Could it possibly be a new technological marvel? No. I have been closely monitoring the advancements in the mechanized industry. I would certainly be aware of any new developments. Could it be a previously unknown beast from the myriad races battlefield that he has contracted? This seemed the only plausible explanation. It became evident that the Zheng family had come prepared, having deceived everyone with mere appearances. The glances directed toward the Zheng family shifted. All recognized them as formidable adversaries, no longer daring to underestimate them. Bah! The Zheng family has no shame. How could someone with such overwhelming strength be reduced to a mere son-in-law? I suspect they offered some enticing reward to have him masquerade as a son-in-law, aiding them in seizing mining rights. An elder from another family indignantly asserted, and his suspicion garnered considerable support. In the second match, Sun Yaodian from the Nanjiang Sun family faced Qian Kuan from the Linxiong Qian family. A wry smile tugged at Qian Kuan's lips. He had not anticipated such ill fortune, encountering the strongest contender in this competition right off the bat. Sun Yaodian was a somewhat effeminate-looking young man, with a pale face, narrow eyes, and thin lips, exuding an air of mystery and danger. Upon entering the arena, both summoned their respective beasts. After the elder of the Sun family announced the commencement of the match, he vanished back to the Sun family's gazebo. Qian Kuan's beasts were the ironback bear and the two-headed golden eagle. Aware of Sun Yaoyan's formidable strength, he aimed to unleash his full potential immediately, hoping to catch Sun Yaodian off guard with a swift attack. Conversely, Sun Yaodian summoned only one beast, a pure white, two-headed serpent adorned with sporadic red and black spots. Its body stretched for dozens of meters, the two heads, one black, the other red, constantly swaying and intertwining in a bizarre display that sent shivers down one's spine. This serpent, known as the twin-headed serpent, ranked above Li Gang's mountain-shaking ape in the spirit beast hierarchy, renowned for its deceptive attacks. Qian Kuan, eyeing the twin-headed serpent with a grave expression, wasted no time and commanded his ironback bear and golden eagle to assail it from both ground and air. Sun Yaotian, witnessing the onslaught of Qian Kuan's beasts, revealed a sinister smile and softly commanded, "Phantom, annihilate them." He deemed it unnecessary to issue precise commands to his beast, instead relinquishing control of the battle to the twin-headed serpent. The serpent coiled its body, bracing itself for action, just as the ironback bear and golden eagle closed in. The twin-headed serpent unleashed a plume of red and black smoke from its jaws towards the airborne eagle and the advancing bear. Qian Kuan's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted in alarm. The twin-headed serpent possessed a staggering strength, clearly at the golden first stage. He had not anticipated that Sun Yaoyan's serpent had already ascended to the golden rank. Sun Yaodian was 2 years younger than Qian Kuan, and such an achievement at his age was remarkable. Despite being merely at the golden first stage, it was no small feat. Qian Kuan, who was 2 years his senior and came from a well-off family, could only boast a beast at the peak of silver. Although the gap between the peak of silver and the golden first stage was small, it was a chasm that could not be overlooked. The leap from silver to gold not only significantly enhanced the beast's attributes, but also granted the capacity for elemental attacks, a qualitative shift. It was akin to two combatants, initially barehanded, when suddenly one draws a steel blade. The outcome is almost predetermined. Qian Kuan, feeling utterly defeated, realized he had no time to command his beasts to evade. Unfamiliar with such a formidable opponent, both beasts were momentarily bewildered, though instinct warned them of the danger posed by the smoke. The ironback bear and golden eagle struggled to evade, yet still inhaled a considerable amount of the smoke. What followed was astonishing. The ironback bear collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, while the golden eagle's eyes turned crimson, relentlessly attacking the ironback bear as if facing a mortal enemy. Qian Kuan let out a hollow laugh. Recognizing his complete defeat, I concede. Chapter 39. Qian Kuan's poisonous debacle. Sun Yaotian cast a charming glance at Qian Kuan across from him, contentedly retracting the two-headed serpent into the beast space before elegantly turning to depart. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, turned back to Qian Kuan with a smile, and remarked, "Oh, I almost forgot to inform you. The poison of the phantom has no immediate antidote. However, your timely surrender ensures that they won't perish." With that, he glanced at the ironback bear, still furiously attacking the ground, and the golden eagle, desperately assaulting its foe, shaking his head in dismay. Qian Kuan's complexion darkened, and he felt a pang of sorrow as he withdrew the battered ironback bear and golden eagle into the beast space. Yet, just as he secured his beasts, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he realized something was amiss. His eyes turned crimson as he let out a furious roar, charging towards a nearby tree and began to writhe against it uncontrollably. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Hijia, the only female spectator, spat in disbelief at the scene. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned her head away from the writhing figure. I almost forgot to mention. Do not retract any beasts affected by the phantom's poison, or the toxin will transfer to the master. Sigh, it seems young Master Qian is a bit too hasty. Sun Yaotian lamented, shaking his head with a feigned expression of regret. His demeanor incited a furious reaction from the Qian family, who recognized that Sun Yaotian had deliberately ensnared Qian Kuan in a predicament to embarrass their clan. "Sun Yaotian, you," Qian Kuan's grandfather bellowed. "Old man Qian, what are you shouting about? Are you attempting to bully the young? Your grandson's inferiority is his own fault," an elder from the Sun family interjected. Qian Kuan's grandfather glared furiously, letting out a huff of indignation. He swiftly moved to Qian Kuan's side, striking him unconscious with a single blow and carrying him back to the pavilion. The spectacle of Qian Kuan's disgrace in front of so many onlookers was utterly humiliating. The members of the Qian family exchanged glances, their faces etched with dismay as they regarded the unconscious Qian Kuan. However, it was not entirely his fault. The two-headed serpent was already a rarity, and each beast's awakening skills upon advancing to the golden tier varied widely. No one could have anticipated that Sun Yaotian's beast possessed such bizarre abilities. Qian Kuan being caught off guard was not unjustified. Although the incident in the arena was humiliating, the Qian family had no legitimate grounds to confront Sun Yaotian. This loss was one they would have to endure in silence. The gazes of the other prominent families towards Sun Yaotian had shifted. His beast's attacks were exceedingly unpredictable, leaving little room for defense. Moreover, it was worth noting that Sun Yaotian had yet to reveal his other beast. Who could possibly stand against him? It seemed the mining rights would once again fall into the hands of the Sun family. Chu Chen cast a grave glance at Sun Yaotian, recognizing that this individual's strength was not to be underestimated. Caution would be essential when facing him later. In the third match, Hijia faced off against her opponent. Emerging victorious, the elder from the Sun family continued to preside over the event. Following that, in the fourth match, Zhang Yang triumphed over his adversary, also advancing to the top four. Surprisingly, Zhang Yang had managed to elevate his beast, the unicorn boar, to the golden tier through some unknown means. Perhaps the victory had emboldened him, or witnessing Qian Kuan being thoroughly defeated by Sun Yaotian, who also possessed a golden tier beast, led him to believe that Chu Chen, who had narrowly bested Qian Kuan previously, was no match for him either. After his victory, instead of returning to the Zhang family's pavilion, he approached the Zhang family's pavilion, arrogantly pointing at Chu Chen and declaring, "Chu Chen, listen well, you better pray that we don't meet in the next match, or I will make you regret it." With that, he strutted back to his own pavilion. Chu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yang, but said nothing. This fool. Does he truly believe he can overturn the world with his mere first-tier golden boar? It's simply laughable. He had observed Zhang Yang's recent battle, and while the boar had indeed improved upon reaching the golden tier, it was glaringly inferior to Sun Yaotian's serpent. His instincts told him that Zhang Yang's rapid elevation to the golden tier was shrouded in mystery. During the subsequent break, the four advanced competitors utilized the time to recuperate in their respective family pavilions. Although it appeared that the battles were solely between the beasts, the toll on the beast masters was substantial. Thus, in addition to administering healing herbs to their beasts, the masters themselves also required recovery. An hour passed swiftly, and the elder from the Sun family returned to announce the commencement of the draw. Chu Chen, Sun Yaotian, Hijia, and Zhang Yang sequentially stepped forward to draw their lots. Sun Yaotian and Hijia drew the red bamboo sticks, pairing them together, while Chu Chen and Zhang Yang, by unfortunate coincidence, ended up in the same group. Zhang Yang wore a smug smile as he looked at Chu Chen and said, "It seems your luck has run out. You'll be facing me in this round." Chu Chen responded with a faint smile, likewise. As the first match was between Sun Yaotian and He Jiejia, the two did not linger after drawing their lots, but returned to their respective pavilions to observe the impending battle. With a command from the elder of the Sun family, the match commenced. He Jiejia summoned a peak silver-tier flame fox and a fifth-tier silver-eyed cat, both renowned for their agility. In contrast, Sun Yaotian once again called upon the two-headed serpent to battle against He Jiejia. He Jiejia's expression was grave, clearly burdened by the psychological pressure from Sun Yaotian's previous match against Qian Kuan. After all, Sun Yaotian's prowess was evident, and the mere fact that his beast had defeated Qian Kuan with a single strike left her uncertain about what other skills it might possess. This necessitated a cautious approach on her part. She certainly did not wish to suffer the same fate as Qian Kuan. As a girl, she would rather die than face such humiliation. Sun Yaotian observed the visibly tense He Jiejia and smirked. "Miss He, you should concede. You are no match for me." "I wouldn't want you to." Uffed. Sun Yaotian suddenly stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. He Jiejia understood exactly what he implied, and her delicate face flushed crimson at his insinuation. With her strong-willed nature, she bristled at his words and retorted, "What unnecessary chatter. The only way to find out who prevails is to fight." With that, she commanded her two beasts to launch an assault on the two-headed serpent. Unfazed, Sun Yaotian, still wearing his devilish smile, ordered the serpent to engage in combat as well. Despite her anger, He Jiejia maintained her composure. Recognizing the formidable nature of the serpent's attack, she continually instructed her beasts to adjust their positions for probing attacks. It appeared that Sun Yaotian was intent on toying with her, as he refrained from commanding the serpent to attack proactively. The two-headed serpent merely swayed in place, denying He Jiejia's beasts an opportunity to strike. The standoff persisted, seemingly balanced, yet any discerning observer could tell that Sun Yaotian was holding back. He could conclude the match at any moment if he wished. Beads of sweat began to form on He Jiejia's forehead, clearly indicating the toll of simultaneously directing her two beasts in battle. If this continued, she would inevitably face defeat. Nevertheless, she refused to give up, gritting her teeth as she pressed on. Acknowledging her inferiority to Sun Yaotian, she was unwilling to be looked down upon. As her mental fortitude waned, she realized that if she did not muster her strength for one final effort, she would lose her chance. Casting aside her hesitations, she shouted, "Illusion!" Her two summoned beasts flashed with a fierce intensity, their speed surging as they traced two shimmering phantoms, rapidly exchanging positions in their pursuit of the two-headed serpent. The serpent appeared momentarily dazed by this spectacle, its head swiveling in an attempt to pinpoint the location of its adversaries. In an instant, its two necks became entwined, resembling a twisted braid. Witnessing this, He Jiejia's spirits soared, and she commanded loudly, "Surprise attack." The two summoned beasts lunged toward the serpent, jaws agape as they aimed for its body. Yet, at that very moment, Sun Yaotian issued his order. Despite the serpent's heads being tangled, it was undeterred in unleashing a cloud of toxic mist. Two streams of poison, one crimson and the other obsidian, erupted forth, enveloping both itself and He Jiejia's beasts within the noxious haze. He Jiejia's complexion paled, her pearly teeth biting into her lower lip as she reluctantly declared, "I concede." Sun Yaotian laughed heartily, saying, "I warned you to forfeit, but you wouldn't listen. Look at the outcome now." With that, he recalled the serpent and added, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't bring them back, or else the consequences. Well, you know." He cast a sidelong glance at the Qian family's pavilion, pushing its members once more to the brink of chaos. As the toxic mist dissipated, He Jiejia was on the verge of tears. Her two beasts were entangled in a frenzy of affection. Unable to bear the sight, her grandfather summoned his own beast, swiftly stunning the entwined Qian fox and the Bian cat, dragging them to a vacant area. He Jiejia, in a mix of shame and anger, retreated to the He family's pavilion. The next match features Chu Chen of the Zheng family from Jincheng against Zhang Yang of the Zhang family from Huayin, announced the elder of the Sun family. Zhang Yang strode forward with a swagger that suggested he had severed ties with all familial bonds, glancing at Chu Chen with a broad grin. "Huh, I told you not to cross paths with me, or I would make you regret it. Prepare to witness my prowess." Upon finishing his declaration, he summoned his golden-grayed beast, the unicorn dagger pig, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Chen. In response, Chu Chen summoned a guai, calmly asserting, "I am indeed more impressive than you. As for your so-called prowess, I have already seen it before." This remark ignited Zhang Yang's fury, as he recognized the underlying mockery in Chu Chen's words. "Do you dare to fight me to the death?" Chu Chen turned to the elder of the Sun family, who sought the opinions of the Zheng and Zhang families. Just as Zhang Yang's grandfather was about to dissuade him, Zhang Yang interjected, "Grandfather, this son-in-law has humiliated me time and again, robbing me of my dignity. If I cannot utterly defeat him, my wrath will not be quelled." The elder Zhang glanced at Chu Chen and nodded. "Very well, I agree." Zheng Hongfa looked at Chu Chen, who nodded in affirmation. Understanding Chu Chen's intentions, Zheng Hongfa added, "The Zheng family concurs as well." Witnessing Chu Chen's willingness to accept Zhang Yang's challenge in order to secure the mining rights for the Zheng family moved everyone deeply. Had Chu Chen chosen to decline, they would have held no grievance, but his acceptance transformed their doubts into admiration. They had fully embraced Chu Chen as one of their own, regardless of the outcome. "Fine, since both families agree to the duel to the death, I have no objections. Let the battle commence." As the elder son's words faded, Zhang Yang wasted no time launching his assault. Divine Beast Armament. Sword of the Sky. Zhang Yang entered the mental space of the unicorn dagger pig, controlling its body as it emitted a fierce cry. The horn atop its head radiated a silver sword light. Striking with unmatched force towards Aguai, Zhang Yang was determined to unleash his most formidable abilities, fueled by his relentless desire for vengeance against Chu Chen, who had humiliated him before. As he initiated his attack, Chu Chen similarly activated the Divine Beast Armament, entering Aguai's mental space to command its form. Faced with the sweeping sword, Chu Chen refrained from allowing Aguai to absorb the blow directly. Although Aguai could withstand the strike without injury, the ever-watchful Sun Yaotian posed a significant threat, and Chu Chen wished to conceal Aguai's true strength for as long as possible. With a mental command, Aguai harnessed the power of the Tempest, accelerating to its utmost limit. Just as the sword was about to make contact, it leapt, evading the strike that spanned several dozen meters. The sword struck the trees behind, severing dozens of large trunks as if they were mere chives. The once dense forest now bore a straight path through its center. Having missed his initial attack, Zhang Yang commanded the dagger pig to unleash another strike. A second silver sword cleaved through the air toward Aguai, which once again dodged. The ground was carved into a deep chasm. "Ha ha ha. Useless. All you do is evade. Are you afraid now?" Zhang Yang mocked as he directed the dagger pig's assaults. In a matter of moments, the dagger pig had unleashed dozens of sword strikes, the arena resembling a plowed field, riddled with trenches of varying depths. As Zhang Yang displayed his overwhelming might, forcing Chu Chen to evade, the Zhang family members wore expressions of exhilaration. They had invested considerable resources to hire a top-tier beast master who forcibly elevated Zhang Yang's dagger pig to the golden grade for this mining rights competition. They never expected that the Zhang family would send Chu Chen to battle, providing Zhang Yang with the perfect opportunity to exact revenge for his previous humiliation at Chu Chen's hands. Meanwhile, the Zhang family wore grim faces. They had not anticipated any hope in this mining rights contest, but Chu Chen's emergence had ignited a flicker of optimism. However, they were taken aback by the ferocity of Zhang Yang's opponent, who had inexplicably elevated his beast to the golden grade in such a short span. They understood all too well that golden grade beasts and silver grade beasts were worlds apart. Had they known, they would have allocated all their resources to Chu Chen, perhaps enabling his beast to reach the golden grade, thus providing a fighting chance against Zhang Yang and Sun Yaotian. But now it was too late, and the Zhang family felt a deep sense of regret. With each passing moment, Zhang Yang relentlessly unleashed his sword strikes, leaving Chu Chen scrambling for an opportunity to close the distance. Yet, Chu Chen remained composed, aware that the dagger pig's continuous assault was draining its energy. He simply needed to bide his time until it exhausted its power, marking the moment for his counterattack. "You worthless son-in-law, all you do is hide. Are you afraid now? Weren't you so cocky just moments ago?" Zhang Yang taunted incessantly as he continued his barrage of light swords. Chu Chen paid no heed to Zhang Yang's jeers, focusing intently on his every movement, attentive to the slightest change in his demeanor, searching for a chance to strike. An opportunity has arisen. Chu Chen's eyes sparkled as he finally detected a fleeting opening in Zhang Yang's defense. Without hesitation, he launched his surprise attack. Chapter 41, Defeating Zhang Yang. The sword grazed past Chu Chen, even igniting sparks as it scraped against his armor. Yet, upon seeing Chu Chen's rapidly approaching form, Zhang Yang felt a surge of panic. He could scarcely believe that, amid his relentless onslaught, Chu Chen had found a way to close in. In a flurry of confusion, he swung his sword once more in an attempt to cleave Chu Chen in half. However, the moment he unleashed the attack, Chu Chen vanished from his sight. Instantly, Zhang Yang felt a sharp pain sear through his back. Turning his head, he was struck with terror as he beheld a frenzied Chu Chen, wildly brandishing his claws upon his back. The claws carved ghastly gashes into his flesh, blood and shredded meat splattering everywhere. Zhang Yang executed a roll on the ground, attempting to dislodge Chu Chen from his back. Yet, Chu Chen's claw sank deeply into Zhang Yang's body, while his right claw continued its relentless assault. Bones were exposed, shattered. The heart was extracted and crushed. The onlookers gasped in horror, unable to fathom that Chu Chen would resort to such savagery in his attack. He was nothing short of a madman. With his divine beast armor deactivated, Zhang Yang was flung aside, crashing to the ground and spewing blood, his face as pale as death. At that moment, he could think of nothing else but the terror in his eyes as he gazed at Chu Chen, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Chu Chen, young Master Chu, I beg you, spare me, I was wrong. I shall never dare to oppose you again. Seeing this, Zhang Yang's grandfather, disregarding everything else, dashed towards Chu Chen. Zheng Hongfa moved in tandem with him, the two arriving almost simultaneously. Zhang Yang's grandfather struck out with a palm, which Zheng Hongfa intercepted. Zheng, old ghost, you dare to block me? Zhang Yang's grandfather exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Humph. You wish to ambush a member of the Zheng family, and you expect me to merely watch? Zheng Hongfa retorted without yielding. Aware of his own culpability, Zhang Yang's grandfather utilized Zheng Hongfa's force to land beside Zhang Yang, swiftly lifting the weakened youth into his arms, coldly stating, I merely acted to prevent him from harming my grandson. With that, he vanished with Zhang Yang back to the pavilion of the Zhang family, urgently attending to his wounds. Zhang Yang's life was preserved, yet his beast, the uniquely horned boar, lay lifeless. One of Zhang Yang's beast spaces shattered, signifying he would forever be one beast short compared to his peers. This was tantamount to rendering him useless. Zheng Hongfa glanced at the now unarmed Chu Chen and gently inquired, Are you unscathed? Chu Chen shook his head, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Although Zheng Hongfa had intercepted Zhang Yang's grandfather's strike, the residual force had still injured Chu Chen. Zheng Hongfa's brow furrowed at this sight, and he promptly scooped up Chu Chen, returning to the pavilion, where he produced a medicinal pill and administered it to him, then personally tended to his injuries. Deep within, Chu Chen felt a sense of regret. He had let his guard down. Had he been vigilant, he could have evaded that last blow. After Zhang Yang's grandfather stabilized his grandson's condition, he departed with the Zhang family members. As they left, Zhang Yang's grandfather cast a dark, murderous glance at Chu Chen, his intentions unmistakable. Chu Chen realized that the enmity with the Zhang family had been firmly established. However, he bore no regret. Zhang Yang had sought trouble with him repeatedly, and had it not been for Zhang Yang's grandfather's intervention, he would have left no mercy. Regarding any future troubles from the Zhang family, he was confident that the Zhang family would not allow them to pursue him without consequence. Given a little time to enhance his strength, it would be better if the Zhang family refrained from pursuing him, should they come seeking vengeance. He would not hesitate to eradicate them. As Zheng Hongfa treated his wounds, Chu Chen distinctly sensed the chaotic divine tree's green luminescence flowing into his body like a stream, mending his injured internal organs and meridians. In no time, his wounds were fully healed, astonishing Zheng Hongfa, who marveled at Chu Chen's extraordinary recuperative ability. How does this Chu Chen possess such a monstrous healing capability? Zheng Hongfa mused silently. For anyone else, such injuries would require considerable time to heal, even with his assistance. Yet Chu Chen had completely recovered in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, Zheng Hongfa refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, Chu Chen was his son-in-law, and the stronger he became, the better it was for the Zheng family. To secure additional recovery time for Chu Chen, he had previously argued fiercely with Old Sun to extend the rest period to 2 hours. To his surprise, Chu Chen had fully recovered so swiftly. Chu Chen, unwilling to reveal his rapid healing ability, remained seated in the pavilion, eyes closed, feigning ongoing recuperation. In reality, he had immersed his mind into the crystal core space to converse with Aguai. The true challenge lay ahead with Sun Yaotian, a battle that promised to be formidable. Currently, he could not discern the full extent of Sun Yaotian's strength, especially since Sun Yaotian's beast had only made 2 appearances, both using the same skill. He was uncertain if it possessed any additional abilities, and if so, what they might be. Moreover, as a mid-level beast master, Sun Yaotian had yet to unleash one of his beasts, leaving its nature and rank unknown. Aguai had no trouble defending against attacks from a golden first-tier beast. The only concern was the enigmatic poison mist attack and any potential other skills. Since Aguai had never encountered poison-based attacks, it was uncertain whether it possessed immunity or a high resistance to toxins. Chu Chen could not afford to take risks in this competition. As the time for the break drew to a close, Qian Kun approached, quietly inquiring, Chu Chen, how is your recovery? Chu Chen opened his eyes and smiled faintly at Qian Kun, replying, Not bad, I'm nearly back to full strength. Chu Chen, Sun Yaotian's beast's poison is a hallucinogenic type. Its damage is not substantial. Just make sure your beast avoids the poison mist. If you cannot evade it, close your eyes immediately and hold your breath as you escape from it. The poison primarily spreads through respiration and bodily fluids. Qian Kun hurriedly conveyed all the information he had gathered from personal experience. Chu Chen regarded Qian Kun with some confusion, uncertain why he was sharing this information, as their relationship was hardly close. Sensing Chu Chen's puzzlement, Qian Kun straightforwardly stated, "I simply cannot stand Sun Yaotian's arrogant demeanor, and he embarrassed me earlier. I hope you can defeat him and restore my dignity." Chu Chen smiled slightly in response, nodding in agreement. His impression of Qian Kun had vastly improved. Qian Kun was indeed quite forthright and generous, unlike Zhang Yang, who held grudges. Even after being bested by him before, Qian Kun bore no ill will. His desire for Chu Chen to defeat Sun Yaotian stemmed solely from the humiliation inflicted upon him, had the roles been reversed. He believed Qian Kun would not feel the same way. "Well, I wish you great success, young Master Chu. I will be here awaiting your triumphant return," Qian Kun said with a hearty laugh. "Agreed," Chu Chen replied with a smile. Chapter 42, The Duel with Sun Yaotian. "Heh, it seems it's just you and me now. I must say, your performance today has truly caught my attention. Among all the contestants, you are the only one who piqued my interest. Your beast is not a spirit beast, is it? If I am not mistaken, it is a ferocious beast from the myriad races battlefield. Although I am unsure how you acquired it, it is indeed impressive." Sun Yaotian stood arrogantly before Chu Chen, wearing his signature devilish smile, surveying him with keen interest. "Why not join my Sun family? I will betroth my sister to you. What the Zheng family can offer, my Sun family can provide, and even more. From now on, you can follow my lead. I assure you will go further than you ever could with the Zheng family, perhaps even become a special grade beast master." Sun Yaotian brazenly attempted to undermine the Zheng family right before their very eyes, showing a blatant disregard for their presence. The members of the Zheng family were visibly infuriated, their faces flushed with indignation, yet they found themselves powerless to intervene, as Sun Yaotian was engaged in combat with Chu Chen, and any interference would constitute a violation of the rules. While they seethed with anger, a sense of trepidation also gripped them. The terms offered by Sun Yaotian were undeniably alluring. Most crucially, the Zheng family had thus far treated Chu Chen on par with other disciples, granting him no special privileges. The only connection between Chu Chen and the Zheng family was Zheng Xian, whose appearance even the Zheng family found hard to bear. For someone as illustrious as Chu Chen, would marrying Zheng Xian not be a source of humiliation? After all, he had been forced into this alliance with the Zheng family from the outset. Would Chu Chen acquiesce to Sun Yaotian's proposition? At that moment, they all regretted not having accorded Chu Chen better treatment and more resources earlier. However, it was too late for regrets. They could only pray that Chu Chen would not acquiesce. The Zheng family members gazed at Chu Chen, their expressions tense with anticipation. Chu Chen smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, young Master Sun, for your kind offer, but I am already wed." Upon hearing Chu Chen's response, the Zheng family erupted in excitement, their fists clenched in celebration, their joy palpable. Their admiration for Chu Chen reached unprecedented heights. Zheng Hongfa's face betrayed a barely perceptible smile, feeling fortunate for the decision he had made earlier. Sun Yaotian, however, shook his head and pouted, "What a pity, what a pity. You possess such talent yet fail to be adaptable. It seems that our battle today is unavoidable." He wore a regretful expression, as if genuinely lamenting Chu Chen's situation. "In that case, let us engage in a fierce contest and reveal to you my true power. Mirage, decisive victory, arise." With that, Sun Yaotian's aura shifted dramatically as he summoned forth the two-headed serpent and another beast that had yet to make an appearance, the Thunderclap Lion. The Thunderclap Lion ranked among the top 50 spirit beasts, surpassing the two-headed serpent in power. Its most distinctive feature was its innate affinity for the element of lightning, with attacks infused with electric energy. Once it reached the golden tier, it would likely awaken formidable lightning-based skills. The sight of Sun Yaotian summoning the Thunderclap Lion left everyone astonished. Such a rare beast was indeed a marvel to behold. Although the Thunderclap Lion was currently only at the silver tier, its prowess would likely pose a challenge even to those at the peak of silver tier. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed. Sun Yaotian's hidden depths were far greater than those of his peers, marking a significant disparity in strength. The ensuing battle was bound to be arduous. Summoning a Guai, Chu Chen conveyed the Thunderclap Lion's characteristics to it. A Guai emerged, wagging its tail and circling Chu Chen, affectionately nudging his palm with its head. "Rest assured, Master, a Guai will not bring you shame," it declared, its words comprehensible only to Chu Chen. Chu Chen gently patted a Guai's head, advising it to exercise caution. "Begin," the elder from the Sun family announced with a resounding voice, having seen that both combatants were prepared. Sun Yaotian grinned wickedly and commanded, "Go." The two-headed serpent and the Thunderclap Lion charged fiercely towards a Guai. The two-headed serpent writhed its massive body, its twin heads flicking their tongues and hissing ominously, sending shivers down the spine of any who heard. The thunderclap lion roared like an invincible monarch, advancing towards Agwai with a fearsome gait. Though their movements appeared slow, their speed was astonishing, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Agwai did not hesitate. As the two beasts moved, it sprang into action. Despite being of a higher level than the thunderclap lion, Agwai was smaller in size, creating an even more pronounced disparity when compared to the larger two-headed serpent. However, Agwai showed no signs of retreat or fear, charging boldly towards the two spirit beasts. Upon seeing Agwai approach, the thunderclap lion let out a furious roar, as if its regal authority had been challenged. With a swift surge, it lunged at Agwai, intent on tearing apart the creature that dared to provoke it. Its majestic mane billowed as it raced, exuding an aura of sovereignty. Agwai, cloaked in dark, glossy armor that gleamed with a metallic sheen, appeared enigmatic and formidable. Although its appearance was commendable, it paled in comparison to the lion's regal presence. Yet battles are won through strength, not mere aesthetics. At the moment of collision between the thunderclap lion and Agwai, the lion was sent sprawling backward as if severed from its tether. Its beautiful mane scattered on the ground. The thunderclap lion landed with a cry of agony, its eyes filled with terror. Since becoming Sun Yaotian's spirit beast, it had never encountered a challenge, always victorious while following the two-headed serpent. This had fostered an arrogant disdain for others. The encounter with a creature slightly smaller than itself had led it to underestimate its opponent, resulting in a staggering blow. It questioned its very existence. How could this be? How could that creature be so powerful? Agwai, of course, was oblivious to the thunderclap lion's thoughts. It charged forward, intent on capitalizing on its opponent's vulnerability. Sun Yaotian, however, was no ordinary foe. Observing the thunderclap lion's miscalculation, he promptly commanded the two-headed serpent to unleash a toxic fog to counter Agwai. The timing was impeccable. Agwai, airborne, realized too late that it could not evade the incoming threat. Chu Chen instructed Agwai to close its eyes and hold its breath as it surged through the toxic mist, and Agwai complied. However, just as it emerged from the fog, it collided head-on with the two-headed serpent's sweeping tail. Agwai had not even had time to open its eyes before it was sent flying. It crashed to the ground, carving a deep trench into the earth that stretched for 100 meters, losing several of its protective scales in the process. Chu Chen furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Sun Yaotian across the battlefield. The level of difficulty posed by Sun Yaotian had escalated significantly. This was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had encountered since his rebirth. Chapter 43, Narrow Victory. Chu Chen, you seem quite surprised, don't you? However, the toxic fog is merely a skill of mirage. Its true strength lies in its sheer power. Your spirit beast managed to close its eyes and hold its breath so swiftly. That's quite commendable. So what do you say? It's not too late to reconsider and join the Sun family, to fight alongside me, Sun Yaotian said with a sinister grin. Chu Chen shook his head, his expression calm and his tone indifferent. Join you? You are unworthy. At these words, Sun Yaotian's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Chu Chen with a menacing intensity. Good. You have courage. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Mirage, decisive victory, advance. The two-headed serpent and the thunderclap lion surged forth once more, their horns aimed at Agwai. Agwai leapt from the trench, shaking off the dirt. Its eyes locked on the two-headed serpent. Agwai, be cautious of that two-headed serpent. Do not engage it head-on. It may be slow, but use your gale force to create distance and eliminate the thunderclap lion first, Chu Chen commanded. Understood, Master, Agwai responded promptly. With a burst of speed from the gale force, Agwai transformed into a blur, racing toward the two-headed serpent. Seeing this, Sun Yaotian smirked disdainfully. He had already prepared to wait for Agwai to enter the toxic mist attack range of the two-headed serpent, intending to employ the same tactic once more. Using the serpent's poisonous fog to obstruct Agwai's advance, followed by a vicious strike with its tail. Phantom, toxic mist. Sun Yaotian bellowed. The two-headed serpent unleashed 2 plumes of toxic fog. Yet, at the moment he commanded the mist, Agwai had already, under Chu Chen's guidance, executed a sharp turn, launching directly at the nearby Thunderclaw lion. Realizing Agwai was headed for the Thunderclaw lion, Sun Yaotian felt a pang of alarm. Decisive strike, Thunderclaw slash. The claws of the Thunderclaw lion crackled with faint electricity as it swung towards Agwai's body. The air crackled with the sound of electricity scorching it. Just as the claw was about to land on Agwai, its speed surged once more, swiftly darting past the Thunderclaw lion. The claw, following its trajectory, aimed to pierce the Thunderclaw lion's body. The Thunderclaw lion reacted swiftly, instinctively dodging to the side. However, despite this, Agwai still managed to slice a gash from its shoulder to its hind leg, blood and flesh spraying forth. Although it did not strike a vital spot, it was enough to inflict significant damage. With its successful strike, Agaway became increasingly ferocious, entangling itself in close combat with the Thunderclaw lion. While the lion's electric attacks had some effect on Agaway, they were far from sufficient to breach its defenses. The electricity merely rendered Agaway slightly numb, causing only a minor hindrance to its movements. In contrast, each of Agaway's attacks landed squarely upon the lion, inflicting wounds both deep and shallow. In the blink of an eye, the lion bore numerous wounds, blood gushing forth as if it were free of cost. Sun Yaotian's eyes narrowed as he commanded the two-headed serpent to intervene. The serpent slithered to the scene of the struggle between Agaway and the Thunderclaw lion, with the two serpents striking from the left and right towards Agaway. Agaway, contracting its body, rolled beneath the Thunderclaw lion, evading the serpent's attack and simultaneously inflicting a wound on the lion's abdomen. With the Thunderclaw lion serving as a flesh shield, the two-headed serpent hesitated, unable to unleash its elemental attacks characteristic of its golden rank. Instead, Agaway, leveraging its agility, repeatedly inflicted damage upon the serpent. In mere moments, the serpent's body bore several gruesome wounds, dripping with blood. Sun Yaotian was no longer the calm figure he had been moments ago. It was evident that the situation had far exceeded his expectations. His initial strategy of summoning both the two-headed serpent and the Thunderclaw lion was intended to crush Chu Chen with a thunderous assault, thereby dismantling his psychological defenses and showcasing the vast chasm between them. He believed that this would facilitate his attempts to recruit him. Even if he failed, it would leave an indelible shadow in Chu Chen's mind, making future encounters easier to manage. This tactic had proven successful against many of his peers, but today he had suffered a significant setback. The Thunderclaw lion not only failed to augment his strategy, but had instead become the greatest vulnerability, rendering the two-headed serpent passive. However, Sun Yaotian was not without cunning. He quickly resolved to command, "Final battle, lock onto it. Phantom, toxic mist." Upon hearing the command, the two-headed serpent immediately unleashed a torrent of toxic mist towards the entangled Agaway and Thunderclaw lion. Chu Chen had not anticipated such ruthless aggression from his adversary. Agaway, ensnared by the Thunderclaw lion, could not break free and was swiftly engulfed in the toxic mist alongside the lion. Subsequently, the two-headed serpent plunged into the mist, seizing both Agaway and the Thunderclaw lion in its jaws. Agaway used the rock shield. "Master, I feel a bit dizzy." Agaway's feeble voice echoed in Chu Chen's mind. Observing Agaway's drooping head, he saw the serpent's sharp fangs piercing through the cracks of Agaway's shattered shell. Soon after, Agaway's body was expelled by the serpent, crashing heavily before Chu Chen. A surge of unprecedented dread washed over Chu Chen. Sun Yaotian's smile widened, exaggerated and sinister. "Ha! Chu Chen, you are no match for me. Do you see? Your beast has succumbed to the phantom's poison. Without the phantom's blood to counteract it, it faces certain death. Its fate lies solely in your hands. Do you wish for it to live or die?" A raging fire ignited within Chu Chen's heart as he glared fiercely at Sun Yaotian. "Ha ha ha, don't look at me with those eyes. The only thing you can do now is concede," Sun Yaotian sneered, tilting his head and looking down his nose at Chu Chen. The expressions of the Zheng family members twisted into concern, their brows furrowing as they worried for Chu Chen. Some had even begun to urge him to concede. They did not want to see Chu Chen, the exceptionally talented son-in-law of the Zheng family, lose his beast. They could not accept such an outcome. Meanwhile, Chu Chen had plunged his consciousness into the core space, attempting to establish a connection with the Chaos Divine Tree, using its energy to heal Agaway. He suddenly recalled how, when injured before, the energy emanating from the Chaos Divine Tree had rapidly mended his wounds. Moments later, Chu Chen sensed that he had indeed forged a connection with the Chaos Divine Tree, allowing him to harness its potent life energy. Filled with joy, he immediately focused that energy into Agaway, who lay before him. Sun Yaotian's laughter abruptly halted as he witnessed Agaway springing to its feet, brimming with vitality as if nothing had ever transpired. Impossible. It was clearly poisoned by the phantom. How could it be unscathed? Sun Yaotian's expression shifted dramatically, unable to accept the reality before him. "Humph, do you think your wretched serpent's poison could take down my Agaway? Dream on," Chu Chen retorted without hesitation. "Agaway, go. Annihilate that foul serpent." With an excited howl, Agaway surged forward towards the two-headed serpent. Thanks to the healing energy from the divine tree, Chu Chen could distinctly perceive that the serpent's poison no longer affected Agaway. This knowledge bolstered his command for Agaway to attack. With the greatest threat neutralized, the remaining task was merely for Agaway to showcase its prowess. Agaway did not disappoint Chu Chen, charging directly into the toxic mist skill of the two-headed serpent without flinching. unleashing an assault on its serpentine body. With the bloodthirsty frenzy activated, Agaway's speed and attack power surged dramatically. In an instant, it battered the enormous serpent, leaving it scarred and wounded. When faced with the serpent's counterattacks, Agaway deftly evaded, and whenever it could not escape, it utilized the rock shield to absorb the blows. The tide of battle turned with astonishing rapidity, and in mere moments, Agaway was mercilessly pummeling the two-headed serpent. As for why the Thunderclaw lion did not come to assist, it was because it was frantically writhing on the ground. The serpent's poison did not discriminate between friend and foe. The Thunderclaw lion, already riddled with wounds, had succumbed to the poison the moment it was enveloped in the mist. Observing the two-headed serpent's breath gradually weakening and its body marred with horrific injuries, Sun Yaoyan's once smooth visage turned ashen. He had never anticipated that he would fall to a mere son-in-law, especially one who was only a novice beastmaster with a silver-ranked beast at the 6th tier. Yet, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only bow his head in defeat. I concede. Sun Yaoyan managed to force out those 3 words through clenched teeth. Chapter 44, Triumph. Zheng family of Jincheng. Chu Chen wins. The elder of the Sun family wore a rather grim expression as he reluctantly announced the outcome. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Zheng family, a victory that came as an astonishing surprise. Some were so overwhelmed with joy that tears streamed down their faces as they embraced their family members, sobbing uncontrollably. Chu Chen retrieved his beast companion back into the beast space and smiled as he walked towards the Zheng family's pavilion. Zheng Hongfa swiftly approached him, throwing an arm around his shoulder and guiding him back to the pavilion. His grizzled beard trembled, betraying the excitement he felt at that moment. Chu Chen, you did splendidly. Zheng Hongfa clapped Chu Chen on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Ha! Chu Chen, I always knew you would triumph. Qian Kuan came forward, his face alight with enthusiasm as he embraced Chu Chen. Your intelligence was instrumental, young Master Qian, Chu Chen replied. The Zheng family members surged around him, enveloping him in their excitement. Chu Chen, you are magnificent. You have secured mining rights for the Spirit Energy Stone Mine for our Zheng family. For a moment, Chu Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed by their fervent enthusiasm, awkwardly nodding in response. Members from other prominent families, regardless of their intentions, also stepped forward to extend their congratulations to Zheng family and Chu Chen on their victory. Following this, the transfer of the Spirit Energy Stone Mine commenced smoothly. Once the transfer was completed, Chu Chen accompanied Zheng Hongfa back to the Zheng residence. Throughout the journey, Zheng Hongfa deliberately sought topics to engage Chu Chen in conversation. As they neared Jin City, Zheng Hongfa suddenly spoke with grave seriousness. Chu Chen, thank you for everything you have done for the Zheng family. Chu Chen opened his mouth to respond, but Zheng Hongfa raised a hand to silence him. You cannot fathom how crucial this victory is for the entire Zheng family. Though we appear prosperous on the surface, we are actually on the brink of collapse. Had we failed to acquire the mining rights, the Zheng family would have faced decline. Zheng Hongfa then detailed the precarious situation the Zheng family was encountering. Chu Chen learned, through his account, of the difficulties the Zheng family faced. As the family grew larger, their enterprises showed little advancement, and with no exceptional talents emerging from the generations of Zheng Taisen and Zheng Hai, the family found itself in a dire predicament. This posed a significant risk for a prominent family, especially with the Chu family in the same city, boasting a prodigious talent like Chu Chao. Had it not been for the Chu family's catastrophic blunder in dismissing their unparalleled genius, Chu Chen, as a mere waste and sending him to the Zheng family. Once both Chu Chen and Chu Chao matured, the Zheng family would surely be relegated to insignificance. Chu Chen, now you understand how vital your victory is for the Zheng family, and how important you are to us, don't you? Chu Chen nodded. From this day forth, should you require anything, directly approach Tyson. If he dares to obstruct you, I shall not let it slide. Zheng Hongfa declared with an earnest demeanor. Upon arriving at the Zheng family residence, the entire household had gathered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the triumphant return of Chu Chen. He was met with a hero's welcome. Zhang Xian stood among the crowd, her eyes glistening with tears of joy as she gazed at the throngs surrounding Chu Chen. Zheng Yu, however, was leaping with delight. Calling out, brother-in-law, brother-in-law, she squeezed through the crowd to reach Chu Chen, wrapping her arm around his with an expression of adoration. Chu Chen found her affectionate gesture somewhat awkward, instinctively maintaining a bit of distance. Yet, considering she was Zhang Xian's only close relative in the Zheng family, he did not wish to shake her off in front of so many people, fearing it would hurt her feelings, thus keeping the distance minimal. Zheng Yu excitedly bombarded Chu Chen with questions, her exuberance causing her to brush against his arm, leaving Chu Chen somewhat flustered. The brothers Zheng Hai observed the enthusiastic reception Chu Chen received with grim expressions, yet they could only feign smiles as they mingled with the welcoming crowd. After the welcome ceremony finally concluded, Chu Chen hastily retreated to the small courtyard shared with Zheng Exine, claiming he needed rest to recuperate from the battle, thus sending Zheng Yu away. Pouting, Zheng Yu followed Zheng Exine to her room, where, after a comforting talk from Zheng Exine, she let go of her grievances against Chu Chen. She then bounced off to their grandfather, eager to hear tales of how Chu Chen triumphed over the others. In Zheng Hongfa's courtyard, he and his son Zheng Taisen sat together. He had already relayed Chu Chen's performance to Zheng Taisen, who was now experiencing a complete transformation in his perception of Chu Chen. Previously, he harbored a tinge of displeasure over Chu Chen injuring Zheng Hai, but now, all of that was forgotten, replaced by admiration. He wholeheartedly endorsed his father's proposal to dedicate the full resources of the Zheng family to nurture Chu Chen. Zheng Hongfa felt satisfied with his son's agreement, but suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Taisen, there's something else you should consider." "Dad, what is it?" When Zheng Taisen, noticing his father's sudden frown, sensed that something significant was about to be discussed. "You have seen the talent that this boy Chu Chen possesses. Securing him firmly within the Zheng family is of utmost importance. Currently, his only tie to us is through his marriage to Zheng Exine, but you are aware of her circumstances, and I worry that she may not be worthy of him. Today, I observed Zheng Yu's closeness with him. They seem quite compatible. What do you think?" Zheng Hongfa trailed off, his eyes fixed on Zheng Taisen. Zheng Taisen's expression shifted, an uncomfortable feeling settling in his stomach. Although he had not spent much time with Zheng Yu, she was his most cherished daughter. Hearing his father speak in such a manner felt akin to offering up a prized cabbage to a pig. Hesitant, he stammered, "Dad, do you think that might be too?" Zheng Hongfa, sensing his son's reluctance, furrowed his brow further and replied, "To what? Men often take multiple wives. Did you not marry 3 yourself? You must understand. If Zheng Yu marries Chu Chen, the bond between them will solidify, and it will be more beneficial for the Zheng family than anything else. Do you wish to witness the decline of our family?" "Dad, that is not my intention. I believe we should also consider Yue's feelings. You know her personality. If she is unwilling, forcing her will only backfire," Zheng Taisen quickly explained. Zheng Hongfa glanced at his son, pondering his words. He recognized the truth in his son's statement and calmed down, saying, "That is indeed the case. Ask her opinion later, and if she is unwilling, we shall seek other solutions. Regardless, we must ensure Chu Chen remains firmly tied to our Zheng family." A glimmer of determination shone in Zheng Hongfa's profound and wise eyes. "Grandfather, Yue is here to see you." Just as the two finished speaking, Zheng Yu came bursting in. Upon seeing them, she exclaimed in mild surprise, "Oh, Dad, you're here too?" The father and son, resembling two caught thieves, flushed with embarrassment as they smiled awkwardly at Zheng Yu. "Dad, I have something to attend to. I will take my leave now." "You should talk with Yue," Zheng Taisen said, feeling somewhat guilty, and quickly made his exit. Chapter 45. Zheng Yu's little thoughts. Seeing his son's demeanor, Zheng Hongfa understood that he felt unable to broach the subject with Zheng Yu and had made an excuse to leave it to him. He shook his head, beckoning Zheng Yu to sit beside him. Noticing the secretive exchange between her father and grandfather, Zheng Yu curiously asked, "Grandfather, what were you and Dad just discussing? It seemed rather mysterious." Ahem. Zheng Hongfa was taken aback by Zheng Yu's sudden inquiry, leading him to cough unexpectedly. "Grandfather, why are you coughing?" "I'm fine, truly," Zheng Hongfa replied awkwardly, while his mind raced with thoughts on how to broach the subject with his granddaughter. "Grandfather, could you tell me about the contest for mining rights?" "I'm quite curious," Zheng Yu said, playfully shaking his hand. "Oh, very well," Zheng Hongfa responded, inspired by her enthusiasm, and began recounting the remarkable feats of Chu Chen. After about half an hour, Zheng Hongfa vividly described Chu Chen's prowess. Zheng Yu listened intently, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her expression did not escape the perceptive gaze of her shrewd grandfather. Zheng Hongfa suddenly felt that perhaps this matter was not as daunting as he had initially thought. It might even be quite simple. "Yue, what do you think of Chu Chen?" he inquired. Zheng Yu, with unfiltered honesty, replied, "My brother-in-law is handsome, talented, and powerful. Compared to him, my classmates seem utterly insignificant. Have you ever considered what kind of husband you would like?" Zheng Hongfa continued to ask. "I wish to find someone as exceptional as my brother-in-law," Zheng Yu said, her face alight with dreams. A glint of excitement flashed in Zheng Hongfa's eyes as he involuntarily smiled. "Yue, how would you feel about being promised to your brother-in-law?" "Huh?" Zheng Yu was taken aback. Being betrothed to her brother-in-law? Sharing a husband with her sister? Would her sister agree? Would her brother-in-law consent? The truth was, her brother-in-law was indeed handsome and talented, and he treated her sister well and was kind to her as well. Marrying him seemed quite appealing. For a moment, Zheng Yu found herself lost in thought. Seeing her in such a daze, Zheng Hongfa realized that accepting this proposition might be difficult for her at this moment, so he gently coaxed her further. You are now 16, and it is nearly time to consider marriage. You are aware of your sister's situation, and I worry that someone as outstanding as Chu Chen might slip away from her grasp. Chu Chen is about to attend Ijo University, and you happen to be in Tiandu. With your qualities, capturing Chu Chen's heart and earning his genuine affection should be effortless. Your good relationship with your sister means that securing Chu Chen would actually be helping her. Just think about it. Once Chu Chen steps outside, he will undoubtedly encounter many remarkable young women. Will those women care about your sister's feelings? Will there still be a place for your sister beside Chu Chen then? Zheng Yu was jolted back to reality by her grandfather's words, feeling a flutter of delight. Having witnessed Chu Chen's remarkable abilities over the past few days, she had developed a deep admiration for him. Furthermore, seeing how gentle and caring he was toward her sister, she found herself harboring feelings for him. At her age, she was just beginning to experience the stirrings of affection, and encountering such an outstanding young man was simply irresistible. Since the invasion of myriad races centuries ago, which had ushered in a resurgence of spiritual energy and a transformation of the world, countless human males had perished in battle, resulting in a scarcity of men. The norm had become men with multiple wives and women sharing a husband. Thus, for a woman to admire a man who already had a wife was not unusual. It had become commonplace. What made Jing Yu feel somewhat embarrassed was that the object of her affection was her brother-in-law. When her grandfather suggested the idea of betrothal to Chu Chen, she found herself uncertain about how to face her sister. However, after reflecting on her grandfather's reasoning, her heart began to stir. What her grandfather said made sense. She was not vying with her sister for her brother-in-law, but rather collaborating with her sister to keep him from being taken by another woman. Yes, her brother-in-law was so exceptional that her sister would indeed struggle to hold on to him. Only she could truly secure him. In her heart, Zheng Yu found her justification, and her thoughts began to clarify. Zheng Hongfa noticed that she remained in a stupor and, concerned that his approach might be too forceful, decided to retreat slightly. Of course, if you haven't thought it through and are unwilling, I would never force you, and everything will depend on your wishes. I will speak with your second uncle's daughter. Zheng Han. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Zheng Yu felt a surge of urgency. She was aware that Zheng Han was merely a little over half a year older than herself. In terms of abilities and qualities, they were nearly on par. However, their relationship was strained, with an implicit sense of rivalry. If her grandfather approached Zheng Han, a man as outstanding as her brother-in-law would surely attract her, leaving Jing Yu with no opportunity. Grandfather, I am willing. I truly wish to marry my brother-in-law. Really? You mustn't feel compelled, Zheng Hongfa replied, a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction creeping across his lips. Grandfather, I am not being coerced. I genuinely wish to. My brother-in-law is handsome, extraordinarily capable, and incredibly gentle, treating both my sister and me well. The prospect of marrying him delights me. I was merely concerned that my sister and brother-in-law might not agree. Zheng Yu hurriedly expressed her heartfelt thoughts, and her eagerness amused Zheng Hongfa. It seemed that not long had passed since she had been completely captivated by Chu Chen. However, this was for the best. With Yuer's willingness, the matter was effectively settled. As for Chu Chen, Zheng Hongfa believed there was no reason for him to refuse. Very well, since you are willing, I will find a time to speak with Chu Chen and strive to settle your marriage soon. In the meantime, you should spend more time with your sister and brother-in-law to strengthen your bond. When Chu Chen returns to Tiandu for school in a few days, you shall accompany him. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Hongfa spoke again. Zheng Yu's heart soared at his words, and her face radiated joy as she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's consciousness sank into the crystal core space, where he sat cross-legged beneath the chaotic divine tree, lost in thought. Aguai sat quietly beside him. Following his recent battle with Sun Yaotian, Chu Chen realized that true prodigies were indeed formidable. Had it not been for his trump card, the chaotic divine tree, he would undoubtedly have faced defeat in that encounter. Ultimately, he recognized the disparity in cultivation levels and beast taming skills between himself and Sun Yaotian. A golden tier beast was simply on a different plane compared to a silver tier one. Chu Chen was confident that upon attending Ijo University, he would encounter many more talents of Sun Yaotian's caliber. If he wished to stand out there, he needed to expedite his own cultivation. Moreover, with the Zhang family of Huayin having crippled Zhang Yang, he anticipated that they would not let the matter rest easily. The prospect of leaving the Zhang family to attend school might invite trouble from the Zhang family. He needed to enhance his means of self-preservation. Having secured the mining rights for the Zhang family, their attitude toward him had undergone a complete transformation. He believed they would no longer be as wary or suspicious of him as before. The old patriarch of the Zheng family had promised to provide him with more resources for cultivation. He intended to collect the funds and procure more spiritual beast corpses and other resources to ensure that before heading to university, he could elevate his cultivation to an intermediate beast master level and also raise Guai's level to golden tier. With his goals firmly set, Chu Chen wasted no time and promptly set out to collect the funds. Chapter 46. The Chu family returns. A week swiftly passed. As anticipated, the Zheng family complied with Zheng Hongfa's request, pooling resources to support Chu Chen's cultivation. They fulfilled all of his requests diligently. There was no longer a need for Chu Chen to personally procure spiritual beast corpses, crystal cores, and equipment from the Xianxiao. The Zheng family arranged for bulk supplies through their own channels. With the Zheng family providing logistical support, Chu Chen was able to relax at home. Ahem. He was engaged in secluded cultivation, or at least that was the facade he maintained. Apart from Zheng Xian and Zheng Yu, the small courtyard was inhabited solely by 2 servants responsible for cleaning and daily sustenance. In recent days, Chu Chen had predominantly confined himself within the crystal core space, tirelessly experimenting with various spores to merge with the Aguai. As he steadily elevated the Aguai's level, he stumbled upon the secrets of spore fusion. Previously, the spores utilized for merging were primarily derived from low-level spirit beast corpses acquired from Yingzhan Bridge, resulting in the Aguai not developing any new innate abilities. However, during this period, many materials provided by the Zheng family were either unfamiliar or deemed too costly for their value. Upon being absorbed and decomposed by the Chaos Divine Tree, the spores produced from these materials, when fused with the Aguai, astonishingly granted it new innate abilities, flame power and thunder power. Now, the Aguai's attacks encompassed both fire and thunder elements. Although it could not execute long-range attacks, its offensive capabilities had drastically improved compared to before. The Aguai had ascended to silver rank 9, merely a step away from advancing to gold rank. Chu Chen himself had reached 18 stars in cultivation. If he continued at this pace, he would ascend to an intermediate beast master before heading to Tiandu, thus ensuring greater security for the journey. Meanwhile, the Chaos Divine Tree, which had sprouted a small bud some time ago, had grown significantly, its bioluminescent green hue deepening, pulsating with an aura of boundless power. The following day at noon, an unexpected group of visitors arrived at the Zheng family gate. Leading the entourage was a haughty young man, his attire emblazoned with the golden characters of raccoon cat that shimmered under the setting sun. Behind him, Chu Zixuan, along with Zhou Yangmei and several members of the Chu family, clamored with great fervor, "Fetch Zheng Tyson. The representative from Raccoon Cat Group has arrived. Ysnt he out to greet us." The security personnel of the Zheng family, initially incensed by the Chu family's brazen attitude, changed their demeanor upon noticing the emblematic raccoon cat insignia on the young man's chest. This attire was exclusive to members of the Raccoon Cat Group, signifying their status. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the security guard hurried to inform Zheng Tyson. Upon hearing the news, Zheng Tyson's expression shifted, and he promptly proceeded to the entrance, greeting the young man with a broad smile. "Ah, I was unaware of the esteemed guest from the Raccoon Cat Group coming. I apologize for not extending a more proper welcome." The young man cast a glance at Zheng Tyson and replied coolly, "I come on behalf of Chu Bei, the Unified Identity Reserve Manager of the Raccoon Cat Group, to escort Chu Chen back. Please fetch him immediately." His tone, though soft, bore an air of superiority that provoked ire among the Zheng family members. After all, they were the foremost family in Jincheng, and they had never been subjected to such treatment. Moreover, speaking to Zheng Tyson in such a commanding manner was unthinkable, particularly from a mere youth in his 20s. A flicker of displeasure crossed Zheng Tyson's eyes as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "May I ask what offense my son, Chu Chen, has committed that necessitates your personal intervention?" "Enough of your prattle, Zheng Tyson. The representative from Raccoon Cat is here to inquire about Chu Chen. And does he really need to explain himself to you? Does the Zheng family not fear incurring the wrath of the representative, who could easily render you without a foothold?" Chu Zixuan interjected angrily from the side, emboldened by his son's recent appointment as the reserve manager at the Raccoon Cat Group. Chu Zixuan felt empowered to shout at the Zheng family's doorstep, a stark contrast to his previously respectful demeanor in front of Zheng Tyson. Indeed, the Zheng family should promptly surrender that useless Chu Chen and not waste the representative's time. Zhou Yangmei chimed in, her head held high in arrogance. Zheng Tyson, along with the rest of the Zheng family, glared at the Chu couple, their indignation boiling. "Bring out that useless Chu Chen. I want to repeat myself," the representative, Qin Sheng, stated aggressively, showing no deference to Zheng Tyson. Realizing that the situation could not be resolved amicably, Zheng Tyson ceased his attempts at appeasement, his expression hardening as he replied, "Chu Chen is a member of the Zheng family. Do you think I would simply hand him over at your behest? The Zheng family is not so easily manipulated." His voice, filled with righteous indignation, resonated powerfully. "You have quite the audacity, Zheng Tyson. Are you truly willing to risk your family's demise? You dare defy the orders of the Raccoon Cat Group?" Chu Zixuan retorted with a mocking smile. "Indeed, Is my worthless son so precious that you would rather offend the raccoon cat group than let him go? Is your family so desperate for men? Zhou Yongmei laughed derisively from the side. Zheng Tyson responded with a cold chuckle, countering, the Zheng family values kinship above all. Unlike certain families that engage in fratricide and treasure theft for personal gain, willing to sell their own flesh and blood for selfish interests. The Zheng family members were heartened by his words, voicing their agreement. The Chu couple, stung by the truth, erupted in fury. Just as they were about to curse back, Qiansheng raised a hand to silence them. I have been dispatched to retrieve Chu Chen. Any obstruction would be tantamount to defying the orders of Chu Bei. Are you certain that the Zheng family wishes to stand against the raccoon cat group? His words bore a heavy weight, clearly intended to intimidate. Without waiting for Zheng Tyson's response, Qiansheng ordered the Chu family's steward to lead the way to Chu Chen's residence, intent on retrieving him personally. He was confident that the Zheng family would not dare to intervene. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my Zheng family? A deep, thunderous voice boomed with palpable anger. As Zheng Hongfa appeared at the entrance, radiating an imposing aura, he exuded the powerful presence of a senior beast master, causing intermediate beast master Qiansheng to feel an overwhelming pressure. Yet, recalling his current status, Qiansheng straightened his posture defiantly, barking back, "What? Do you intend to obstruct me? Does the Zheng family wish to oppose the raccoon cat group?" While the Zheng family would not dare to oppose the raccoon cat group, we certainly will not tolerate certain petty individuals who seek to bully others under the guise of their association with the raccoon cat group. We have no qualms about eradicating such tumors on behalf of the raccoon cat group. Zheng Hongfa's words rang with conviction, leaving no room for doubt. Qiansheng was taken aback by Zheng Hongfa's resolute stance, realizing that he had been skillfully cornered. After all, he was merely a temporary intern at the raccoon cat group, tasked by Chu Chao to carry out this assignment. Should he be killed for forcibly entering the Zheng family? It would be a most unjust fate. Just as Qiansheng found himself in a predicament, Chu Zixuan suddenly called out, Chu Chen, you little wretch. Finally showing your face. Indeed, you wretched child, you don't even greet your mother? After all I've done to raise you. Zhou Yongmei chimed in with disdain. You are Chu Chen. Qiansheng's face lit up with delight as he glanced at Chu Chen, exclaiming, perfect timing, come with me at once. Having been in seclusion for cultivation, Chu Chen had been alerted by Zheng Hongfa's furious shout and emerged to see what trouble was brewing. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the sight of his parents and a familiar face, leaving him momentarily stunned. It's you? Chu Chen's expression darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze on Qiansheng. Feeling the intensity of Chu Chen's stare, Qiansheng was unnerved, bewildered by the hostility directed at him. He was certain this was his first visit to Jincheng and his first encounter with Chu Chen. Yet, why did Chu Chen regard him with such animosity, as though they shared a deep-seated grudge? Suppressing his unease and confusion, Qiansheng cleared his throat and stated, yes. It is I, the one sent by Chu Bei to escort you back. Chu Chen cast a frigid gaze upon Qiansheng, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. The reason he recognized Qiansheng at first glance was due to the betrayal he suffered in his previous life at the hands of this very man. Now, upon hearing that Qiansheng was dispatched by Chu Chao, and recalling the myriad events of his past life, Chu Chen finally connected the dots. It turned out that even after his downfall in the previous life, his younger brother Chu Chao had not relinquished his pursuit. He had actually sent Qiansheng to lurk by his side, ultimately ambushing and killing him. Had it not been for his unexpected rebirth, and the fact that Chu Chao had once again sent Qiansheng to apprehend him, he might have remained oblivious, believing it was merely a case of Qiansheng's greed leading to his demise. In truth, all of this was orchestrated by Chu Chao. What a truly devoted brother I have. Chu Chen coldly chuckled, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The others were somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp Chu Chen's strange demeanor and the disjointed nature of his speech. Chuzi Sun, unwilling to delve deeper, simply wished to whisk Chu Chen away and compel him to divulge his treasures. He stepped forward and said, Chu Chen, your brother has summoned you for an urgent matter, and he has sent Representative Qiansheng from the Liao Cat Group to escort you back. We should hurry along. Before Chu Chen could respond, Zheng Yu stepped forward, raising her chin defiantly, and exclaimed, why on earth should we accompany you? Who do you think you are? The Zheng family is not at your beck and call. Qiansheng, feeling slightly uneasy, cast a furtive glance at Zheng Hongfa before turning to Chu Chen and saying, Chu Chen, you wouldn't want the Zheng family to offend the Liao Cat Group on your behalf, would you? I advise you to come along with me obediently. Zheng Hongfa patted Chu Chen on the shoulder and spoke gently. Chu Chen, you need not worry. I'm here, they wouldn't dare to harm you. Chu Chen felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart. The Zheng family's willingness to stand by him was no small feat. He responded to Zheng Hongfa with a warm smile, nodding, old man, I know how to handle this. He then turned to Qiansheng with a cold voice, declaring, This matter has nothing to do with the Zheng family. If you wish to take me, it depends on whether you possess the ability. Haha, you, a mere novice beast master, truly are audacious. Don't think that defeating a useless member of the Zheng family makes you invincible. This world is vast. And you have no idea what true talent looks like, Qianxing scoffed, laughing derisively as he scrutinized Chu Chen. Then, do you dare to battle me? If I lose, I'll go with you. If I win, you simply need to deliver a message to Chu Chao on my behalf, Chu Chen stated, his eyes calm as still water. Huh? You wish to challenge me? Are you certain? Qianxing looked incredulous. Chu Chen nodded with an unflinching expression. Very well, I accept your challenge. Qianxing replied, visibly exhilarated. He had been in a quandary. If he were to use force, he would not stand a chance against the elder of the Zheng family, who was evidently determined to protect Chu Chen. If he failed to bring Chu Chen back, Chu Chao would surely not look kindly upon him, and without Chu Cao's backing, remaining in the Liao Cat group would be impossible. Unexpectedly, Chu Chen foolishly stepped forward to challenge him, effectively walking into a trap, just as he had hoped. Many in the Zheng family regarded Chu Chen with worry as they witnessed his willingness to take risks, not wanting to implicate the Zheng family. Zheng Tyson spoke up, Chu Chen, you need not take such risks. Before Zheng Tyson could finish, Chu Chen smiled and interjected, Chairman, I have my plans, please trust me. Seeing this, Zheng Hongfa said, let Chu Chen decide for himself. Chu Chen turned to Qianxing and stated, then we shall meet for our duel tomorrow at 3 o'clock at the Jincheng Arena. Representative Qianxing, do not agree to this. He is merely trying to buy time. What if he flees? Where shall we find him? Zhou Yang interjected. Oh, how lively it is today. Chairman Chou, Chairman Zheng, what brings you all together? A vehicle halted before the Zheng family residence, and the voice preceded the individual stepping out. Both families turned to the newcomer, and upon recognizing his face, their expressions shifted, quickly replaced by smiles as they approached, saying, Mayor Gua, what brings you here? Haha. I happened to pass by and noticed such a gathering, so I came to say hello. Mayor Gua replied, beaming. I just heard something about a decisive battle. Who is fighting whom? Mayor Gua, it is my son-in-law Chu Chen against Qianxing, the representative from the Liao Cat group. Zheng Tyson promptly responded. Mayor Gua sized up the two young men and remarked, oh, both are promising young talents. Excellent. When is it? I would like to join the excitement and witness the vigor of today's youth. Chu Zisun's eyes sparkled, and he approached with a beaming smile, saying, Mayor Gua, since you are interested, it would be splendid. I have a humble request. I hope you can serve as the referee for this match. Should the Zheng family attempt to renege and prevent Chu Chen from fighting, I ask that you ensure justice and compel the Zheng family to release Chu Chen. Mayor Gua cast a knowing glance at Chu Zisun before turning to Zheng Tyson and inquiring, Chairman Zheng, do you agree to this? Zheng Tyson took a deep breath and replied, no problem, I agree. Very well, it's settled then, Mayor Gua said succinctly after confirming the time and place for the duel. In truth, his presence here was not mere coincidence. Zheng Hongfa had specifically contacted him before stepping out, seeking his assistance. After all, the Zheng family dared not confront a behemoth like the Liao Cat group without official support. Qianxing wore a smug expression, smirking at Chu Chen as he said, don't disappoint me tomorrow. Likewise, Chu Chen replied indifferently. Chapter 48, The Evolution of a Guai. With the arrangements finalized, Qianxing and the Chu Chen family departed. The Zheng family members focused their gaze on Chu Chen, their eyes reflecting confusion, concern, and admiration. They believed Chu Chen's actions were motivated by a desire to shield the Zheng family from entanglement. An individual once looked down upon by all, a mere son-in-law, not only claimed mining rights for the Zheng family, but also stood firm against adversaries when danger approached. Such behavior left many of those who had previously scorned or even harbored animosity toward Chu Chen feeling deeply ashamed. Zheng Hai was among them. At this moment, he came to a profound realization, recognizing the vast chasm between himself and Chu Chen. No longer filled with jealousy, he felt only deep respect. Brother-in-law, go for it. Zheng Hai earnestly approached Chu Chen, expressing his support. Chu Chen glanced at Zheng Hai in surprise, then smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Returning to his room, Chu Chen plunged into the crystal core space, controlling the spores to merge with the Guai. The reason he had set the duel for the following afternoon at 3 o'clock was that he sensed the Guai was on the verge of breaking through to the golden level just before stepping out. He intended to utilize this day to aid a Guai's ascension. Of course, Chu Chen was well aware of Qianxing's strength, which was at best comparable to Qian Kuen's. Qian Kuen had defeated a Guai when it was merely a silver level 2 creature, making victory even more assured now. Therefore, even if a Guai did not ascend to the golden level, Chu Chen was confident in his ability to triumph. His desire to wait until a Guai had ascended before the battle was primarily to deliver a grand surprise to the Chu Chen family and Qianxing. By evening, Zheng Tyson sent another batch of spirit beast carcasses and materials. Chu Chen deposited them all beneath the chaos tree within the crystal core space. As the spores merged with Aguai under Chu Chen's guidance, Aguai's aura steadily surged. The originally dark shell began to shimmer with golden light, flowing like rippling water. Seeing this, Chu Chen was filled with joy and focused even more intently on controlling the spores to merge with Aguai. As the clock struck noon on the second day, the golden radiance enveloping Aguai intensified, reaching an apex of power. With a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder, the golden light erupted from Aguai, illuminating the crystalline space like sunlight piercing through the clouds, casting a golden hue over everything. In an instant, the golden glow retracted as if drawn back by a nurturing force, leaving Aguai shrouded in a deep, pure black, save for the shimmering golden light emanating from its eyes. The darkness surrounding Aguai became even more profound, accentuating the inherent coldness and hardness of its metallic essence. Master, I have achieved a breakthrough. Aguai's metallic voice resonated with excitement. Indeed, splendid work, Chu Chen replied, affectionately patting Aguai's head with a smile. He examined Aguai's newly acquired skills from its ascension to the golden tier and nodded in satisfaction. Among them were the Wind Thunder Slash, a formidable technique that harnessed the powers of wind and lightning, merging the swiftness of the former with the might and paralyzing effects of the latter, and the Magma Domain, which combined the forces of fire and earth to create an area of molten lava that hindered enemy movement while inflicting continuous burn damage. After witnessing the prowess of these abilities, a smile unconsciously crept upon Chu Chen's lips. If he were to face Sun Yaotian again, victory would be well within his grasp. As for Qian Sheng, he chuckled softly, hoping the latter would not be too astonished. Taking stock of his own cultivation, Chu Chen felt a tinge of regret. Realizing he remained at 18 stars, still a distance from breaking through to an intermediate beastmaster. Exiting the crystalline space, he glanced at the time, noting it was already past noon. After freshening up and preparing to leave, he found Zheng Xian and Zheng Yu waiting eagerly in the courtyard's pavilion. Upon seeing Chu Chen emerge, Zheng Yu leapt up in excitement, bounding over to grasp his arm. Brother-in-law, you're finally out. Did Aguai break through? She exclaimed. Chu Chen had informed them the night prior that he would be in seclusion to facilitate Aguai's advancement, prompting the sisters to eagerly await his emergence. Noticing Zheng Xian's hopeful gaze, Chu Chen smiled and nodded. Zheng Yu, in response, jumped for joy, cheering exuberantly. Zheng Xian's eyes glistened with tears of joy as she looked at Chu Chen, having hardly slept the previous night, consumed by worries about Aguai's breakthrough. Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to Qian Sheng's true strength, but she feared that if he was sent by Chu Chao, he must possess formidable power. Brother-in-law, summon Aguai so I can see, Zheng Yu urged, shaking his arm with excitement. Chu Chen nodded with a smile and summoned Aguai. The moment Aguai appeared, Zheng Yu gasped in awe. Master, what is wrong with her? You startled me, Aguai remarked to Chu Chen. Oh, she's just overwhelmed with excitement at your ascension to the golden tier, Chu Chen explained. Zheng Yu approached Aguai, her hands gliding over its smooth surface, exclaiming, Wow, brother-in-law. This mech is so cool. It feels so smooth and pleasantly cool to the touch. Aguai, what are your ultimate skills? Show me one. As Zheng Yu continued to marvel at Aguai, Chu Chen chuckled. You'll see Aguai's ultimate skills during the competition. If I let one loose now, I fear we might demolish the courtyard. Ah, true. Then let us hurry to the competition center. Zheng Yu exclaimed, her eagerness palpable. It's still early. The match doesn't start until 3 o'clock. Besides, we haven't had lunch yet. We should eat first, Zheng Xian interjected with a gentle smile. Oh right. Let us go eat, brother-in-law, sister. Zheng Yu chirped enthusiastically. At the Jin City Competition Center, even at 1 o'clock, throngs of people had already gathered from all directions. Following Chu Zixuan's return home the previous day, he had contacted major media outlets in Jin City to report on the impending duel between Qian Sheng and Chu Chen. With Chu Chen's rising fame in Jin City and Qian Sheng representing the prestigious magic capital university, the news was explosive. The presence of Mayor Gua as the referee only heightened the spectacle, causing the announcement to sweep through the city like a tempest. By 2 o'clock, the competition center was brimming with spectators, every seat filled. Outside, those unable to secure tickets gathered in droves, creating a vibrant scene as everyone clamored to witness the showdown between the local prodigy and the talent from a major metropolis. However, the consensus was that few believed Chu Chen could triumph over Qian Sheng. Although he had garnered attention for his unexpected victory over Zheng Hai, the stigma of being labeled a waste had long since tarnished his reputation among the populace. Furthermore, the Chu family's extensive promotion of Qian Sheng's credentials as an intermediate beastmaster with 2 silver-tier beasts skewed public perception, leading to a lopsided narrative. The odds of 1-5 clearly favored Qian Sheng's victory. As the clock approached 3 o'clock, Qiansheng and the Chu family arrived early at the competition center, comfortably seated in a luxurious VIP box, awaiting Chu Chen's arrival. With the mayor's presence from the previous day, they were unconcerned that Chu Chen might resort to any underhanded tactics. Qiansheng, the spotlight will soon be on you. Do not hold back. Merely leave that little creature alive, Chu Zixuan said with a cruel glint in his eyes. Indeed, Qiansheng, do not spare him. It would be best to incapacitate that little beast entirely. Let us see if he dares to be so arrogant again, Zhou Yang echoed, his eyes brimming with malice. Casually tossing a grape into his mouth, Qiansheng chuckled. Uncle, aunt, rest assured, I know exactly what to do. Chu Chen is merely a novice beastmaster, believing he is extraordinary for having defeated a so-called prodigy. Individuals of Zhenghai's caliber would even gain entry to Magic Capital University. I will show Chu Chen what a true prodigy is, teaching him the lesson that there are always greater heights. He will regret not complying with us yesterday. Hearing Qiansheng's words, the couple erupted in satisfied laughter. Chu Chen is here. Chu Chen is here, shouted an astute spectator within the competition center as they spotted him entering, drawing the attention of all present. With a calm demeanor, Chu Chen walked into the venue, flanked by the Zheng family, his steps measured and unhurried. Zheng Hongfa and Zheng Tyson flanked him as if serving as his bodyguards, while Zheng Xian, Zheng Yu, and the rest of the Zheng family followed closely behind. Upon hearing the commotion, Qiansheng and his entourage turned to glance at the entrance. A smirk curled at the corner of Qiansheng's mouth as he sneered. Huh? Wasteful Chu Chen, you finally arrived. I thought you were too afraid to show your face and had run away. With that, he leaped gracefully from the VIP box and landed lightly on the arena. His display instantly captivated the audience. Indeed, it is evident that such an extraordinary talent hails from a prestigious institution like the Magic City University. How could I possibly let this opportunity slip by when you have so graciously come to me? A faint sneer appeared on Chu Chen's lips as he slowly ascended the arena, standing face to face with Qiansheng. Upon hearing his words, Qiansheng's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a menacing light as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Chen, coldly declaring, You worthless fool, you still have time to concede. Chu Chen regarded him with a smile, much like one would look at an imbecile. In truth, your appearance at the Zheng family gate yesterday was a grave mistake. Today, you shall pay dearly for that error. Qiansheng let out a laugh, his mouth twisted into a cruel grin, genuinely believing that Chu Chen was mentally deficient. How could a mere novice beastmaster dare to contend with him? He could not fathom where Chu Chen derived his confidence and audacity. Since he was so oblivious to his own limitations, it was imperative that he be thoroughly tormented today, ensuring he regretted every action he had taken. Chu Chen, too, laughed heartily. It was almost poetic that his murderer from a previous life had now come knocking at his door, so brazenly, believing that with his limited prowess, he could easily subdue him. Mayor Guo floated into view, silently positioning himself between the two combatants. In today's battle, how do you wish to proceed? Qiansheng, with a cruel smile, responded, to the death. Then, with a look of disdain towards Chu Chen, he added, Do not fear, I shall spare your life. Chu Chen continued to regard him as one would a fool, replying, Excellent, that suits me perfectly. As I mentioned yesterday, I will not kill you, for I require you to deliver a message to my dear brother. Mayor Guo glanced at both individuals before producing a tablet. Since you have chosen a fight to the death, you must first sign a death contract. I must remind you, once this contract is signed, there is no turning back. The outcome on this stage, life or death, is entirely your decision, and no outside forces are permitted to interfere. Qiansheng and Chu Chen stepped forward, each inscribing their names and pressing their handprints onto the document. After verifying its accuracy, Mayor Guo uploaded the death contract to the Dragon Kingdom Beastmaster Association system, rendering it officially binding. To prevent unnecessary casualties among beastmasters, the Dragon Kingdom forbids private duels unless a death contract is signed. Should a duel result in death without such a contract, the beastmaster responsible would face severe repercussions. The death contract is established. The duel commences. Mayor Guo announced with vigor, swiftly vanishing from the arena's edge. It was then revealed that Mayor Guo himself was a senior beastmaster. Qiansheng's eyes burned with murderous intent as he grinned maliciously, declaring, Fool, soon you will understand the consequences of crossing me. I will first eliminate your beasts. Then I shall torment you piece by piece, breaking each of your bones until you beg for death, yet cannot attain it. Finally, I will deliver your worthless self back to Chu Reserve. As he spoke, he summoned forth his two beasts, a peak silver-grade giant scythe mantis and a silver-grade seven-colored moth. He deliberately allowed their auras to manifest fully, intending to instill fear in Chu Chen and demonstrate his extraordinary prowess as a prodigy from Magic City University. The surrounding crowd was left in awe, Their eyes widened at the sight of Qian Sheng and his two formidable beasts. Most of the spectators hailed from Jincheng, and they had never witnessed such youthful talent paired with such power. Moreover, the seven-colored moth was an exceedingly rare spirit beast, making its debut in Jincheng. Is that the seven-colored moth? Truly, it is the seven-colored moth. No wonder he is a prodigy from Magic City University, representing the Li Mao group. To possess such a rare creature. The onlookers exchanged excited murmurs, contemplating their bets on Qiansheng's victory. Chu Chen, in contrast, summoned a guai. Choosing not to reveal any of its aura, Qiansheng cast a disdainful glance at Chu Chen and a guai, derisively remarking, I suggest you initiate your divine beast armament first. Otherwise, I fear that by the time I strike, you won't even have the chance to respond. Chu Chen smiled indifferently, replying, I truly do not require it to deal with you. No sooner had he spoken than a guai sprang into action. With the swiftness of a thunderbolt, a guai charged towards Qiansheng and his two beasts in an instant. Qiansheng, suddenly gripped by terror, watched as his complexion turned pale. Such speed was beyond that of a silver-grade beast. He hastily attempted to activate his divine beast armament, but as he pressed the energy ring on his wrist, two bolts of lightning, accompanied by a whirlwind, crashed down upon his beasts. Despite their utmost defensive efforts, they were pierced by the lightning, leaving two gaping black holes in their bodies, smoke billowing forth. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. Crack! The sound pierced through Qiansheng's heart. With a frenzied roar, he screamed, no. Blood gushed from his mouth as his aura instantly deflated. His two beasts crashed heavily onto the arena floor, lifeless and beyond revival. The crack he had heard was the sound of the crystal cores within him, the shattering of his beast's spatial domains, indicating that unless he could ascend to the rank of senior beast master, he would be no different from an ordinary person. Yet, bereft of beasts, the prospect of ascending to a senior beast master was akin to an insurmountable mountain. Calmly, Chu Chen walked step by step towards Qiansheng, his once non-existent footsteps resonating ominously in Qiansheng's heart. As he beheld the approaching figure of Chu Chen, Qiansheng panicked, his eyes filled with dread. No, no, do not come closer. Please, do not kill me, I beg you. I concede. Chu Chen, no. Chu Daddy, I am willing to be your dog. I implore you, spare me. The primal instinct for survival overpowered all notions of honor and dignity, and Qiansheng, disregarding everything else, pleaded desperately. At that moment, a guai, swift as lightning, extracted Qiansheng's crystal core. Qiansheng emitted a horrifying wail, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. No. Chu Chen approached Qiansheng and, with an expression of indifference, leaned down to whisper in his ear, your greatest mistake in this life was choosing to oppose me. Sparing your life is merely due to your remaining usefulness. With that, he stood and casually stored the corpses of the two beasts along with Qiansheng's crystal core into his spatial ring. Observing Qiansheng, who was now spitting blood uncontrollably, Chu Chen nonchalantly remarked, make sure to relay a message to my dear brother upon your return. I remember everything he has done to me. With that, Chu Chen turned and strode towards the edge of the arena. He had initially planned to seek revenge against Qiansheng, the one who had ambushed and killed him in his past life, once he had grown stronger. However, he had not anticipated Qiansheng would present himself so willingly. Upon discovering that everything was orchestrated by Chu Chao behind the scenes, his hatred towards Qiansheng had entirely shifted onto Chu Chao. As for Qiansheng, he was merely a pawn of Chu Chao, and eliminating him would only dirty his hands. It was far more satisfying to leave him alive. A thorn in Chu Chao's side. Casting a glance towards the VIP box where the Chu family resided, he smiled and offered a slight bow to Mayor Gua, saying, Mayor Gua, my opponent is no longer able to fight back. I have decided to spare his life. Mayor Gua, his eyes wide with astonishment, gazed at Chu Chen. Even he, a man who had witnessed countless storms, was left awestruck by Chu Chen's earlier display. After a moment of regaining his composure, he stammered, I declare that in this duel, Chu Chen is the victor. Due to Chu Chen's voluntary act of sparing Qiansheng's life, Qiansheng shall live. After Mayor Gua's announcement, the entire competition center remained eerily quiet, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone stood agape, jaws slack enough to swallow a goose egg. Shocked, stunned, motionless. What was happening? Instant annihilation. The pride of Magic City University, the representative of the Liu group, had been utterly vanquished by the son-in-law of the Zheng family, Chu Chen. None could believe their own eyes. Some had anticipated a swift defeat, but they had envisioned Chu Chen being the one to fall. The audience trembled with excitement, men turning pale with exhilaration, while the women's lips quivered in disbelief. Moments later, the VIP box belonging to the Zheng family erupted with raucous applause. Meanwhile, Zheng Xian, Zheng Yu, and Zheng Hai, who had insisted on cheering for Chu Chen from the arena floor, screamed in delight. Particularly, Zheng Yu, donned in a full JK uniform, leaped high from the ground, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you are amazing." Zhang Xin's eyes glistened with tears of joy, a radiant flush coloring her cheeks. In stark contrast, the Chu family's VIP box was a portrait of despair. Chu Zixuan and Zhou Yongmei looked ashen, as if mourning a great loss. The entire Chu contingent wore expressions of dismay and remained silent, enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. The spectators in the arena and the square outside gradually began to react, their exclamations of disbelief echoing through the venue. "Heavenly Horse, you owe money," someone shouted, awakening the audience to their losses. Yes, they had all placed their bets on Qiansheng's victory, and with his swift defeat, their fortunes had vanished. "Heavenly Horse, Chu family, you owe money. Heavenly Horse, Qiansheng, you owe money." The chorus of furious demands for recompense reverberated throughout the competition center. Upon hearing the crowd's wrath, Chu Zixuan, Zhou Yongmei, and the rest of the Chu family wore expressions more ghastly than ever. That Qiansheng is truly a waste. No, worse than a waste. To have been obliterated by that little brat without a fighting chance. He had boasted that taking the head of that little beast would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Chu Zixuan spat furiously. Indeed, our Chao is still too young and inexperienced, deceived by such a loser. Now our Chu family is disgraced alongside him. Zhou Yongmei chimed in with a scathing tone. "Let us go. We're leaving," Chu Zixuan declared, rising to lead the way out. A member of the Chu family hesitantly asked, "Chairman, what about Qian Shenghoff? Why bother with him? A worthless piece of trash." "We leave," Chu Zixuan snapped, his anger palpable. The Chu family, sensing his fury, fell silent. Heads bowed as they trailed behind him in a line. At this moment, Qian Sheng, slumped in the ring and spitting blood, realized that he would never again show his face in Jincheng. The thought of becoming a mere shadow of his former self filled him with resentment, and he cursed the entire lineage of the Chu family in his heart. "Is this what you call a waste? Have you all been blinded by some dog? If that is a waste, then what am I? Even less than that." His heart bled with anguish as he loathed Chu Chao, Chu Zixuan, and Zhou Yongmei. He regretted ever agreeing to come to Jincheng to face Chu Chen, suspecting that perhaps he had inadvertently crossed Chu Chao, leading him to orchestrate this demise. From the moment Chu Chen approached him with such indifferent disdain, it was clear that he had no desire to kill him. He merely intended for Qian Sheng to serve as a messenger. If he were not still of some use, he would likely be dead by now. This thought sent a chill down Qian Sheng's spine, as if drenched in cold water. To be alive was already a stroke of fortune. Chu Chen was terrifying. As he looked at the fervent audience, his heart raced with anxiety. Now that he had been reduced to a mere shell of a man, and with his injuries, he could hardly fend off even an ordinary person. If those enraged gamblers who had bet on his victory cornered him, his life would be in grave danger. Desperately, he turned to Mayor Gua, pleading, "Mayor Gua, please inform Chu Zixuan to send someone to fetch me. I am severely injured and cannot move alone." Mayor Gua gazed at him curiously and replied, "The Chu family left just moments ago." "Damn it, Chu Zixuan," Qian Sheng shouted hoarsely, expelling another mouthful of blood before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ring, unconscious. Chapter 51, Preparing to Depart. Surrounded by the Zheng family, Chu Chen departed just as he had arrived, quietly and gracefully, like a fleeting breeze, leaving not a trace behind. In the hearts of the people of Jincheng, his image grew grand and enigmatic. No one could predict what miracles Chu Chen might conjure next. Upon returning to the Zheng family, Chu Chen was drawn into Zheng Hongfa's small courtyard. It was the first time he had visited this particular space, and the first occasion he found himself alone with Zheng Hongfa, feeling slightly out of place. Zheng Hongfa began by praising Chu Chen's rapid progress and stellar performance that day, gradually steering the conversation toward matters of the heart. "Chu Chen, what do you think of Zheng Yu?" Zheng Hongfa suddenly inquired. Taken aback by the abrupt question, Chu Chen felt unsure how to respond. Offering a somewhat awkward and perfunctory reply, "Zheng Yu is wonderful. Her personality is lively and cheerful. She is beautiful and quite intelligent. Once she awakens, she should progress rapidly." Zheng Hongfa chuckled. "Yes, let us hope so." He then shifted the topic. "Chu Chen, do you have a particular lady in mind? If so, I can assist in proposing marriage." Furrowing his brow, Chu Chen was uncertain of Zheng Hongfa's intentions, cautiously responding, "Old master, I am already content with Zheng Xian as my wife and have not considered anyone else." "Ah, your feelings for Xian are commendable. However, it is quite normal for a man to have multiple wives. Given your circumstances, it would be reasonable to take another. Besides, you know Zheng Xian's situation. Expecting you to be solely devoted to her is somewhat unfair," Zheng Hongfa remarked sternly. "Old master, Zheng Xian is virtuous and kind. She is my perfect match. I am very satisfied and do not harbor any dissatisfaction based on her appearance. Your sentiments are truly a blessing for her. But I wish to betroth her to you as well." The sisters share a close bond and would harmonize well with you. If both were to marry you, it would be a double blessing, Zheng Hongfa said with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's expression grew serious, and he stood up, stating, Old master, this matter is absolutely out of the question. Why? Do you not like Yuep? No, Zheng Yu is lively and adorable. Who wouldn't he like her? Chu Chen quickly clarified. However, I have always regarded her as a younger sister, without any improper thoughts. I kindly ask you not to bring this up again. Zheng Hongfa's eyes gleamed with intensity as he scrutinized Chu Chen. After a pause, he laughed heartily. Very well, I was merely jesting. If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. I am old. Matters of the heart are best left to the young. Thank you for your understanding, old master. So, when do you plan to depart for Izhou University? Zheng Hongfa inquired, changing the subject. 3 days from now, Chu Chen replied after a moment of contemplation. Zheng Hongfa nodded. All right, I will arrange for you to have a car to drive to the school. It will be more convenient for your travels. Thank you, old master, Chu Chen said, bowing slightly in gratitude. You are to journey to Izhou University, and in the process, kindly bring Zheng Yu back with you, for the school term is about to commence. And she ought to return to her studies. Zheng Hongfa remarked. She has resided in Tiandu for an extended period, and her mother and grandfather have also been living there. Moreover, her grandfather is a professor at Izhou University. Once you reach Tiandu, do allow her to introduce you to her mother and grandfather. It would greatly benefit your academic life at Izhou University. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. After exchanging idle chatter, he returned to the small courtyard he shared with Zheng Xian. Upon his return, he found Zheng Xian absent, likely having been spirited away by Zheng Yu for some amusement. Thus, he retreated to his own room. Immersing himself in the crystal core space, where he disposed of the 2 beast corpses and the crystal core from Qiansheng, along with the materials sent daily by Zheng Tyson, consisting of spiritual beast corpses. Watching the spores proliferate beneath the chaotic divine tree, Aguai's eyes sparkled with delight. 3 days passed, yet Chu Chen's cultivation remained at the initial level of an 18-star beast master. He was not surprised by this, as his situation was uniquely exceptional. Although his rank had not ascended, he could distinctly perceive the enhancement of his physical attributes each day, particularly the rapid advancement of his mental acuity. The resources he consumed far exceeded those of an ordinary beastmaster, yet the rewards yielded an impressive superiority over peers of the same rank. Thus, he felt no anxiety regarding the slow progression of his level. The only source of pressure was the imperative to generate income. After all, as his cultivation level increased, the resources required would only escalate, and given the Zheng family's circumstances, their ability to assist him would likely diminish over time. He would need to rely on himself. Previously, Chu Chen had researched information about Izhou University online, discovering that there would be an entrance examination upon enrollment. Those who excelled would be eligible for corresponding scholarships, particularly the substantial rewards for the top 3 achievers. This was a resource he was determined to secure. After preparing, he stepped outside to be greeted by 2 smiling faces, one belonging to Zheng Yu, brimming with joy and excitement, and the other to Zheng Xian, who struggled to mask her sorrow and reluctance. Brother-in-law, when are we departing? Zheng Yu joyfully bounced in front of Chu Chen. We shall set off shortly, he replied with a smile, his gaze lingering on Zheng Xian. He approached and gently took her hand, saying, Xena, once I commence my studies in Tiandu, do take good care of yourself at school. We shall reunite during the holidays. Zheng Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, nodding in response. I have already packed your belongings. And Aunt Zhang has taken them to the car, she managed to say, her voice steady despite her efforts to conceal her emotions. Thank you, Xianer, Chu Chen replied, his expression warm and tender. Let us be on our way. Time is of the essence. The journey to Tiandu is long, so you and Yuer must exercise caution. Especially you, drive slowly, Zheng Xian advised with genuine concern. Chu Chen felt a warmth in his heart, nodding in agreement with a gentle smile. The 3 walked together to the entrance of the Zheng family estate, where a brand new luxury SUV awaited them. Zheng Tyson and several members of the Zheng family stood at the entrance, clearly there to bid Chu Chen farewell. As they approached, Zheng Tyson smiled and said, Son-in-law, I entrust Yuer to you on the journey to Tiandu. Please take good care of her. Chu Chen nodded. There are some gifts prepared in the car to be delivered to Yuer's mother and grandfather upon our arrival, Zheng Tyson added. Understood, Chu Chen affirmed. If you require anything at school, do not hesitate to contact me. I will make the necessary arrangements. Should your training resources fall short, inform me, and I shall ensure you receive more, he continued, resembling a father sending his son off to school, imparting a flurry of instructions. Chu Chen could sense the sincerity behind his words, stirring a ripple of emotion within him. Ironically, his biological parents held him in contempt and treated him with cruelty, while the Zheng family extended genuine warmth and care. Of course, This kindness was bestowed upon him only after he had demonstrated sufficient talent and strength. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the Zheng family treated him well. They were the first to make him feel the warmth of home, and he was willing to protect this family. Chapter 52. Journey to Tiandu. After exchanging farewells with the Zheng family, Chu Chen turned, grasping Zheng Xian's hand gently and whispering, "When I return, I will find a way to heal you." Zheng Xian's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with profound reluctance and deep gratitude. She understood the weight of his words. Aware that he was a man of his word, she nodded vigorously, her body trembling with emotion. Chu Chen, seeing her tear-filled eyes, leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. The Zheng family members, caught off guard by this display of affection, awkwardly turned their heads elsewhere. Zheng Yu, filled with both envy and jealousy, pouted before swiftly making her way to the vehicle, taking her seat in the front passenger side. Chu Chen exchanged smiles and farewells with Zheng Xian before getting into the car. Under Zheng Xian's reluctant gaze, and amidst the Zheng family's farewells, they set off. The vehicle rumbled ominously, soon fading from view. Zheng Xian stood at the entrance, her eyes fixed on the direction the car had vanished, reluctant to depart. "Xianer, let us return home. They have already gone far." Zheng Tyson gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice soft. Ever since Chu Chen had showcased his extraordinary talent and strength, Zheng Tyson had unconsciously altered his attitude toward his daughter. Zheng Xian nodded, glancing back several times as she followed her father home. The car sped northward along the highway. The journey from Jinsheng to Tiandu would take approximately 6 hours. The highway connecting Jinsheng to Tiandu had only opened within the past year, boasting excellent road quality. However, due to the mountainous terrain along the route, and several sections traversing areas inhabited by spiritual beasts, most travelers preferred to take longer detours rather than risk encountering danger, resulting in sparse traffic. Chu Chen found the drive to be remarkably smooth. The two enjoyed the scenic views along the way, a delightful experience. "Brother-in-law, look, we are about to enter Foaming Mountain," Zheng Yu exclaimed excitedly. This was her first time traveling this route. She had always taken the train before, and her enthusiasm was palpable. Chu Chen glanced at the roadside sign, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Foaming Mountain was a significant mountain range in Izhou province, spanning multiple cities, with many areas uninhabited and serving as a habitat for wild beasts. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, some wild creatures had awakened into spiritual beasts, making Foaming Mountain a sanctuary for them. Among the most renowned of these spiritual beasts was the Golden Phoenix, ranked among the top 100 on the spiritual beast list. Suddenly, a jarring roar of engines pierced the air. Through the rearview mirror, Chu Chen spotted two massive off-road vehicles accelerating toward them, closing the distance rapidly. His eyes narrowed as an ominous feeling settled within him. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Zheng Yu inquired, noticing the sudden seriousness in his expression. Those two vehicles seem suspicious." "I have a feeling they are targeting us," Chu Chen replied. "What? Is that so? No need to worry. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Just hold on tight. I will find out," he added, flooring the accelerator, propelling the car forward with sudden speed. The two vehicles behind them matched his acceleration, closing in even more. "Brother-in-law, they are speeding up too, and they are getting closer," Zheng Yu said, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Yes, I am aware. Please call your father and inform him of our predicament," Chu Chen instructed while driving with unwavering focus. "Brother-in-law, there's no signal here," Zheng Yu exclaimed anxiously, clutching her phone. Chu Chen glanced at his own device and confirmed the absence of a signal. It was evident that their pursuers had come prepared, deliberately choosing this signal-scarce area to thwart any calls for help. It was now unmistakably clear that the two vehicles were indeed targeting them. Although the identities of their adversaries remained unknown, their enemies could only be the Hua Yinzhang family or the Chu family. Given the evident preparedness of their pursuers and the discernible speed advantage of the vehicles, escape would necessitate an alternative strategy. Ahead, the undulating peaks of Foaming Mountain loomed as they entered the region. Observing the dense foliage on either side, an idea sparked in Chu Chen's mind. After we pass through the tunnel, I will come to an abrupt stop at the tunnel's mouth. We must exit the vehicle swiftly and head straight into the mountains," he said with a serious demeanor. Zheng Yu nodded, setting aside her fears. With that, Chu Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car roared forward, plunging into the tunnel. Moments later, light appeared ahead. Just as they burst forth from the tunnel, Chu Chen slammed on the brakes, skillfully executing a drift that brought the car to a halt at the roadside. He leaped from the vehicle, seizing Zheng Yu's hand as they dashed into the mountains. Once they reached the woods, he summoned a guai, and they swiftly mounted it, racing through the mountainous terrain. "Stop!" Two sharp screeches of brakes echoed, followed by a commanding voice. "They've abandoned the vehicle and entered the mountains. Don't just stand there. Get out and pursue them. We cannot let them escape today." A voice, tinged with age, barked orders, and a cacophony of footsteps ensued. Chu Chen glanced back through the gaps in the trees, noting 7 or 8 figures disembarking in pursuit. Realizing time was of the essence, he urged a Guai to accelerate. With a Guai carrying them through the forest, they moved swiftly, as if gliding over the ground. Zhengyu, seated in front, felt a thrill of joy, momentarily forgetting the danger behind them. She even silently thanked the mysterious pursuers for affording her such an intimate opportunity with Chu Chen. As their pursuers entered the woods, they too summoned their own beasts. However, upon reaching a cliff, they lost track of Chu Chen and Zhengyu. The elder in charge furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings before ordering, "Form pairs and search widely. I refuse to believe we cannot find them." Understood. The group responded in unison. A Guai led Chu Chen and Zhengyu a considerable distance until they arrived at a winding canyon, its walls steep and barren. After a brief assessment, Chu Chen directed a Guai to enter the canyon, hoping to find a cave or some refuge within its depths. Advancing a short distance into the canyon, Chu Chen indeed discovered a natural cave nestled in the cliffside. He commanded a Guai to leap up and inspect the cave for any dangers. After a thorough check, a Guai returned, assuring Chu Chen that it was safe. The cave was modest, only a few square meters in size, but it accommodated the 3 of them without feeling cramped. Chu Chen found a flat stone platform at the back of the cave and laid out a blanket from his spatial ring for Zhengyu to sit on, while he casually settled onto a nearby stone. A Guai crouched behind a protruding rock at the cave's entrance, keenly listening to the sounds outside. Chapter 53, The Chase Master. Someone is approaching. A Guai's voice resonated in Chu Chen's mind. How many? Chu Chen inquired. 2. Assess their strength, Chu Chen commanded. A Guai stealthily peeked out, scrutinizing the 2 figures and their beasts that emerged from the canyon. The duo seemed intent on avoiding trouble with spirit beasts, deliberately allowing their own beasts to emit a formidable aura. One spirit beast was of gold rank, the other of gold rank 2. A Guai relayed the information to Chu Chen, who furrowed his brow. Earlier, when he had glanced back while fleeing, he noticed that the pursuers appeared to be in their 30s or 40s. Both the Zhang and Chu families would be well aware of his capabilities, indicating that these pursuers were at least intermediate spirit beast masters. While a single gold-ranked beast was manageable, facing 2 could pose a significant threat. If he failed to launch a surprise attack, allowing them to summon another beast would complicate matters. After mentally simulating the battle, Chu Chen steeled his resolve, activating his divine beast armor and entering a Guai's spiritual space. He then leapt down, unleashing 2 wind thunder slashes upon the pursuing duo. Both adversaries, seasoned veterans, reacted swiftly to the unexpected assault. Their beasts leaped up to intercept the wind thunder slashes, using their bodies as shields to protect their masters. The 2 men slipped off their beasts and summoned their second spirit beasts. Haha, kid, you thought you could sneak an ambush after not fleeing far enough? You truly underestimate the situation. One of the heavier pursuers laughed boisterously, believing they had Chu Chen cornered. Chu Chen's gaze sharpened. The man's words revealed that he recognized a Guai as Chu Chen's spirit beast, indicating they were well informed. Observing the rank of the pursuer's beasts, both at the pinnacle of silver rank, he felt slightly reassured. Initially, they had planned to use their gold-ranked beasts to withstand his attack, then summoned their second silver-ranked beast to flank him. As the man's laughter faded, the wind thunder slashes struck their beasts, delivering a devastating blow that sent them crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Shock filled the eyes of the 2 men. Chu Chen, however, would not grant them the luxury of time to react. He unleashed another pair of wind thunder slashes aimed directly at them. In a panic, the 2 men realized the gravity of their situation. Their gold-ranked beast had been incapacitated in a single strike. If they were struck, their fate would be sealed. Desperate, they ordered their 2 silver-ranked beasts to defend and turned to flee. Chu Chen's power far exceeded their expectations, leaving them with no choice but to escape and report the true nature of his strength to others. You think you can run? Leave them here. Chu Chen scoffed coldly. Activating the power of the gale, he swiftly closed the gap between them, unleashing the magma domain. The 2 felt the ground beneath them soften, the searing heat incinerating their shoes and socks to ashes, flames licking up their pant legs. Gazing down, they were horrified to see the ground bubbling with molten lava. If not for their status as intermediate spirit beast masters, they would have perished in that instant. Desperately, they channeled all their spiritual energy to extinguish the flames engulfing their trousers, but in that fleeting moment, their polished slacks had been reduced to shorts, leaving them in a most undignified state. Fortunately, their timely intervention spared them from complete embarrassment. Chu Chen gazed at the 2 individuals before him and spoke with an air of indifference. Pray tell, who has sent you? The duo, already beginning to perspire profusely, had beads of sweat cascading down their cheeks. Noticing their silence, Chu Chen let out a cold chuckle, refusing to speak. I wonder how long you can endure. With that, He swiftly struck, severing one of the portly man's arms. A piercing scream erupted from the portly figure, and in the throes of agony, he lost his grip on his spiritual power, causing the molten lava beneath him to engulf his feet in an instant. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, accompanied by tendrils of smoke. Fifth brother, the lanky one cried out in anguish. Will you speak? Chu Chen pressed further. You dare to kill us? The lanky one roared, his eyes bulging with fury. Chu Chen, you cannot escape. Very well. You possess courage. Chu Chen replied nonchalantly, casually slashing with his claws. The lanky one's arm was likewise severed, blood gushing forth and mingling with the molten lava, producing plumes of black smoke. In contrast to the portly man, the lanky one exhibited remarkable fortitude, enduring the pain in silence. Observing this, Chu Chen's eyes gleamed with surprise before he swiftly cut off the lanky one's remaining arm and legs. The lanky figure collapsed, his body succumbing to the searing magma, swiftly reduced to a pile of charred remains. The portly man, witnessing this harrowing scene, was rendered speechless, a yellowish liquid trickling down his thigh in terror. Chu Chen, noting this, retracted the field of lava to avoid being overwhelmed by the stench. What will it be? Will you speak? He inquired, his voice devoid of emotion. To the portly man's ears, it sounded as though a demon from the depths of hell was whispering. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, pleading, I will talk. I will tell you everything. Very well, proceed. We are from the Zhang family of Huang. Because you incapacitated our chairman's only son, Zhang Yang. The chairman has ordered that you be captured at all costs, so that Zhang Yang can personally exact revenge for his humiliation. Continue. Who else has come to capture me? What are their capabilities? Where are the others? How do you communicate? Chu Chen pressed on, his suspicions confirmed. There are 8 of us in total, all intermediate beast tamers, each possessing at least 1 golden tier beast. 3 of us have 2 golden tier beasts. Chairman Zhang is a direct descendant of the Zhang family, the chairman's younger brother, and the commander of this operation. His strength is formidable, with beasts of golden 2nd and 4th tiers. We are divided into 4 groups, 2 per group, searching different directions. The other 3 groups are. The portly man divulged the information like a broken dam. Who informed you of my route? Chu Chen inquired, his interest piqued. I do not know. I was just notified this morning to join my brother in this operation, the portly man replied, a look of dread on his face, fearing that his answer might displease Chu Chen and lead to his demise. Chu Chen, glancing into the portly man's eyes, discerned the truth in his words. Very well. I have no further questions. It is time for you to depart. With that, he struck, and in the portly man's incredulous gaze, his head was severed from his body. In his final moments, the portly man caught sight of his own back and chest. Chapter 54. Who says I am going to flee? Chu Chen unleashed the magma field once more, incinerating the portly man's corpse to ashes. He collected the spatial rings that had fallen to the ground, and, channeling his spiritual power, summoned a gust of wind to disperse the scorched earth and carbon remnants. He then stored the corpses of the 4 beasts in his spatial ring, erasing the bloodstains and traces of the battle before leaping back into the cave on the cliffside. Brother-in-law, you have returned. Have you dealt with the enemies? Who were they? Zheng Yu exclaimed with excitement. She had remained hidden in the cave, adhering to Chu Chen's instructions, not daring to venture outside. Chu Chen nodded. I dealt with 2 of them. They were 8 in total, divided into 4 groups, searching different areas. These 2 were searching our direction. They belong to the Zhang family of Huang. Oh, isn't the Zhang family on good terms with our Zheng family? Why are they coming after us? Zheng Yu questioned, perplexed. They seek to target me. For I incapacitated Zhang Yang during the struggle for mining rights, Chu Chen replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, brother-in-law, what shall we do next? Should we continue hiding here? That will not suffice. Once they realize they cannot contact these 2, they will undoubtedly come searching, and we would be in grave danger, Chu Chen decisively countered. With that, he gathered the blanket, took Zheng Yu's hand, and mounted the back of the beast, leaping down and retracing their steps. Upon reaching the location where the Zhang family members had separated to search, Chu Chen selected a direction based on the portly man's information and pursued it. Zhang Hengyuan sat atop his unicorn bull, having scoured the area without discovering any trace. He furrowed his brow, pondering where Chu Chen could be hiding, and why there were no clues. The Zhang family had dispatched a rather luxurious team, all intermediate beast tamers, each possessing at least 1 golden tier beast. This was due to Chu Chen's prior victory over Sun Yaodian during the mining rights dispute. What was supposed to be a foolproof capture plan had become increasingly nebulous since Chu Chen had fled into Foaming Mountain. In his estimation, even if Chu Chen could defeat intermediate beast tamers with golden tier beasts, it would come at a heavy cost. He had arranged for teams of 2 to prevent any unforeseen circumstances that might allow Chu Chen to escape. Chairman Zhang, we have searched extensively without finding any trace of that boy. I believe he did not take this path. Perhaps we should return. It's possible the other groups have already captured him, suggested a burly man with a dark complexion, the captain of the Zhang family's security team. Zhang Hengyuan glanced at the burly man and shook his head. We shall continue our search. If they find any trace of that boy, they will signal us. The absence of any signal means they have yet to locate him, and we cannot afford to stop now. The burly man, upon hearing this, ceased his objections and continued searching atop his wind wolf. After nearly 2 hours, the burly man suddenly exclaimed, Chairman Zhang, look, a signal has come in. Zhang Hengyan turned sharply towards the sky, where a red fireball was ascending rapidly. Noticing its direction, he felt a surge of energy and shouted with excitement, quick, let us return. Zhu Neng and the others have found that boy. With that, he turned the bull around and sped towards the fireball's location. Chu Chen cast a glance at the red fireball soaring into the sky, then fixed his cold gaze upon the man before him. The man, blood pouring from his mouth, wore a smug grin as he said, it is over for you. Our people will soon arrive upon seeing this signal. Even if you kill me, you cannot escape. Chu Chen replied with an icy smile, Whether I can escape is not for you to decide. Moreover, who told you I intended to flee? At this, the man's expression shifted drastically, his pupils narrowing in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? You do not plan to run? Are you implying that you wish to? The words he intended to say remained unspoken, for he found the notion far too implausible. With a mischievous grin, Chu Chen remarked, You're not entirely foolish. Had I not deliberately held back, just now, do you truly believe you would have had the chance to emit that signal? Upon finishing his statement, Chu Chen swiftly severed the man's head. The unfortunate fellow could never have fathomed that Chu Chen had intentionally allowed him to release the signal, using him as bait to lure others into the trap. Naturally, he was even less aware that before confronting them, Chu Chen had already eliminated 2 other groups. Forcing him to signal was merely Chu Chen's way of avoiding the hassle of searching for the last group, opting instead to entice them into a self-imposed snare. Through these 3 ambushes, Chu Chen gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. When facing a mid-level beast master, even with 2 golden-tier beasts at their disposal, a sudden strike employing the wind thunder slash from an unsuspecting position could incapacitate the opponent's golden-tier beast in an instant, making it considerably easier to deal with the remaining beasts. In typical circumstances, he could stand against a beast master with 2 low-tier golden beasts, albeit with greater effort. This realization was the principal reason behind Chu Chen's decision to lure the enemy into a trap. After collecting the corpses of the beasts and the spatial rings from the 2 individuals, he eagerly pulled along the exhilarated Zhengyu, heading back along their path. He sought a suitable location to lay an ambush, preparing to deliver a surprise attack on the 2 remaining foes. Zhengyu, seated atop a guai, intentionally leaned back against Chu Chen, her heart aflutter with joy. Witnessing Chu Chen's prowess in battle left her enchanted. His formidable presence and commanding words etched deeply in her youthful heart. Initially flustered when they were pursued, she now felt a profound sense of security, replaced entirely by her fervent admiration and affection for Chu Chen. She had even begun to envision a future where they would be united as a couple, soaring through the skies together. Unbeknownst to Chu Chen, he remained blissfully unaware of Zhang Yu's sentiments. At this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on how to eliminate the last 2 adversaries and how to guard against the Zhang family's ambushes in the future. Concealing themselves within a dense thicket, he keenly observed the path that led to the location where the signal had been emitted. Zhengyu, hidden beside Chu Chen, gazed adoringly at his profile, her expression one of infatuation. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed in the distance. 2 massive beasts, each bearing a rider, thundered into view. Director Zhang, the location of the signal is just ahead, exclaimed the robust man with a dark complexion, a hint of excitement in his voice. His wind wolf maintained its swift pace, leading the way ahead. You're fast. Hurry up and check if they VE captured that little rascal Chu Chen. Zhang Hengyuan replied, equally exhilarated. Understood, the dark-faced man acknowledged, pushing the wind wolf to its limits. The beast, already renowned for its speed, raced even faster now that the destination was within sight, widening the gap between Zhang Hengyuan and him. Chu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. At this distance, he could not simultaneously attack both foes, necessitating a revised strategy. The man trailing behind, Director Zhang, was the leader of this expedition, thus it was imperative to subdue the ringleader first. Resolute in his decision, Chu Chen secretly activated his Divine Beast armament, awaiting the moment Zhang Hengyuan entered his strike range to unleash a thunderous blow. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Within attack range, Chu Chen leaped into the air, executing a wind thunder slash aim directly at the top of Zhang Hengyuan's head. As a seasoned warrior, Zhang Hengyuan sensed the impending danger the moment Chu Chen ascended. With an agile maneuver, He evaded beneath the body of the unicorn bull and summoned another golden tier beast, the mountain tortoise. The unicorn bull's horn glimmered, releasing a beam of light that collided with the wind thunder slash. Crack! The light blade shattered, dispersing into countless sparks. Yet, the wind thunder slash maintained its momentum, striking with tremendous force at the bull. The creature's aura surged, enveloped in a deep black light shield. Crack! The wind thunder slash struck the light shield, shattering it upon impact. The bull's hide, as tough as armor, was torn apart, blood gushing forth. Chu Chen was taken aback by the opponent's rapid response and counteraction. Likewise, Zhang Hingyuan was equally astonished. As a well-established mid-level beast master, he had faced numerous life and death battles. Even when confronted with other mid-level beast masters, he had never found himself in such a disheveled state. One blow had already injured his unicorn bull, which had been in the midst of attacking and had activated its defensive abilities. What shocked him further was the pace of Chu Chen's advancement. Just a short while ago, during the mining rights competition, he had been present and had witnessed Chu Chen's capabilities firsthand. At that time, Chu Chen's beast was merely a silver tier at the 6th level. In such a brief span, he had ascended to the golden tier. Such a terrifying rate of progress. That last strike's power was undoubtedly not inferior to that of a golden tier beast at the 6th level. Without a moment's hesitation after his initial failure, Chu Chen unleashed a second wind thunder slash with lightning speed, quickly closing the distance to Zhang Hingyuan. The latter, recognizing the threat, did not dare to be complacent. He immediately activated his divine beast armament, entering the spiritual realm of the unicorn bull to control it in battle. Both of his beasts excelled in defense, but the unicorn bull, being of a higher tier, possessed greater overall strength and offensive capability, while the mountain tortoise specialized in defense and control. As the mountain tortoise activated its skill, immovable as a mountain, a massive light shield resembling a tortoise shell emerged, enveloping both the unicorn bull and itself. Zhang Hingyuan then aimed a light blade at Chu Chen instead of targeting the wind thunder slash. He planned to withstand Chu Chen's assault using the dual defenses of the mountain tortoise's immovable as a mountain and the unicorn bull's blackwater shield, while retaliating with the light blade, striving to seize the initiative in the battle. It must be said, this was a remarkably astute decision, the most logical course of action. Rather than passively absorbing blows, he opted for an aggressive approach. However, it was unfortunate for him that he was up against Chu Chen. Aguai, Chu Chen's beast, was an anomaly, capable of withstanding golden tier assaults even when it was merely at silver tier level 6. Now that it had risen to golden tier, facing a fellow golden tier beast at just level 4. The unicorn bull's attacks were akin to mere tickles for Aguai. The primary reason Chu Chen had initially chosen to retreat was due to his ignorance of the identities and strengths of his pursuers, compounded by his concern for Zheng Yu's safety in the event of a potential ambush. Upon witnessing the enemy divide their forces and extracting information about their strengths and backgrounds from the portly man, Chu Chen had formulated a plan to strike and annihilate this group of pursuers. When the wind thunder slash collided with the enormous tortoise shell light shield, it produced a resounding roar as the shield shattered. It then struck the black water shield, creating ripples akin to water waves. Since this black water shield was generated through Zhang Hingyuan's divine beast armament after merging with the bull, its defensive power had doubled compared to before. The wind and thunder slash, hindered by the turtle shell, dissipated some of its potency, akin to striking a mass of remarkably resilient gelatin. Its velocity abruptly diminished, slicing through the protective barrier only inch by inch. Simultaneously, the luminous sword unleashed by Zhang Hingyuan collided directly with Chu Chen, causing sparks to erupt from his armor. Yet, as the sparks faded, the armor remained unscathed. The slight smirk that had graced Zhang Hingyuan's lips vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of grave concern as he regarded the approaching Chu Chen with vigilance. How could his defenses be so formidable? Not even my luminous sword could inflict a scratch. Yet, Chu Chen's speed offered him no respite for contemplation. As Chu Chen drew near, Zhang Hingyuan swiftly commanded the mountain turtle to unleash its domain skill, heaviness of Mount Tai. Suddenly airborne, Chu Chen felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, as if a mountain had settled atop him, causing his body to plummet uncontrollably. Upon landing, he was met with an immense gravitational force emanating from the earth, rendering any movement an arduous endeavor. Observing this, Zhang Hingyuan let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "You truly have exceeded my expectations. In such a brief time, you have managed to elevate your beast to the golden level, and it possesses such terrifying power. If you had continued to attack from a distance, I would have found it quite challenging to counter you. However, you foolishly seek to engage in close combat, unaware that my expertise lies in both defense and melee combat. Now that my mountain turtle has you under control, I wonder what tricks you have left." At that moment, Although the wind and thunder slash had breached the black water barrier and struck Zhang Hengyuan, it inflicted minimal damage, merely leaving a shallow wound on his back. Such an injury was trivial for Zhang Hengyuan, whose resilience was legendary. Thus, as he witnessed Chu Chen ensnared by the mountain turtle, he could hardly contain his smugness and began to taunt. Chu Chen, grinning, replied, "Do you truly believe you have secured victory?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hengyuan noted the unfaltering demeanor of Chu Chen, devoid of any signs of panic or fear, which startled him. Could he have a hidden card up his sleeve? Just then, Zhang Hengyuan felt the ground beneath him become soft, his feet sinking as an overwhelming wave of scorching heat enveloped him. Realizing the peril, he promptly activated the black water light shield for defense. Looking down, he saw that he was now standing in a land of fiery magma. "Now, I shall prepare to roast turtles and prime beef. Let us see how long you can endure." Chu Chen replied coldly. The mountain turtle, scorched by the magma, was compelled to activate its immovable as a mountain defense once more, which inevitably diminished its control over Chu Chen. With a newfound lightness, Chu Chen stretched his limbs, activating his bloodthirsty rage and unleashing a flurry of attacks upon Zhang Hengyuan's black water light shield. Flames danced upon his claws, interlaced with arcs of azure lightning. Each strike resonated against the shield, sending ripples through it, as the flames and lightning relentlessly drained its energy. The brightness of the shield diminished visibly with each passing moment. What had once been a robust black water light shield was now as fragile as gossamer after enduring dozens of Chu Chen's ferocious assaults, on the brink of shattering. Zhang Hengyuan, now filled with panic, was drenched in sweat. If this continued, he would find himself in grave danger. He hastily retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it whole, feeling an immediate surge of energy as his previously depleting spiritual force surged back into the black water light shield. The precarious shield transformed abruptly, regaining its inky blackness and formidable weight. Observing this, Chu Chen mused, as expected of the Zhang family's direct lineage. His possessions are truly abundant. Nevertheless, Chu Chen did not cease his relentless assault, continuing to pummel the black water light shield. When it came to endurance, it would be a test of who could last longer. Just as the two sides became entrenched in a stalemate, a voice rang out. "Director Zhang, I am here to assist you." A burly man bellowed, summoning the wind wolf with a commanding presence. Beside him, another beast, the silver-peaked black bear, charged forward with a furious roar. As the man sprinted, he unleashed a barrage of wind blades towards Chu Chen. "Run, go warn the others. We are no match for him. Your attacks are futile," Zhang Hengyuan shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. The man had already entered Chu Chen's attack range, and Chu Chen disregarded the imminent wind blades, launching two wind and thunder slashes directly at the man and the black bear. The slashes were extraordinarily swift. The man and the bear had no time to evade before being struck squarely. The black bear was instantly cleaved in the head, leaving a gaping wound from which blood and brain matter spilled forth. The man was violently ejected from the wind wolf's spiritual realm, spitting blood as he collapsed, his vitality waning. In that brief moment, the energy from his spiritual energy ring had been entirely consumed. The wind wolf suffered grievously as well. One of its forelegs was severed at the root, its shoulder charred, leaving only a dark void. The creature fell to the ground, barely clinging to life. Without granting them a moment's respite, Chu Chen unleashed two more wind and thunder slashes, decisively ending the lives of the burly man and his wind wolf. Zhang Hengyuan's face turned ashen, his last glimmer of hope extinguished. Witnessing Chu Chen's unyielding demeanor, he realized that if he continued to expend energy, he would inevitably meet his demise at Chu Chen's hands. "Chu Chen, I beg you spare me. If you let me go, I promise that I know the Zhang family will never trouble you again." Zhang Hengyuan pleaded desperately. "Can you truly speak for the Zhang family?" Chu Chen retorted, his hands unyielding in their assault. "Of course. Currently, my elder brother is in charge of the Zhang family, and he will heed my words," Zhang Hengyuan quickly replied, his desire for survival overriding all else. "But I have incapacitated his only son, Zhang Yang. Will he agree to your proposal?" Chu Chen scoffed. Zhang Hengyuan forced a smile. He will. With your extraordinary talent, anyone with a sliver of sanity would not oppose you. That fool Zhang Yang is fortunate to have survived your wrath. Moreover, my elder brother is still relatively young. It wouldn't be difficult for him to sire more children. Rest assured, Chu Chen, if you spare me, I will surely convince my brother to support you. The Zhang family will honor you, looking to you as their leader." Fearing that Chu Chen might refuse, Zhang Hengyuan continued to sweeten the deal. Chu Chen feigned contemplation, seemingly swayed by his words, and ceased his assault. Zhang Hengyuan, elated by this indication, pressed on. "Chu Chen, with your prowess, you are destined for greater realms. The Zhang family in Jincheng can offer you limited assistance. However, with the backing of my Zhang family, This region will belong to you. After a moment of deep thought, Chu Chen raised his gaze, his eyes piercing as he fixed them on Zhang Hengyuan. I might spare you, but first, you must reveal who informed you of my whereabouts. It was Zheng Jiang. Zhang Hengyuan replied promptly after a brief pause, betraying his accomplice without hesitation. So it was him. Chu Chen snorted disdainfully. Chu Chen, I have laid bare the truth before you. Please cancel the skill. I cannot endure this any longer, Zhang Hengyuan implored. Oh, very well, Chu Chen replied nonchalantly, dismissing the skill with ease. Zhang Hengyuan, relieved to find the skill indeed lifted, exhaled deeply, feeling the burden ease. Chu Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, expressing a hint of impatience. Why are you still wearing that light shield? Zhang Hengyuan, fearing to provoke Chu Chen's displeasure, immediately chuckled awkwardly and retracted the shield. He felt a surge of relief at his own cleverness. Had he not thought quickly to deceive Chu Chen with this ploy, he might soon find himself utterly drained, ultimately meeting his demise on the spot. For now, it was essential to placate Chu Chen, and upon their return, he would inform his elder brother of Chu Chen's true combat prowess, urging him to dispatch the most formidable members of their clan to confront him. Once they captured Chu Chen and brought him back to the Zhang family, he would savor the slow torment of revenge for today's grievances. Thank you. I will forever remember your mercy, Zhang Hengyuan said with a sheepish grin, adopting an obsequious demeanor. Very well, let us go. I hope you fulfill your promises. Chu Chen replied coolly. All right. I will return and persuade my elder brother. Zhang Hengyuan said, internally reveling in his good fortune, while outwardly, he continued to respond eagerly. Yet, in his heart, he mused. Chu Chen, you foolish simpleton. You remain too naive. Such trivial gains have ensnared you. Await my retribution, ha ha ha. However, just as Zhang Hengyuan basked in his self-satisfaction, he suddenly felt his body uncontrollably expelled from the mental space of the manticore. Instantly, he was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated in his mind as the two beast-controlling spaces within the crystal core shattered. Why? Zhang Hengyuan, now seated on the ground, gazed at Chu Chen with disbelief, his eyes brimming with confusion and dread. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. Why? Do you take me for a mere child of 3, easily duped by your tricks? Chu Chen scoffed. I did not deceive you, Zhang Hengyuan replied, his gaze flickering with unease. Allow me to enlighten you. From the moment I incapacitated Zhang Yang, I anticipated that your family would not let this matter rest. As for your words, I do not believe a single one. My previous actions were merely a strategic ruse. I sought to avoid wasting time. Chu Chen stated with a calm demeanor. With a casual flick of his claw, Zhang Hengyuan's head soared into the air. His eyes widened in shock. His mouth moved as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. Chu Chen dispelled his divine beast armament, collected the fallen beast's corpses, and incinerated the bodies, erasing all traces of the battle before vanishing into the woods with the love-struck Zheng Yu. Chapter 57, A Bountiful Harvest. Upon returning to the drop-off point, Chu Chen cast the two pursuing vehicles into the crystal core space, along with the seized beast corpses, all in one go. He then drove away with Zheng Yu in tow. Delayed by their escape for much of the day, the two did not reach Tian City until deep into the night. Fortunately, during their journey, Chu Chen had Zheng Yu call home to assure her family of her safety, alleviating some of her mother's and the Zheng family's worries. As the car pulled up to Zheng Yu's doorstep, her mother rushed out, her heart finally at ease upon seeing her daughter return unharmed. Have you eaten? Zheng Yu's mother asked with concern. Zheng Yu leapt from the car, grasping her mother's hand enthusiastically. Not yet. Mama, this is my brother-in-law, Chu Chen. Chu Chen also exited the car, smiling as he greeted. Hello, Annie. Zheng Yu's mother, Bai Yanhui, was tall and graceful like her daughter, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, adorned with narrow black-framed glasses and a chic bob that accentuated her elegant neck. Standing beside Zheng Yu, they resembled sisters. The aura of intelligence and maturity she exuded made her even more captivating. Bai Yanhui discreetly appraised Chu Chen and smiled warmly. Chu Chen, greetings. Come inside and sit. This girl has surely worn you out on the way back, hasn't she? Not at all. Not at all. Chu Chen hastily waved his hands. Mom. How can you say that about your daughter? Zheng Yu pouted in discontent. Feeling a tad awkward, Chu Chen quickly retrieved the gifts prepared by Zheng Tyson from the car. Stepping forward to say, Annie, these are special gifts from Chairman Zheng for you and Yuer's grandfather. All right, give them to me. Quickly, let us go inside and eat. It's so late. You must be starving, Bai Yanhui said, taking the gifts from Chu Chen and passing them to a nearby servant. Auntie, I want to go in at this hour, Chu Chen stated, turning back toward the car. Where do you think you're going at this hour? Tyson has informed me of your situation. You will stay here tonight and report to school tomorrow. Bai Yanhui shot him an admonishing glance. her tone leaving no room for argument. "Brother-in-law, just stay at my house. It's so late," Zhengyu urged, clasping Chu Chen's arm and pulling him toward the house. Seeing no alternative, Chu Chen complied and entered the yard. The Bai family resided on a peninsula beside the Huaxi River in Tian City, an area known for its affluent inhabitants. As soon as they settled down, two maids brought forth an array of dishes. Each dish, though modest in portion, was exquisitely crafted, embodying the essence of a cultured family. Chu Chen felt a flicker of curiosity. How could Zhengyu, raised in such an environment, possess such a carefree and boisterous disposition? After dinner, Zhengyu insisted on personally showing Chu Chen to the guest room. Bai Yanhui, unable to refuse her, let it be. Upon reaching the room, Zhengyu continued to engage Chu Chen in conversation, but he finally managed to excuse her by claiming he was too exhausted from the day's events and needed rest. Once Zhengyu left, Chu Chen retrieved the 8 spatial rings he had acquired today. Staring at the mountain of assorted items before him, Chu Chen's face lit up with joy. He meticulously categorized the spoils. The beast corpses, crystal cores, and materials were swiftly deposited into the crystal core space for the Chaos Divine Tree to absorb, while various potions were sorted into the spatial rings according to their types and effects. Finally, gazing at the more than 100 energy stones before him, Chu Chen could hardly contain his delight, his smile stretching broadly. The value of these energy stones exceeded 10,000 gold dragon coins. If he were to engage in trade, it would take an eternity to amass such wealth. He pulled out his phone to check his account balance. 8,000 gold dragon coins. The earnings he secured from Zheng Xin's wager on his victory during the life and death duel with Qiansheng. Reflecting on the time he had once been destitute, relying on the little funds Zheng Xin had provided to trade at the ascending immortal bridge for his first pot of gold, it had been such a struggle. Haha, indeed. One cannot become rich without a windfall, and a horse cannot get fat without night grass. The Zhang family are truly kind-hearted, Chu Chen mused. After contemplating, he realized that a significant portion of the potions obtained from the 8 individuals were meant to aid beast tamers in their cultivation and enhance their beast strength. While useful for others, the cost-effectiveness was low for him. Previously, the Zheng family had gifted him some potions, and he found that their efficacy paled in comparison to providing materials for the Chaos Divine Tree to absorb. Moreover, the high prices of these potions made them utterly unappealing to Chu Chen. Thus, he resolved to sell all these potions at the treasure pavilion, which would undoubtedly yield a significant influx of gold dragon coins. Coupled with the resources provided monthly by the Zheng family, he could ensure his cultivation would reach the mid-tier beast tamer level in the short term. At that point, cultivating a beast would elevate his strength even further. Having tallied his gains, Chu Chen's spirits soared as he immersed himself in the crystal core space, a smile gracing his face. The 16 corpses of the beast masters, along with the recently discarded remains of spirit beasts, crystal cores, and various materials, had been entirely consumed by the Chaos Divine Tree. Beneath its expansive branches, a multitude of spores in assorted colors lay scattered across the ground, resembling a vibrant mushroom grove within a magical forest. As for the 2 vehicles belonging to the Zhang family, Chu Chen had carelessly tossed them into a ravine along the roadside during his journey to Tiandu. Chu Chen meticulously fused each spore with agua. After the completion of this process, agua radiated a brilliant golden light, which, moments later, receded like the ebbing tide. Vanishing into its form, agua had ascended to the 2nd tier of gold. Chu Chen, filled with envy, gently patted agua's head, which it lowered submissively, relishing the affection. Although agua had progressed to the 2nd tier of gold, Chu Chen remained stagnant at 18 stars, unmoving. In his previous life, he lacked crystal cores and the experience of cultivation. He had scoured the internet for information regarding his current predicament, yet found no definitive answers. Moreover, due to the unique circumstances surrounding the Chaos Divine Tree, he was reluctant to inquire with others about similar experiences. Nevertheless, Chu Chen was not overly anxious, for despite his level remaining unchanged, he sensed a continuous enhancement of his bodily functions. Thus, he reassured himself that this was simply the process of accumulating strength before a breakthrough. Habitually, he checked Agua's skills and was taken aback to discover that Agua had acquired a new innate ability, Golden Flash. This skill emitted a golden light from its forehead, temporarily blinding its target. When combined with the Wind Thunder Slash, this ability was undoubtedly a lethal technique. Additionally, Chu Chen noted that the effect of the Magma Domain skill had evolved, now incorporating a gravitational field effect, significantly amplifying its power. He had recently experienced considerable hardship within the gravitational field of the mountain turtle, making him acutely aware of the effectiveness of this enhancement. With the gravitational field added to the Magma Domain, the ability to ensnare foes would be greatly intensified. Chapter 58, The School Enrollment Incident. Early the next morning, Chu Chen bid farewell to Zheng Yu and her daughter, then drove to Yizhou University, located in the southern suburbs of Tiandu. Yizhou University resembled more of a city than a mere institution of higher learning. Its vastness exceeded that of remote towns like Jincheng. Yizhou University is also among the oldest universities in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting a history that surpasses even the prestigious Beastmaster Academy, which has long been renowned for its excellence in beast mastery education. Once considered a sacred ground for all beast masters in the Dragon Kingdom, Yizhou University nurtured countless elite beast masters. However, after years of battles against myriad races, those formidable beast masters who emerged from Yizhou University gradually fell, leading to an inexplicable decline in the university's prestige. Although it remains among the top universities in the Dragon Kingdom, it has significantly waned in comparison to elite institutions like the Imperial Capital University and the Magic City University. As Chu Chen entered the campus, he followed the signs to the new student registration area. At this time, a considerable number of freshers had already gathered, forming lines to complete their enrollment procedures. Noticing that the queues consisted of only 3 or 4 individuals each, Chu Chen casually joined one of the lines. Just as he stood at the end of the queue, a plump boy rushed over and positioned himself behind Chu Chen, wiping sweat from his brow while murmuring to himself, "Hey, buddy, are you here to register as well?" The rotund boy poked Chu Chen's arm with his finger, beaming with curiosity. Chu Chen turned to glance at the boy and nodded. The boy appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. When he smiled, his small eyes squinted into slits. Chu Chen estimated his weight to be at least 250 pounds, and with his height of roughly 170 centimeters, he resembled a round ball. "Hey, buddy, I'm also a freshman this year. My name is Huang Dexian. What about you?" The boy introduced himself with a friendly demeanor. Chu Chen, delighted to meet you. I'm from the Beastmaster Academy. Which academy are you in?" Huang Dexian continued the conversation. Chu Chen found it somewhat challenging to engage with such an overly friendly chatterbox. However, the boy exhibited no inappropriate behavior and always introduced himself before asking questions, making it difficult for Chu Chen to decline outright. Thus, he reluctantly participated in the conversation, though it was mostly Huang Dexian speaking, with Chu Chen occasionally responding. Before long, only one student remained ahead of Chu Chen to complete their enrollment procedures, and he would be next. At that moment, a stylishly dressed young man, accompanied by a stunningly attractive girl, stepped directly in front of Chu Chen, addressing an upperclassman at the registration desk with a grin. "Hey Biao, hurry up and help my girlfriend with her registration." The upperclassman inside smiled and nodded, greeting the young man's girlfriend warmly. "Hello, sister-in-law, I'll assist you shortly." The girl held her head high, exuding an air of pride. Chu Chen's expression darkened as he tapped the shoulder of the fashionable young man, calmly stating, "Excuse me, please step back. You are in my spot." The young man turned, sizing Chu Chen up with disdain, and taunted, "Hey, kid, what makes you think this spot belongs to you?" "Because I am behind him in line, and everyone here is queuing. You have cut into my position," Chu Chen replied coolly. "Huh, didn't see that coming. You've got some guts, huh? Do you even know who I am?" The young man, brimming with arrogance, looked down at Chu Chen. "I don't know who you are, nor do I care. All I know is you're occupying my space," Chu Chen replied, his tone remaining as calm as before. "Listen up, kid. I'm Xiang Xiaodian from the Beastmaster Academy. If it weren't for the presence of a teacher here, I would make you regret it. Be smart and shut your mouth, and I'll pretend this never happened." The fashionable young man shot a glare at a middle-aged teacher not far away, then leaned in to threaten Chu Chen quietly. At this moment, the teacher's gaze turned toward them. Huang Dexian, standing behind Chu Chen, cautiously tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Just let it go. It's only one person. He's a sophomore prodigy, already a mid-level beast master. We can't afford to provoke him." Chu Chen disregarded Huang Dexian's advice, maintaining his calm demeanor as he continued to regard Xiang Xiaotian. "Please step aside. Do not block my position." Evidently wary of the teacher nearby, Xiang Xiaotian glared at Chu Chen, enunciating each word with venom. "You little brat. You're pushing your luck. I'll remember you. Just wait. You'll pay for what you've done today. No matter which academy you belong to, you won't have it easy at Yizhou University." Chu Chen met his gaze with equanimity, stating flatly, "Are you done? If so, please move aside. You are obstructing my way." Huang Dexian felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, internally lamenting, "This is it. Chu Chen has crossed paths with someone he shouldn't have." Xiang Xiaodian was infuriated by Chu Chen's demeanor. The feeling of being disregarded ignited a flame of rage within him, especially as he stood in front of his girlfriend, whose presence magnified his humiliation. However, with a teacher observing, he could not unleash his fury. This predicament left him feeling immensely frustrated. With a glint of malice in his eyes and a face dark enough to drip water, Xiang Xiaodian hissed, "Remember this, you little punk." He then took his girlfriend's hand and stormed off, unable to bear the embarrassment of remaining in that spot any longer. At that moment, the student ahead of Chu Chen had completed the enrollment procedures and, casting a hurried glance at him, quickly departed. For the majority of students, none wished to embroil themselves in troubles right upon commencing their academic journey. Chu Chen, why did you not heed my advice? Huang Dexian exclaimed, his face etched with concern, the flesh on his cheeks quivering with agitation. Xiang Xiaodian is notoriously vindictive and will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Chu Chen offered him a faint smile, conveying a reassuring look, before stepping forward to finalize his enrollment. Alas, Huang Dexian sighed deeply upon witnessing Chu Chen's demeanor, a clear sense of helplessness washing over him. The enrollment process was rather straightforward. One merely needed to present the admission notice and scan their identification card on a scanner, after which all personal information would be retrieved from the computer. Subsequently, it was simply a matter of signing in the designated spots on the touchscreen. In just a few minutes, Chu Chen had inscribed his name on numerous enrollment documents. Then, a card printer beside him spat out a student card, and the upperclassman, referred to by Xiang Xiaodian as A Biao, cast a scrutinizing glance at Chu Chen before handing him the card. Chu Chen nonchalantly accepted the card, glanced at his phone for the details regarding his dormitory location and number, and proceeded in the direction of the dormitory. Chapter 59. Is she your aunt? Not long after he had set off, Huang Dexian's panting voice echoed from behind. Chu Chen, wait for me. Although not particularly fond of Huang Dexian's incessant chatter, he had sincerely offered his counsel moments ago, so Chu Chen felt it inappropriate to pretend not to hear. He halted, turned around, and inquired, what is it? Gasping for breath, Huang Dexian rushed over, his body jiggling with every step. We should go to the dormitory together, he urged. Chu Chen found his appearance somewhat amusing and nodded with a smile. I'm in room 302. Which dormitory are you in? Huang Dexian asked cheerfully. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they were assigned to the same building? Would he now have to coexist with this rotund fellow daily? 301. Chu Chen replied. I never expected us to be so fated, sharing the same building. We'll be roommates. Huang Dexian exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in delight. Indeed. What a coincidence, Chu Chen replied, somewhat resigned. As they exchanged pleasantries, they arrived at the dormitory area. The dormitories at Eizhou University are divided into two sections, one for the students of the Beast Master Academy, located in the southeast corner of the university, separate from other colleges. The Beast Master Academy resembles an independent institution, a deliberate arrangement by the school for easier management. After all, the path of a Beast Master diverges significantly from that of a typical university student, and mingling could inevitably lead to conflicts. Thus, separating the two areas allows for a more manageable environment. The dormitories for Beastmaster Academy students differ greatly from those of ordinary students. Here, the accommodations are independent suites, with two students sharing a suite that includes a bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and living room, in addition to a spacious courtyard that facilitates interaction between the Beastmasters and their beasts. Chu Chen and Huang Dexian were fortuitously assigned to the same dormitory building. Upon entering the dormitory, both were pleased with the conditions. After unpacking their belongings in their respective rooms, they set off together to familiarize themselves with the campus. Just as they stepped outside, Huang Dexian triumphantly produced a flashy sports car, inviting Chu Chen to hop in. Originally, Chu Chen had intended to retrieve his own off-road vehicle, but upon seeing Huang Dexian's car, he abandoned that thought. The sight of Huang Dexian's rotund physique juxtaposed with the sleek sports car seemed incongruous to Chu Chen. He could not fathom why someone of Huang Dexian's stature would not be better suited to a large SUV. However, he merely chuckled to himself without voicing his thoughts. Despite his bulk, Huang Dexian was surprisingly agile, swiftly sliding into the driver's seat, which was filled to the brim with his form. Chu Chen chuckled and joined him in the car. The engine roared to life, and they sped through the campus. Huang Dexian clearly knew Eizhou University well, acting as a tour guide while driving, recounting the various facilities and locations with remarkable familiarity. Chu Chen gazed at him in astonishment, curious as to how he had acquired such knowledge. Huang Dexian, noticing Chu Chen's puzzled expression, grinned and said, My aunt is a professor here at Eizhou University. I've often come to visit. Realization dawned upon Chu Chen, and his regard for Huang Dexian grew. It was evident that Huang Dexian's suggestion to explore the campus had been entirely to assist him. After touring the campus, just as they were about to head back to the dormitory, a figure suddenly blocked their path. Huang Dexian slammed on the brakes, barely avoiding a collision. Chu Chen turned to see a tall woman in an OL uniform standing in front of the car, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her features were exquisite, and her figure was striking. Her bright eyes sparkled like pools of water, captivating and enchanting. The meticulously tailored OL uniform accentuated her curves, particularly the white blouse, which seemed perilously close to bursting at the seams. At that moment, her expression was frosty. her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation as she slammed her hands onto the hood of the car, causing it to tremble. From Chu Chen's perspective, the scene was undeniably alluring. The depth of her cleavage sparked vivid imaginations, while her snow-white curves danced with her movements, exuding an almost palpable allure. Chu Chen shut his eyes and inhaled deeply. Huang Dexian, did I not tell you not to speed on campus? The woman admonished sharply. Chu Chen glanced toward Huang Dexian, whose face was now a mask of panic. His gaze darting about, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was evident that he held a considerable fear of the woman before them. Chu Chen found himself perplexed. However, Huang Dexian's subsequent words left him astounded. Aunt, I wasn't speeding. I was just showing my roommate around the campus, he stammered. His expression a mix of anxiety and defensiveness. This woman was Huang Dexian's aunt. They appeared to be of a similar age, and in terms of looks and physique, there was little resemblance. Chu Chen felt his mind reel. The woman seemed to only then notice the presence of another person in the car, her cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment as she offered Chu Chen a smile. Ahem, and who is this? Your roommate? Aunt, this is Chu Chen, Huang Dexian hastily introduced. Hello. Chu Chen. I'm Huang Dexian's aunt, Huang Ying, she greeted warmly. Hello, Professor Huang, Chu Chen replied, momentarily at a loss for how to address her. It would be awkward to refer to her as aunt given her youth, but recalling Huang Dexian's earlier mention of her being a professor, he opted for Professor Huang. Huang Ying responded, somewhat awkwardly, before turning back to Huang Dexian. Since you were showing your roommate around, make sure to do it properly. If I catch you speeding on campus again, you know the consequences. After delivering her warning, Chu Chen barely had time to register her departure before Huang Ying vanished from sight. Huang Dexian exhaled a sigh of relief, patting his chest. Chu Chen, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble today. Why are you so afraid of your aunt? Chu Chen inquired, puzzled. Indeed, you have no idea. I've been bullied by her since childhood. It has left me with psychological scars, replied the chubby boy with a look of despondency. You've been bullied by her all this time? She can't be much older than you, Chu Chen remarked incredulously. How can a girl constantly bully you? You don't understand. Although she is only 4 years my senior, I couldn't stand up to her as a child. By the time I grew taller and matched her height, she had awakened as a beast master, and I was no match for her, let alone now. I am merely a junior beast master. While she has already attained the rank of senior beast master, the chubby boy lamented. A senior beast master? At such a young age? Chu Chen exclaimed, astonished. Yes. Otherwise, how do you think she became a professor? She is the youngest senior beast master in the history of Eizhou University. At just 22 years old. Can you imagine how few there are across the entire Dragon Kingdom? The chubby boy couldn't help but express a sense of pride. Wow. Chu Chen gasped, utterly taken aback. He had thought that possessing the Chaos Divine Tree made him one of the top talents among his peers, but now he realized there were greater talents beyond. Arriving at Eizhou University and encountering such a prodigy was a shock. A 22-year-old senior beastmaster, perhaps even his brother, who was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, could not compare. Chu Chen's yearning for improvement intensified. Chapter 60. Someone comes to stir trouble. The two had grown quite familiar along the way, and upon returning to the dormitory, Huang Dexian continued to engage Chu Chen in conversation. Through Huang's words, Chu Chen gained a deeper understanding of him. Huang Dexian hailed from Mian City, the second largest city in Eizhou province, where the Huang family stood as the most prominent clan, far surpassing the Zheng family. The Huang family not only possessed their own spirit energy stone mine, but also a breeding base for spirit beasts, maintaining business relations with various families in Eizhou. Huang Dexian's father was the current head of the Huang family, meaning Huang Dexian was born with a proverbial golden key. However, his mother had passed away early, and his father later remarried multiple times, with the youngest wife bearing him a son. After the birth of his younger brother, his father's affections shifted predominantly towards the child, leaving Huang Dexian with little care beyond material support. Only his aunt, Huang Ying, had consistently looked after him, albeit with a strict demeanor, earning Huang Dexian's respect. Seeing similarities in their backgrounds, Chu Chen felt a natural affinity towards Huang Dexian, despite his circumstances being considerably better. However, Chu Chen refrained from disclosing his own background. Noticing Chu Chen's apparent reluctance to discuss it, Huang Dexian wisely chose not to press further. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed from outside. The two exchanged puzzled glances, and Huang Dexian eagerly dashed to open the door. Upon opening it, he found several unruly boys standing outside, who cast a fleeting glance at Huang Dexian before smirking and asking, "Where's Chu Chen?" Huang Dexian sensed that the visitors were up to no good and was about to reply that Chu Chen wasn't there. But Chu Chen had already spoken, his tone calm. "What's the matter?" The boys chuckled, and the leader shoved Huang Dexian aside, striding into the room. Huang Dexian stumbled back, nearly falling, eliciting laughter from the group. "You must be Chu Chen?" The leader, A youth with yellow hair asked mockingly. Yes, what do you want? Chu Chen replied coolly. Humph, do you really not know what you've done today? The yellow-haired youth said, tilting his head and glancing at Chu Chen while bouncing his leg, exuding a swaggering demeanor. Chu Chen merely regarded them with indifference, remaining silent. He recognized their identity as the lackeys of Xiang Xiaotian, the one who had attempted to cut in line during registration that day. Humph, you little brat. You offended young Master Xiang today, causing him to lose face in front of his sister-in-law. We're here to settle the score with you, the yellow-haired boy declared, growing bolder when Chu Chen remained silent. Why, you shouldn't be causing trouble here. Barging into a dormitory is against school rules. Huang Dexian bravely stepped forward, though his tone lacked conviction. Humph, you fatso. This is none of your business. You better get lost, or we'll handle you too, the yellow-haired boy threatened. Seeing this, Chu Chen stood up, unwilling to let Huang Dexian be dragged into trouble, and said, you stay out of this. He then turned to face the yellow-haired youth, his expression calm. What do you want? Do you want to fight? If so, let us go outside. It's too cramped in here, and you'll have to pay for any damage. The yellow-haired boy was taken aback, his disbelief morphing into laughter. Huh, kid, you've got guts. He mocked, raising his thumb. How dare you speak to us like that? You must be tired of living. What do you all think we should do with this kid? Ha ha, Li Xiao, this kid is so brave. We should give him a proper welcome. Let us go outside as he suggested. It's more spacious. A young man with beady eyes and a flat nose chimed in with a lewd grin. All right, then to the courtyard. You got it, brat. Let us go, guys. The yellow-haired boy called out, raising his arm. Chu Chen, hold on. I'll call my aunt to come help. Huang Dexian said anxiously, but Chu Chen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. No need. I can handle this. Don't trouble your aunt, Chu Chen replied, turning and walking towards the courtyard without looking back. Huang Dexian sighed helplessly, following him to the courtyard door. He planned to call his aunt for help if things turned ugly. You little brat, here's your chance. Do you want a one-on-one or a group fight? The yellow-haired boy taunted. What's the difference? Chu Chen replied nonchalantly. Ha. Of course, there's a difference. A one-on-one means you take us on alone, while a group fight means we all gang up on you. The yellow-haired boy laughed heartily. The others joined in the laughter, as if the yellow-haired boy had just told the funniest joke. Chu Chen remained unfazed, his expression calm as he regarded them, his disdain evident, as if looking at fools. Are you done? Are you going to fight or not? The laughter abruptly ceased, as if someone had choked them. The yellow-haired boy's expression darkened, his voice icy. You little brat, you've really done it now. Guys, let's teach this ignorant brat a lesson. With a command from the yellow-haired boy, the group lunged toward Chu Chen, their faces twisted with malice. Huang Dexian clutched his phone tightly, his palms slick with sweat. He had already dialed his aunt's number, ready to call for help at the first sign of trouble. But in an instant, he froze, his phone slipping from his grasp, forgotten, stunned, petrified, stiff. Huang Dexian's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape in disbelief, as the scene before him unfolded in stark contrast to his expectations. Before him, the yellow-haired youth and his companions were sprawled on the ground, groaning and wailing in agony. Yet, Chu Chen remained as composed as ever, standing in his original position as if he had never moved. However, Huang Dexian had witnessed clearly that Chu Chen had indeed acted when the group of thugs initiated their assault. His speed was astonishingly swift, in comparison. The movements of the thugs appeared to be in slow motion. Chu Chen's fists, elbows, knees, and feet struck the thugs with the precision of guided missiles, landing one after another. The thugs' attacks were effortlessly evaded by Chu Chen. He maneuvered through them as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, raining down heavy punches upon them until they lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to retaliate. The only sounds that echoed in the courtyard were the agonized wails of the thugs, reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. Chu Chen, standing at the same spot, cast a calm glance at the writhing figures on the ground and said coolly, "You have damaged the flora in my backyard. It is time we discuss compensation." As he spoke, Chu Chen tightened his fists and waved them in the air. Chapter 61, The Art of Compensation. The thugs, rolling and howling on the ground, were struck with terror at the sight of Chu Chen brandishing his fists. They had just experienced his terrifying prowess firsthand, as he had dispatched them all in mere moments. The fear they felt was far greater than any physical pain, and in an instant, they collectively knelt before Chu Chen, their faces contorted into forced smiles that attempted to exude goodwill. "Master Chu, let us discuss this amicably. Please, do not strike us again. We will compensate you." "Very well. Now, considering the numerous plants in my yard that you have trampled, how do you propose to compensate me? And what of those that were not crushed but have been frightened, thereby stunted in their growth? What compensation do you suggest for that?" Chu Chen inquired earnestly. His two questions left everyone present, including Huang Dexian, utterly astonished. How could he claim compensation for plants frightened into stunted growth? What kind of reasoning was that? Why not mention the damage to the soil, the air, or the feng shui of the place as well. These are merely the visible damages, the unseen losses, such as the soil, air, and feng shui, have also been compromised. How do you propose to account for those? Chu Chen continued, maintaining his serious demeanor. Goodness, he truly has a point. You are quite knowledgeable. Huang Dexian regarded Chu Chen with newfound respect, recognizing him as a master of reverse extortion. He felt inclined to kneel before Chu Chen and beseech him to take him on as a disciple. Initially, he believed his aunt to be the epitome of eccentricity, but now he realized that his roommate surpassed even that. Such a force would bring tears to a bandit's eyes and induce kneeling from a highwayman. Why the silence? Do you believe my reasoning to be flawed? Chu Chen asked, rubbing his fists together with an air of benevolence. No. You are entirely correct, Master Chu. Huang Mao hastily replied with a fawning expression. Indeed, we were merely so engrossed in your enlightening discourse that we momentarily lost our wits. Chimed in a youth with a rather lecherous demeanor. Very well then, given your sincere acknowledgement of your misdeeds and your correct attitude, I shall let you off this time. Upon hearing this, the thugs immediately prostrated themselves in gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Your attitude is commendable. It brings me great satisfaction. However, I was not finished speaking before you interrupted me, Chu Chen remarked, pacing with his hands behind his back. Master Chu, please command us. Huang Mao responded with a nervous grin. I said that letting you off does not mean you escape without penalties. You must still compensate for the damages. It is a matter of principle, Chu Chen stated matter-of-factly. The thugs deflated like punctured balloons, staggering and nearly collapsing to the ground. If you are letting us off, then why linger so long, giving us hope that we might escape compensation? Your prolonged pause nearly took our breath away. They had been on the brink of despair, but their faces revealed nothing but forced smiles aimed at appeasing Chu Chen. After all, they had encountered a force so formidable that they dared not provoke him further. Master, whatever amount you deem fit for compensation, we shall pay, Huang Mao quickly asserted. That phrasing is rather unappealing. It implies that I am extorting you. I am a reasonable person, Chu Chen replied earnestly. Yes, you are entirely correct, Master Chu. I was mistaken, Huang Mao quickly conceded, his attitude exceedingly proactive. I have calculated the total damages, which amount to 60,217. You shall each compensate me with 10,000 golden dragon coins. I will waive the remainder. Chu Chen stated with a serious expression, counting on his fingers. Goodness, you actually calculated that? Is this level of detail truly necessary? I was almost convinced you were sincerely calculating. Huang Dexian exclaimed, utterly bewildered by Chu Chen's approach. He felt as if he had been enlightened, opening the door to a new world, where a broad and radiant path lay before him. Although 60,000 was no trifling sum, the thugs were all scions of wealthy families, which explained their audacious behavior at school. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, they surrendered, each transferring 10,000 golden dragon coins to Chu Chen without further protest. Chu Chen, satisfied, waved them off after receiving their payments. Upon returning indoors, he noticed that the plump individual was staring at him with a strange intensity, occasionally licking his lips as though he were eyeing a sumptuous feast. Chu Chen, what did you do before? The plump fellow inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What do you mean by before? Chu Chen replied, puzzled by the odd behavior of the plump man. I mean, what did you do prior to this? The plump individual persisted, maintaining the same expression. I am just like you. At our age, what else can we do but study? Chu Chen sensed something was off and suspected the plump man might be unwell. Not quite. You are certainly not as simple as you claim. I can see through you, Huang Dexian asserted, his expression one of revelation. The shock had caused him to forget the lessons his aunt had taught him about respecting others' privacy. At these words, Chu Chen's heart raced. Had the plump man discerned his greatest secret? Did he suspect anything about his rebirth or his possession of the chaos divine tree? Thoughts swirled in Chu Chen's mind, his expression shifting between anxiety and uncertainty. If the plump man truly had unearthed his secret, he would be left with no choice but to eliminate him for safety's sake. Just as Chu Chen weighed the necessity of silencing Huang Dexian, he suddenly burst into laughter. You must have frequently engaged in such activities before, right? Beating others and then demanding compensation. Hearing this, Chu Chen relaxed, realizing that the plump man had merely misinterpreted his actions. Ah, Dexian, you are quite astute, Chu Chen replied. Following his lead, I had no choice. Being from a poor family, I had to rely on my own wits to gain strength. This was indeed the truth. In his previous life, Chu Chen had traversed the Yingzhan Bridge, engaging in all sorts of schemes to earn a few coins, including the occasional, reasonable request for compensation. Chu Chen, you are truly impressive. You are the first person, aside from my aunt, who has left me utterly in awe. To be frank, I nearly found myself kneeling before you just now. It was simply extraordinary. Huang Daxian exclaimed, his excitement manifesting in animated gestures, the rolls of his flesh creating waves. The scene was too picturesque. Chu Chen, unable to bear it, covered his forehead in disbelief. Chapter 62. Why is he not the least bit anxious? The 6 members of the gang, battered and bruised, hurried back to lament to Xiang Xiaotian. Upon hearing their woeful accounts, Xiang Xiaotian was incensed, rebuking them. Can't you summon your beasts? How dare you return in such a pitiful state? The 6 exchanged glances, their expressions filled with trepidation as they replied. Young Master Xiang, we would like to summon our beasts, but we dare not violate the school's regulations. Xiang Xiaotian glanced at them with irritation, dismissively waving his hand. Enough. Go tend to your wounds. Leave him be for the next few days. At the welcome party next week, we shall properly entertain that insufferable brat. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of the 6 lit up with fervor, as if a holy flame had ignited hope within them. Indeed, young Master Xiang is brilliant. How do we not think of that? Huang Mao grinned obsequiously. Exactly. Last year, when we first enrolled, we were ruthlessly bullied by those second-year students. This time, we must teach these newcomers a lesson, especially that insufferable brat, sneered the lecherous one. Humph. This time, I will make that kid regret ever coming to Izhou University. After the welcome party, it's the freshman's ranking competition. I'll ensure he doesn't even make it to the field. Xiang Xiaotian said with a chilling grin. Yes, young Master Xiang, we will follow your lead. Huang Mao and the others nodded eagerly, their eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. Brother Chen, the welcome party is just a couple of days away. You must prepare well, Huang Daxian said seriously as Chu Chen entered the living room. Chu Chen, somewhat dismissive, replied. What is there to prepare for? It's merely a formality. With that, he made to leave, intending to visit the Jiubao Pavilion as previously agreed upon with old Gao. He planned to sell the elixirs he had acquired after being pursued by 8 individuals from the Zhang family. Hey, don't be in such a rush to leave. Huang Daxian called out, hurrying to grasp Chu Chen's arm. This welcome party is not what you imagine. Although it's called a welcome party, it's essentially a show of force from the upperclassmen to the freshmen. A show of force? Chu Chen paused, regarding Huang Daxian with curiosity. Indeed, this is a little-known tradition of the Beast Tamer Academy at Izhou University. Every year during the first week of the new students' enrollment, the second-year students host this so-called welcome party, inviting all first-year students into a secret realm controlled by the school. Within this realm, freshmen must not only contend with an unfamiliar environment and the spirit beasts within, but also guard against being captured and beaten by the upperclassmen. Huang Daxian elaborated. Does the school not intervene? What if something goes awry? Chu Chen asked, perplexed. This is actually something the school deliberately encourages and covertly supports. The institution aims to humble every arrogant freshman, making them aware of the disparities, so they will strive harder in their studies. Don't think that the second years will bully us mercilessly. They too were once subjected to similar treatment when they first enrolled, Huang Daxian explained. His extensive knowledge was largely due to his aunt, who, despite the school's prohibition on discussing the welcome party's details, had inadvertently shared some insights with Huang Daxian out of concern for her nephew. On one occasion, he even stumbled upon videos of the welcome party on his aunt's unattended computer. Thus, he had a thorough understanding of the event. Oh, I see, Chu Chen replied nonchalantly, preparing to leave once more. To him, since this was unavoidable, it was better to face it head-on than to worry. Rather than fret, he preferred to seize the time to enhance his strength. However, Huang Daxian, seeing Chu Chen's indifferent demeanor, anxiously pulled him back. You still don't understand why I advised you not to provoke Xiang Xiaotian. Yesterday, while you dealt with those troublemakers he sent, it was largely because they were too afraid to summon their beasts. Once in the secret realm, they won't be subject to such restrictions, as long as no one dies. The school 1T intervened. Given Xiang Xiaotian's vindictive nature, having offended him, he certainly 1T let you off easily. Moreover, he ranks among the top 10 beast tamers in his year, possessing formidable strength. I've learned that he has a golden grade Gengjin tiger and a silver grade Zitong Jiao, both of which are among the top 50 spirit beasts. Huang Daxian, full of concern, recounted everything he had gathered about Xiang Xiaotian. Chu Chen, touched by Huang Daxian's worry for him, smiled and said, Thank you, Daxian. I understand, and I will be cautious. With a pat on Huang Daxian's shoulder, he turned and exited. Huang Daxian was taken aback, puzzled by Chu Chen's calmness. Logically, upon hearing such news, especially regarding Xiang Xiaotian's strength, Chu Chen should have been anxious. Yet he appeared utterly unfazed. Could it be that his strength far surpassed that of Xiang Xiaotian? No, if that were the case, he would have undoubtedly been admitted to top-tier institutions like Imperial Capital University or Magic City University, not Izhou University. Or was it that he preferred not to show fear in front of others, fearing it would tarnish his pride? After much contemplation, Huang Dexian concluded that Chu Chen must be concerned about his image, afraid to display anxiety, even though he was likely very apprehensive inside. With a resigned sigh, Huang Dexian muttered to himself, if he truly encounters danger, I'll just have to use one of the trump cards my aunt gave me to help him out. After all, how could I just stand by and watch? Unbeknownst to Chu Chen, who had already driven out of the school gates, he headed straight to the Jiubao Pavilion's main store in accordance with the address given by Old Gao. The Jiubao Pavilion's main store was situated in the heart of Tiandu, covering over 30 acres, with a 13-story building serving as the retail outlet. Each floor displayed different goods for sale, with the quality and price ascending with each level. Behind the main building were several other structures. The ones closest were office buildings, while further back lay the staff residential quarters. Behind those, an independent courtyard housed the residence of Gao Hansheng, the president of the provincial company, and his family. Upon arriving at the Jiubao Pavilion main store and explaining his purpose, the store manager promptly contacted Gao Hansheng to report the situation. Gao Hansheng instructed him to bring Chu Chen directly to his office. The store manager regarded Chu Chen with newfound respect, leading him courteously. Chu Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had expected to encounter disdainful individuals, but this time everything went rather smoothly. In truth, Chu Chen had been somewhat biased in his previous assessment. The manager he had encountered at the Jinsheng Jiubao Pavilion was an anomaly. The Jiubao Pavilion was renowned in the industry for its professionalism and attentive service, placing significant emphasis on employee training. Especially under the watchful eye of Old Gao, it was highly unlikely that any staff member would look down upon customers. Chapter 63, The Black Gold VIP Card. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Old Gao greeted him warmly. Chu Chen, come sit. Chu Chen approached, presenting a small selection of local specialties from Jinsheng. Old Gao, here are some local delicacies I brought for you. I hope you won't find them lacking. Oh, just come as you are. There's no need for gifts. Thank you. Please take a seat. Mr. Gao chuckled as he accepted the gift presented by Chu Chen. Once seated, Mr. Gao spoke amiably. I didn't expect you to arrive in Tiandu so swiftly. Indeed, I have come to study at Yizhou University. I completed my enrollment procedures just yesterday and thought to pay you a visit, Chu Chen replied with a smile, feeling genuine gratitude towards the elder who had previously aided him. Oh, congratulations. The president of your university is an old friend of mine. Should you encounter any difficulties at school, do not hesitate to let me know, Mr. Gao responded with a grin. Thank you, Mr. Gao. I appreciate your kindness, Chu Chen said, cupping his hands in respect. Mr. Gao waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. It's merely a trifling matter, a small gesture. After some light conversation, Chu Chen ventured, Mr. Gao, I also have another matter to discuss. I possess some elixirs that I wish to sell. Haha. Let me take a look. Mr. Gao smiled encouragingly. At his words, Chu Chen promptly retrieved the acquired elixirs. Mr. Gao examined them briefly and nodded. Most of these elixirs are produced by my treasure pavilion and are well preserved. However, these are primarily used to enhance cultivation. Why not keep them for yourself instead of selling? Chu Chen replied candidly. These elixirs hold little value for me, and I believe that medicine can be harmful. I prefer to cultivate through practice rather than rely on elixirs for rapid advancement. Mr. Gao regarded Chu Chen with a knowing look, filled with admiration, and nodded appreciatively. Indeed, you possess remarkable composure at such a young age. You are destined for greatness. Would you be interested in joining the Treasure Pavilion? We could provide you with cultivation resources. Surprised by the sudden invitation, Chu Chen pondered for a moment before smiling apologetically. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Gao. However, I have just begun my studies at university, and my abilities are still modest. I have not considered joining any faction. If I decide upon it in the future, I will seek to serve under you. Mr. Gao, seeing that Chu Chen remained composed and showed no signs of excitement at the offer, regarded him with increased respect and replied with a smile, that is perfectly fine. Focusing on your studies is the priority. I will purchase all these elixirs at an 80% discount of the original price. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen felt a surge of joy and quickly nodded. That would be wonderful. He had initially thought that selling them at a 60% price would be quite favorable. Given his past experiences in trading elixirs, Mr. Gao laughed heartily and summoned someone to collect the elixirs from Chu Chen while transferring the funds to his card. Additionally, here is a black gold VIP card from the Treasure Pavilion, a gift for you, Mr. Gao said, producing a finely crafted black gold card and presenting it to Chu Chen. With this card, you will enjoy an 80% discount on any purchase at any of our stores. When selling goods to the Treasure Pavilion, you will receive the highest prices. It also comes with a credit limit of 10 million gold dragon coins, allowing you to spend first and repay later. Chu Chen did not reach for the black gold card, his expression serious as he looked at Mr. Gao and said, Mr. Gao, such a valuable gift is too much for me. I am unsure how to repay you. Haha, do not overthink it. Consider this an investment from the treasure pavilion in you. While it offers you some discounts and conveniences, it ultimately serves to attract your business, which benefits us as well. Mr. Gao chuckled. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Chen furrowed his brow slightly before decisively accepting the black gold card with a smile. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Mr. Gao. Not at all. Ha ha ha. Mr. Gao laughed heartily. Mr. Gao, there is one more thing I would like to ask of you. Speak freely. I wish to purchase spirit beasts, beast corpses, crystals, and some damaged weapons and equipment regularly from the treasure pavilion. Would it be possible to arrange for them to be delivered directly to my dormitory at the university? Chu Chen articulated his needs. Oh, is that all? No problem at all. We offer free delivery services for Black Gold VIP users. You simply need to inform the store in advance of what you require, and they will deliver it to you punctually. Mr. Gao laughed heartily, satisfied with the response. Chu Chen nodded appreciatively. Mr. Gao, I will not take up more of your time. I need to procure some materials before returning to school. The upcoming semester is about to begin, and I must hasten to improve my strength. Very well, I shall not keep you. Please find the store manager, and he will assist you in selecting what you need, Mr. Gao said with a kind smile. After bidding farewell to Mr. Gao, Chu Chen entered the main hall. Upon seeing him, the store manager approached with even more respect. Mr. Chu, Mr. Gao has already informed me about your arrival. Allow me to guide you in selecting your desired items. Chu Chen nodded slightly, smiling. Thank you for your assistance. It is my honor to serve you. It is my duty, the store manager replied with a beaming smile that felt like a breath of fresh spring air. Under the manager's guidance, Chu Chen selected several previously unpurchased spirit beast corpses, crystals, and even a few beast corpses, along with some discarded damaged weapons and equipment. During checkout, Chu Chen presented his black gold card. The moment the store manager saw the black gold card, his eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Chu Chen grew increasingly fervent and respectful. With his purchases in hand, Chu Chen left the treasure pavilion, feeling immensely satisfied as he headed back to school. He estimated that these materials would significantly enhance Guai's strength, potentially elevating it to the 4th tier of gold. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chu Chen did not find Huang Dexian and promptly retreated to his room, eagerly tossing all the materials into the crystal core space for the chaos divine tree to absorb. Chu Chen then immersed his consciousness in the crystal core space. Sitting cross-legged beneath the chaos divine tree, he watched as the roots of the tree glowed with green luminescence, entwining and enveloping the spirit beast and savage beast corpses, crystals, and the damaged weapons and equipment, forming luminous green cocoons. Subsequently, streams of light flowed from the cocoons towards the chaos divine tree, with the luminescent points around the tree becoming increasingly dense, eventually concentrating on a tender green bud on the remaining branch. As the light gathered, the bud's brilliance intensified, transforming into a dazzling orb of light, like a green bulb. Gradually, the green light dissipated, and the bud unfurled slowly like a flower, sprouting its first leaf. The leaf was crystal clear, resembling green jade. A droplet of green dew slid down from the leaf, falling onto Chu Chen's forehead. Chapter 64. Promotion to Intermediate Beastmaster. A halo radiated from Chu Chen's forehead. He felt a surge of immense vitality flooding into his limbs, internal organs, and soul. As this overwhelming life force surged, his aura began to rise steadily. With a cracking sound, akin to a shell shattering, a certain constraint within him was broken. As the constraint shattered, Chu Chen's aura instantly reached its peak. In that moment, seated in his room, his clothes erupted, revealing a toned and radiant physique. He was enveloped in luminescence, appearing as though he were glowing. The scattered fragments of his clothing shattered the wooden furniture and left numerous dents in the walls. Ha ha ha. I have finally advanced to an intermediate beastmaster, Chu Chen exclaimed, glancing at his cultivation level, which had reached 21 stars, and laughed heartily. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a room in disarray, furniture in ruins, and he was taken aback. It seems this breakthrough was a bit too explosive. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, this scene would have been rather difficult to explain. Chu Chen hastily rose to his feet, hastily donned a piece of clothing, and set about tidying the room, gathering the damaged furniture and restoring order. Once he had completed these tasks, he once again entered the crystal core space. At that moment, the spiritual energy from those materials had been wholly absorbed by the chaotic divine tree, leaving behind only spores pulsating with the essence of life. Master, you have broken through. Guai exuberantly bounded to Chu Chen's side, its tail wagging joyfully as it circled around him. Chu Chen affectionately patted Guai's head, responding with a smile. Indeed. That's splendid. Just now, I sensed your aura surging dramatically. It was quite terrifying. I knew you must have achieved a breakthrough, Guai exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Guai, I originally intended to fuse all these spores to enhance your strength. However, now that I have made a breakthrough, I am planning to add a companion for you. What do you think? Chu Chen gently inquired, stroking Aguai's head. That would be wonderful. When you're not around, I can play with it, Aguai said, enthusiastically licking Chu Chen's hand with its tongue. Seeing Aguai's excitement was a novel experience for Chu Chen. He had always regarded Aguai as a diligent and obedient beast companion, and he had not anticipated this playful side. Observing the scattered spores, Chu Chen pondered briefly before selecting the most precious one, the spore that had transformed from the variant Golden Phoenix. The Golden Phoenix was already a formidable spirit beast, ranked among the top 100 in the spirit beast rankings. This particular variant had acquired ice capabilities, resulting in a significant transformation of its appearance. Its once fiery red feathers, adorned with golden spots, had now become ice blue, sprinkled with golden flecks, lending it an air of mystery and nobility. Chu Chen's intention in selecting this spore was to use it as the core for fusing with the other spores to hatch a flying beast companion. This would greatly facilitate travel, pursuit, or escape in the future. Moreover, it would diversify combat strategies considerably. Resolute in his decision, Chu Chen commenced the fusion of the spores. As each spore merged into the variant Golden Phoenix spore, the radiance emanating from it fluctuated, becoming increasingly brilliant, and the life essence within grew ever more potent. Chu Chen could even faintly hear the sound of a heartbeat from within the spore. Aguai excitedly circled around the spore, occasionally sniffing it curiously. Chu Chen was filled with anticipation, hoping that he would indeed succeed in hatching a flying spirit beast, for this was merely a conjecture on his part. Previously, he had only fused spores derived from the same type of spirit beast for profit. No one knew what kind of spirit beast would emerge from the fusion of various breeds, ferocious beasts, and spores derived from weapons and equipment. While pondering, he continued to control the fusion of the spores, watching as their numbers dwindled. 10, 9, 8. Only 3 spores remained. Yet the variant Golden Phoenix spore showed no signs of impending hatching. Resolutely, Chu Chen merged the last 3 spores into the variant Golden Phoenix spore. The spore swelled yet again, its outer shell gleaming even more brilliantly. The heartbeat within grew louder, echoing like the distant sound of drums. Gazing at the enormous spore, which stood as tall as a person and measured about a meter in diameter, Chu Chen felt a mix of exhilaration and heartache. The excitement stemmed from the expectation that such a large creature would be quite formidable upon hatching. The heartache arose from the realization that had these spores been fused with Aguai, it could have elevated Aguai's strength by at least 2 minor tiers. With so many spores still unhatched, he was uncertain how much it would cost to bring them to fruition. Determined to proceed, Chu Chen contacted the manager of the treasure pavilion, ordering all the remaining over 40,000 golden dragon coins worth of spirit beast corpses, crystal cores, and other materials. Manager Li, upon receiving Chu Chen's call, was somewhat surprised by the quantity of what seemed to be relatively worthless items. However, as the manager, he understood well what he should and should not know. He promptly agreed to fulfill the order. As the stock at the main store was insufficient, he reached out to other branches to gather the necessary goods, finally assembling all the items for which Chu Chen had paid. Manager Li personally drove to deliver the items to Chu Chen. Upon receiving the spatial ring from him, Chu Chen swiftly cast all the materials into the crystal core space. After offering a brief thank you to Manager Li, he returned to his dormitory without further ado. Manager Li was taken aback, not expecting that Chu Chen would not even extend the courtesy of inviting him inside for a moment before shutting the door. He stood momentarily in a daze, gazing at the closed door, then glanced down at the spatial ring in his hand. This ring had been specially borrowed from Elder Gao. It possessed a vast space of nearly 10,000 cubic units. Such a large spatial ring was rare within the Treasure Pavilion's Izhou branch, with only a handful in existence. The fact that Chu Chen had managed to take all the goods from the spatial ring in one go indicated that he must possess a spatial ring of his own, suggesting a rather formidable background. In an instant, Manager Li's mind raced with thoughts, and his respect for Chu Chen deepened profoundly. Unaware of Manager Li's musings, Chu Chen returned to his room and once again immersed his spirit into the crystal core space, beginning to control the fusion of the newly generated spores beneath the chaotic divine tree with the colossal spore. As more spores merged, the towering spore grew yet again, reaching a height of 2 persons and expanding to a diameter of about 2 meters, with its surrounding glow becoming increasingly resplendent. Seeing this, Chu Chen resolved to hasten the hatching process and quicken the fusion speed. One by one, the spores were absorbed into the larger spore as if droplets merging into a pool of water. Crack! A crisp sound resonated. The brilliance of the spore's outer shell abruptly vanished, retracting into the spore itself. Subsequently, a fine crack appeared on the shell, and moments later, a radiant beam of multicolored light burst forth from the fissure. The light grew brighter and wider, and soon, the outer shell split in half and fell to the ground. Enveloped in the vibrant glow was a round, indistinct creature that, in a flash, had already collided into Chu Chen's embrace. Overwhelmed with joy, he focused his gaze and was astonished to find it was. Chapter 65. The surprise brought back by Huang Dixin. A creature the size of a basketball. The creature bore a resemblance to the golden phoenix, with a golden, hooked beak exuding a chilling aura. Its golden claws were extraordinarily sharp, capable of splitting mountains with the slightest grip. Its body was covered in iridescent, seven-colored metallic scales, and it sported a pair of wings, each feather shimmering with vibrant hues. Unlike the golden phoenix, this creature's tail feathers resembled those of an eagle, short and fan-shaped, with each feather akin to a sharp dagger, further enhancing its enigmatic allure. With a smile, Chu Chen stroked the creature in his arms, effortlessly establishing a contract with it. A mysterious bond formed between Chu Chen and the creature, and he felt his physical capabilities significantly enhanced once more. Gazing at the beast in his embrace, a profound sense of accomplishment welled within him. This is precisely the type of flying beast I have yearned for. As I had surmised, the characteristics of the spirit beast that ultimately hatches depend predominantly on the type of spore used. Since you are so resplendent and vibrant, I shall henceforth name you Little Color. Chu Chen gazed at the creature in his arms with a fatherly smile as he bestowed the name upon it. Upon hearing this, Little Color displayed a smile imbued with human-like qualities and let out an excited cry reminiscent of an eagle's call. How wonderful! I have a name now. Thank you, master. Chu Chen gently stroked its form, assessing its attributes. To his astonishment, it had already attained the rank of silver tier upon birth. Remarkably, it possessed a total of 5 innate skills. Ice Shield, which envelopes the body in a layer of ice to mitigate damage from attacks. Vitality, which grants an exceptional self-healing capacity. Poison Immunity, rendering any toxic assaults ineffective. Gale Force, which allows for extraordinary speed when activated. And Steel Claws, which inflict severe lacerating wounds on adversaries when unleashed. At the moment, Chu Chen successfully forged a contract with Little Color. A connection was also established between Aguai and Little Color, as Aguai hopped excitedly around Chu Chen. Master, let me see Little Color. Put it down, please. Chu Chen smiled softly and replied, Little Color, go ahead and say hello to your brother. Hello, brother. Little Color said shyly. Little Color, you are so beautiful. Aguai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Master, I wish to take Little Color outside to see the world. Can you let us out? Aguai gazed at Chu Chen with hopeful eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chen said, You may go out, but considering your size. Aguai immediately shrank down to the size of a Chinese rural dog, wagging its tail. Is this all right? Chu Chen glanced at Aguai and Little Color, both of whom blinked their eyes at him eagerly. He smiled slightly and said, Very well, I will let you out shortly. But you may only roam in the courtyard and must not venture beyond. All right, master. Aguai exclaimed joyfully, while Little Color flapped its wings and soared around Chu Chen. As Chu Chen exited the crystal core space and summoned Aguai and Little Color, he heard Huang Dixin shouting from outside, Brother Chen, I'm back. Chu Chen allowed the two little creatures to frolic in the backyard while he entered the living room. Upon seeing Huang Dixin's exuberant expression, he inquired with a smile. What is the matter? Have you found a treasure or something? You seem quite cheerful. Brother Chen, I have splendid news. Huang Dixin exclaimed excitedly. I just visited my aunt's house and inadvertently spotted a document on her computer. Can you guess what it said? With a mysterious demeanor, Huang Dixin's already small eyes squinted even further. Chu Chen shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Huang Dixin chuckled and whispered. The document stated that the top 100 freshmen with the best performances in this welcome event will receive merit points ranging from 10 to 1,000. Additionally, the top 10 teams of freshmen can also earn merit points between 100 and 1,000. What is the use of these merit points? Are they the same as those in the military? Chu Chen inquired, unfamiliar with such matters within the university. Yes, these merit points are akin to military merit and can be exchanged for cultivation resources and golden dragon coins. Furthermore, merit points serve as a standard for personal ranking. The cumulative total of merit points you acquire will determine your position and honor rank upon enlisting, Huang Dixin elaborated. Chu Chen, having experienced military life in his previous life, was well-versed in such regulations and did not interrupt Huang Dixin, feigning ignorance to enhance his friend's sense of pride. After a substantial while, Huang Dixin concluded his exposition on the regulations. Chu Chen appropriately expressed gratitude, stating, I truly appreciate your insights. Without your guidance, I would have been oblivious. But how is performance evaluated? That's quite straightforward. The secret realm is dotted with guard posts of the military. Each freshman must deliver the carcasses of the beasts they hunt to these posts for registration, and the military will award points based on the beast's levels. Additionally, freshmen can earn higher points the longer they evade capture by upperclassmen. The points accrued from hunting beasts and avoiding capture are combined. The higher the total, the better the performance, Huang Dixin explained. Chu Chen nodded in understanding and continued, what about the upperclassmen? Do they receive rewards as well? Of course. The rewards for upperclassmen are identical to those for freshmen. However, their numbers are only a tenth of the freshmen. Moreover, upperclassmen can also earn points by capturing freshmen. In addition to hunting beasts, Huang Dixin clarified. Once again, Chu Chen nodded. Such regulations were indeed simple yet effective, testing both the practical abilities of the students and their adaptability. Hee, Brother Chun, now you understand how crucial the secret realm map is under these rules, right? Huang Dixin said, proudly producing a map and waving it in the air. Chu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, is that the secret realm map for this welcome event? Yes, and it is a detailed map. It clearly indicates the locations of various beasts, their levels, the surrounding environments, and the positions of the guard posts, Huang Dixin boasted. This is far superior to the general maps distributed by the school that merely outline the areas where the posts are located. May I take a look? Chu Chen inquired. Curiosity piqued. Huang Dixin chuckled and spread the map out on the table, beaming as he said, Brother Chun, I'm rather mediocre in combat. When we enter the secret realm, you must lead me. I wish to achieve commendable results to show my aunt and the others. As Chu Chen examined the meticulously annotated contents of the map, he felt a surge of excitement. Having endured numerous battles in his past life, he understood the paramount importance of such a comprehensive map for survival and combat. All right, that sounds good. Just stick by my side when the time comes. Did you acquire this map from your aunt's place? Huang Dixin, brimming with pride, replied, I spotted it on her desk, and, taking advantage of her inattention, I secretly made a copy. Just look at how the name on this map is identical to that of the trial's secret realm. Observing Huang Dixin's self-satisfied demeanor, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly, feeling a growing admiration for Huang Dixin's aunt. He thought to himself, the chubby fellow believes he is being discreet, reveling in his cleverness. It's likely that most of this was intentionally revealed to him by his aunt. What a coincidence that he came across information about the welcome event just 2 days before it was to take place. However, Chu Chen chose not to disclose these thoughts to Huang Dixin, as some things are better left unspoken. It was sufficient for him to be aware. Bringing it to light might only invite complications. Having received Chu Chen's approval, Huang Dixin proceeded to register their team, which would serve as the basis for calculating their collective score in the future. Chapter 66, Welcome Event, Entering the Secret Realm. 2 days swiftly passed. When Chu Chen and Huang Dixin arrived at the playground to assemble, the area was densely packed with a throng of individuals. This year, over 20,000 freshmen had been admitted to the Beast Master Academy, and nearly all of them were present at this moment. After the principal delivered a brief yet encouraging welcome address, it was the turn of the dean of the Beast Taming Academy to announce the rules and rewards of the welcome event. The dean, an elderly gentleman with a sprightly demeanor, sported neatly combed snow-white hair. His gaunt face was etched with wrinkles, and he stood impressively tall, measuring over 6 feet 3 inches. Although his voice was soft, it possessed a remarkable penetrating quality. Even from the back of the line, Chu Chen could hear his words distinctly. Brother Chun. The dean's name is Zhao Dezuzu, whispered Huang Dixin, who stood beside Chu Chen. Do not be deceived by his frail appearance, for he is a half-step master beast tamer, a figure who once instilled terror across the myriad races on the battlefield. He has since retired to his alma mater, Izhou University, to serve as the dean of the Beast Taming Academy. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen felt a deep respect for the speaker, Zhao Dezuzu, who had dedicated his life to battling for the Dragon Kingdom and humanity on the battlefield, only to later devote himself to nurturing the next generation of beast tamers. Such an elder is deserving of universal admiration. Once Zhao Dezuzu concluded the announcement of the welcome event's rules, he declared the commencement towards the secret realm. The freshmen, blissfully ignorant of the lurking dangers, eagerly rubbed their hands together, brimming with excitement. In contrast, the over 2,000 second-year students beside them shared a different kind of exhilaration, one steeped in the thrill of impending retribution. Last year, they had been bullied. This year, it was their turn to torment the newcomers. Zhao Dezuzu, alongside more than 100 professors on stage, swiftly ascended into the air, summoning their respective flying beasts. In an instant, the playground was shrouded by the colossal forms of these beasts, casting a shadow that dimmed the surroundings. With a mere wave of their hands, the professors enveloped the students in a gentle energy, transporting them onto the backs of the flying creatures in the blink of an eye. Soon, the students were soaring high, and within moments, Izhou University vanished from sight. As Chu Chen stood atop his beast, he curiously surveyed the rapidly shifting scenery around him. The speed was astounding. He wondered when his little Kai could achieve such swiftness. In less than half an hour, the beasts had transported their riders to the entrance of the mountain's secret realm. They landed gracefully in a clearing before a circular portal emanating a soft radiance, nestled between two mountains. The entrance to the secret realm was situated in the central region of the Lage mountain range in northern Ijo province, an area once characterized by its sparse population and remote accessibility. However, with the emergence of the secret realm, the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Defense promptly dispatched station troops to safeguard the area, preventing ferocious beasts from emerging to wreak havoc. Subsequently, beast tamers flocked to the site, and as their numbers grew, a small town gradually formed nearby, now bustling with life and activity. The students observed the lively town, filled with the sounds of commerce and bargaining, exuding a rich atmosphere of daily life. What they did not realize was that this peaceful and tranquil environment was a hard-earned result of the soldiers stationed within the secret realm. As the freshmen streamed into the secret realm, many for the first time, they exhibited a mixture of curiosity and excitement. The second-year students, however, were not permitted entry until 2 hours later. After entering the secret realm side by side with Huang Dexian, Chu Chen quickly veered away from the main group, heading towards a location they had previously marked on the map. Huang Dexian's beast was a purple-horned ox, an exotic creature that thrived in mountainous terrains. Capable of traversing rugged paths with remarkable agility, it excelled in speed and defense, albeit lacking in offensive capabilities. Huang Dexian, riding atop the purple-horned ox, managed to match Chu Chen's pace on his creature, the Aguai, a testament to the ox's impressive speed. Initially, Huang Dexian mistook the Aguai for a mechanical dog merely used for transportation. However, upon realizing that its speed rivaled his own beast, he was taken aback and inquired further. When informed that the Aguai was indeed a beast, his curiosity intensified, particularly regarding its metallic appearance. Chu Chen revealed that his beast hailed from the battlefield of the myriad races, which quelled Huang Dexian's incessant questions, while simultaneously igniting a desire within him to acquire a formidable beast of his own in the future. After traversing mountains and valleys, the duo finally arrived at their chosen location, a basin surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, with a gorge leading directly into the heart of it. There was also a hidden narrow cave leading to the opposite side. The two had spent considerable time poring over maps in their dormitory before settling on this particular site for their trial. They chose this location not only for its strategic advantages, being easily defensible and difficult to attack, but also for its seclusion, as it was unlikely anyone would traverse the mountains to reach it, given that the nearest outpost was approximately an hour's journey away. Most importantly, while the area did not host a dense population of ferocious beasts, those that resided here were of a higher level. This made it an ideal hunting ground for Chu Chen, who possessed a beast with formidable single-target attack capabilities. As for Huang Dexian, he could only hope to keep pace. Every student entering the secret realm was equipped with a specially designed bracelet featuring a positioning function, allowing the teachers to monitor their whereabouts. Should a student find themselves in peril, they could press a distress button on the bracelet, prompting the nearest teacher stationed at various outposts to rush to their aid. Furthermore, the bracelet would display real-time point totals for the students, enabling both freshmen and sophomores to devise appropriate strategies in pursuit of better scores. The location where Chu Chen and Huang Dexian now found themselves was known for housing relatively high-level ferocious beasts, promising substantial points upon successful hunts. Their plan was to eliminate the beasts in this area before others could discover it, subsequently venturing deeper to hunt the strongest creatures, ensuring both of their scores would rank within the top 100. Regarding aspirations for higher placements, they would need to devise alternative strategies for additional gains. Chu Chen already harbored a plan in his mind, although he chose not to disclose it to Huang Dexian. While Huang Dexian aimed merely for a position within the top 100, Chu Chen set his sights on first place and the coveted 1,000 merit points. Having exhausted his savings, he was compelled to devise a means of earning money. Otherwise, he would lack the resources to nurture the Aguai and his little Kai. As they entered the basin, the two paused at its edge. Chu Chen surveyed the environment, noting the lush vegetation and winding streams, reminiscent of Ijo's landscapes, albeit devoid of human activity. Selecting a vantage point against the mountains, they commenced preparations to hunt the ferocious beasts, with Huang Dexian dispatching his purple-horned ox to lure the creatures forth, so that the Aguai could strike. The ferocious beasts here range from the 1st to the 5th rank of gold tier, and for Aguai, taking them on individually is a trivial matter. However, for most of the freshmen entering the secret realm, confronting such beasts alone remains a formidable challenge. Soon, a purple-horned bull came huffing along, followed closely by a lion-headed bull beast of similar size, concealed behind a thicket of tall grass. Aguai awaited the beast to enter his attack range. At Chu Chen's command, Aguai sprang forth from the underbrush, a flash of golden light emanating from his eyes, momentarily blinding the beast. In tandem, Aguai unleashed a wind and thunder slash, piercing through the creature's skull. Before the beast could react, Agaway had already extracted its crystal core and clutched it triumphantly in his claws. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing beast lay lifeless upon the ground. As time passed, their cooperation became increasingly harmonious, and their speed in hunting down the beasts accelerated, advancing deeper into the basin while dispatching foes. Their efficiency would surely astonish any observing instructors, while the seasoned upperclassmen would undoubtedly execute swifter kills against these lower-tier beasts. It is worth noting that they are all advanced beast tamers, commanding creatures of at least platinum rank. In contrast, Chu Chen and Agaway, both mid-tier tamers, possess only Agaway as their most formidable companion, a mere second-tier gold beast, while Huang Dishian's purple horn bull is a first-tier gold creature, ill-suited for combat. Thus, it is Agaway who truly spearheads their hunting endeavors. At this juncture, most new students had commenced their hunts. Some ventured forth alone, while others formed teams. A number of these teams had already claimed several beasts, leading to noticeable shifts in the rankings displayed on their wristbands. Chu Chen and Huang Dishian merely cast a fleeting glance at the leaderboard during their slaughter, paying little heed to the numbers. At this moment, the rankings held little value, as they primarily reflected the efforts of students who lacked confidence in their abilities. Those who managed to slay a few beasts hastily delivered their spoils to the outpost, fearful of being robbed. The truly capable individuals were engrossed in their relentless pursuits, never wasting time on the journey to submit their trophies. Second-year students had also infiltrated the secret realm. Rather than hastily capturing first-year newcomers, they leisurely roamed in groups, aware that seizing opportunities at this moment would not maximize their gains. Their strategy was to allow the first-year students to hunt for a while before swooping in to capture them, thus earning both capture points and seizing the beasts they had slain to exchange for additional points. Notably, some second-year students actively guided freshmen in their hunts. However, this was not an act of kindness. Rather, it served ulterior motives. Most of these second-year students were male, and they predominantly accompanied strikingly beautiful first-year female students. Among them was Xiang Xiaodian, who, alongside his entourage, including the scruffy-haired Huang Mao, was leading his girlfriend Su Qing'er and her friends in slaying beasts. Their group of over a dozen moved unhindered, with other second-year students refraining from provoking them out of respect for Xiang Xiaodian. Conversely, first-year students fled at the mere sight of them, akin to mice scurrying from a cat, terrified of being captured. With Xiang Xiaoyan's formidable prowess, no one dared contest them for the beasts. Their hunting efficiency was exceedingly high, with Xiang Xiaodian appearing particularly valiant and unmatched. Basking in the admiration of Su Qing'er and her friends, who showered him with praise, their words brimming with admiration. As time progressed, several second-year teams began capturing first-year students. Those of average strength lingering near the entrance of the secret realm found themselves ensnared, enduring a beating before reluctantly surrendering the beasts they had labored to kill. The few who maintained a clear understanding of their own capabilities fared better, as they still managed to collect some points, albeit having wasted time submitting their trophies. However, the most unfortunate were those who had been solely focused on hunting beasts without visiting the outpost. Upon capture, they received no points and lost access to the spoils of their hard work, rendering their efforts utterly futile. Xiang Xiaoyan's group continued to hunt while searching for Chu Chen's whereabouts. Their mission was twofold: to help Su Qing'er secure a commendable rank and, more importantly, to settle a score with Chu Chen. To this end, Xiang Xiaodian had communicated with other second-year teams to report any sightings of Chu Chen, promising a reward of 50 merit points for accurate information and 100 merit points for capturing him. Such a reward was not to be underestimated, as it could be exchanged for a staggering 100,000 gold dragon coins. For families like the Zheng clan, producing such an amount in one go would prove exceedingly challenging, underscoring the depth of Xiang Xiaoyan's animosity towards Chu Chen. His bounty had even led some weaker second-year teams to dedicate their efforts to searching for Chu Chen, as they realized that relying on hunting beasts and capturing freshmen to earn points would unlikely suffice to place them in the top 10. Unbeknownst to Chu Chen, he and Huang Dishian continued their enjoyable hunt in the basin, while a net designed to ensnare him was gradually tightening around them. The edges of this net were steadily encroaching upon the very basin where Chu Chen resided. Chapter 68. Points delivered to their doorstep. Ho Tinghua, an ordinary second-year student, possessed average academic performance and cultivation skills, being a mid-tier beast tamer with two lackluster beasts, one at the peak of silver rank and the other at silver rank 7. His family's circumstances were neither particularly good nor bad, providing him with training resources that were also average among his peers. Nonetheless, he was a decent person, surrounded by a few good friends. During this welcome event, he enlisted his friends to join, and fortune smiled upon them as they were selected. His friends shared similar strengths. After a brief interaction with Xiang Xiaodian, Ho Tinghua deliberated and ultimately resolved to prioritize the search for Chu Chen, while simultaneously hunting beasts and capturing newcomers as a secondary objective. Many other teams shared this strategy, fully aware that their group's capabilities could not compete with those of the true prodigious teams. Thus, locating Chu Chen and delivering him to Xiang Xiaodian was the most pragmatic choice to earn points. After a year of trials and tribulations, they had come to terms with reality, shedding their illusions. At this moment, Ho Tinghua and several of his companions were galloping towards the basin where Chu Chen was located, riding their respective beasts. Along the way, they effortlessly hunted down a few ferocious creatures. As for the freshmen they encountered, they merely seized their prey and departed, opting not to capture the newcomers. The reason was simple. They found the prospect of dragging along a group of captured freshmen too cumbersome and a waste of precious time. Old Ho, there's a canyon up ahead. We don't know where it leads. Should we venture in for a look? A young man riding a wind wolf rushed back to speak to Ho Tinghua. This youth, named Su, was the fastest beast rider among them, often taking the lead to scout and gather intelligence during their school missions. After a moment of contemplation, Ho Tinghua replied, "Let us take a look. We've come this far, and since we are surrounded by mountains, turning back would only waste more time." The others nodded in agreement. Thus, they pressed on through the canyon and into the basin. "Old Ho, come quick. There are bloodstains here," Su exclaimed excitedly as they advanced. Upon inspection, they indeed found a pool of blood on the ground. Ho Tinghua pointed to a shallow footprint and remarked, "This is the blood of a ferocious beast, and its color indicates it was recently spilled. The nearby prints suggest that humans were here before us, indicating that someone has hunted ferocious beasts in this area. Let us follow the trail." "All right," the others replied, their faces alight with excitement. They followed the traces left by Chu Chen and his companion as they hunted, soon catching sight of the duo who had just slain a beast. Recognizing Chu Chen, they were overjoyed and surrounded him with beaming faces. "You are Chu Chen?" Ho Tinghua asked, glancing at the photo of Chu Chen provided by Xiang Xiaotian, barely able to contain his excitement. Chu Chen looked at the newcomers and felt a hint of surprise at their direct inquiry about his name. However, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Yes. What brings you here to seek me?" "Ha, you are indeed Chu Chen. It's a stroke of fortune to find you so easily. Let me tell you, you are quite valuable now. Xiang Xiaodian has placed a bounty on you. If we capture you and hand you over to him, we will receive 100 merit points. That is quite a sum, one that would take a whole semester of arduous tasks to earn at school. Who would have thought our luck would be so fortuitous? Stumbling upon you like this? You truly are our fortune." Ho Tinghua laughed heartily, and his friends joined in, their laughter echoing. Huang Dexian, with his plump face showing a hint of panic, leaned in and whispered to Chu Chen, "Brother Chen, what should we do? We're surrounded." Chu Chen turned to him, offering a reassuring smile and a slight nod. "I didn't realize I was so valuable. Xiang Xiaodian is indeed generous." Chu Chen chuckled. "Indeed. We are puzzled as to what you have done to warrant such a high price on your head." Ho Tinghua continued, "But as you can see, you and your companion are no match for us. I advise you to submit peacefully. We harbor no grudges against you and wish to avoid any harm. Brother Chen, if it comes to a fight, I'll tell you to run. Don't linger," Huang Dexian said earnestly, gazing intently at Chu Chen. Chu Chen was taken aback by Huang Dexian's serious expression. It was the first time he had seen him look so earnest. However, he felt a warm satisfaction at Huang Dexian's concern and replied with a smile, "No need to worry. I can handle these few. Just watch from the sidelines." Though Chu Chen's voice was low, every word was heard clearly by Ho Tinghua and his companions, all intermediate beast masters. Su scoffed derisively. "Humph. What arrogance. You think you can take on 5 of us alone? You must be afraid of your bravado backfiring." After venting his frustrations through ridicule, Su impatiently turned to Ho Tinghua, saying, "Old Ho, let us stop wasting time with this kid and just take him down to claim our merit points." The others readily agreed. With a frown, Ho Tinghua declared, "Since you refuse to submit, we will have to take action." With that, he waved his hand, and the group leapt from their beasts, which lunged towards Chu Chen and his companion. As the 5 beasts charged within a meter of Chu Chen, he commanded, "Aguai now?" What unfolded next left Ho Tinghua and his comrades dumbfounded. The ground within a 25-meter radius around Chu Chen and his beast transformed into a churning sea of fiery magma. Their beasts found themselves immobilized, as if burdened by an immense weight, unable to move an inch. The magma scorched their beasts, and their spiritual energy visibly dwindled. Shock, petrification, stiffness. How could Chu Chen's beast be so terrifying? How could a mere freshman possess a golden-level beast? As they watched their beasts wailing in agony, they felt utterly helpless. It wasn't that they did not want to help, but with their strength, they were powerless to intervene. Summoning another beast? That would only serve to deliver themselves right into Chu Chen's hands. Ho Tinghua, being the most level-headed among them, quickly regained his composure and urgently spoke, "Chu Chen, please stop. We were blind and have offended you. I ask for your mercy, spare our beasts. Indeed, Chu Chen. We are all classmates here. We will see each other at school. Please let us off this time, Siesu added, his earlier arrogance replaced by a sheepish grin. Oh, now you remember we're classmates? You didn't seem to care about our camaraderie when you planned to capture me for merit points, Chu Chen retorted coldly. The group's faces flushed with embarrassment at his words. Seeing that their beasts could not endure much longer, Ho Tinghua disregarded any lingering pride and pleaded, Chu Chen, we were foolish. Please show mercy and spare our beasts. We can compensate you for your losses. Chapter 69, Captives. Ho Tinghua understood that if Chu Chen continued to maintain this fiery onslaught, their beasts would be left severely harmed, a devastating blow to them. It was better to offer some resources to save their beasts, minimizing their losses. Chu Chen regarded Ho Tinghua thoughtfully and nodded in approval. Very well. Since you are willing to compensate, we can discuss terms. Upon hearing Chu Chen's response, the group sighed in relief. As long as they could resolve the matter with resources, it was manageable. Just then, Chu Chen spoke again. However, I do not trust you. What if I release your beasts and you turn against me? That won't happen, we promise. Ho Tinghua and the others quickly assured him. No. I do not trust you. Chu Chen shook his head firmly. What must we do for you to trust us? Ho Tinghua asked urgently. Let us do it this way. You all surely have spirit-binding handcuffs on you. Bind yourselves, and I will allow my beast to lift the magma field. Chu Chen stated calmly. The group exchanged hesitant glances, their faces filled with uncertainty. If you are all unwilling, then I am even more hesitant to place my trust in you, Chu Chen remarked, his expression darkening as he spoke in a cold tone. Ho Tinghua glanced at his companions, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes, and boldly declared, Brothers, let's face the music. With that, he produced a pair of spirit-binding handcuffs and secured them around his wrists. The others, witnessing this, hesitated momentarily before following suit, each binding themselves in turn. Xiener, please verify that they are all properly cuffed, Chu Chen commanded. Huang Dexian, brimming with excitement at the request, scampered over to each individual, meticulously checking the spirit-binding handcuffs to ensure they were secure. After confirming all was in order, he nodded at Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Chen instructed Guai to dispel his skill. The pressure weighing down on the magical beasts of the captives lifted, causing them to collapse to the ground. Akin to a person who's taut, nerves finally relaxed. Subsequently, the magical beasts vanished, for once their masters lost their spiritual energy. Any uncontrolled beasts would be forcibly recalled to their respective spaces. Chu Chen surveyed the group and slowly spoke. Now, surrender your spatial rings. Consider it compensation for my losses. Without waiting for their consent, he gave Huang Dexian a knowing glance. Huang Dexian understood immediately and eagerly approached, stripping the spatial rings from the fingers of the captives. Bound by the spirit-binding handcuffs and devoid of any ability to wield their spiritual energy, the captives could not muster any resistance. They were like fish on a chopping board, forced to endure their plight in silence. Chu Chen examined the contents of the spatial rings, extracting the corpses of fierce beasts, energy crystals, and the spirit-binding handcuffs along with their keys. He left the other items untouched, not out of a lack of desire to seize everything, but because Huang Dexian had previously informed him of the rules. One could not seize personal belongings aside from beast corpses, lest they incur severe penalties from the academy. This rule, originally intended to protect newcomers, unexpectedly safeguarded Ho Tinghua and his companions instead. Returning the rings to their owners, Chu Chen continued, Can any of you contact others? Ho Tinghua and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of why Chu Chen posed such a question. However, now that they had become his prisoners, they dared not remain silent. Ho Tinghua cautiously replied, We can contact them, but may I inquire as to why you ask, Chu Xiao? What I intend to do is none of your concern. Chu Chen interrupted, raising a hand imperiously. From now on, I will ask the questions, and you will respond. No one speaks unless addressed, understood? The group nodded in compliance. How strong is your sophomore team this year? Where does Xiang Xiaoyan's team rank among all the teams? What is your position? Chu Chen inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Ho Tinghua answered, Xiang Xiaoyan's team should be among the top 3, alongside 2 other teams of comparable strength. He proceeded to detail the situation of all the teams in a comprehensive manner. Minutes later, Chu Chen had committed to memory the strengths of nearly all the sophomore teams participating in the welcoming event. His mental acuity was exceptionally sharp, and retaining information was merely a fundamental ability for him. He commanded Guai to create a large opening in the mountainside, then instructed Huang Dexian to usher Ho Tinghua and his companions into the cave. Understanding their fate as captives, they entered the cave with their heads hung low, resigned to their circumstances. After arranging the situation, Chu Chen utilized a communication device exclusive to the leaders of the hunting teams to send a message to one of them. In the secret realm, communication was impossible. Only the most rudimentary text messaging was allowed. Moments later, he received a response. "We are on our way." No more than 10 minutes. Upon reading the enthusiastic exclamation marks, a cunning smile crept onto Chu Chen's face. The bait was set. "Old ho, we are coming. Where are you? And where is that Chu Chen?" A rugged voice boomed. Though the individual had yet to appear, his voice had already arrived. Chu Chen concealed himself within a thicket, peering through the gaps in the trees towards the source of the sound. Shortly thereafter, a group of 6 emerged into view. The leader was a tall, muscular man with a dark complexion, thick eyebrows, and bulging muscles that nearly strained his uniform. Beneath him was a majestic striped tiger, its elongated fangs glinting menacingly. The 6 quickly approached the thicket. A subtle smile played on Chu Chen's lips as he issued a command, and Aguai's eyes emitted a blinding golden light. As the 6 halted and scanned their surroundings for Ho Tinghua and the others, a flash of gold enveloped their vision, plunging both them and their beasts into darkness. Realizing the peril they were in, the 6 felt their bodies become immobilized, as if an immense weight bore down upon them, rendering them breathless. Moments later, their vision returned, revealing a striking young man before them, flanked by a creature clad in dark metallic armor. Its gaze locked onto them with predatory intensity. They found themselves surrounded by bubbling, fiery magma. "You are Chu Chen," the muscular youth exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Chen nodded, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Indeed, I am. And your comrades? They have been captured by me and are currently in a safe location." His expression remained serene as he gestured towards their beasts, advising, "However, I suggest you concern yourselves with your own well-being first. Delay any longer, and your beasts might truly come to harm." The dark, robust youth's eyes narrowed. "What do you intend to do?" I merely wish for you to surrender your points." Chu Chen replied with a carefree smile. The expressions of the muscular youth and his companions turned ashen. They understood they had fallen into a trap. Despite being intermediate beast masters, their strength was comparable to that of Ho Tinghua and his group, with their strongest beasts barely reaching the pinnacle of silver. Faced with the second-tier golden Aguai, and caught off guard within its magma domain, they were utterly suppressed, leaving them no chance of turning the tide. With resignation, they chose to submit, willingly binding themselves with the spirit-binding handcuffs. Following this, Chu Chen employed the same strategy and captured over 40 sophomore teams. The number of sophomore students he had apprehended now exceeded 700. These individuals were primarily from the lower ranks of the sophomore class, and they stood no chance against Chu Chen's sudden onslaught. Huang Duxian gazed at the multitude of senior students confined within the cave, an indescribable thrill and pride swelling in his chest. This was the accomplishment he shared with Chu Chen, although capturing these seniors yielded no points. The prestige of such an achievement far outweighed any numerical value. Others might not grasp the significance, but he understood all too well. For years, the tradition of the new student welcoming event at Ejo University's Beastmaster Academy had never seen the likes of sophomore students being captured by freshmen. What he and Chu Chen had accomplished was an unprecedented feat. As he contemplated this, imagining the envious and admiring expressions on everyone's faces once they learned of their remarkable achievement, Huang Duxian's excitement caused his very flesh to quiver. The gaze directed at Chu Chen was devoid of any pretense, radiating fervent admiration. Without Chu Chen, he would have been too intimidated to even encounter the sophomore seniors, let alone capture one. Such thoughts were utterly beyond his imagination. Huang Duxian felt immensely fortunate. Had he not fortuitously met Chu Chen during their enrollment and subsequently ended up in the same dormitory, he would likely never have had such an opportunity. Furthermore, given their current success in hunting and the acquisition of the ferocious beast's corpse crystals, exchanging them for points would effortlessly catapult his ranking into the top 100. Such an achievement would allow him to hold his head high before his aunt and the entire family. Chu Chen was poised to continue his strategy of luring in prey through messages when he heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps approaching from the direction of the canyon. His expression sharpened, and he swiftly concealed himself within the nearby thicket, focusing intently on the source of the sound. Moments later, 2 boys and 3 girls, each mounted on their respective beasts, rushed in, frantically fleeing for their lives. Upon spotting the thicket where Chu Chen hid, their faces lit up with relief. The leader of the group, a boy named Jiang Nan, exclaimed excitedly, "Quick! There's a thicket ahead. Let us hide there." Without hesitation, he dashed toward Chu Chen's hiding place. A girl of exquisite features and ethereal grace hesitated, voicing her concern. "Jiang Nan, what if there are ferocious beasts in that thicket? Isn't it too reckless to charge in like this?" Jiang Nan turned to her, reassuringly saying, "Ruyan, you worry too much. Even if there are beasts, they won't be formidable. This trial school surely prioritizes student safety. Our immediate concern is to evade those sophomore seniors." "Indeed, Ruyan, let's trust Jiang Nan." He has led us safely through encounters with those sophomores thus far. Another girl chimed in, casting furtive glances at Jiang Nan, clearly smitten by him. The remaining boy and girl nodded in agreement. Although Lu Ruyan harbored doubts, seeing the group's consensus, she decided to follow suit and rushed toward the thicket. In a team, the majority must prevail, and they would advance and retreat together. As they reached the thicket's edge, a shadow darted past, and before they could react, they felt an overwhelming force descend upon them, akin to a mountain pressing down, rendering them utterly immobile. Looking down, they were horrified to see a sea of crimson lava roiling beneath them. Panic surged through them, and without a moment's hesitation, they commanded their beasts to resist the onslaught of the lava and the invisible pressure surrounding them. At that moment, Chu Chen slowly emerged from the thicket, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You are now my captives," he declared. He casually tossed 5 spirit-binding handcuffs to the group. Faced with the situation, the 5 could only resign themselves to their fate and obediently secured the cuffs on themselves. Once they were bound, Chu Chen instructed a Guai to lift the lava field. While the lava's might was formidable, its consumption of spiritual energy was considerable, although a Guai was replenished by the chaotic divine tree. Chu Chen adhered to the principle of frugality and sought to conserve energy wherever possible. Approaching the group, Chu Chen relieved them of their spatial rings, sweeping clean the corpse's crystal cores within, before returning the rings to them one by one. When he placed the ring on the last girl, whom others referred to as Rian, he instinctively glanced at her. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, compelling one to steal another glance. With brows like distant mountains and eyes shimmering like autumn waters, beneath a straight nose lay a delicate crimson mouth, and her fair visage seemed as though it could yield water upon a gentle squeeze. Lu Rian had also been gazing at this boy, feeling a strange familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. Just as Chu Chen raised his gaze to meet hers after placing the ring, their eyes locked. Suddenly, Lu Rian recalled his name and exclaimed, "Chu Chen. You are Chu Chen." The others looked at her in surprise, Jiang Nan asking, "Rian, do you know him?" "Yes, he is Chu Chen, a fellow freshman like us. I saw him during the enrollment process," Lu Rian replied candidly. Chu Chen was taken aback to hear his name. He had noticed that they were all dressed as freshmen, yet he hadn't anticipated that anyone besides Huang Dexian would recognize him. "Chu Chen, we met during the enrollment process," Lu Rian reiterated eagerly. "We are all freshmen. There is no need for us to turn on one another. Please let us go," Jiang Nan implored, wearing a conciliatory expression. Chu Chen regarded them with a slight smile and said, "Indeed, we are all freshmen, but the rules state that freshmen may also engage in plunder. Thus, you are now my captives." With that, he led them toward the cave designated for holding prisoners. "Brother Chen, captured another batch, I see," Huang Dexian greeted with a grin. "Wait, Brother Chen, are these freshmen?" Chu Chen nodded affirmatively. "I'll leave them to you. I must go welcome some new customers," he said before riding off on a Guai. Lu Rian and the others followed Huang Dexian deeper into the cave. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of a multitude of disheartened sophomore seniors, sprawled in various positions, their hands similarly bound by spirit-binding cuffs. The 5 were utterly astonished. They felt petrified and stiff. Chu Chen had seemingly turned the tables and captured such a large number of sophomore seniors. Expressions of shock painted their faces, and their hearts were tumultuous with disbelief. Huang Dexian, unknowingly captivated by Lu Rian's beauty, found himself momentarily entranced. He gestured toward a vacant area, instructing, "You all should wait over there." His tone was noticeably softer compared to how he had addressed the sophomore seniors. Yet, Lu Rian and her companions remained in a daze, mechanically complying with Huang Dexian's words. Moving to the side, the seniors, witnessing yet more captives being brought in, displayed no reaction. Their faces were devoid of emotion, eyes hollow, as if they had seen through the trivialities of life. Meanwhile, Chu Chen had once again concealed himself in the small thicket, resuming his task of sending out messages to lure in more prey. "Brother Yang, I've discovered Chu Chen's whereabouts, but I worry that my team alone may be unable to capture him without letting him slip away. Hence, I would like to invite you to join me in this endeavor. Once captured, we can split the merit awarded by Xiang Xiaodian between our 2 teams. Would you be willing to assist?" Chu Chen sent the message forth. Moments later, a reply arrived. "Yang Hong. All right, Brother Ho, I agree. Quickly send me your location. I will bring my team over to assist you." Seeing the eagerness and joy in the response, Chu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he sent over the coordinates. Upon receiving the location from Chu Chen, Yang Hong beamed at his companions, saying, "Brothers, Ho Tinghua has sent us Chu Chen's location. Let us head there directly to capture him. Xiaoxing, take these freshmen back to our secret base and keep an eye on them with Zhao Yong and the others. Don't let them escape. We'll return after capturing Chu Chen." With that, Yang Hong and his 4 companions dashed toward the basin. The boy referred to as Little Xin felt a twinge of discontent and mild frustration as he approached to shoo away several first-year students they had captured, directing them toward their clandestine hideout. Their team comprised 7 members, who initially collaborated to hunt ferocious beasts and capture new students. However, as the number of captured freshmen increased, it became cumbersome to keep them close, thereby hampering their progress. Consequently, they sought a discreet location to confine these newcomers, intending to escort them to the outpost later. This method was not unique to their group. Several competent teams opted for the same approach, as it proved to be more efficient. Leaving personnel behind not only served to oversee the captives, but also to prevent rival teams from pilfering their prisoners. Little Xin returned to the secret camp, escorting a few captives. Zhao Yong and Zhang Feng, who remained at the camp, greeted him with some surprise. Little Xin, why are you alone? Where are the others? Little Xin waved his hand dismissively, saying, they went to capture Chu Chen. I was tasked with bringing these individuals back. Capture Chu Chen? Have you encountered him? The two exclaimed in delight. No, it was Ho Tinghua who informed Yang Hong, inviting us to join in capturing Chu Chen. Little Xin replied. Zhao Yong pondered. Why would Ho Tinghua want us to help? Isn't it more rewarding for them to capture Chu Chen alone? That's 100 merit points. He fears it may not be secure and that Chu Chen could escape, which is why he invited us, Little Xin elucidated. Well, at least he shows some self-awareness. But this benefits us greatly. Haha, Zhao Yong chuckled. It's not entirely at our expense. He and Yang Hong have agreed to split the 100 merit points equally between our 2 teams, Little Xin explained. Ho Tinghua is quite clever. This way, they risk little while doing us a favor, making it difficult for us to refuse any future requests, Zhang Feng analyzed. Little Xin and Zhao Yong nodded in agreement. Chu Chen and Aguai lay concealed in a small grove, patiently awaiting their unsuspecting prey. Most of the weaker teams had already been subdued by him, leaving only those with substantial strength capable of contending for a position in the top 10. Among these, Yang Hong's team was relatively weaker, though it still boasted 3 beast masters with golden tier beasts, including Yang Hong's, which had reached the 3rd stage of gold, while the other 2 were at the 1st stage. Chu Chen adhered to the principle of tackling the easier challenges first. As the 5 members of Yang Hong's team entered the basin, they slowed their pace, stealthily approaching the woods where Chu Chen was concealed. Observing their movements, Chu Chen felt a pang of doubt. Had his strategy been uncovered? Wasn't Yang Hong's team supposed to number 8? Why were only 5 present? At that moment, Chu Chen's communicator from Ho Tinghua chimed with a message from Yang Hong. Ho, where are you? Where's Chu Chen? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Chen replied, we are all in the small grove. I can already see you. Hurry over. Chu Chen is hiding in the woods. Why are there only 5 of you? Yang Hong's response arrived swiftly. We have 3 watching over the captured freshmen. Upon reading the message, Chu Chen furrowed his brow. The previous teams had not faced such a situation. This new development could jeopardize his plans. His mind raced as he quickly devised a strategy. Meanwhile, Yang Hong's group had stealthily approached, entering the attack range. With a decisive command from Chu Chen, Aguai's eyes gleamed with golden light as he leaped forth, activating the magma domain just as the others lost their vision. The entire attack sequence flowed seamlessly, executed flawlessly. Yang Hong and his team had no time to react before they were ensnared by Aguai's magma domain. Stepping out from the woods, Chu Chen stood beside Aguai, his expression cold as he addressed the group. You have been captured by me. Comply and put on the spirit-binding handcuffs to avoid harming your beasts. With that, he tossed the handcuffs to the 5. Yang Hong's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, You are Chu Chen? Was that message from you? Chu Chen offered a faint smile. You're not as dim-witted as I thought. Indeed, it was I who sent it. Now, hurry and put on the handcuffs. Let's not waste time. Yang Hong had already attempted to free his beast from the magma domain without success, and he regarded Chu Chen with a mix of concern and trepidation. The other 4 cast anxious glances at Yang Hong, hoping he would devise a plan for their rescue. However, with a resigned sigh, Yang Hong obediently donned the handcuffs. We might as well all put them on. There's no escape for us. The expressions of the others reflected their fright. If even Yang Hong had surrendered, they lacked the courage or ability to resist, and likewise complied with the handcuffs. Chu Chen, you are quite audacious to conceive of such a method. I commend you, Yang Hong said, gazing earnestly at Chu Chen. Chu Chen chuckled, commanding Aguai to deactivate the skill before stepping forward to remove the rings from the captives. This process was executed with remarkable efficiency. Within a minute, he extracted the corpses of the ferocious beasts and their cores from the rings and returned the rings to the captives. Yang Hong, I have a lucrative opportunity one wish to invite you to partake in. Are you willing? Chu Chen inquired with a serene smile. Huh. Now that I am in your grasp, what choice do I have but to comply? Yang Hong retorted with a chuckle. Of course you have a choice. Should you be unwilling, I would not press the matter. I am confident there are others who would gladly collaborate with me, Chu Chen replied. His gaze resolute and his smile confident. Do tell, Yang Hong urged, recognizing the sincerity in Chu Chen's demeanor. Yang Hong, my scheme for wealth is as follows. Chu Chen elaborated on his plans, leaving his audience in a state of astonishment, completely unprepared for his audacity. No, this was not merely boldness. It was audaciously reckless. Let us agree that the first-year captives belong to you, while the second-year captives and all the acquired ferocious beast corpses and cores will be mine. What do you think? Chu Chen smiled at the astonished expressions of the group, satisfied that their astonishment would facilitate the execution of his plans. Yang Hong furrowed his brow, contemplating. When a glint of insight flashed in his eyes as he regarded Chu Chen, very well, I agree. Qin Sihai, standing beside Yang Hong, exclaimed, Yang Hong, have you lost your mind? How can you cooperate with him? How will you navigate your second-year life afterward? Yang Hong shot a glance at Qin Sihai. Sihai, what was our purpose in attending the welcome event? To earn merit points, of course, Qin Sihai responded without hesitation. And when we encounter other second-year teams weaker than us, will we not seize their captives and spoils? Yang Hong pressed further. Certainly, but, Qin Sihai faltered. But what? Yang Hong pressed on. The difference is that we would be seizing them through our own efforts, while this partnership, Qin Sihai's words trailed off as he looked toward Chu Chen. Are you suggesting that seizing them independently is acceptable, but collaborating with Chu Chen is not? Yang Hong interrupted, not allowing him to continue. Are we not targeting the second-year students with the first-year students? How will we face our fellow second-year classmates afterward? Qin Sihai argued vigorously. Did you not notice that Xiang Xiaotian and his group are mingling with a bunch of first-year girls? Aren't there several teams similarly aligned with Xiang Xiaotian? It's different. They are merely after girls, Qin Sihai insisted. Haha, Sihai, you are overcomplicating the issue. Let us not forget that our purpose here is to earn merit. Since we are in pursuit of merit, the effectiveness of our methods is of no consequence, Yang Hong interjected. Brothers, the decision lies with you. If you are willing to collaborate with me and Chu Chen, then let us proceed together. If not, I shall not compel you, Yang Hong declared, gesturing at the group. After a moment of inner conflict, Qin Sihai finally stated, I choose not to participate. The other three hesitated briefly before deciding to join. Very well then, esteemed seniors. Let us proceed to my secret base, Chu Chen remarked, feeling elated that only Qin Sihai opted out. He promptly led the group towards the cave. Senior Yang Hong, feel free to choose anyone inside. The conditions remain the same. If they agree, you may take them with you, Chu Chen said as they walked. Yang Hong nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the cave, the scene that unfolded before them left Yang Hong and his companions utterly astounded. It became clear why their team had encountered no competition in capturing new students. Most of the second-year teams had already fallen into Chu Chen's grasp. The sight was overwhelming, and anyone unaware would assume that the second years were convening a meeting. The arrival of Yang Hong and his companions astonished the captured second-year students. They understood that Yang Hong's team was far more formidable than theirs. If even Yang Hong's team had been captured, what caliber of strength did Chu Chen possess? The gaze of the onlookers towards Chu Chen transformed from indignation to reverence. Chu Chen pulled Huang Dexian aside and laid out his plan. Huang Dexian was left in a state of disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard or was simply hallucinating. After pinching himself to confirm reality, he was flooded with elation, the excitement visibly causing his cheeks to quiver. This is absolutely insane. So exhilarating. Bring Jiang Nan and the others out, Chu Chen instructed Huang Dexian. Huang Dexian, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded vigorously and hurriedly called out for Jiang Nan, Lu Ruyan, and the others. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what scheme Chu Chen and the hefty fellow were concocting. Once outside the cave, Chu Chen regarded the five with a slight smile, stating, I have a business proposition for you. Should you agree, not only will I return the beast corpses and crystal cores I confiscated from you, but I can also elevate your scores into the top 100. The five were momentarily taken aback, stunned by Chu Chen's words. After a brief pause, Lu Ruyan asked, what do we need to do? Chu Chen replied with a smile, it's simple. You merely need to lure other teams into capturing you, guiding them to my ambush. Since you have already captured so many second years, surely you have a way to draw them in. Why must we do the enticing? Jiang Nan questioned. Oh, I have my reasons. Now, will you agree or not? Chu Chen pressed, refusing to address the inquiry directly. The implication left Jiang Nan's face flushed, feeling a pang of embarrassment. Lu Ruyan, after a moment of deep contemplation, finally spoke, I agree. Jiang Nan and the others looked at Lu Ruyan in surprise. To which she calmly retorted, none of you wish for a score of 0, do you? Their faces flushing, Jiang Nan and the others nodded in agreement. All right then. Since we are all in accord, let us sign the contract. Chu Chen produced 5 contracts and handed them to the group. The expressions of Jiang Nan and the others shifted uneasily, except for Lu Rian, who calmly reviewed the contract before swiftly signing it. Rian, how can you sign this contract? Once signed, it cannot be violated. Breaking it would invoke the wrath of the heavenly law, and the penalty is a staggering 100,000 gold dragon coins. Jiangnan exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Lu Rian glanced at Chu Chen before turning to Jiangnan and the others. The contract binds both parties. Should he breach it, he too will incur the penalty. It is a fair arrangement, but the terms are clearly stringent for us and lenient for him. Jiangnan protested urgently. Given the circumstances, the conditions he offered are already quite favorable. Again, I ask, do you truly wish for a score of 0? Lu Rian maintained her tranquil demeanor. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, ultimately signing their names on the contract with a resigned expression. Seeing this, Chu Chen smiled faintly and signaled Huang Dexian to release their handcuffs. Anticipating the imminent execution of their plan, Huang Dexian eagerly stepped forward and swiftly unlocked the restraints. Shortly after, Yang Hong emerged with a party of 8, including Ho Tinghua, a robust student, and 2 other team leaders. Chu Chen provided contracts for the 8, and after they signed, Huang Dexian released their handcuffs. The terms of their contracts were largely similar to those of Lu Rian's group, with the notable difference being a penalty of 1 million gold dragon coins for breach. Chapter 73, Leave No One Behind. At this moment, within the secret realm, the second-year teams were fervently capturing first-year students. While those first years who had yet to be caught were fully engaged in hunting beasts to accumulate points, these bold and fearless first-year students, particularly those in groups of 10 or more, dismissed the second-year students entirely, believing that although they might falter in one-on-one encounters, their numerical advantage would suffice to contend with the upperclassmen. Initially, Jiang Nan and his group shared this belief. However, upon witnessing a second-year team in action, they realized the vast chasm in their capabilities. Had they not fortuitously encountered a second-year team capturing another group of first-years and seized the moment to escape unnoticed, they too would have found themselves prisoners of the upperclassmen. Yet now, they had been granted a chance for redemption. Yang Hong dispatched one member of his team to the secret base to notify Xiao Xin and the others to relocate the captives to the basin. Meanwhile, he and the remaining members made their way to the canyon's exterior to await Chu Chen's orders. Chu Chen provided Lu Rian with a communicator to liaise with the second-year team leaders, instructing her and her group to lure them in. Before they departed, Chu Chen leaned in to whisper, "Do your utmost to attract every team you encounter, including first-years. Do you understand?" Lu Rian regarded Chu Chen with intensity and nodded. Once all was arranged, Chu Chen stealthily retreated into a small cave at the canyon's edge, patiently awaiting the arrival of his unsuspecting prey. To enhance concealment, he had instructed Guai to create a small cave in the cliffside, just spacious enough for them to hide. Additionally, he had Guai dislodge a massive boulder to block the canyon's entrance, leaving only a narrow passage for a single person. The cave's entrance afforded a clear view of the narrow path leading into the basin, ensuring that no movement would escape his vigilant gaze. Shortly after Lu Rian and her group exited the canyon, they encountered a team of over 10 first-year students. Upon seeing Lu Rian and her companions, the group's faces lit up with greedy smiles. Lu Rian and her team feigned surprise and promptly turned to flee on their beasts. The first-years, unwilling to let their quarry escape, urged their beasts to pursue. As one fled and the other pursued, the two teams swiftly plunged into the gorge, drawing ever closer to the mouth where Chu Chen lay hidden. "Ha! Do not bother fleeing. You cannot escape. Hand over your prey obediently, and we shall spare you," roared the leading members of the group, chasing Lu Rian and her companions, their laughter growing increasingly boisterous as the distance diminished. Upon reaching the end of the gorge, where a massive boulder obstructed their path, Lu Rian and her 4 companions halted and turned to face their pursuers. The leader of the group laughed heartily, gesturing for his comrades to slow their pace as he swaggered toward the gorge's entrance. "Why have you stopped fleeing? Continue running." "Ha!" The group cackled, believing that Lu Rian and her companions had stumbled into a dead end, now trapped like fish in a barrel. Yet, before their laughter could fully resonate, it was abruptly silenced, as if a hand had clamped down on their throats, leaving them gaping in shock without a sound. Lu Rian and her companions wore mischievous smiles as they beheld the group ensnared within the treacherous magma domain of Guai. The leader's expression shifted to one of dread as he gazed at Lu Rian, muttering, "You lured us here on purpose, didn't you?" Lu Rian replied with a faint smile, "You are not entirely foolish, but alas, your realization comes too late." At that moment, Chu Chen emerged slowly from the cave, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "You have been captured. Put on the spirit-binding handcuffs willingly, or prepare to watch your beast roasted alive." With that, he tossed the handcuffs to the group. Dejectedly exchanging glances, the members of the group had no choice but to comply and don the handcuffs. Chu Chen swiftly cleared the crystal cores of the fierce beasts from their spatial rings and commanded Guai to escort the captured group to Huangdexian. For the sake of efficient management, all previous captives had already been relocated to a newly excavated cave near the gorge's mouth, courtesy of Guai. The second wave of captures commenced, followed by a systematic sweep, apprehension, and confinement, a seamless operation. Soon enough, over 100 individuals, predominantly freshmen, were apprehended. Lu Rian cast a glance at Chu Chen, her expression betraying hesitation. Noticing her demeanor, Chu Chen inquired, "Is something the matter?" Lu Rian replied, "Freshmen are becoming quite scarce outside." Chu Chen responded nonchalantly, "Yes, I am aware. Your task now is to assist me in this charade at the gorge, as I have outlined. Do you understand?" The five stared at Chu Chen in astonishment, akin to gazing at a peculiar creature. They harbored a curious desire to crack open Chu Chen's head to uncover what lay within, seeking the source of his myriad ingenious schemes. Once arrangements were finalized, Chu Chen retrieved his communicator to relay messages regarding his discovery to the other teams, as he had an abundance of communicators at his disposal for contacting different groups. Teams were drawn to capture Chu Chen, and upon arriving at the gorge and witnessing the panicked retreat of Lu Rian and her companions, they were elated. This was an unexpected boon. However, their elation was short-lived. As they cornered the five, their triumph swiftly turned sour. Not only were they captured, but their spoils were also plundered, and they were compelled to divulge the precise location of their secret base where the freshmen were held captive. Subsequently, Yang Hong and his companions raided the enemy's base based on the detailed address provided by Chu Chen, capturing even those left behind to guard the base and bringing them back to the cave for unified confinement. Throughout this process, Chu Chen continuously recruited new members, all possessing at least the high-end combat prowess of golden-tier beast tamers. With the addition of these individuals, Chu Chen's team efficiency soared. It reached a point where Chu Chen could resolve a team's capture without needing to lift a finger. Naturally, Chu Chen reaped immense rewards, while his newly contracted employees were all smiles, basking in their abundant gains. In stark contrast, the captured individuals were despondent, filled with regret. Particularly, those who had sought to claim merit by capturing Chu Chen but initially refused to join his team, only to later find themselves unqualified to join, were filled with deep remorse. For instance, Qin Sihai had an opportunity laid before him but failed to seize it. Later, witnessing his former teammates thriving alongside Chu Chen and reaping bountiful rewards, he too wished to partake in the spoils, only to be coldly rebuffed by Chu Chen. Not a single one of his teammates came to his aid. Observing the 30-some employees led by Yang Hong, all possessing golden-tier beasts, Chu Chen felt a surge of ambition swell within him, compelling him to take the initiative. "Xiang Xiaodian, I am coming for you." As Chapter 74 unfolds, Xiang Xiaodian was busy flaunting his prowess and charming young women, surrounded by laughter and merriment, treating the secret realm as a playground. Su Qing nestled in his arms. The two rode atop Xiang Xiaodian's beast, the golden tiger, exuding an air of divine romance. Huang Mao and his companions trailed beside, amusing Su Qing's friends, who often erupted into laughter at their antics. At that moment, Su Qing and her friends had already amassed considerable wealth, as Xiang Xiaodian and his group had generously handed over the spoils from their hunts and captured freshmen. Finding freshman teams within the secret realm had become increasingly rare. Nevertheless, Xiang Xiaodian and his crew continued their aimless wandering, with the primary objective of locating Chu Chen. Though the bounty had been announced, no team had yet provided any valuable information. He was unconcerned about other teams capturing Chu Chen without informing him, for he believed the bounty he offered was irresistible. He had also inquired with several team leaders, only to receive responses indicating they had yet to encounter him. They had scoured the secret realm thoroughly, leaving only the mountain range unexplored. At that moment, Xiang Xiaodian's communicator chimed, and upon checking, a smile of delight broke across his face. Someone has discovered Chu Chen's whereabouts. He's in the mountains. Ha! Let us hurry there. Huang Mao exclaimed excitedly. All right, everyone, full speed ahead. Xiang Xiaodian waved his hand, brimming with enthusiasm. The group accelerated suddenly, their beasts galloping, kicking up clouds of dust. Xiang Xiao, look over there. Huang Mao shouted, his excitement palpable as he pointed ahead. Following his gesture, the group turned to see a sight that ignited their exhilaration. Huh, isn't that Chu Chen? An astute voice exclaimed. Ha! Quick, pursue him. Don't let him escape. Xiang Xiaodian shouted boisterously. The group urged their beasts to accelerate, significantly increasing their speed. In the blink of an eye, they encircled Chu Chen, gazing at him with mocking expressions as he stood alone in the center. Ha! After searching high and low, I found you without any effort. Chu Chen, did you ever expect I would find you here? Xiang Xiaodian jeered. Following this, he scrutinized Chu Chen and his beast Agui with an incredulous expression. What is this? A mechanical dog? Where is your beast? Are you too embarrassed to summon it because it's too weak? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Chu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Xiang Xiaotian and his entourage, remaining silent, interpreting his silence as a sign of vulnerability. Xiang Xiaotian and his companions grew even more arrogant. Go on, run. Why aren't you fleeing now? You run. I chase. You can't escape. They taunted, their mockery ringing out. Chu Chen cast a disdainful glance over the crowd, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, who said I intend to flee. Ha! You see, you are the ones trapped, unable to escape. Xiang Xiaotian displayed an expression of utter confidence, as if everything lay within his grasp, prompting an uproarious laughter from those around him. Observing the group's ostentatious bravado, Chu Chen could not help but find it amusing. Had it not been for two individuals standing a tad farther from him, outside the reach of his magma domain, he would have swiftly demonstrated his prowess. Leaving no room for their foolish chatter, he needed to devise a strategy to draw them closer. You defeated once. Do you believe that now, bolstered by a few beasts, you stand a chance? Have the audacity to stow away your beasts and engage me in 300 more rounds? Do you dare? Chu Chen looked down his nose at the group, his expression dripping with disdain. The yellow-haired individuals momentarily taken aback, their faces flushed with embarrassment as memories of their previous humiliating defeat at his hands flooded back. The psychological scars were still fresh, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. Xiang Xiaotian, observing their reactions, bellowed, do not be dazed. He is merely trying to provoke you. In this secret realm, one's capabilities depended on their beasts. What used were mere martial skills. The group, jolted by his commanding voice, regained their composure, their postures straightening once more. With a mocking glint in his eyes, Xiang Xiaotian directed his attention at Chu Chen, smirking as he declared, I offer you a chance, Chu Chen. Kneel before me, apologize. Return the money you extorted from my brothers, and compensate them each with 10,000 golden dragon coins, and I shall let you go. Chu Chen regarded Xiang Xiaotian with an expression of incredulity, a chuckle escaping his lips as he replied, what a ludicrous thought. You pitiful lot think you can demand an apology from me? I suggest you hand over all your prey and compensate me with 50,000 golden dragon coins each, along with a kneel and an apology, and I might consider sparing you. With that, he resumed his haughty demeanor, almost relishing in his own arrogance. Xiang Xiaotian, nearly beside himself with rage, seethed silently, contemplating how this individual could be so insufferable. Darling, why waste words on him? Just deal with him directly, Su Qinger interjected, pouting. Xiang, attack. Tear his mouth apart, and see how he remains so arrogant. Her friends chimed in, their voices filled with fervor. Feeling his pride wounded, Xiang Xiaotian's expression darkened as he growled, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Everyone, take him down. Just ensure he breathes. With a sweeping motion, he summoned another beast. The golden-eyed leopard, as he confidently approached Chu Chen, Su Qingyu, who perched on the back of the golden tiger beside him. The yellow-haired gang summoned their second beasts, encroaching upon Chu Chen, while Su Qingyu's friends eagerly rode their beasts closer. The glimmer of cruelty and mockery in Xiang Xiaotian's eyes suggested he could already envision Chu Chen's beast being torn apart, with him kneeling in despair. However, Chu Chen, witnessing their approach, felt a surge of joy within. These fools were finally falling into his trap. Come closer. Yes, splendid. Now, he commanded. At a signal, his beast unleashed a torrent of flames, the magma domain enveloping Xiang Xiaotian and his comrades in an instant. Their expressions shifted dramatically from mockery to horror as they found themselves immobilized, as if a mountain pressed down upon them, nearly suffocating them. To their greater dismay, the ground beneath their beasts transformed into boiling magma. Had they not been mounted, they would have been reduced to ashes by now. Feeling the searing heat beneath them and witnessing their beasts struggling against the magma, despair washed over the group, their faces pale as death. I warned you to kneel and beg for mercy, yet you chose to provoke me, Chu Chen remarked, his voice laced with impatience. If you wish to spare your beasts from demise, you shall all comply and submit to my binding chains. He tossed the spirit-binding handcuffs towards Xiang Xiaotian and the others. Darling, what do we do? Think of a way to rescue us. Su Qinger exclaimed. Panic etched across her face as she clutched Xiang Xiaotian tightly. Her friends, overwhelmed with fear, realized their strength paled in comparison to Xiang Xiaotian and his comrades. Their beasts were already crying out in agony from the heat, the scent of charred flesh wafting up. Xiang, please, we don't want to die. Su Qinger's friends cried, their voices rising in desperation. Two of the girls, disregarding everything else, turned to Chu Chen, pleading, Chu Chen, please spare us. We surrender. We will do whatever you ask. Just let us go. They hastily donned the handcuffs, gazing at him with pitiful expressions. Seeing this, The others, too, began to follow suit. Hastily putting on the handcuffs, their eyes filled with hope as they looked toward Chu Chen. Chu Chen observed as the yellow-haired group avoided his gaze, ultimately succumbing to the situation and donning the cuffs, their faces contorted into forced smiles of appeasement. For them, having previously knelt before Chu Chen, the act of submission was now far easier to accept. Only Xiang Xiaotian and Su Qing'er, still stubbornly resisting, remained. Chu Chen commanded his beast to shrink the magma domain's reach, confining it solely to the area where Xiang Xiaotian's two beasts stood, with fury blazing in his eyes. Xiang Xiaotian glared at the yellow-haired individuals, bellowing, "You spineless cowards! You dare to bow to this wretched brat? I have always regarded you as brothers. Xiang, stop being obstinate. Lower your head when necessary. Do not make a futile sacrifice. Your beast's paws are already scorched," his companions urged, concern etched on their faces. "Indeed, Xiang. My beast nearly succumbed before I had to relent," another added, attempting to persuade him. Xiang Xiaotian, eyes wide with rage, shouted at Chu Chen, "If you possess any skill, release me, and I shall engage you in a fair duel. Do you think you are worthy of a one-on-one confrontation with me?" Chu Chen replied dismissively, shaking his head. Without further ado, he beckoned the yellow-haired individual closer, who approached with a sheepish grin. "What is your command, Chu Chen?" he inquired. "Tell me, where are the captives you have taken? How many remain, and what is their strength?" Chu Chen queried. "You dare to speak? After revealing the truth, I will ensure your demise." Xiang Xiaotian roared in threat. The yellow-haired man glanced at Xiang Xiaotian, hesitating before turning to Chu Chen. With a calm demeanor, Chu Chen replied, "Should you choose to speak, he may very well end your life. However, if you remain silent, I shall send you to your demise right now." His tone was devoid of emotion, yet to the yellow-haired man, it resonated like a death knell. A shiver ran down his spine, sweat trickling down his forehead. "I will speak. I will divulge everything," he exclaimed, spilling the information like a torrent. After listening attentively, Chu Chen nodded, gently patting the yellow-haired man's shoulder. "Good. Now collect all their spatial rings and bring them to me." After giving instructions to the yellow-haired man, Chu Chen took out his communicator and sent the location of Xiang Xiaotian's secret base and other pertinent information to Yang Hong. Upon receiving the information, Yang Hong immediately led his team at a rapid pace towards Xiang Xiaotian's hidden stronghold. "Xiaotian, let us concede," Su Qing'er said, her face a portrait of sorrow. And before Xiang Xiaotian could respond, she fastened the binding spirit handcuffs onto his wrists, followed by securing them onto herself. "You." Xiang Xiaotian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Qing. "Xiaotian, I do not wish to perish. This is for your own good," Su Qing'er replied, her expression fraught with hesitation. "Chu Chen, we surrender. Please release us," Su Qing'er called out, turning to face him. To be honest, Chu Chen had not anticipated such a scene unfolding. When Su Qing'er took the initiative to bind Xiang Xiaotian, he was momentarily taken aback. This woman is no saint. She is willing to betray her own man for her own survival. However, this development was fortuitous for Chu Chen, as it spared him considerable trouble. Aguai had managed to maintain his spell for so long, not only by reducing the area of effect, but also due to the replenishment of spiritual energy from the Chaos Divine Tree. Yet, the energy derived from the remains of spirit beasts was costly. Every bit saved was a gain. Indeed, you are quite the heroine, exhibiting a commendable awareness of the situation. You far surpass your boyfriend. Chu Chen commanded Aguai to cancel the spell, taking the opportunity to sow discord between Xiang Xiaotian and Su Qing'er. At that moment, the yellow-haired man approached, eagerly presenting a ring with both hands, a sheepish grin on his face. "Young Master Chu, I have retrieved the ring. Please take a look." Chu Chen snatched the ring, gesturing towards Xiang Xiaotian and Su Qing'er. "Look, there's remains uncollected. Go and fetch it." "Understood, young Master Chu." The yellow-haired man replied with a grin. He then stepped forward to seize the ring from Xiang Xiaotian's hand. "How dare you?" Xiang Xiaotian shouted with fury. The yellow-haired man shot him a glance, then swiftly grasped his wrist, removing the ring. "Hand it over." He turned away, ignoring Xiang Xiaotian's wrath, and cheerfully beckoned Su Qing. Biting her lip in reluctance, Su Qing'er reluctantly removed her ring and tossed it to the yellow-haired man. He caught the ring and, with a beaming smile, hurried back to Chu Chen, presenting it with alacrity. Upon inspecting the contents of the rings, Chu Chen was astonished. "My Su Qing'er, you possess quite a number of beast cores within your ring." Meanwhile, Xiang Xiaotian's ring contained over 100 energy stones. Such extravagance indeed. After thoroughly collecting the beast remains and cores from everyone's rings, he casually tossed the rings back to the yellow-haired man. "Return these." The yellow-haired man nodded eagerly, scampering to return the rings to their respective owners. "Come here, yellow-haired man. You are quite obedient. Now, sign this contract, and I shall reward you with some slaves for points later." Chu Chen said, pulling out a contract and handing it to him. The yellow-haired man glanced at the terms and promptly signed his name. Given the circumstances, he saw no reason to hesitate. Betrayal seemed a far more advantageous course. Initially, he had allied with Xiang Xiaodian for personal gain, but now that Xiang Xiaodian had become Chu Chen's captive, aligning with Chu Chen appeared to be the superior choice. Seeing him sign, Chu Chen released the binding handcuffs with a smile. Now, usher these people to follow me. Chapter 76, an unprecedented event when Chu Chen led a throng of subdued individuals, including teachers, to the outpost for registration. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. Most notably, they had never encountered such a scenario, especially with second-year students being captured by first-year students. How was this to be reconciled? The teachers at the outpost were at a loss and promptly reported the situation to Dean Zhao Dezuzu with a decisive command. All the faculty members soon gathered to witness this unprecedented occurrence. A team composed of 2 first-year students had not only captured the second-year cohort, but had also successfully persuaded over 30 second-year students to serve them. Such an achievement was unparalleled, and it was unlikely to be replicated in the future. Dean Zhao Dezuzu regarded the instigators, Chu Chen and Huang Dexian, with admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Dean, how should we handle this?" A female teacher inquired, her expression one of concern. Is it not simple? The points for first-year students capturing second-year students will be calculated at double the rate. "Dean, we protest. It was an ambush. We were caught off guard." Xiang Xiaodian bellowed. "Yes, we protest." Other second-year students joined in, rallying behind him. Zhao Dezuzu surveyed the crowd, his expression stern and his gaze piercing. "Which among you dares to protest? Step forward." With a clamor, a group of second-year students led by Xiang Xiaodian stepped forward, their faces brimming with arrogance. Zhao Dezuzu scrutinized them, indignantly rebuking. "How dare you stand there? Do you possess the audacity to show your faces? What have you learned in this year at school? Look at your shameful appearances. To be recaptured by 2 newly admitted freshmen, I am embarrassed for you. You have tarnished the reputation of Izhou University. How can you take pride in such humiliation? Do you believe that your enemies will engage in fair combat on the battlefield? Cast aside these unrealistic fantasies. Otherwise, when you truly face the battlefield, you will no longer have the opportunity to stand before me and express your grievances. It is a matter of survival or demise. I believe Chu Chen has been too lenient, not making you feel the true sting of defeat." Zhao Dezuzu unleashed a torrent of furious rebukes, leaving the second-year students unable to hold their heads high. As a former soldier who had spent a lifetime fighting on the battlefield, his temper was formidable, and no one could quell his ire. The professors stood in silence, afraid to speak lest they attract his wrath. "Compile a list of these shameless individuals. All of them will receive failing grades this semester and must retake their courses." Zhao Dezuzu's expression darkened ominously. After announcing the punitive measures, he turned to Chu Chen and Huang Dexian, instantly donning a beaming smile. "You two are impressive. Feel free to seek my guidance in your studies at any time." Gasps of astonishment echoed among the teachers. The dean had never voluntarily offered to teach students individually. Indeed, he rarely even conducted large lectures. Was he intending to take these 2 as his personal disciples? Such speculation circulated among a few distant teachers who exchanged whispers. Chu Chen and Huang Dexian exchanged glances. Seeing the glimmer of surprise in each other's eyes, they stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Dean." Zhao Dezuzu responded with a benevolent smile. "Work hard, and do not disappoint my expectations." "Yes, Dean," they replied in unison. Zhao Dezuzu waved his hand and turned to the other teachers. "Please ensure the students' grades are accurately tallied." "Yes, Dean," the teachers replied solemnly. "Dean, one moment, let me check the leaderboard first," Chu Chen said with a hint of apology. Disregarding whether the dean had consented or not, Chu Chen promptly began to examine the ranking of points displayed on his wristband. Zhao Dezuzu and the other teachers gazed at him in puzzlement, uncertain of his intentions. However, seeing that Zhao Dezuzu remained silent, the teachers felt even less inclined to inquire. Everyone was well aware that Chu Chen was a favored protege of the dean. Thus, the best course of action was to wait quietly. As anticipated, the reason for his actions soon became apparent. After a brief moment, Chu Chen summoned Lu Ruoyan and her 4 companions, whispering, "I previously promised to help you enter the top 100 on the rankings. Now, hand over your rings to me, and I shall distribute the corpses and cores of the ferocious beasts for you to exchange for points." The 5 of them exchanged glances, their expressions lighting up with joy as they hastily removed their rings and presented them to Chu Chen. He meticulously placed the sordid corpses and cores of the ferocious beasts into their rings, eliciting incredulous looks from the group as they beheld the quantities inside. "How can there be so many? This is sufficient for me to break into the top 50, exclaimed one. "Indeed, mine too," chimed in another. Chu Chen smiled gently, stating, "Given your diligent efforts, I have generously awarded you a bonus, providing enough game to secure your places within the top 50. Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with gratitude as she beamed at Chu Chen, saying, "Thank you, Chu Chen." Her stunning visage, complemented by such a radiant smile, illuminated the hearts of all present like the warm sun of spring. The boys stood transfixed, their faces displaying a rather foolish admiration. Chu Chen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. He then addressed Huang Dexian, saying, "As for these second-year captives, we shall split them evenly, with me taking one more than you. Does that sit well with you?" Huang Dexian's excitement was palpable, his jowls quivering as tears glistened in his eyes. He grasped Chu Chen's hand tightly, at a loss for words. Chu Chen, sensing his friend's overwhelming gratitude, patted Huang Dexian's shoulder and smiled, "As a good brother, I would never shortchange you. I am first, and you shall be second." He then gestured for Huang Dexian to proceed with the points registration. The teacher responsible for recording the points glanced awkwardly at Zhao Dezuzu, hesitating. "Dean, how shall we handle this? He has determined the rankings." Zhao Dezuzu, with unwavering authority, replied, "Simply register the points as per the rules. His ranking is his own accomplishment." Before long, the results were compiled. Chu Chen and Huang Dexian, having garnered points from capturing the second-year seniors, claimed the first and second positions, while Lu Ruoyan and her companions finished in the 46th to 50th spots. Initially, their goal had been to break into the top 100, but they found themselves fortuitously within the top 50 instead. Had Chu Chen chosen to utilize the quantity of beasts he had acquired, securing a spot in the top 10 for the 5 would have been effortless. Nevertheless, he opted to refrain, as this arrangement was already a significant exceeding of their original agreement. He was keenly aware of the adage that a little kindness could breed resentment. Moreover, the corpses and cores of the ferocious beasts represented monetary value, and conserving such resources would alleviate considerable expenses. Who would willingly forsake such gains? Chapter 77, Surge of Mental Strength. Chu Chen's sudden emergence transformed what was meant to be a routine freshman welcome event at the Yuzhou University Beastmaster Academy into an extraordinary occasion. His accomplishments reverberated throughout the academy, prompting curiosity among many third and fourth-year students about the background of this historic newcomer. Wherever Chu Chen ventured, exclamations of awe followed, particularly from enthusiastic senior female students, some feigning chance encounters, others boldly initiating conversations, while a few discreetly offered gifts and love letters, and yet others boldly sought his affection. The array of approaches was endless, leaving Chu Chen hesitant to leave his dormitory, as a throng of senior girls consistently blocked his exit, eager to share delightful moments with him. In stark contrast, Xiang Xiaotian found himself submerged in an abyss of despair. While Chu Chen basked in the limelight, Xiang Xiaotian was relegated to the status of a laughingstock within the academy. As the leader of the second-year students participating in the welcome event, he had been defeated by 2 first-year newcomers, resulting in his own capture. Everywhere he went, he felt the peculiar gazes of others upon him, accompanied by whispered snickers from behind. This treatment was more unbearable for the proud Xiang Xiaotian than consuming a fly, except for the yellow-haired student, who had completely aligned himself with Chu Chen, becoming his sycophant. The loyalty of other followers had waned considerably. Consumed by resentment, Xiang Xiaotian vowed to exact revenge. He was willing to leverage his family resources to investigate Chu Chen's background. As he reviewed a document sent from home on his phone, a crooked smile crept across his face. I had imagined him to be a genius from an illustrious family, but it turns out he is merely a useless son-in-law living off others. What? Young Master Xiang, are you saying Chu Chen is a live-in son-in-law? Surely not, exclaimed the sycophantic student, his expression one of disbelief. Why not? Is it possible my family's investigation is flawed? Just look at this. Xiang Xiaotian grinned wickedly, tossing his phone to the sycophant. The sycophant caught it, eagerly huddling with a few others to examine the information. No way. It's true. They gasped in unison. This worthless son-in-law dares to offend me. I will ensure he cannot remain at Yuzhou University. Xiang Xiaotian declared vehemently. Young master, do you plan to confront him? But that fellow's beast seems rather formidable and is not easily dealt with. Additionally, the school has regulations against private battles between students. The dean holds him in high regard. If we act against him, the sycophant expressed his concerns. Fear not. He is merely a son-in-law without any substantial backing. What does it matter if the dean favors him? A washed-up old man returning from the battlefield of myriad races has neither connections nor power. I hardly regard him as a threat. Xiang Xiaotian's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke fiercely. If Zhao Dezuzu fails to recognize talent, I will readily employ my family's resources to ensure he is ousted as dean. Young master, you are formidable. What do you plan to do next regarding that boy? The sycophant inquired, his expression obsequiously eager. ISNT the freshman competition about to commence? I've heard there are several capable first years in this cohort. I want you to gather them for me. I believe they would be quite interested in dealing with the one who has stolen their spotlight, Chu Chen. Xiang Xiaodian proclaimed with self-satisfaction. Hearing this, the sycophants' faces lit up with admiration, and they eagerly praised. Only young Master Xiang could devise such a plan. Truly brilliant. Ha ha ha. Hurry along, and once this is accomplished, I shall treat you all to a delightful time. Xiang Xiaodian relished the feeling of being exalted, waving his hand grandly and bursting into laughter. Understood, young master, we will get right on it. The sycophants chuckled, their excitement palpable at the mention of a delightful outing. In the meantime, Chu Chen remained confined within his dormitory, besieged by enthusiastic senior girls. Over these past few days, the corpses and cores of ferocious beasts acquired from the secret realm had provided immense spiritual nourishment to the chaotic divine tree, which had evolved from sprouting a single leaf to now unfurling 3 leaves. As a result of the feedback from the chaotic divine tree, Chu Chen's level had risen from 21 stars to 22 stars. While this elevation may not have been monumental, his mental strength had experienced a significant surge. If previously, Chu Chen's mental space resembled a mere bucket of water, it now resembled a deep well, a transformation far exceeding mere increments. Chu Chen could distinctly perceive the transformations brought about by the enhancement of his mental prowess. As long as he desired, he could effortlessly ascertain the happenings beyond his abode through the sheer force of his spirit. For instance, a striking senior was blocking the doorway, engrossed in messaging her boyfriend about a breakup. Meanwhile, within a nearby third-year dormitory, a male and female were engaged in some vigorous activity. Such an expansive range and effect of mental perception, as per Chu Chen's understanding, could only be possessed by a master beast tamer. However, despite possessing formidable mental energy akin to that of a high-level beast tamer, Chu Chen remained oblivious to the art of wielding it. Activating the divine beast armament merely allowed him to inhabit the body of a tamed beast to control its combat. In contrast, a high-level beast tamer, through rigorous training and specialized techniques, could simultaneously activate the divine beast armament while commanding 2 or even 3 tamed beasts. It was said that the most powerful master beast tamers could even manipulate 5 beasts at once, executing their commands with unparalleled precision. Yet, to Chu Chen's surprise, after the numerous beast corpses' crystal nuclei merged into spores with Shao Kai, she ascended to the pinnacle of silver but could not break through to the golden tier. Furthermore, Shao Kai's 7-colored metallic feathers had not grown, they remained unchanged. After a thorough analysis, Chu Chen suddenly realized the crux of the issue. The spores generated from the fusion of weaponry had not been incorporated. Regrettably, Chu Chen had exhausted his savings to hatch Shao Kai, leaving him utterly destitute. After contemplating for a while, he found himself with only the 3,000 merit points acquired from winning the championship, 1,000 personally and 2,000 as a team, with Huang Dixian insisting on relinquishing his share, thus granting all to Chu Chen. However, using merit points to exchange for intact weaponry for the purpose of producing spores seemed impractical, leading him to dismiss this plan. Oh, wasn't Zhao Dixian quite affluent? Perhaps he could exchange merit points for money. Resolute, Chu Chen opened his door and stepped outside. Brother Chen, you finally completed your training? Huang Daxian greeted him, lifting his head momentarily before returning his focus to his phone. Fatty, I need to discuss something with you, Chu Chen said as he sat beside Huang Daxian. What is it? Huang Daxian replied, his eyes glued to the game, his expression tense. Can I trade merit points for some cash? Chu Chen inquired. Oh, how much do you need? Huang Daxian asked, surprised. I need to exchange for 1,000 merit points. Chu Chen responded. That much. Brother Chen, what do you need so much money for? Those points are quite valuable, Huang Daxian remarked, astonished. I have my reasons. Chu Chen replied, not delving further. For that amount, I'll have to ask my father. But let's agree first, at the current market rate, I'll exchange at 100. Huang Daxian, being from a family of merchants, instinctively calculated according to market norms. Deal, Chu Chen readily agreed. Chu Chen had also researched the merit-to-gold dragon coin exchange rate online. Although officially set at 1,000, merit points served as a hard currency for all humanity, usable even on the battlefield. Therefore, it was uncommon for anyone to exchange merit points for gold dragon coins, resulting in a typical trading ratio closer to 100, and even reaching 300 on the black market. Zhao Dixian quickly contacted his father, and shortly after, he excitedly returned to exchange with Chu Chen. Upon seeing a substantial sum credited to his account, Chu Chen immediately contacted Manager Li of Jubioj, informing him of his need for a batch of damaged weaponry. Manager Li, without further inquiry, readily agreed. The following day, he personally delivered an impressive 500,000 worth of goods. Upon witnessing a throng of admirers at Chu Chen's door, even Manager Li, a seasoned professional, was taken aback. Guided inside by Zhao Dexian, he soon learned that they were all fervent admirers of Chu Chen, prompting him to regard him with newfound respect. Faced with Manager Li's adoring gaze, Chu Chen could only shrug helplessly. Being exceptionally handsome and talented could indeed be quite bothersome. After receiving the goods, Chu Chen retreated to his room to enter seclusion. The Chaos Divine tree sprouted another leaf. Xiao Kai, having absorbed the newly generated spores, finally broke through to the golden tier, and her 7-colored metallic feathers not only elongated but multiplied, radiating a dazzling 7-colored brilliance. Upon checking Xiao Kai's information, Chu Chen discovered she had acquired 4 new skills. Blizzard, capable of summoning a blizzard that inflicts freezing control and damage on all living beings within its reach. Colorful Feather Arrow, allowing her to launch her metallic feathers to attack foes, which would continually absorb their spiritual energy for nourishment. Radiant Rainbow Light, conjuring a patch of colorful light to assault enemies, causing disorder within their spiritual energy and temporarily incapacitating them. And Wind Riding, doubling her flight speed. Upon reviewing these formidable new skills, Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Xiao Kai was indeed a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield, offering both control and sustained damage. If paired with a Guai, they would truly maximize both control and damage output. Eager to summon Xiao Kai and a Guai for a test of their effectiveness, he was deterred by the throng of fervent admirers outside. It was far too perilous to venture out at that moment. Meanwhile, Xiang Xiaodian and several freshmen were conspiring in their dormitory. All were exceptional first-year students. Feeling envious and resentful of Chu Chen's burgeoning fame, they believed that his impressive performance in the secret realm was merely a stroke of luck, and should true strength be measured, he would not stand a chance against them. Chun, Jiang, Yang, and Zhu. I invited you here primarily to get acquainted with the strongest first-year talents. Upon meeting you, I must say, your reputation is well-deserved. Your prowess surpasses what I witnessed during my own enrollment last year, Xiang Xiaodian began, offering generous compliments. For someone as proud as Xiang Xiaodian, such humility was rare. The freshman beamed at his praise, nodding with feigned modesty. Senior Xiang, you flatter us. We had heard of your esteemed name even before our enrollment. It is indeed thunderous. Ha! Let us refrain from excessive flattery. Since fate has brought us together, feel free to reach out for any assistance you may need at school. I do have a bit of influence here, Xiang Xiaodian said, grinning broadly. We appreciate your kindness, Senior Xiang, the freshman replied, graciously acknowledging his offer. Though they were all proud and held themselves in high regard, they recognized the importance of banding together and fostering good relations with upperclassmen. Naturally, they would not let Xiang Xiaoyan's olive branch go to waste. Next week, the entrance competition will be held. I firmly believe that with your talents, you will shine brightly, and the ultimate champion will surely emerge from among you. Xiang Xiaodian continued to lavish praise. Senior Xiang, you overestimate us. There are many powerful contenders among our peers. We cannot claim victory with certainty, they replied, hastily downplaying their abilities. Their words may have been humble, but their expressions conveyed pride. You are far too modest. In my view, among all the first-year students, none can match your strength. It is a pity that you missed the welcome event. Had it not been for that Chu Chen's underhanded tactics, the championship would undoubtedly have been yours. Xiang Xiaodian deftly steered the conversation towards Chu Chen, observing the expressions of his companions with keen interest. As anticipated, their faces betrayed a palpable discontent. Chun Jiahao interjected, Humph, in a one-on-one match. Let us see how he can resort to trickery. Indeed, if I were to encounter him, I would ensure he comprehends the futility of his schemes in the face of genuine strength. The others echoed similar sentiments. Ha! Freshman, you are splendid. Such an indomitable spirit is befitting of our generation. I can hardly await the moment you expose Chu Chen's true nature. Xiang Xiaodian laughed heartily. With a few words, Xiang Xiaodian had successfully incited the group's fervor. They were united in their indignation, eager to humiliate Chu Chen and demonstrate who the true prodigy was. Xiang Xiaodian was quite pleased with their reaction. These freshmen were indeed naive, easily manipulated with a mere hint of strategy. This would ensure their relentless pursuit of Chu Chen. And when confronted with these top-tier talents, he would emerge battered, if not broken. Should anything untoward befall Chu Chen, it would bear no consequence for him. A simple act of using others as instruments of vengeance would suffice to settle the score with Chu Chen. Xiang Xiaodian admired his own cunning. Since he had been ensnared by Chu Chen's machinations, he resolved to return the favor, ensuring that Chu Chen understood who held the reins at Ezhou University, making him regret crossing paths with him. Oh, by the way, I have another piece of news regarding Chu Chen. He is, in fact, a live-in son-in-law. Ha! What? A live-in son-in-law? Chun Jiahao and the others gaped in disbelief. Indeed, this information was just corroborated by my family, and it is utterly reliable. He was originally the eldest son of the Chu family in the small town of Jincheng, but due to his incompetence, he was married off to the Zheng family as a son-in-law. He wed the Zheng family's heiress, a rather unattractive woman. Xiang Xiaodian guffawed uproariously. The others joined in, their laughter echoing through the air. Xiang, do you truly believe these freshmen can contend with Chu Chen? A rather dubious figure interjected. Xiang Xiaodian cast a sidelong glance at him, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Perhaps they cannot, but what if we join forces? The man's eyes widened in astonishment. Join forces? Yes, I have already invited Su Huai. We shall all apply to serve as judges during the match. Xiang Xiaodian replied with a sinister smile. Ah, Su Huai, the formidable fifth-ranking student in our year, he has agreed? The group was taken aback. It was no wonder they were astonished. Su Huai was renowned for his solitary nature, having participated alone in the freshman welcome event and ultimately finishing fifth. His ranking in the freshman competition mirrored that. He seldom engaged in group activities, focusing instead on individual assignments, spending the remainder of his time immersed in the library or in the training hall. Within a year, he had cultivated 2 spirit beasts to the golden level. His ranking remained fifth not due to lack of skill, but because he had not engaged in any matches to truly showcase his abilities. Many speculated that his prowess was on par with the top 4, who hailed from prestigious families with abundant resources for cultivation. Of course, I extended an offer he could not refuse, Xiang Xiaodian declared with pride. The others suddenly understood. Su Huai likely came from modest means, prompting Xiang Xiaodian to offer a lucrative incentive to secure his participation. With you and Su Huai on board, this time, victory is assured, they exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Moreover, I have already coordinated with the teacher overseeing the freshman competition to arrange for us to judge Chu Chen's match. As long as we do not act too egregiously, the upperclassmen will conveniently turn a blind eye, Xiang Xiaodian proclaimed, exuding an air of complete control. Fantastic. This time, we must ensure that insolent brat understands the consequences. They exclaimed, their enthusiasm palpable. The freshman competition, a long-standing tradition at the Ezhou University Beast Tamer Academy, held profound significance, even influencing the top universities in the Dragon Kingdom. It directly showcased students' abilities, allowing the institution to allocate resources accordingly. Unlike the welcome event, Chu Chen had long been aware of the upcoming competition, preparing diligently for it. Unexpectedly, the earlier welcome gathering had bestowed significant advantages upon him, enabling him to elevate his second spirit beast, Little Kai, to the golden level as well. His confidence in securing victory had surged, for in one-on-one matches, he felt no trepidation. He had previously withstood the formidable attacks of a mid-level beast tamer with a golden-level spirit beast, and when his own beast reached the golden level, he had successfully retaliated against a well-known mid-level beast tamer. Regardless of the experience or strength he possessed, he was confident in facing his peers without fear. Therefore, his singular ambition for the competition was to emerge victorious. Time was of the essence. He needed to enhance his capabilities to face the impending dangers. On a Saturday morning, as dawn broke, all the freshmen gathered at the martial arts arena, eagerly anticipating the event. Chu Chen surveyed the throng, a sea of faces. He spotted Lu Rian, who waved cheerfully, beckoning him over. Huang Dexian, with a rather lecherous grin, pulled Chu Chen alongside him to stand by Lu Rian. Jiang Nin's expression soured, struggling to maintain a smile. As Chu Chen approached, he sensed several hostile gazes lingering upon him within the crowd. However, amidst the overwhelming mass, he could not pinpoint their origin. Yet, this awareness served as a reminder not to underestimate the forthcoming competition. Reflecting on the source of those hostile stares, he surmised they stemmed from jealousy over his earlier success at the welcome event. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Those who harbored animosity likely sought to defeat him in the competition to prove their superiority as the true prodigies of their year. Were it not for the implications of the contest on future resources for cultivation, Chu Chen would have little interest in participating. He had no desire to engage in a petty contest of bravado. In the grand scheme of things, who truly held the title of best? When the battle commenced, survival was the paramount concern. His past experiences had instilled in Chu Chen a deep appreciation for what he possessed, reinforcing his understanding that the only path to survival lay in enhancing his strength. Consequently, every action he took revolved around this singular focus. Lu Rian smiled sweetly and said, Chu Chen, if we happen to face each other in today as competition, I kindly ask you to go easy on me. Lu Rian, already a paragon of beauty, radiated an enchanting charm with her delightful smile, leaving the surrounding onlookers momentarily breathless. Countless gazes, whether discreet or unabashed, were fixated upon her. When they witnessed her gentle demeanor as she spoke to Chu Chen, a chorus of heartbreak echoed through the crowd. The complexity of emotions reflected in the eyes of those who beheld Chu Chen shifted. Some were envious, others filled with admiration, while a few harbored resentment. and yet others wore a mask of melancholy. Chu Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. It was true that fame often invited controversy, and troubles frequently accompanied strikingly beautiful women. Nevertheless, despite his exasperation, he harbored a flicker of fondness for Lu Rian. He nodded with a smile and replied, "Sure, as long as it doesn't affect my performance. I don't mind going a bit easy." Huang Dexian, standing nearby, face-bombed in despair. He felt a pang of sympathy for Chu Chen, the epitome of a straightforward and earnest man, as Lu Rian, the stunning beauty, was clearly flirting with him, yet he seemed oblivious to such a golden opportunity. Uttering such words instead, shouldn't a more sensible response be to assure her, "Fear not, should we meet, I shall ensure your victory"? Chen Jiahao, Fang Hanqiao, Gong Riyue, and Shen Xianyang were the four prominent figures invited by Xiang Xiaotian. Each hailed from distinguished families and had lived a life of being the center of attention. In their minds, entering Ezhou University would further elevate their status. However, during the freshman welcome ceremony, their spotlight was eclipsed by Chu Chen, the unassuming son-in-law. This was an affront they could scarcely tolerate, and when Xiang Xiaotian subtly incited them, they readily agreed to join forces against Chu Chen. Just moments ago, as they witnessed Chu Chen arriving late, their eyes were ablaze with indignation. Chapter 8. The freshman competition commences. At 8 a.m., a slightly portly man in his 40s ascended the podium to announce the rules of the competition. "I am He Wei, an associate professor at the Beastmaster Academy. I will preside over this entrance examination. As per tradition, the competition will proceed as follows. We will first conduct a Beastmaster level assessment, followed by a classification into intermediate and beginner Beastmaster groups based on the results. The top 100 from the beginner group will advance to the intermediate group for the semifinals, with the final 12 competing for the championship. Should anyone achieve a ranking of Advanced Beastmaster or above, they will be exempt from both the preliminary and semifinals, directly entering the finals with the top score. I trust you are all aware of the corresponding training resources available online, so I shall refrain from elaborating further." With He Wei's words concluded, a series of lights illuminating the Beastmaster level assessment gates at the front of the plaza flickered to life. Students queued to enter the testing gates, where each individual was scanned by a beam of light upon entry, revealing their Beastmaster level on the adjacent screen, while a facial recognition system matched and recorded their information. Lu Jili, 17 stars, beginner Beastmaster. Lu Fan, 15 stars, beginner Beastmaster. Hu Yiping, 16 stars. The assessment proceeded swiftly, and soon it would be Chu Chen's turn. Among those testing ahead of him, roughly 1 in 10 achieved a level of 21 stars or higher. When it was Lu Rian's turn, she cast a gentle smile back at Chu Chen before stepping forward. Lu Rian, 28 stars, intermediate Beastmaster. The display of Lu Rian's level elicited gasps of astonishment. Wow, Lu Rian is astonishing. 28 stars at just 18 years old, so close to becoming an advanced Beastmaster. It seems the title of champion in this competition is hers for the taking. Her talent is remarkable, and to top it off, she is breathtakingly beautiful. I, Zhao Ritian, declare her to be the woman I desire. Bah, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Just take a look in the mirror, with your looks and abilities. Do you think you are worthy? Rian, you are my eternal goddess. I aspire to be your devoted admirer." Chu Chen, too, regarded Lu Rian with newfound respect, surprised to discover that she held the highest Beastmaster level among them, boasting an impressive 28 stars. Lu Rian seemed to sense Chu Chen's astonishment, turning to him with a triumphant smile, as if to say, "What do you think? Surprised, are you? Even I have moments that surpass you." As for the gazes filled with astonishment, envy, and admiration, along with the shouts from the crowd, Lu Rian appeared to disregard them entirely. Chu Chen responded with a subtle smile and stepped forward himself. Chu Chen, 21 stars, intermediate Beastmaster. Seeing the exchange between Lu Rian and Chu Chen, coupled with Chu Chen's earlier prominence at the welcome ceremony, many harbored animosity towards him. When his Beastmaster level was revealed, a wave of derision rippled through the crowd. "Humph, I thought he was impressive, but it turns out he's nothing special. Indeed, I'm even better. I'm at 22 stars. With such a level, how dare he get so close to Goddess Rian? He's utterly deluded. I heard he's just a freeloader's son-in-law, with a wife at home while he flirts around. What a scoundrel." The surrounding crowd launched a tirade against Chu Chen. He paid them no mind, fully aware of the reasons behind their hostility. After all, one is deemed mediocre if not envied. However, Huang Dexian could no longer tolerate the slander against Chu Chen and immediately interjected, "You have no idea of Chu Chen's true capabilities. Why look down on him? Oh, isn't that Huang Dexian, Chu Chen's lapdog? I hear he's the eldest son of the Huang family. Yet he's reduced to being a servant to a son-in-law. What a disgrace to the Huang family. Humph, a son-in-law and a lapdog. What a perfect match." As Huang Dexian spoke up, The crowd's mockery intensified. You, Huang Dixin fumed, struggling to find words, his face trembling with indignation. Chu Chen pulled Huang Dixin close and calmly said, "Why stoop to their level? If a dog bites you, will you bite back? Should we allow them to humiliate us like this?" "Of course not," Huang Dixin replied indignantly. "Then, if a dog bites you, simply strike it with a stick. Make it fear you to the point that it runs away with its tail between its legs, never daring to bark at you again," Chu Chen said coolly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Those who met his eyes felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were prey being scrutinized by a formidable beast. The individuals who had previously mocked him now averted their gazes, unable to meet Chu Chen's eyes, and fell silent. The testing progressed rapidly, and in less than an hour, over 20,000 students had completed their level assessments. Among this batch of newcomers, the lowest Beastmaster level was 13 stars, while the highest reached 28 stars. Chu Chen's 21 stars placed him in the upper middle tier, on the lower end of the intermediate Beastmasters. To his surprise, among Lu Rian's group from the Secret Realm, aside from Yu Xiao, who had 20 stars and was classified as a beginner Beastmaster, the others, Lu Rian, Jiang Nan, Zhou Cheng, and Gong Shui, were all intermediate Beastmasters. Jiang Nan had achieved 24 stars, a commendable level. Yet, aside from Lu Rian, what astonished Chu Chen the most was Huang Dixin, whose level had also reached 24 stars. This revelation took Chu Chen completely by surprise. He had initially believed that Huang Dixin had merely just crossed the threshold into the realm of intermediate Beastmasters, much like himself. Perceiving Chu Chen's astonishment, Huang Dixin offered an awkward smile and explained, "Brother Chen, although my rank may be slightly higher, my combat prowess is truly lacking. I am, as they say, the legendary fifth-rate fighter." Chu Chen chuckled and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, signaling that there was no need for concern. Deep down, he felt genuinely pleased for his friend Huang Dixin to have attained such a high level. Meanwhile, Chen Jiahao and his companions cast disdainful smirks upon witnessing Chu Chen's rank. Further solidifying their initial judgment, they believed Chu Chen had resorted to cunning schemes to usurp the spotlight that rightfully belonged to them. In the upcoming one-on-one match, they were determined to unveil the true nature of this interloper and reclaim their lost glory. Though Xiang Shaodian and his peers had yet to make their entrance, as the soon-to-be judges, they had already observed all the results of the freshmen's assessments from their resting area. Chu Chen's mere strength of 21 stars only bolstered their confidence, making victory seem all but assured. Xiang Shaodian even entertained the notion that Chen Jiahao and his group could effortlessly handle Chu Chen. He had begun to envision the pitiful sight of Chu Chen, defeated and looking like a stray dog.